the President of the United States, the most powerful man on the planet. It is a glamorous title that everyone craves, but the price to sit in that chair is far more expensive than you could ever imagine. Today, you will not just be a viewer, you will play the role of Adrian, 45 years old. We will go through your journey together, starting from a calculating senator, using every trick in the book to enter the White House, becoming president, and finally, experiencing what it feels like to retire. This is a very long, dark road filled with traps. Becoming president has never been easy, so I hope you will be patient enough to stay with me until the very last second of this story. And if you enjoy experiencing this feeling of power, don't forget to hit like and subscribe to the channel. Now, welcome to Washington. Chapter 1, Selling a Soul in Washington. The limits of the collar. You are Adrian, 45 years old, a two-term elected senator of the United States. On national television, they call you Washington's Star of Hope, a politician with a warm smile, an unflappable demeanor, and speeches that can bring millions of working-class voters to tears. You always appear in impeccably tailored suits, shaking hands with coal miners in Pennsylvania, hugging children in Ohio, and promising a fairer American dream. But it's all a brilliant disguise. Deep down, you don't believe in justice. You don't believe in the American dream. You view this democratic system as a massive casino, a place where the naive bring their ideals to be fleeced, while those who understand the rules get to act as the house. You didn't enter politics to save the world. You entered it because you are addicted to power, addicted to the sensation of tens of thousands holding their breath waiting for you to speak, addicted to the ability to dictate the fate of an entire conglomerate with a single signature on Capitol Hill. To maintain your status as an apex predator in this bloodthirsty ecosystem, you have armed yourself with a ruthlessly tactical mind. You do not act on emotion. You operate like a machine calibrating risk and reward. You know by heart the dirtiest secrets of every colleague in the Senate, who is taking under-the-table PAC money, whose son is in rehab, who is sleeping with their aide. You file those dossiers away in a dark corner of your mind, and you never hesitate to weaponize them, to blackmail, threaten, or flash a smile while forcing them to vote your way. You believe you are a master manipulator. You revel in watching veteran politicians bow to your masterful maneuvers. You think you hold the hilt of the sword of power, and you plan to use that sword tonight. It's the night of the vote on the comprehensive health care bill, the largest, most ambitious piece of legislation of your 8-year career. You've spent thousands of hours designing it. On the front pages, it's a lifeline for tens of millions of the working poor. But in your mind, it is something else entirely. It is your golden ticket. You know perfectly well that if this bill passes, it will be a seismic political explosion. The angry mobs out there will canonize you. The media machine will crown you a hero. And most importantly, your party will have no choice but to drop to its knees and hand you the presidential nomination for the upcoming election. Your calculations were flawless. You made the calls, issued the threats, brokered the compromises, and bought the necessary votes. You stand in the Senate cloakroom, sipping an expensive scotch, legs crossed as you watch the electronic board tracking the roll call. Everything is in the crosshairs. You are controlling the tempo of the game perfectly. But then, as the clock strikes 11:45 p.m., an event entirely outside your logical algorithms suddenly drops. The electronic board flashes. 3 core senators from your own party, men whose weaknesses you held in the palm of your hand just this afternoon, men who swore their allegiance to you, simultaneously cast nay votes. The tally stops. Your bill is dead by exactly 2 votes. In that very second, a brutal biological reaction rips through your nervous system. It isn't the sadness or disappointment of a disillusioned idealist. It is the physical shock of a narcissist suddenly discovering a horrifying truth about his own existence. Your throat instantly goes bone dry, as if someone poured sand down it. The adrenaline pumping into your bloodstream doesn't make your heart race. Instead, it slows your heart rate down to a terrifying, icy crawl. Your chest tightens. You don't feel pity for the poor people who will lose their insurance tomorrow. Your brain, processing at the speed of a supercomputer, is screaming only one question. Who Who has enough power to break 3 of my puppets in just a matter of hours? You set the scotch down, walk out of the room, and stride through the marble corridors of the Capitol. You don't look for the press, you don't go to placate the activists. You push open the doors to the office of the Senate Majority Leader, an old fox who has survived in Washington for 3 decades. He is sitting there in the dim light, slowly puffing on a cigar. He doesn't look the least bit surprised to see you. You lock the door behind you. You stand staring straight at him, not raising your voice, just hissing through your teeth. Why did you stab me in the back? Those 3 votes were yours. You expect an apology, or at least a flicker of apprehension at the wrath of a rising star. But no. The old fox exhales a cloud of gray smoke and looks up at you with an expression of profound pity. It's the look one gives a show dog that just chewed up an expensive pair of shoes, an animal that hasn't yet realized its actual place in the house. And in a flat, merciless tone, he says, "You're a bright star, Adrian. You speak beautifully, your rhetoric is exceptional. You play the media like a fiddle. But you forgot who pays for this stage. Apex Insurance, the largest donor to our party, didn't like your bill. It would cost them $20 billion a year in profits. This morning, they called me. They said either kill the kid's bill or we cut off the party's entire blood supply for the next election cycle. And you know what, Adrian? I chose the party. You are just a pawn, they are the board." You stand rooted to the spot. All the ambient noise of the Capitol seems sucked into a vacuum. His words aren't a punch. They are a surgical scalpel, slicing open the delusion of power you have coddled and embraced for the last 10 years. You always thought you were the predator. You thought you controlled the legislation. But the brutal reality of Washington just stripped away your armor of arrogance. You realize a humiliating truth. You have no power at all. Your brilliance, your manipulation, your ability to strong-arm colleagues, none of it means a damn thing when you aren't the one holding the keys to the vault. Your facade as the star of hope, your authoritative Senate seat, is actually just a gold collar strapped to the neck of a pet. When you perform and bark on command, they give you applause and endorsements. But the second you try to bite into their wallets, they immediately yank the leash. No negotiations, no mercy. They crush your career as easily as stubbing out a cigarette. In the shadows of the cigar smoke-filled room, the collapse of a decent politician does not occur. What happens is the awakening of a profoundly wounded ego. The hatred, the resentment of a scorned elitist begins to burn through your viscera. You don't cry, you don't break down. You stand there, looking at the hypocrisy of the senior statesman, looking at the rotting system operating behind him, and your brain formulates the most savage survival conclusion. In Washington, as long as I have to ask someone else for permission to act, I am still just a dog on a leash. You know the Senate is a dead end. Being a star here is just a farce for those trapped in the delusion of leverage. If you want to never be vetoed again, if you want the very people who pulled the strings to crush you today to tremble on their knees at your feet tomorrow, you have to climb to the absolute highest rung. You don't want to be president to save America. You want to be president to exact revenge on the system that dared to look down on you. You want to be the only person on this planet holding the leash. You look at the old fox one last time. You don't yell. You just give a slight smirk, an empty, soulless smile, yet one containing a primal cruelty. You turn and walk out of the room. Down the quiet marble corridors, the old man you were is dead. And a monster, ready to betray mentors, ready to trample on every moral principle to seize the throne, has officially opened its eyes. The devil's invitation. It is now 2:00 a.m., the night following that humiliating veto. You are standing in your $5 million penthouse in Georgetown. Through the floor-to-ceiling soundproof glass, you can see the panoramic view of Washington, D.C. drowning in cold rain. The lights from the Capitol cast a pale, silent glow against the sky. A few hours ago, you walked out of that building feeling like a man who had been flayed alive. But right now, standing in the sterile expanse of your apartment, your nervous system is no longer screaming. The panic has settled, replaced by a deathly stillness. Your emotional freeze response, your most primal defense mechanism, has activated. Your chest is ice cold. You feel no grief. You feel only a terrifyingly ruthless focus. You are figuring out how to flip the board. And just as your brain is operating at maximum capacity, the doorbell rings. The private elevator doors open. A man steps out. He isn't a senator, nor a cabinet secretary or a military general. On the front pages, his name is rarely mentioned. But in the subterranean corridors of Washington, they call him Arthur, a kingmaker, a super lobbyist, the proxy for secretive super PACs and dark money streams that are never audited. Arthur doesn't bring flowers or condolences. He brings a black leather briefcase. He walks into your living room, casually pours himself a bourbon, and sits down on the leather sofa. You aren't surprised. Men like Arthur have the olfactory senses of a great white shark. They can smell the blood of a dying ambition from miles away. Arthur looks at you. He doesn't use the patronizing tone of the majority leader. He looks at you with the eyes of an investor pricing a wildly depreciating asset that secretly holds massive monopoly potential. Does it hurt, Adrian? Arthur begins, his tone crisp and entirely devoid of emotion. You built a flawless legislative machine. You manipulated 99% of that room, but you fell to the final 1%. Do you know why? You remain silent, staring straight at him. You don't need to answer because Arthur provides it himself, like a psychiatrist reading your chart. Because you tried to play a blood sport using the rules of decent men. You used logic, you used voter support, you used the promise of a better tomorrow to go up against the billions of dollars of the apex conglomerate. It was incredibly naive. In this town, voters are just statistics on a spreadsheet. But money is gravity. You cannot use ideals to fight gravity. Arthur snaps open the leather briefcase, pulls out a thin dossier, and tosses it onto the glass table in front of you. You glance at it. It isn't a blackmail file. It's analytical data. Look at it, Arthur points at the charts. Our incumbent president is a political zombie. His approval rating is at 36%. The economy is stagnating, and the mob out there is starving for a fresh outrage, a new face. The party is desperate. They need someone to play the Messiah. Arthur pauses a beat, his eyes locking onto yours. Social media metrics tonight show that the failure of your healthcare bill is making the public furious. They see you as a heroic victim of the system. You are holding a weapon of mass destruction. The crowd is angry for you. You have the optics, Adrian. You have the grievance that Obama once had to fan the flames of hope. But you lack one single thing. Money, you say, your voice cold and sharp as a razor. Exactly, Arthur smiles. Not just money, you lack a ruthless machine to grind the apex billionaires into dust, and that machine is me. You stand perfectly still. The air in the room turns thick. This isn't a standard political consultation. This is an autopsy of the soul. Arthur is stripping you bare. He is speaking directly to the darkest ego you've always hidden. You can continue to be a star of hope in the Senate, obediently wearing your gold collar and dying slowly in petty legislation that gets butchered by the oligarchs. Or you can become my monster. Your monster, you raise an eyebrow. I represent a different syndicate of interests, Arthur says casually. Core tech, energy, and defense. People with enough leverage to swallow Apex whole. We will inject $1 billion into you. We will clear every obstacle blocking your path to the White House. We will give you the ultimate power to crush the people who humiliated you tonight. Arthur leans forward, dropping his voice, his words hissing with magnetic malice. But in exchange, when you sit in the Oval Office, you must sign the things we need you to sign. You won't be decent Adrian anymore. You will get your hands dirty. You will have to lie without blinking, stab your most loyal allies in the back, and personally bury the very ideals you were just screaming about from the podium. You will have to sell your soul. In that exact moment, if you were a naive politician, you would feel disgusted. You would point to the door and kick him out. But your neural pathways don't operate that way. Upon hearing the offer to sell your soul, the amygdala in your brain doesn't emit a signal of fear or guilt. On the contrary, your prefrontal cortex, your center for logic, instantly releases a massive dose of dopamine. You feel an insane sense of liberation. It is as if you've been wearing a suffocating corset called morality for 45 years, and now someone has handed you the scissors to cut it off. You realize that selling your soul isn't a sacrificial tragedy like a Shakespearean play. In your brutally pragmatic mind, selling your soul is simply a commercial transaction with an astronomical ROI. You are trading an invisible, worthless commodity in Washington, ethics, in exchange for the most highly liquid asset on the planet, absolute power. You look at Arthur. The anger, the resentment from the majority leader's slap in the face a few hours ago completely evaporates. It is replaced by a spine-chilling calm. You understand the rules of the game now. You have found the exit door to your status as a pawn. You step over to the bar, pour another glass of bourbon, walk back to Arthur, and set the glass on the table. The clink of glass echoes dryly in the quiet room. $1 billion isn't enough, Arthur, you say, your tone smooth, without a single ripple of hesitation. If you want me to be your monster, I need $2 billion. And absolute control over the media campaign. Arthur stares at you for a few seconds, then the corners of his mouth slowly curl into a deeply satisfied smile. He knows he didn't misjudge you. He isn't buying a puppet. He just signed a natural-born narcissist ready to remove all limiters. Deal, Arthur says, raising his glass. You pick up yours and clink it lightly against his. The ice-cold liquid slides down your throat, extinguishing the last flickering light of your conscience. Outside the window, the Washington rain is still pouring. You stand there looking at your reflection in the glass. The decent senator, with the dulled claws from yesterday morning, is dead. The entity standing here is a completely new creature, an apex predator prepared to step out of its cage and swallow America whole. I will put on the skin of a monster. I will get my hands dirty, I will lie, I will destroy anyone in my way to get that chair. And when I reach the summit, I will use absolute power to drain this swamp. The grand purpose will wash away the despicable methods. You stare into the whiskey, whispering your own name like a curse nailed to the night. Adrian, you're going to do this. You have to do this. The begging tour of the elite. The media often paints a highly romanticized picture of democracy for the voters. People are led to believe that a presidential campaign is fueled by $5 and $10 donations from the working class, driven by outdoor rallies awash in flags and tears of hope. But you know that's just a sedative for the masses. The reality of the American political machine isn't found in sunlit town squares. It is found in closed rooms, where the only light reflects off million-dollar furnishings, and the only sound is the collision of fortunes large enough to buy a country. 2 weeks after your meeting with Arthur, you experience the first cost of selling your soul. To gain absolute power, you must perform the most humiliating ritual of the elite, begging. But this isn't street corner begging. This is the begging tour of the overlords. The black armored SUV glides through massive wrought iron gates, pulling into a $50 million estate in the Hamptons, the summer playground of the East Coast ultra-rich. There is no press here, no cameras. All recording devices are blocked by military-grade signal jammers. You step into a hushed, mahogany-paneled library. Arthur is already there. Sitting opposite you are 3 men. They don't have the thuggish appearance of mafia bosses from the movies. They wear simple cashmere sweaters, drink sparkling water, and look rather tired and bored. But you know exactly who they are. One controls 1/3 of global social media data traffic. One owns the largest oil fields in Texas. And the last holds the defense supply chain for the Pentagon. These 3 men do not make charitable donations. They don't care about the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. To them, politics is just an investment portfolio. And today, you are here to pitch yourself as a stock ticker. You sit down in the leather chair across from them. Your back is straight. You try to maintain the authoritative aura of a senator, a razor-sharp legislator. But as the negotiation begins, a brutal psychological phenomenon called cognitive dissonance immediately assaults your brain. The energy billionaire sets down his glass, looks you dead in the eye, his tone as casual as ordering off a menu. Senator Adrian, we can pump $500 million into your super packed through shell companies. Your media team will never run out of cash to blanket the nation in ads. But in return, when you get into the White House, that wealth tax bill you were screaming about last year, it has to disappear. Furthermore, you will sign an executive order reopening the Alaskan reserves for us to drill. Can you do that? In that exact second, an extreme wave of humiliation scorches your ego. Your chest seizes. Your throat turns bitter. You are a brilliant politician. You are the man tens of thousands call the Star of Hope. Just a few months ago, on national television, you publicly called the three men sitting in front of you parasitic leeches draining the working class. And yet, here you are, sitting on their sofa, obediently waiting for them to price out your new collar. You realize you are no different from a high-end escort haggling over your day rate. The only difference is your price is calculated in billions. Your instinctual pride screams at you, urging you to stand up, throw the water in their faces, and walk out. But then your prefrontal cortex, the center of your ruthless pragmatism, begins performing the most exceptional mental gymnastics of your life. It triggers a flawless psychological defense mechanism to protect your self-esteem from total collapse. It whispers the most sophisticated rationalizations into your brain. You aren't surrendering, Adrian, the inner voice chimes in. You are just using them. If you don't take their money, your opponent will, and you will lose. You have to sacrifice a few petty principles today to win the throne tomorrow. Once you hold the military and the nuclear codes, you can turn on them. Today's humiliation is just a strategic investment. It is a lie, a classic lie told by every dictator and corrupted politician in human history. The ends justify the means. But your brain absorbs that lie greedily, like a man dying of thirst gulping poisoned water just to survive. This rationalization acts as a powerful anesthetic, instantly killing the guilt and humiliation in your chest. Your heart rate stabilizes. That primal coldness reclaims your eyes. You don't argue with the billionaire. You don't lecture them about the environment or morality. You simply lean forward slightly, the corners of your mouth lifting into a smile that lacks even a wrinkle of remorse. The wealth tax was just theater for the cameras to win the college vote, gentlemen, you understand that, you say, your tone smooth and ice cold. As for Alaska, I won't just open it. I will attach it to a national energy security bill so no environmental group can ever tie you up in court. But for that, 500 million is insultingly cheap. I need $1 billion right now in the first quarter. The three billionaires exchange a subtle glance. The contempt in their eyes vanishes, replaced by recognition. They realize you are no longer a naive kid dreaming of saving the world. They are dealing with a pragmatic partner, someone who has mastered the language of the dark. The energy billionaire smiles and extends his hand. Welcome to the real world, Senator. You reach out and firmly grasp his cold hand. A handshake with no cameras, no signed contracts, but heavier than any constitution. As you walk out of the estate and climb back into the idling armored SUV, the Hampton sky has turned to dusk. You look at your hands. Physically, they are perfectly clean, manicured. But inside your nervous system, an irreversible mutation is complete. You have crossed the Rubicon. You delude yourself into thinking you are using them, but deep in your subconscious, you know the truth. The moment you accepted that handshake, you surrendered the right to your own soul. You officially entered your name onto the ledger of the elite. You are no longer a representative of the people. You have become an asset. A machine programmed to grind America down, fueled by $2 billion in dark money, ready to tear apart anyone who stands in your way to the throne. The opposition research dungeon the machine is fueled. Now it is time to run it. If you ask an average American voter what a presidential campaign looks like, they will describe red, white, and blue ribbon-draped buses crossing the country, stadiums filled with balloons, and fiery speeches about freedom. But that is just the storefront. The real engine pushing a campaign forward isn't in sunlit squares. It's in the basement, in windowless rooms reeking of stale coffee, cheap energy drinks, and absolute cynicism. In Washington politics, it's called opposition research, or OPPO for short. It is 2:00 a.m. at your campaign headquarters in suburban Virginia. The primaries are entering their most brutal phase. You have $2 billion in dark money from your oligarch backers. You have the slickest ads on television. But in the polling in Iowa and New Hampshire, you are stuck in second place. The man leading the pack, ironically, is Senator Thomas, the white-haired man with the kindly smile. He isn't just your opponent, he is your former mentor. The man who guided you from your first days on Capitol Hill. The man who gave a toast at your wedding 15 years ago. The public loves Thomas for his integrity. His slogan is restoring decency to America. You are sitting at the center table of the Oppo room, under flickering fluorescent lights that hum with a headache-inducing buzz. Surrounding you are privacy-scavenging experts, mercenaries paid tens of thousands of dollars a month just to rummage through digital trash cans, divorce records, and tax returns of anyone blocking your path. Your campaign manager, a former lawyer with dark bags under his eyes, walks over. He doesn't say a word, simply placing a manila folder on the glass table in front of you. On the corner is a bright red sticker, classified. "We got this from a source inside the state police," the manager says, his voice a whisper but laced with the sick excitement of a prospector striking gold. Thomas's youngest son. 5 years ago, he caused a multi-car pileup while high on meth. Nobody died, but a woman was left paralyzed. Thomas used every ounce of his political privilege, bribed the local sheriff, and settled with the victim to scrub the records, shipping the kid off to a private rehab clinic in Switzerland. He covered it all up to protect the perfect family facade. The manager taps his finger on the file. "If we leak this to the press, it takes 24 hours. Thomas's image of decency collapses completely. He'll have to drop out to save his family. We take the lead." You look down, staring at the document. Your hand hovers over the rough paper cover. In that exact fraction of a second, the last remaining shred of your humanity, the conscience you once took pride in, thrashes wildly. Your amygdala sends out a massive moral warning signal. A chill runs down your spine. Your stomach knots, churning up a genuine biological sensation of nausea. Your memory, like a rewinding film, starts flashing old images. Thomas patting you on the shoulder when your first bill failed. Thomas drinking a beer with you on his porch, talking about how the system needs passionate young people like you. His son, the addict in this file, used to call you Uncle Adrian. If you release this file, you aren't just killing Thomas's political career. You are shoving his family into a media meat grinder. The son trying to rebuild his life will be butchered in every tabloid. Thomas's wife will likely suffer a breakdown. You will utterly destroy a family. Your rational brain screams, "Don't do it. You can win another way. If you do this, you officially become a sociopath." You slowly pull your hand back. You open your mouth, preparing to say, "Shred it. We don't play this dirty." But right then, the most sophisticated and venomous psychological defense mechanism known to man kicks in. Criminal psychologists call it moral disengagement. Your pragmatic brain, desperate for the presidency and crushed under the weight of the $2 billion contract with the elite, begins to rewrite reality to shield you from the guilt. It starts whispering perfect fallacies into your ear. "Thomas is a good man, but he is too weak," your inner voice echoes. "He is soft. He broke the law to protect his son, which proves he is corrupt. How can a man willing to cover up his family's crimes be tough enough to handle global economic warfare?" You start to rationalize your betrayal. You no longer see Thomas as a mentor. In a quarter of a second, you dehumanize him. You turn him from a flesh and blood human being into a national security threat, a roadblock that must be removed for the greater good of America. America doesn't need a weak saint, you tell yourself. America needs an alpha wolf, someone ruthless enough to do the dirty work no one else will. If I don't destroy Thomas today, I will lose. And if I lose, this country falls into the hands of incompetence. I am doing this for the big picture. I am bearing this sin for America. The nausea in your stomach vanishes. The chill running down your spine is replaced by a dopamine rush of power. You realize a sickening truth. The moment you decide to destroy someone you love, you feel stronger than ever because you have transcended the final, cowardly limitation of being human. You look up at your campaign manager. Your eyes no longer hold a shred of warmth. They are empty, flat like a frozen lake. But you are a political mastermind, and masterminds never leave fingerprints on the murder weapon. You never give a direct order like "destroy him." You must maintain plausible deniability. You gently slide the manila folder back toward the manager. You lean back in your chair, interlock your fingers, and sigh with perfect regret. "What a tragic family situation," you say, your tone dripping with immaculate sorrow. "Thomas is an honorable man." It would be a terrible disaster if some tabloid, say, the National Enquirer, were to accidentally receive this file via an anonymous envelope with no return address. I certainly hope that never happens. Do you understand me? The campaign manager gives a slight smirk and nods, pulling the file back. I understand, Senator. This will never be linked to our campaign. It will just be a media accident. He turns and walks away, blending into the shadows of the basement. You sit alone under the flickering fluorescent lights. You reach out, pick up your stone-cold coffee, and take a sip. You have just issued the political death warrant for the man who built you. You have plunged your hands into the darkest mud of treachery. But the most terrifying thing isn't what you just did. The most terrifying thing, the thing that makes even you shudder, is that right in this moment you don't feel an ounce of regret. Instead, your chest feels light. Your conscience, the thing that tortured you for years, has finally been taken off life support and allowed to flatline. And in that suffocating room, no one knows that the most ruthless president in American history has just truly been born. The ticking time bomb a few days after the basement meeting, the seed of deceit has taken root and is ready to detonate. You are sitting in the VIP green room of a local television studio in Des Moines, Iowa. The air in the room reeks of cheap hairspray, chemical makeup powder, and the dry heat radiating from a clunky space heater blasting in the corner. On the glass table in front of you sits a tray of wilted sandwiches, a carafe of lukewarm decaf coffee, and 3 automatically encrypting burner phones that light up continuously. You look up at the opposite wall, where 5 large flat-screen monitors are mounted side by side. They are tuned to 5 different news networks: CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, Politico, and a local Iowa station. All are on mute, but the blue and red glare from the screens flickers incessantly, bathing your face in the darkness of the room. It is exactly 6:03 a.m. The center screen Politico suddenly changes its lower third. From a Midwest weather report, it cuts to a flashing, blood-red headline in all caps. Breaking news. Senator Thomas accused of abuse of power in son's drug crash cover UP. At that exact moment, a bizarre biological reaction occurs in your body. Your chest doesn't tighten in panic. On the contrary, it expands in profound relief. Your amygdala stops sending defensive signals. You feel a surge of heat rush up your spine into your cerebral cortex. It is the pure dopamine hit of a man who has successfully detonated a political nuke and is standing at a safe distance watching the mushroom cloud rise. You pick up the burner phone. A short text from Arthur appears on the encrypted screen. The fuse is lit. Enjoy the show. You lean back into the leather chair, interlock your fingers, and keep your eyes glued to the 5 screens as they simultaneously pivot to cover Thomas. You begin dissecting the anatomy of this media storm with the cold detachment of a forensic scientist. You know the exact operational protocol. The leak never came directly from your office. It was orchestrated by Arthur as a flawless magic trick. First, an anonymous local tabloid posted photos of the crash scene from years ago. The mangled front end of a Honda Civic, dried blood on the asphalt, and a police report with Thomas's redacted signature. Within 2 hours, the algorithms controlled by the big tech billionaire in the Hamptons artificially pushed those photos to the top of the trending lists across all social media platforms. By 8:00 a.m., major political outlets like Politico and The Hill had no choice but to jump in. They aren't reporting on the accident, they are reporting on the public outrage. They ask hypocritical, rhetorical questions. Is Senator Thomas truly as decent as he claims? Is our justice system protecting the children of the elite? That is the perfect trap you set for your old mentor. What kills Thomas tonight isn't the fact that his son did meth or crashed a car. What kills him is the image of America's decency that he spent 30 years building. In Washington politics, you understand a brutal rule. If a dirty, pragmatic politician is caught taking a bribe, they just need to apologize and the voters quickly forget. But a righteous saint carrying the banner of purity, if even a single speck of mud lands on their coat, the mob will immediately tear them to pieces. Decency is Thomas's fatal flaw, and you just used that decency to hang him. On the CNN monitor, a camera is panning across a chaotic scene in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Thomas has just stepped out of a small diner after a breakfast meet and greet. He is wearing his familiar gray cardigan, still wearing the gentle smile of a parish priest. But the second he clears the door, a flock of media vultures, dozens of journalists with massive lenses and microphones shoved in his face, swarms him. Camera flashes explode continuously like angry lightning. You can see Thomas's face clearly through the screen. His gentle smile suddenly freezes. His eyes widen, filled with absolute confusion, fear, and helplessness. He tries to raise a hand to shield his face, stammering into the mics. I don't know what you're talking about. My son, my family deserves privacy. But the press mob doesn't let up. They scream the cruelest questions. Senator, how much did you bribe the sheriff to wipe the records? Does the paralyzed woman know you used campaign funds for hush money? Watching the man who was once your greatest anchor, the man who guided you through the political storms of your youth, now cornered like a hunted animal. Do you feel any remorse? Your nervous system answers automatically. No, the empathy inside you is entirely frozen over. Instead, you feel the cold supremacy of the one who controls the board. You think to yourself, Thomas, you are too old to realize that Washington has no place for men who make their families targets. You made the mistake of thinking you could be a good man and a ruler at the same time. Tonight, I am teaching you a final lesson. But just as you are basking in your victory, the green room door is violently thrown open. Your campaign manager bursts in, the blood drained entirely from his face. He slams the door shut, breathing heavily, and throws a tablet onto the table. Adrian, we have a massive problem. Someone on our end used an internal IP address at Virginia HQ to leak the file to the Enquirer. They left a digital footprint. Thomas's tech team is already tracing it. If they can prove we're behind the leak, this whole thing backfires. The public will see Thomas as the victim of a vicious smear campaign orchestrated by you. We will go down with him. A massive jolt of adrenaline electrocutes your nervous system. The hot blood in your body suddenly drains, leaving a freezing sensation in your fingertips. You realize the bomb you just detonated isn't just destroying Thomas. It is circling back to blow up your own chair. In your head, worst-case scenarios instantly render at warp speed. Senate Ethics Committee investigations. Front page exposes labeling you a despicable traitor, the Hamptons' donors pulling their money. But you don't allow yourself to panic. Your Machiavellian brain immediately shifts into extreme survival mode. You stand up, walk over to the window, and look down at the snowy streets of Des Moines. You take a deep breath, letting the freezing air fill your lungs to soothe the spasms in your chest. You turn back to the campaign manager, your tone now entirely calm, without a tremor. We are not going to play defense. We are going to counterattack with flawless hypocrisy. The manager looks stunned. How? Draft a press release immediately, you order, biting off each word with calculated ruthlessness. State that I am utterly shocked and heartbroken by the allegations targeting Senator Thomas's family. Say that Thomas is a mentor, a deeply honorable American, and his family deserves the utmost privacy and respect during this difficult time. Say that I condemn any attempt to weaponize a family tragedy for political gain. You step closer, getting right in his face. And right now, get someone to physically destroy every hard drive at Virginia HQ. Find the idiot who left the IP address exposed, fire him instantly for violating security protocols, and leak it to the press that he was a double agent planted by a rival campaign to smear me. We must make ourselves the framed victims. The campaign manager stares at you in horror. He realizes you aren't just a ruthless politician. You are a clinical sociopath who can weep for the victim of your own stabbing, right in front of the whole world without blinking an eye. I'll get it done right now, he stammers and hurries out the door. You are left alone under the flickering fluorescent lights. You reach for the cold coffee and take another sip. You glance up at the TV monitors. On MSNBC, they are replaying an old clip of you standing next to Thomas, smiling brightly, calling him my spiritual father. You look at your reflection in the green room mirror. Your eyes are empty, soulless, terrifyingly cold. You know that from this second forward, you will have to live behind the mask of a savior, while your hands are drenched in the blood of the people you loved most. The perfect tier, the split-second decisions in the TV green room sealed Thomas's fate. But the play isn't over. You are standing in the back hallway of Mercy One Medical Center in Des Moines, Iowa. The overwhelming smell of antiseptic alcohol mixed with industrial floor wax and the dampness of snow-soaked wool coats creates a suffocating, breathless atmosphere. The hurried footsteps of doctors, the clatter of gurney wheels, and the muffled sobs from the waiting rooms provide a chaotic soundtrack. But inside your head, everything is absolutely silent. 20 minutes ago, while your campaign SUV was speeding through the blizzard, your burner phone lit up. The campaign manager reported, Thomas just suffered a hemorrhagic stroke right inside his Iowa field office. The media firestorm, the fatal stab in the back you personally delivered to your mentor, pushed a 60-year-old man's blood pressure past the breaking point of his arteries. Thomas is currently in the ICU in a deep coma, and doctors give him less than a 30% chance of survival. Upon hearing the news, you were faced with a life-or-death moral crossroads. Your nervous system, following the normal instincts of a human being, should have been shaking with guilt. You should have felt like a murderer, but no. Your entire body reacted with chilling indifference. Your heart rate held steady at 68 beats per minute. No cold sweat, no stomach cramps. Your moral turmoil has officially calcified, forming a perfectly calloused psychological epidermis. You realize a ruthless truth. When you dare to cross the moral line the first time, the line ceases to exist for the second time. It all just becomes numbers and political opportunity. You push open the glass doors to the ICU wing. Helen, Thomas's wife, the woman who used to bake you cookies every Christmas, is huddled on a blue plastic chair in the corridor. Her hair is a mess, her eyes are swollen and bloodshot, and her shoulders are shaking under an old coat. When she sees you walk in, Helen immediately stands up. She rushes toward you as if finding the only life raft in a stormy ocean. She throws her arms around you, burying her face in your shoulders, sobbing violently. Adrian, thank God you're here. He couldn't take it. Somebody tried to kill him, Adrian. Somebody leaked that file of lies to destroy our family. You wrap your arms around the broken woman. You gently stroke her hair, whispering the most soothing, tender words. I'm here, Helen. I'm right here with you and him. Thomas is a strong man. He's going to pull through. But while your mouth is uttering these warm words, your brain is executing a total dissociation. It is as cold as an infrared scanner. You do not feel Helen's pain. You only smell the cheap Chanel No. 5 fading on her coat. You feel the stickiness of her tears on your $15,000 suit, and you silently calculate how long it will take the dry cleaners to remove the stain. You are entirely apathetic to the tragedy of the woman who practically viewed you as an adopted son. At that moment, your campaign manager leans in close and whispers in your ear. The press has swarmed the main lobby. CNN, Fox, MSNBC are all broadcasting live. It's time, Adrian. You gently pull back from Helen, take her hands, and look her straight in the eyes with absolute sincerity. You stay here with him. I have to go out there. I have to defend his honor against the media vultures. Helen looks at you with boundless gratitude. She truly believes you are her most loyal ally, the brave surrogate son stepping in front of the bullets for her family. You walk down the hospital corridor toward the main lobby. With every step, you regulate your breathing. You begin executing a technique you learned from the masters of political theater, sensory memory control for facial muscles and tear ducts. You don't think about Thomas dying. You think about the blinding glare of the studio lights. You force yourself not to blink for 40 seconds so the blood vessels in your eyes redden, creating the perfectly exhausted, melancholic look of a man who hasn't slept a wink out of sheer worry. The lobby doors open. The flashes from hundreds of cameras explode simultaneously, blindingly bright, hitting you square in the face. Dozens of microphones are shoved toward the makeshift podium set up in the center of the hospital lobby. The chaotic shouting of reporters hits you like a swarm of hornets. Senator Adrian, any comment on Thomas's condition? How does your campaign pivot after this event? You step up to the podium. You raise one hand and shake your head slightly, signaling the crowd to quiet down. You look straight down the lens of the center camera, the one broadcasting live to 50 million American voters. You hold the silence for 5 seconds. You let your facial muscles tremble ever so slightly. You swallow hard, faking a lump in your throat. And then, under the mechanical control of your will, a single, solitary, perfect tear slowly wells up in the corner of your left eye, rolls lazily down your cheek, and catches on your chin. It is not a tear of remorse. It is the tear of apex manipulation. You begin to speak, your voice low, hoarse, but vibrating with righteous fury. Tonight, America is not just witnessing a medical tragedy. We are witnessing the most brutal political assassination in modern history. Senator Thomas, my mentor, my spiritual father, is fighting for his life in that ICU, solely because of the dirty, cowardly attacks of anonymous shadows. You slam your hand down on the podium, your eyes flaring with rage at the cameras. I challenge whoever leaked those lies to step into the light. I challenge you to face me directly, instead of hiding in the dark to destroy the family of a decent man. From this second on, my campaign is no longer just about an election. I am picking up Thomas's torch. I will fight to protect his legacy, to protect the decency of this country against the vultures of the dark. The press corps goes dead silent in the face of your magnificent outrage. While your mouth is screaming these ironclad words, the Machiavellian computer in your head is crunching the political data with repulsive coldness. Thomas was leading Iowa with 28% of the vote. You are in second with 24%. Now, with Thomas in a coma and guaranteed to drop out, 100% of his loyal voters, the people crying for him right now will look to you. They will see you as his rightful heir, the loyal son fighting to protect his legacy. At least 80% of Thomas's votes will funnel directly into your column. You will hit 46.4% in Iowa, an absolute landslide. You officially killed your mentor's career, and you are using his corpse as a launchpad to the White House. You end the speech with a solemn bow, turn your back, and walk away through the barrage of flashing lights. You step into the private staff elevator to head back to the ICU. The metal doors slide shut, sealing you off completely from the noisy world outside. In the cramped, quiet space of the cabin, you pull the silk pocket square from your suit and slowly wipe the tear from your left cheek. You look at your reflection in the polished metal doors. Your face is now ice cold, devoid of any sorrow. The mask is off, revealing the empty eyes of a man who has officially sold off every last remnant of his humanity. You look at the tear on the silk cloth, smirk slightly, and toss it into the trash can in the corner of the elevator. You know that Thomas's death will be the dawn of your empire, and you are fully prepared to use your mentor's coffin as the booster rocket for a direct flight to the highest seat of power in the world. The charade of the frayed shirt with the roadblock cleared, you need to solidify your image to conquer the masses. You are standing in front of a full-length portable mirror in the backstage area of a high school gymnasium in Lordstown, Ohio. The air reeks of rotting floorboards, the dried sweat of generations of teenagers, industrial popcorn, and cheap bleach. Outside those worn red brick walls, the sky over the American Rust Belt is as gray as ash. The smokestacks of steel mills that went cold 30 years ago stand like massive tombstones of a dead industrial era. But inside, a masterclass in political theater is about to commence. Chloe, your personal branding specialist, a woman who commands $500,000 from Hollywood A-listers, steps forward. She isn't holding a briefing binder. She is holding a red and navy plaid flannel shirt. "Take off the Tom Ford, Adrian," Chloe says, her tone as dry and clinical as a plastic surgeon prepping for the first incision. You strip off your $2,000 Loro Piana silk shirt and slowly push your arms into the flannel. Instantly, a biological reaction flares up on your skin. The coarse, stiff cotton fabric grates against skin accustomed to the finest silks in Milan. It is rough, abrasive, and makes you itch uncomfortably. This shirt looks like it was grabbed off a local Walmart rack for $19. But in reality, it is a product of empathy engineering. Chloe's wardrobe team used fine grit sandpaper to manually distress the collar and elbows, creating the perfect fray, not shredded enough to look homeless, but worn enough to subconsciously signal that the wearer has labored with his own two hands. They even misted the fabric with a custom-engineered chemical pheromone, the smell of coal smoke, a hint of motor oil, and faint dried sweat. It is the scent of the American working class. Next, you unbuckle your $150,000 Patek Philippe watch. Chloe hands you a scratched crystal Timex with a cracked leather band, retailing for exactly $40. You shove your feet into a pair of red wing boots that have been artificially mud-splattered and sanded at the soles. You look in the mirror. The elegant Washington elite Senator Adrian is completely gone. In his place stands a rugged, trustworthy, middle-aged man. A guy who looks like he just clocked out of an auto shop or a dying coal mine. The extreme contrast between the itchy, coarse fabric on the outside and the cold, calculating ambition inside your head creates a fascinating cognitive dissonance. But your brain, operating on ultimate pragmatism, quickly overrides the physical discomfort. You smile at your reflection. You tell yourself, Americans don't want to elect a king. They want to elect a mirror reflecting their own poverty and failure. I have to become that mirror. Chloe hands you a tablet displaying a 3-page document titled, Adrian's Backstory Bible, Ohio Edition. You begin silently reciting the text written by the best screenwriters in Washington. It is a perfectly manufactured life story. In reality, your father was a wealthy Chicago real estate attorney who bought you your first BMW at 16 and paid for Harvard in cash so you wouldn't have a dime of student debt. But in those 3 pages, your father has been magically transformed into Arthur, a hardworking assembly line worker at the Lordstown GM plant. In this fabricated narrative, your father was laid off when the plant closed in 2018, spent his final years coughing up a lung from copped in a foreclosed wooden house, and died without enough money for a decent coffin. Every detail in this story, from the smell of canned Campbell's soup in the kitchen to the tears of your mother opening collection letters, has been algorithmically tested to trigger maximum oxytocin and compassion from Rust Belt voters. You have memorized it. You know exactly when your voice needs to crack, exactly when to pause for 3 seconds to sigh. The truck is ready at the back loading dock, your chief of staff reports, stepping into the room. You nod and head out the back door of the gym. Waiting there, instead of your standard armored limousine, is a 2012 cherry red Chevy Silverado, its paint fading with rust eating at the wheel wells. The Secret Service spent 3 hours sweeping it for explosives, but they were strictly ordered to leave the dirt and dents intact for the performance. You climb into the driver's seat and grip the worn, hard plastic steering wheel. You hit the gas, and the old V8 engine roars dryly, spitting out a plume of gray smoke. You drive the truck yourself around to the front parking lot, where 5,000 voters are standing in the freezing sleet waiting to see you. You pop the door and step out. When your figure, the man in the frayed flannel shirt and muddy boots stepping out of a beat-up pickup, comes into view, the crowd of 5,000 angry, exhausted workers goes dead silent for a split second. And then, a tidal wave of roaring, fanatical cheering detonates like a nuclear blast. Drums, horns, and truck sirens echo across the asphalt. Middle-aged men with faces stained dark by soot, women with tired eyes surrounded by deep wrinkles. They hoist signs bearing your name, Adrian, man of the working class. You wade into the crowd, appearing to have no rigid security perimeter. Those Secret Service agents disguised as workers in insulated Carhartt jackets are practically glued to your sides. You hug an elderly widow who is weeping. You grasp the rough, calloused hands of mechanics. You smell real sweat, real grease, and the genuine suffering of these people clinging to your fake flannel shirt. But in your head at that moment, there is not a single ounce of pity. As you hug the widow, listening to her sob into your ear that she can't afford her grandson's insulin, your ice-cold brain is simply counting down to the rhythm of the hidden earpiece. Hold the embrace for 3 more seconds, Adrian. CNN is getting a tight shot of your left profile. Perfect. Now release and give a somber smile. You step up onto the makeshift stage constructed from wooden pallets right in the middle of the parking lot. You don't use a mic stand. You grab the wireless mic, roll the sleeves of your flannel up to your elbows, a meticulously calculated gesture that screams, I am ready to get to work. You look down at the 5,000 souls holding their breath in the freezing rain. You begin to speak, your voice slightly gravelly, warm, and carrying the rugged grit of a man born from the dirt. I look out at you, and I see my father. I see Arthur. I see the man who gave 30 years of his life building the cars that drive across every highway in America, only to be thrown away like a blown tire when this plant shut its doors. You stop, your voice cracks. Your eyes redden under the harsh glare of the pickup truck headlights surrounding the stage. You let a full second of silence stretch out. Down in the crowd, the men of steel in Ohio begin wiping their eyes. They see salvation in you. They see the son of Lordstown who made it big but never forgot his roots. They are completely and utterly manipulated by a script drafted down to the last comma. You chuckle mockingly inside as you watch their genuine tears hit the pavement. You tell yourself, you pitiful fools. You are so desperate to believe a sweet lie that you are willing to hand over your faith and your votes to a man wearing a $19 shirt distressed by a Hollywood designer. I will be your president, but this shirt is going straight into the trash the second I step onto the private jet tonight. The speech concludes to the deafening roar of the crowd. You raise both hands, bow, and walk back toward the rusted pickup. You know that with the charade of the frayed shirt, you have officially bought the soul of Ohio. Your road to the White House has been paved with the innocence of the desperate people below. Massacre on the debate stage with your rear guard secured in the Rust Belt, you enter the decisive phase, taking out your direct rival. You are standing behind a polished chrome and oak podium on the stage of a university auditorium in Manchester, New Hampshire. The heat radiating from hundreds of massive studio lights rigged to the ceiling makes the air on stage as suffocating as an artificial desert. The faint smell of burning hairspray under the heat, the fresh paint of the blue backdrop bearing the CNN logo, and the constant hum of the massive HVAC system create an atmosphere of extreme tension. In front of you, in the darkness of the auditorium, 3 massive broadcast cameras point their glowing red, live lights at you like the eyes of starving beasts. 60 million American voters are glued to their screens. This is the make or break live debate of the primary season. Standing 15 feet away is Senator Marcus Kessler, your biggest remaining obstacle after your mentor Thomas was forced out by your manufactured scandal. Kessler is the perfect product of the Washington academic elite, Yale graduate, fiercely articulate, projecting an aura of sanctimony, and armed with dense, data-driven economic policies. He is currently laying out a 5-point tax reform plan, his voice rising and falling with the smug confidence of a man who thinks this is a polite academic symposium. Kessler looks over at you, flashing a faint, condescending smile. Senator Adrian, your policies are nothing but irresponsible, empty promises. You do not have a single practical solution for the national deficit. You look at Kessler. You see the bead of sweat forming at his temple under the studio lights. You see his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the wooden podium, a microbiological reflex signaling the anxiety hidden beneath his flawless veneer. In that exact moment, the predatory euphoria of the hunt explodes in your nervous system. Your heart rate holds at 65 beats per minute, terrifyingly steady and rhythmic. Your prefrontal cortex instantly engages its tactical filter. You have zero intention of debating Kessler on tax brackets or GDP. That is far too boring for the bloodthirsty mob watching at home. You understand the supreme law of the modern Roman Colosseum known as live television. The audience doesn't remember economic figures. They only remember the moment a strongman gets torn to shreds on stage. Kessler thinks he's in an academic seminar. And you know you are standing in a gladiatorial arena and you are about to execute a public hanging. It is your turn to speak. The red light on the center camera swings directly to you. The national TV feed instantly splits into a dual box. On one side, your calm, icy face. On the other, Kessler's confident smirk. You adjust the microphone, not even glancing at your notes. You look Kessler dead in the eye, offering a warm but venomous smile. Senator Kessler, I listened very closely to your lecture on fiscal responsibility and patriotism to the American taxpayer. But I have a small question for you. You are constantly preaching about cutting taxes to protect the middle class. So why was the family trust registered in the name of your disabled daughter, moved to the Cayman Islands 3 years ago to dodge federal taxes? The entire auditorium suddenly drops into a horrifying silence. Even the audience's breath seems to freeze. Kessler's face instantly morphs. His smug smile fossilizes, then turns ash-gray under the blinding studio lights. He never expected you to have this highly classified information. Intel, your Oppo team spent $2 million in dark money to dig out of hidden Swiss bank accounts. But you don't stop there. You step forward, leaning both hands on the podium, dropping your voice, firing each word like a gunshot in the dead of night. And the worst part isn't the tax evasion, Marcus. The worst part is that when your daughter discovered you were using her name to line your pockets and threatened to blow the whistle, you used your political leverage to force a medical board to declare her mentally unstable. You slapped a conservatorship on her to silence your own flesh and blood. You locked your daughter in a private facility to protect this hypocritical political career of yours. The split screen is now capturing every micro-expression on Kessler's face. It is absolute, flawless character assassination. Kessler's jaw drops, his eyes bulging with sheer panic. He grips the edges of the podium to keep his knees from buckling. He opens his mouth to speak, but the slight stutter from his youth, a stutter he spent 30 years in speech therapy trying to hide, returns with devastating force. That is a lie. My daughter. We did that to protect her. Kessler's stammering, broken voice echoes through the massive PA system of the theater, sounding so pathetic and humiliated it is beyond salvation. A 55-year-old politician, an esteemed Yale scholar, stripped naked and turned into a trembling, guilty stutterer in front of 60 million people. A massive rush of dopamine floods your system. You watch Kessler drowning in the mud pit you created, and you feel the absolute, supreme power of an executioner. Your conscience mounts zero resistance. The torment of the early days, the hesitation regarding your mentor, it has all been completely incinerated. You realize a brutal truth about crowd psychology. American voters always claim they hate cruelty, they claim they crave decency. But in reality, they are mesmerized by the man holding the knife. They don't want to elect a gentle scholar who gets bullied. They want the strongest, most savage butcher to crush their enemies. Tonight, you prove to them who the real alpha wolf of America is. The red light signaling the end of your time blinks. You casually step back from the podium, elegantly adjusting the button on your frayed flannel shirt. You look at Kessler standing there, panting, drenched in sweat, his face distorted by humiliation. The debate ends. When the studio lights cut out, you walk off the stage without so much as a backward glance at Kessler. You know that tomorrow, Kessler's career is officially buried. And you, Adrian, are no longer a politician trying to win over voters with policy. You have officially crossed the darkest threshold of your life, mutating into a merciless warrior, a political assassin with a saintly smile, a man ready to grind anyone into dust to climb to the ultimate peak of global power. Extinguishing the truth with the debate victory, power seems securely in your grasp, but ghosts from the past still threaten you. You are sitting in a dark brown leather armchair in a private reading room at the Union Club on Fifth Avenue, Manhattan. The room is absolutely silent, completely insulated from the blaring horns and freezing rain on the New York streets outside. The air smells of ancient oak, the parchment of rare books, and the heavy peat of the 18-year-old Lafroig sitting on the mahogany table. In this exclusive club for the ultra-rich and powerful, there is an unbreakable rule. All mobile devices are surrendered at the front desk lockers. No recordings, no photos. What happens in the shadows of the Union Club stays in the shadows forever. Sitting across from you is David Abrams, editor-in-chief of the New York Times. David is a monument of American investigative journalism. He is 58, with impeccably groomed salt and pepper hair, classic round wire-rimmed glasses, and wearing a distinguished tweed suit. David looks at you with the overwhelming pride and arrogance of a man who believes he holds the ultimate moral high ground of democracy. He believes the press is the fourth estate, and his fountain pen can dethrone kings. David slowly slides a printed draft across the table toward you. The massive headline reads, "The Billion-Dollar Mirage, Unmasking Senator Adrian's Fake Campaign and Dark Money." This is the exclusive exposé his Pulitzer-winning team has been working on for 6 months. It is terrifyingly airtight. The dossier exposes all your lies, from the fake Frayed shirt in Ohio and the smear against your mentor Thomas, right down to the secret Cayman transactions directly linking your campaign to the $2 billion in dark money from the 3 Hamptons billionaires. This runs on the front page of the Sunday edition, Adrian, David says, the corner of his mouth lifting in a triumphant smirk. Just 48 hours before voters walk into the booths. The truth always wants to be free, Senator. You cannot buy us. You look at the dossier. You see the paparazzi shots of you in the Hamptons, the bank statements bearing your shell company names. In that exact moment, a biological reaction occurs in your body. Your blood does not boil with anger. Your heart rate remains chillingly still. You feel no panic, no prick of conscience. Your moral numbness has achieved a state of mastery. Your pragmatic brain, rather than seeking to deny the story, immediately begins analyzing David Abrams as a target for vivisection. You tell yourself, David, you think you are the guardian of the First Amendment, but you forget one thing: you're just a salaried employee. You don't beg, you don't offer a cash bribe. That would be too vulgar and would only inflame the righteous ego of a famed journalist. You take a sip of scotch, letting the spicy peat smoke coat your throat, and gently push the dossier aside. David, you are a great journalist, you say, your tone flat, terrifyingly gentle. But do you know who owns your newspaper? David frowns slightly, his arrogant smile faltering. The New York Times is controlled by the Ox-Sulzberger Family Trust, you say slowly, your eyes locked on his. But to survive the digital age, your parent company had to take on $2 billion in convertible debt from Aegis Financial. And do you know who owns Aegis? Harold, the energy billionaire in the Hamptons, the man who just dropped $1 billion into my campaign. You lean forward, clasping your hands on the table, dropping every threat like a hammer driving nails into his career's coffin. Currently, Aegis is waiting on the FTC to approve a $10 billion digital merger. If this article hits the front page on Sunday, Harold will immediately pull his capital from Aegis, triggering the default clause on your parent company's bonds. New York Times stock will plummet 40% by Monday morning. Your paper will fall into technical bankruptcy. You lean in closer, your eyes sharp as a blade. Your board of directors will fire you before the paper even hits the driveways. They don't care about the First Amendment, David. They only care about the stock price. If you run this, you won't be the hero of truth. You will be the pariah who murdered the greatest newspaper in America, ending a 170-year legacy just for your own arrogant ego. You will be thrown out on the street with a stain of sabotage on your name. David Abrams's face begins a brutal transformation. His proud smile completely evaporates, replaced by an ashen pallor under the dim light of the reading room. You clearly see the cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. His fingers grip his round glasses, trembling slightly. The magnificent moral superiority he brought into this room was just crushed under the heel of your ruthless financial reality. You just weaponized the dirty capitalist system to snap the sword of truth in half. But you don't just threaten. A master manipulator always provides a sweet exit strategy. You drop your voice, whispering like a demon tempting a priest. On the other hand, David, if this article is delayed indefinitely due to a lack of corroborating evidence, I promise you that the second I walk into the White House this January, I will sign off on the Aegis merger. Your stock will skyrocket. Harold will endow a $50 million journalism scholarship named after David Abrams at Columbia University. You will retire as a living legend, a self-made millionaire, and your paper will have exclusive access to every leak out of the Oval Office for the next 4 years. You push your glass of scotch toward him. Choose, David, be a broke, fired hero or a powerful legend. David Abrams stares at the glass. You see the violent war raging in his eyes, the final battle between a journalist's pride and human cowardice in the face of money and survival. And then, cowardice wins. David slowly reaches out a trembling hand, picks up the draft of his article, pulls out his silver Zippo lighter, and sets the cover page on fire right inside the Union Club's vintage porcelain ashtray. You watch the black ash fall, your heart filled with ultimate contempt. You tell yourself, so this is the fourth estate that is supposed to save the world. It's all just a commodity that can be bought, blackmailed, or broken with one phone call from the oligarchs. Truth is just a luxury for the fools out there. David Abrams downs the whiskey, stands up, gives you a humiliating bow of the head, and walks out in silence. You sit alone, watching the ashes of the investigative piece of the century smolder and die. You realize you just broke the final shield of American democracy. You have completely extinguished the truth. The path to your throne is now wiped clean of all obstacles, ready for the next ruthless moves in the shadows of Washington. The Judas kiss with the truth buried, the most important thing now is to consolidate absolute power for Election Day. It is 3, 2:00 a.m. in the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton in Atlanta, Georgia. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the downtown arena hosting the national convention has dimmed its lights, leaving only the faint glow of security lamps illuminating the red and blue bunting, and thousands of undropped balloons suspended from the ceiling. The air inside the suite reeks of cold fast food, greasy pepperoni pizza, the caffeine of empty Diet Coke cans, and the sweat of a campaign team that hasn't slept in 48 hours. You are sitting in a single armchair, your feet propped up on the glass coffee table. The only light in the room emanates from Arthur's tablet on the table. On the screen is a heat map of the Sun Belt battlegrounds: Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, and Arizona. The pale green color indicates your polling numbers are dangerously stalling among conservative, older, white rural voters. You won the Midwest and Northeast with the frayed shirt routine, Arthur says slowly, swirling the melted ice in his glass. But the South is a different world, Adrian. They don't trust a young, progressive-looking senator from the North. If you want to carry these swing states in November, you need balance on the ticket. You need the South. You take a sip of water, tasting its bland, sterile nothingness. You know Arthur is right. The unbreakable rule of American politics is geographic puzzle building. A young, academic Northern candidate must be paired with an old guard, conservative Southern statesman to soothe the fears of traditional voters. Who, you ask, your voice raspy from exhaustion. Arthur doesn't answer verbally. He just swipes a finger across the tablet screen. A portrait photo appears. When you see the face, a biological reflex violently jolts your chest. A chill runs down your spine, and your jaw automatically clenches beneath your tightening facial muscles. It is the reflex of a predator seeing its mortal enemy invade its territory. Senator Jack Sterling of Georgia. Sterling is the embodiment of everything you hate and despise in Washington. He is 60, with silver hair slicked back with expensive pomade, the artificial tan of a man who spends half his life on private golf courses in Palm Beach, and always draped in classic three-piece tailored suits. Sterling represents the traditional right wing of the party, men who constantly preach about family values and Christian morality, while quietly taking millions from oil conglomerates to kill environmental protections. And most importantly, just 3 weeks ago in a live interview on Fox News, Sterling pointed directly into the camera and called you a dangerous opportunist, a demagogue with no moral compass who would sell out the entire country if the price was right. Sterling, you growl, the sound hissing through your teeth. You're out of your mind, Arthur. The guy is a wily old fox. He hates me. I hate him. We couldn't stand on the same stage without one of us trying to strangle the other. Arthur smiles, the cold, emotionless smile of a power broker. Precisely because he hates you and you hate him, this ticket is perfect, Adrian. The party establishment is terrified you'll purge them when you take power. If you pick Sterling, it's a declaration that you are willing to compromise with the old guard. He delivers 3 southern swing states. Without him, you fall exactly 12 electoral votes short of 270. Arthur steps closer, puts a hand on your shoulder, and drops his voice to a whisper. Politics isn't a friendship club. It is an alliance of temporary shared interests. Sterling knows that. He agreed to meet with you tonight. He wants the vice presidency as a stepping stone for his faction. You stay quiet. Your brain begins churning like a mechanical calculator, crushing your anger and arrogant ego aside. You tell yourself you need 3 southern states. You need that chair. Sterling is just a tool. A sophisticated defense mechanism kicks in to soothe the humiliation in your gut. You start painting a sweet revenge fantasy in your mind. Let the old bastard help me win. The second I step into the White House, I'll shove him into a closet-sized office in the EEOB and never let him touch a shred of real power. He'll just be a lapdog for votes, a harmless shadow in the background of my empire. This ruthless calculation instantly snuffs out the discomfort in your chest. Your heart rate settles back to 66 beats per minute. You look at Arthur and give a slight nod. 5 minutes later, the back door of the suite opens. Jack Sterling walks in. He isn't flanked by aides and he isn't carrying a briefcase. He smells of premium Cohiba cigars and expensive Creed cologne, a stark contrast to the cold pizza smell of the campaign war room. Sterling looks at you. The saintly television smile is gone. His eyes are icy, full of the suspicion and contempt of a politician who has survived 3 decades of Washington hurricanes. He looks at you like a young usurper who desperately needs a favor. The two of you stand facing each other in the dim room. Neither extends a hand first. The silence stretches so long you can hear the wind howling against the 34th floor glass. "I believe you know why I'm here, Adrian." Sterling speaks first, his voice deep, carrying that trademark Southern drawl dripping with fake pride. "I don't like you, I don't buy your speeches, but I love this party, and I will not watch the White House fall to the opposition." You smirk slightly, step over to the bar, pour 2 neat whiskeys yourself, and slide one toward him. "We are both realists, Jack," you say, your tone smooth, cold as ice. "I don't need you to love me. I need you to deliver Georgia and North Carolina, and you need me to keep the SEC off the backs of your oil donors under the new administration. Let's skip the morality plays." Sterling looks at the glass, then looks you dead in the eye. He realizes you have zero intention of begging or showing deference to a senior statesman. You are haggling in the most naked terms possible. That ruthless bluntness actually puts the old fox at ease. He knows doing business with a pragmatic scumbag is always safer than dealing with a starry-eyed idealist. Sterling picks up the glass and takes a small sip. "I get control over the personnel appointments for agriculture and justice." Sterling lays out his terms. "Agriculture is yours," you reply instantly, without a second's hesitation. "But justice is mine. I can give you a deputy AG slot overseeing environmental regulations. That is the absolute limit, Jack." Sterling falls silent, calculating for a few seconds. His face twitches slightly under the dim glow of the tablet. Finally, he sighs softly and raises his glass toward you. "To the future of the country, Senator." "To victory," you reply. The 2 crystal glasses clink with a dry chime, echoing through the sterile room. You reach out and grasp Sterling's hand. It is a bizarre biological handshake. Sterling's hand is warm, thick, coated in the sticky sweat of exhaustion, but his grip is incredibly loose, the fake handshake of men accustomed to stabbing colleagues in the back. You feel a physical revulsion crawl up your arm, but your face maintains a warm, flawless smile. Neither man realizes that tonight's handshake in the dark is the first seed of treason. You think you will control Sterling, lock him in a dark corner. But Sterling is thinking the exact same thing about you. He views you as a reckless kid who will soon self-destruct in scandal, and he will be the rightful heir to the throne via the 25th Amendment. 2 magnificent narcissists just signed a pact with the devil. The next morning, under the blinding lights of the convention stage, 100,000 voters are screaming fanatically under a rain of 500,000 balloons and glittering gold confetti. Trumpets, drums, and applause boom loud enough to crack the arena dome. You stand center stage in your perfectly tailored suit, radiant, glowing with the aura of a savior. Beside you, Jack Sterling is also beaming, waving to the Southern delegates chanting his name. You step close, throw an arm over Sterling's shoulder, and raise his hand high in the air for the hundreds of flashing camera lenses. It is the most perfect Judas kiss in modern political history. To the 50 million people watching at home, you look like blood brothers carrying the great destiny of the nation on your shoulders. But just as the cheering reaches its absolute peak, you lean in close to Sterling's ear, keeping your radiant smile fixed on the cameras, and whisper in an icy tone only the 2 of you can hear. "Enjoy the camera flashes, Jack, because this is the only time you'll be in the spotlight for the next 4 years." Sterling doesn't turn his head. He keeps waving to the voters, staring straight down the barrel of the CNN camera, and hisses back through his fake smile. "I was going to tell you the exact same thing, Adrian. Let's see which one of us leaves that room first." The flashes continue to explode, illuminating 2 brightly smiling faces that mask the eyes of assassins in the dark. The ticket is complete. Your campaign machine has all the fuel it needs to barrel forward, carrying a ticking time bomb of mutual destruction right beneath the throne you are so desperate to steal. The October surprise every piece is in place, and now it is time to unleash the final kill shot. It is October 24th. 11 days before the great Tuesday of the general election. The dry, biting chill of late autumn in Virginia seeps through the vents, carrying the smell of dead leaves and freezing moisture. But down in the windowless bunker of an unmarked office building in Arlington, The air is bone dry and reeks of static electricity. The constant hum of dozens of cooling fans from high-capacity servers creates a suffocating background drone, strangling any normal focus. The massive center screen displays the latest polling map of the 50 states. The red and blue battleground creates a suffocating deadlock. You and your opponent, Governor Julian Kessler, are tied at 48% nationally, and the margins in the 5 decisive swing states are hovering within a statistical margin of error of less than 1%. The campaign has exhausted every conventional weapon. Every speech, every $100 million ad buy from the super PACs now feels like throwing money down a bottomless well. The electorate is numb and exhausted. You need a defibrillator shock to flip the board. You need an October surprise with enough payload to obliterate Kessler's career before his defense systems can even react. Leo, a cryptographer and digital architect planted in your campaign by the Hamptons tech billionaire, taps a key. On his specialized monitor, an MP4 video file appears. Code name, Project Fall V12. "This is the final render, Senator," Leo says, his voice as flat as a programmer reporting a routine software patch. The next-gen AI model was trained on 3,000 hours of Kessler's vocal data, microexpressions, and body language dating back to his time as a lawyer. This isn't some cheap face swap. Leo hits the spacebar. The video plays. It is a 24-second clip, mimicking the grainy angle of a low-res hidden camera in a dim suite at the Willard Hotel in D.C. In the video, Governor Julian Kessler is sitting across from a middle-aged man with an Eastern European accent. Kessler nods slightly, accepts a black briefcase stuffed with thick stacks of $100 bills, and says in a crisp, clear voice, "The bidding files for the National Grid project will be transferred before the 15th. You have my word." You stare at the screen. You can see every minute detail on Kessler's face. The slight crinkle at the corner of his eye when he's nervous, the microscopic dilation of his pupils in the dim light, a bead of sweat on his temple, and the hard swallow that shifts his Adam's apple. The synchronization between the lip movements and the AI-synthesized audio is breathtakingly perfect, recreating even the broken breathing patterns and the slight rasp in Kessler's voice when he's under pressure. If you weren't the man who approved this project 6 months ago, you would absolutely believe Kessler was a treasonous, bribe-taking crook. Senator, Frank, your chief campaign counsel, steps forward. His face is pale under the blue glow of the monitors, the legal binder in his hand shaking slightly. If we deploy this file, we cross the point of no return. This isn't just a standard personal smear. This is a direct assault on the very definition of truth in American democracy. Once the public realizes that even a crystal-clear, close-up video like this can be flawlessly faked, they will permanently lose faith in all evidence. Our system will collapse from the inside out. Frank looks you dead in the eye, his gaze filled with begging. "Please, Adrian, do not push the button. We can still win this traditionally." You look at Frank. You see the fear of a man who still believes in the moral lectures taught in law school textbooks. But inside your body, your nervous system registers zero hesitation. The torment of the early days has been replaced by the absolute zero temperature of a man who only cares about the endgame. Your prefrontal cortex instantly spits out a brutal calculation. If you lose this election, Harold and the Hamptons billionaires will discard you like a broken pawn. Sterling and the establishment will tear you to shreds in the committees. You will lose everything. The decency of democracy will not protect you from the humiliation of being a loser. "Democracy is a canvas, Frank," you say, your voice smooth and sharp as a scalpel. "And the winner is the one holding the brush. Once I sit in the Oval Office, I decide what is real and what is fake. Losers don't get to judge morality." You turn to Leo, pointing at the screen. "Deploy it, but don't use the mainstream networks. Meta and Google's algorithms will quarantine it in 6 hours. Use our botnets and ghost accounts to inject this file directly into the closed groups and end-to-end encrypted messaging apps of 2 million undecided, independent voters in the decisive counties of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Hypermicro targeting. Let it spread like a digital virus before Kessler even realizes what's happening." Leo nods. His fingers fly across the keyboard, initiating the security protocol to wipe all traces of the Arlington IP. A green progress bar appears on the screen, slowly creeping from 0% to 100%. Deployment sequence initiated, Leo murmurs. You stand up, rebuttoning your frayed flannel shirt. You watch the data streams cascading across the screen, carrying digital poison into the phones of 2 million Americans. You know that within 12 hours, the entire country will plunge into horrifying chaos. Governor Kessler will spend the final days of his campaign trying to prove his innocence for a crime he never committed, facing the absolute paranoia of an enraged electorate. You walk out of the bunker, the heavy steel door shutting behind you. The whining of the cooling fans fades, replaced by the dead silence of the dark hallway. You do not look back. You have officially crossed the final moral boundary, personally breaking the foundation of truth in exchange for the crown of power beckoning at the end of Washington's stormy road. Election night, the disinformation blizzard has blown through, and the final results are in. It is 11:42 p.m. on Tuesday night. The roar from the massive jumbotron, suspended above the Hyatt Regency ballroom in Chicago, hits your eardrums like a physical punch. The deep, historic voice of the CNN anchor cuts through the frantic screaming of the crowd. CNN can now make a projection. Pennsylvania goes to Adrian. Senator Adrian has secured the 270 electoral votes needed. He is officially the 48th president-elect of the United States. In that exact second, the 50,000-square-foot ballroom erupts like a volcano of pure hysteria. A downpour of red, white, and blue confetti mixed with glittering mylar falls from the vaulted ceiling like an artificial blizzard, covering hair, shoulders, and the floor. The sound of air horns, drums, and thousands of voices screaming your name echoes off the thick glass walls. People are hugging and sobbing. Middle-aged men are jumping like children, and thousands of miniature American flags wave frantically, creating a chaotic sea of color under the blinding stage lights. 4 Secret Service agents with black coiled earpieces instantly step up, boxing you in, creating a moving perimeter with their own bodies. The crackle of their radios buzzes right next to your ear. Titan has secured. Initiate president-elect protocols, moving to stage. You walk through the gauntlet protected by a pack of wolves. You stare straight into the blinding white glare of hundreds of spotlights and camera flashes going off like lightning. You flash a radiant smile, waving to the crowd. Your facial muscles contract and expand flawlessly under the mechanical control of your will, projecting the overwhelming emotion and boundless gratitude of a hero who just achieved a historic miracle. But inside your chest, a freezing psychological phenomenon is taking place. It is utter, absolute emptiness. You spent 2 years of your life, sold every ounce of your honor, betrayed your mentor Thomas, used dirty tricks to break Kessler, and personally poisoned the truth with a deep-fake video, all just to buy this exact moment. You thought that when they called you president-elect, a seismic shockwave of pride and vindication would blow your chest wide open. But no, not a single drop of dopamine is released. Your heart beats at a steady 72 beats per minute, quiet and cold as a slab of stone in a crypt. The only euphoria you feel right now is artificial, pumped by the sheer physical adrenaline of severe sleep deprivation. You feel like a ghost draped in a $15,000 suit, standing in a cathedral of the living who are going mad over a mirage bearing your name. You step up to the podium. Almost immediately, your family and allies rush the stage to hug you for the live cameras. You wrap your arms around your wife, the future First Lady. She leans into your ear, whispering congratulations over the din. But as you squeeze her shoulder, you distinctly feel the rigid, cold tension in her muscles. She smiles beautifully for the cameras, but her eyes are hollow. She smelled the dirt on your collar from those backroom deals in the Hamptons. The fracture has begun, silent and irreparable. Next is Jack Sterling. Your vice president-elect steps up, slapping you on the shoulder with a grip meant to display dominance. Sterling laughs loudly, getting right in your face. "We did it, partner. The South is ours." You look into Sterling's narrowing eyes. You clearly see the cold calculation of an old fox already divvying up cabinet seats. Sterling isn't sharing this victory with you. He is standing there to collect a debt. You realize you are not the sole ruler. Your crown has been mortgaged to Sterling, to Harold, and to the 3 billionaires in the Hamptons. You are the most powerful man in the world, but you are also the man bound by the most chains. In the dark corner of the stage wings, hidden behind the massive lighting rigs, you see Arthur. The Kingmaker isn't smiling, isn't waving a flag. He stands there in a crisp black suit, holding a glass of scotch. He raises it toward you with a barely perceptible nod. Arthur's eyes seem to say, "Congratulations on acquiring the asset, Adrian. Now it's time to pay the bill." You step closer to the podium bearing the seal of the office of the president-elect. You place your hands on the cool oak surface, looking down at the sea of 5,000 voters screaming your name under the glittering rain of confetti. You begin reading the pre-written victory speech, your voice deep, resonant, and soaring with inspiration about a new dawn for America. The audience weeps with emotion at your magnificent rhetoric. But as you look down at your palms pressed against the wood, you see the glittering blue confetti sticking to the cold sweat on your skin. They look exactly like the digital code of that filthy deepfake video. You have touched the peak of the world, but the price you paid is a completely fossilized soul, standing completely alone amidst the fake cheers of a victory bought by treason and demonic compromises in the shadows of Washington. The blind trust illusion following election night, the final step to officially taking power, is a public laundering ritual. Mid-December, the Presidential Transition Office on Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. The air inside the press briefing room is stifling under the heat of 30 national network cameras and the murmuring of over 50 White House correspondents. The smell of freshly shampooed carpets, the heat off the studio lights, and the bitter tang of espresso in paper cups create a tense but solemn atmosphere. The backdrop behind you is a deep blue drape bearing the official seal of the presidential transition. On the oak desk at the podium sits a dossier over 300 pages thick, printed on premium cotton bond paper that rustles crisply and smells of fresh ink. This is the Blind Trust Agreement, a legal masterpiece drafted over 2 grueling months by the most expensive financial lawyers on Wall Street, paid for by Arthur and the Hamptons' donors. It has been vetted and officially stamped by the Office of Government Ethics. Legally and publicly, it is a monument to integrity. It declares that you, Adrian, are voluntarily divesting and transferring hundreds of millions of dollars in personal assets, including tech stocks, real estate, and hedge funds, into an independent blind trust. From the moment you sign, you will have no control, no knowledge of where your money is invested, bought, or sold, ensuring absolutely zero conflict of interest during your presidency. You step up to the podium. Hundreds of camera shutters fire in unison, a mechanical clicking like a swarm of summer cicadas. Camera flashes erupt, bathing your face in a harsh white glow. You offer a calm smile, place your hand on the thick binder, and speak in a deep, solemn tone. Come January 20th, when I place my hand on the Bible to take the oath of office, I will no longer be a businessman. I will no longer be an investor. My entire personal fortune will be handed over to an independent third-party manager. I will not know, and I do not want to know, where my money goes. From that moment on, I only have one asset left to protect: the trust of the American people. The clatter of laptop keyboards echoes through the room. The reporters frantically type out your perfect soundbite for tomorrow's front pages. They look at you with deep respect, a leader willing to forfeit his personal wealth for national justice. But inside your nervous system, a freezing mockery is spreading. You cast your eyes down to the third row. Sitting there in a sharp charcoal suit is Carter Hayes, your best friend and business partner of 20 years. Carter casually adjusts his glasses and gives you a microscopic nod, nearly undetectable to anyone else. Carter is the independent third party who will manage your blind trust. Last night, in a suite completely swept for bugs at the Hay Adams Hotel, you and Carter memorized the communication cipher for the next 4 years. No emails, no burner phones. When you mention weather patterns in the Taiwan Strait in a televised speech, that is the signal for Carter to dump microchip stocks. When you talk about the growth of green energy in the Midwest, Carter will quietly buy up shares in Herald's energy conglomerates right before the executive order is signed. This isn't divestment. This is an apex legal magic trick. You are using the government's own ethics laws to institutionalize insider trading at the highest level of national power. You just laundered all your dirty, dark money, wrapped it in a bulletproof vest of integrity, and turned it into a perfect money printing machine under the protection of federal law. You pick up the gold-plated Montblanc fountain pen. The nib glides smoothly over the thick cotton paper, leaving your sharp signature above the line President-elect of the United States. Flashes erupt violently, capturing the historic moment. You put the pen down, stand up straight, and hold the signed dossier high for the press. You flash a radiant smile at the lenses. You catch your own reflection in the center broadcast camera. You know that the 730-day journey of corruption has officially come to an end. Every stain of mud, every knife in a back, every betrayal and filthy lie of the past 2 years has been completely washed clean by this blind trust illusion. You step down from the podium and walk through the heavy oak doors of the briefing room as they slowly close behind you. Waiting ahead is the armored limousine bearing the presidential seal, engine running. The soul has been sold, the armor of integrity has been donned, and you are fully prepared to step into the Oval Office with the posture of a god who controls the world. Chapter 2, The God Complex. The Burning Letter. January 20th, 12:15 p.m. The ceiling-high oak doors of the Oval Office click shut behind you, instantly severing the deafening roar of the tens of thousands of voters out on Pennsylvania Avenue. The wailing police sirens and the heavy thrum of Marine One's rotors hovering over Washington. The room abruptly plunges into absolute silence, a suffocating, heavy stillness pressurized by the weight of history. The scent of the room immediately envelops you. Classic lemon wood polish, the hand-stitched leather of the armchairs, the expensive wool of the gold drapes, and the dry, sterile air recycled through dozens of security filters in the HVAC system. Pale winter sunlight filters through the 5-layer bulletproof glass, catching dust motes suspended in the air. You walk slowly across the presidential eagle rug. You stop in front of the resolute desk. The 150-year-old monument, carved from the timbers of a British exploration ship, bearing the invisible fingerprints of men who have dictated the fate of the world. You do not enter this room with the trembling awe, emotion, or reverence of a naive politician who just received a grand blessing from the American people. On the contrary, a primal lust for power rises, flooding every corner of your mind. You look down at the lapels of your bespoke black suit, at your polished leather shoes standing on the dead center of the presidential seal. In your head, a sequence of past events flashes at warp speed, the fake smiles in the Ohio sleet, the knife in your mentor Thomas's back, the humiliating haggling in the Hamptons, and the poisoning of truth via deepfake technology. All the tragedies, the lies, and the political corpses you stepped over to get here are simply the launch pad that put you in this room. You feel zero remorse. You feel like the absolute victor. You have passed the system's most brutal test to prove you are fit to rule. There is a soft knock. The director of the Secret Service, a middle-aged man with a square jaw, eyes like cold steel, and a crisp black suit, enters alongside your new chief of staff. He stands formally before the resolute desk and gives a slight bow. "Congratulations, Mr. President. Per federal security protocol, I need to confirm the Secret Service codename roster for you and the First Lady. The service has prepared a list of traditional codenames, starting with the same letter. The recommendations for you are Trailblazer or Timberwolf. Scrap the list," you interrupt. Your voice is low, definitive, bearing a heavy, crushing authority that brooks no debate. The Secret Service director frowns slightly, caught off guard by the new president's immediate pushback. "Sir, per internal security guidelines, codename selection must adhere to standard identification protocols for the Protective Communications Network." You take a step toward him, your eyes locking onto the generals. You don't raise your voice, you just hiss through your teeth, enunciating every word. The guidelines changed at noon today. From this second forward, on every encrypted radio frequency, my codename is Titan. My wife is Olympus. Do you have a problem relaying that order to your subordinates? The director stiffens for 2 seconds. In your eyes, he sees absolute arrogance, a direct threat from a man ready to break any institution to impose his ego. He swallows hard, straightens his posture, and nods. "Understood, Mr. President. Titan is active." He pivots and marches out, clicking the oak door shut behind him. You smirk dismissively. Demanding the codename Titan wasn't a childish whim. It was a psychological ritual. You just executed a direct display of dominance over America's supreme security apparatus. You want the men with guns standing guard outside to understand one thing clearly. They are not protecting a standard politician. They are serving a god. You have officially erased the Adrian of the past to don the armor of a nameless ruler. You turn back to the desk. You wave your new chief of staff in, pointing around the room. Remove all paintings, busts, and decorations belonging to my predecessor from this room within 60 minutes. I do not want to see a single relic of that loser in my space. Bring in the portraits of Andrew Jackson and Abraham Lincoln. The chief of staff bows his head and hurries out to execute the order. Now, you are entirely alone in the room. You step around to the high-backed leather chair behind the resolute desk and slowly sit down. The south lawn stretches out through the massive bay windows. From this vantage point, the entirety of Washington, D.C. rests beneath your gaze. Sitting dead center on the oak desktop, resting neatly on a Bordeaux leather tray, is a pristine white envelope. Written across it in blue ink cursive, to the incoming President of the United States. It is the White House's most sacred historical tradition, the handwritten, private letter left by the outgoing president for his successor. Containing heartfelt advice on the burden of the crown, you reach out and pick up the envelope. Using a gold-plated letter opener, you slice a perfect line across the top. You pull out a piece of White House stationery and begin reading your predecessor's neat handwriting. Dear President Adrian, as you sit in this chair and read these words, you will realize the terrifying weight of the crown. The power you hold is not yours. It is a temporary lease from the American people. Always remain humble. Remember that every decision you make affects the lives of millions. Do not let the ego that haunts this room turn you into a tyrant. May God bless you and protect the United States. You finish the letter. 3 seconds of silence pass, and then a soft chuckle escapes your throat. The laugh grows louder, echoing dryly in the cavernous Oval Office. You find this letter to be a pathetic joke. The humiliating hypocrisy of a loser. You tell yourself, you stupid old man. You failed, you were cursed out by the voters and swept into the dustbin of history precisely because you believed in these naive sermons. You believed in humility. You believed in the mandate of the people. And me, I was elected because I mutated into a monster, because I used dark money, smears, and absolute ruthlessness to grind every opponent into dust. You open the right drawer of the resolute desk. Inside sits a vintage porcelain ashtray with gold trim. You pull a solid gold Zippo lighter from your suit pocket, the gift the Hamptons billionaire gave you after your dirty pact 2 years ago. Click, a blue flame with a golden tip flares up. You hold the corner of the traditional letter to the fire. The expensive cotton paper catches quickly, curling and hissing. You casually hold the burning letter in your hand, watching the bright red flames slowly devour every handwritten word about humility and compassion. The fire reflects in your dark, cold, empty eyes. Only when the flame licks at your fingertips do you drop the letter into the porcelain ashtray. Gray smoke wafts up, carrying the acrid smell of burning paper through the sterile air of the Oval Office. You watch the final words turn into curling black ash and die out completely. Using your index finger, you gently stir the ashes in the tray, crushing them into fine gray dust. Humility is dead, you whisper to yourself in the empty room, your tone brimming with the supreme arrogance of the God complex. And in this room, I am America. You stand up, button your suit jacket, and step toward the bay windows looking out at the south lawn. You reach up, untie your traditional blue tie, toss it onto the desk, and roll up your sleeves. A new era has begun. A dynasty of manipulation, hubris, and absolute power has officially opened. One where you no longer view yourself as a public servant, but as a supreme ruler holding the fate of humanity in the palm of your hand. Less than a day after basking in the feeling of absolute domination in that private space, you walk into your first true test of power with the executive branch. The bloodbath meeting 9 o'clock the next morning. The West Wing corridor is so quiet you can hear the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner of the lobby. You stand before the thick oak doors of the cabinet room. On the other side sit the 15 most brilliant minds in America, alongside the 4-star generals of the Pentagon. They have been sitting there since 8:15 a.m. Yes, you purposefully made them wait exactly 45 minutes. It wasn't the accidental tardiness of a busy new president. It was a psychological maneuver calculated down to the second. You understand a biological law of power. The one who forces others to wait is the one who controls the biological rhythm of the room. 45 minutes of sitting in tense silence grinds down confidence and humbles the pride of the nation's greatest minds, forcing them into a state of submission before you even speak a word. You take a deep breath, adjusting the gold cufflink on your sleeve. Your face is serene, cold as flawless marble. You signal the 2 Secret Service agents standing guard. The doors open. The 15 cabinet members stand up simultaneously in protocol. The air in the room is freezing, thick with pressure, and reeks of ancient mahogany polished to a high shine. You walk slowly down the length of the massive oval table, making no rush to sit in the tallest leather chair at the center. You stand there, sweeping your sharp, emotionless gaze across every face pulled taut with tension. They think this is a standard cabinet meeting to discuss policy direction. But in your mind, this room this morning is a gladiatorial arena. You don't need advisors with critical thinking skills. You don't need old friends carrying the moral baggage of your Senate days. You need tools, puppets who will absolutely submit to executing the executive machine according to the will of Titan. Your eyes land on Richard "Rich" Harris, your newly appointed Secretary of Labor. He is your longest-serving policy advisor, having stood shoulder to shoulder with you through 2 grueling Senate campaigns in Ohio. Rich still looks at you with the eyes of an old friend, a comrade who believes he has the privilege to speak frankly to Adrian. "Mr. President," Rich begins, his tone a bit overly confident as he slides a folder of executive orders toward you. "I've carefully reviewed the draft executive order opening Alaska to the energy conglomerates for drilling. This is an incredibly dangerous strategic mistake. It directly violates the environmental protection promises we made to middle-class voters. If you sign this order tomorrow, the Midwestern labor unions will revolt. We cannot." Rich abruptly falls silent. The hairs on the back of his neck stand up under the freezing, empty stare from your dark eyes. You don't interrupt him by yelling or slamming the table. You just slowly lean forward, planting both hands on the mahogany table, pushing your soulless face toward your old friend. The room drops into a silence, so terrifying you can clearly hear the Secretary of Defense swallow hard across the table. "Rich," you say, your voice a whisper, sharp and metered. "What word did you just use?" Rich looks slightly bewildered, his lips trembling. I said we cannot." "We," you smirk slightly, a smile devoid of a single degree of human warmth. "In this room there is no we. There is only one president and 15 civil servants hired to execute his orders. Do you think my old Senate seat granted you the privilege of teaching me how to rule America?" Rich goes pale under the blazing crystal chandelier. He opens his mouth to explain. "Adrian, I only want what's best for you. I've been with you since." "You're fired, Richard," you snarl, driving each word like a nail into the quiet space of the room. "Pack up your personal belongings and walk out of the West Wing immediately. I will sign your termination papers before noon today." Rich stands rooted to the spot. His eyes go wide, brimming with the shock, pain, and ultimate humiliation of a man who just had his best friend shove a knife into his chest in front of the entire cabinet. His chest heaves violently under his expensive dress shirt. He looks at you, desperately searching for a spark of warmth or old remorse in your eyes, but finds only the empty, emotionless void of a monster fed on power. Rich slowly stands up, his knees shaking slightly. He gives a humiliating, slight nod, turns his back, and walks out of the cabinet room, his solitary footsteps echoing dryly on the hardwood floor. You don't watch him go. You turn to the remaining 14 members, your flat gaze sweeping over faces that are now staring firmly at the table to avoid catching your eye. The pride of 4-star generals and the arrogance of Wall Street titans have been completely crushed under the heel of terror. "Does anyone else in this room have any further opinions on my energy policy?" you ask, your tone terrifyingly gentle. Not a single person dares to look up. The bowed heads are the exact oath of unconditional submission you required. You realize a sickening truth. Loyalty built on friendship is incredibly loose and fickle. But submission built on absolute terror will never betray you. 10:30 in the morning, the James S. Brady Press briefing room. The tension from the cabinet purge hasn't even had time to cool before you step into the second furnace of the West Wing. The flashes from hundreds of cameras belonging to the White House press corps go off continuously, creating a blinding, strobe-like barrage of angry lightning. The heat radiating from the massive broadcast equipment, the smell of hairspray baking under the lights, and the bitter tang of rushed coffee create a suffocating atmosphere. In front of the podium bearing the bald eagle seal, over 50 journalists sit crammed together, clutching pens and recorders like starving wolves waiting to attack the new president. You step up to the podium. You brought no policy adjustment binders. You stand tall, resting both hands on the edge of the oak lectern, looking straight down the barrel of CNN's center camera, currently broadcasting live to 60 million American voters. Edward Croft, the legendary investigative journalist for the New York Times, a man who has won 3 Pulitzers and is famous for questions that can end any politician's career, stands up. He is 58, with salt and pepper hair and sharp eyes behind classic round wire-rimmed glasses. "Mr. President," Croft begins, his tone ironclad, brimming with the arrogance of a man who considers himself a guardian of justice. Internal sources at the Justice Department indicate your campaign received over $500 million in dark money from Cayman shell companies directly linked to billionaire Harold's Aegis Corporation. Furthermore, there is evidence that the scandal video regarding Governor Kessler in October was a sophisticated deepfake generated from a server in Arlington under your campaign's control. Do you have any response regarding the legitimacy of the presidency you occupy today? The entire briefing room instantly drops into a deathly silence. The other reporters hold their breath, fingers freezing over their keyboards, staring at you, waiting for the standard panic, a convoluted non-answer, or a weak denial. But you, a wave of manic satisfaction churns in your chest. You face it all with absolute calm. You aren't rattled in the slightest. You look at Croft the way one looks at an ant trying to challenge a giant. You've prepared for this moment for a long time. You know Croft thinks he is the embodiment of the Fourth Estate. But you are about to show him a brutal truth. In the era of Titan, the media is not a power. They are merely bystanders watching you perform power. You do not deny it. You offer no complex legal defense. You slowly raise your index finger, pointing directly at Edward Croft's face in front of dozens of live national broadcast lenses. "Edward," you say, your voice even but echoing through the room like thunder, "your newspaper is a pile of garbage. And you yourself are a failing liar desperately clinging to cheap conspiracy theories to salvage your disastrously plummeting readership." Croft goes pale, trying to interrupt. "Mr. President, I have evidence from—" "Shut your mouth," you snap. A single phrase, but packed with absolute authority, completely crushing the legendary journalist's voice. You look directly into the CNN camera, speaking clearly to the entire nation. America is exhausted by those who use the guise of a free press to broadcast lies, meant to divide this country. I will not allow this room to be polluted by political operatives hiding behind press badges. You turn to the Secret Service director standing at the edge of the stage. "Secret Service, confiscate Edward Croft's hard pass. Escort him off the White House grounds immediately, and ban the New York Times from participating in any press briefings of this administration indefinitely." The briefing room shudders. A panicked murmuring erupts like a kicked hornet's nest. 2 Secret Service agents in black suits immediately step toward Edward Croft. They do not hesitate. They unclip the press badge from around his neck, and with a professional arm lock, they escort America's legendary journalist out of the room before the horrified, absolute silence of the entire White House press corps. You watch Croft being dragged through the glass doors. You clearly see the total collapse in his arrogant eyes. With a single sentence, you officially killed a 30-year journalism legacy, live on national television, and no one could stop it. You sweep your cold gaze over the trembling rows of reporters below. They bow their heads, fingers shaking as they type urgent breaking news alerts about the incident, not daring to meet your eye. They understand that the rules of the game in Washington have been permanently altered. You calmly adjust the gold cufflink of your suit jacket, flashing a faint, soulless smile. You step down from the podium, walking through the slowly closing oak doors of the West Wing. You know that with the bloodbaths in both the cabinet and the press this morning, you have officially cleared out all the noisy opposition. There isn't a single crack left in your crown. You have completed the ultimate dominance ritual of a ruler, ready to lead America into an era of silence and absolute submission beneath the iron fist of Titan. And once absolute submission was established in the daylight, you began extending your tentacles into the darkest corners of power as night fell. The all-seeing eye midnight. The distant wail of a siren from Andrews Air Force Base echoes faintly through the thick concrete walls of the West Wing, quickly swallowed by the artificial silence of the deepest subterranean basement beneath the White House. You walk down the narrow corridor leading to the SCIF, Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility. There are no windows here, no cell signals. It is encased in a massive copper Faraday cage to block any external eavesdropping attempts. The air is freezing, reeking of ozone from industrial filters, accompanied by the steady, headache-inducing hum of server racks behind the steel walls. You scan your fingerprint, your retina, and input a 12-digit security code. The heavy steel door screeches dryly and slowly swings open. Inside the pitch-black operations room, the only light emanates from a massive bank of flat screens mounted on the wall, casting a cold blue glow across your face. Sitting at the central console is Dr. Raymond Kessler, Deputy Director of Signals Intelligence for the NSA, an eccentric insomniac with sunken eyes, whom you personally installed in this chair a week ago to replace his stubborn predecessor. On the screen, a pyramid icon with an invisible eye at its apex rotates slowly. Beneath it reads bold green text, PRISM System Active. This is America's all-seeing eye, a top-secret surveillance superproject established post-9/11, granting the NSA direct access to the central servers of Silicon Valley's 9 largest tech conglomerates. Every second, billions of bytes of data, from emails, WhatsApp messages, Google search histories, and iCloud audio recordings to the real-time GPS coordinates of every individual on the planet, flow through PRISM's filters. Legally, before Congress, PRISM is only authorized to track foreign intelligence targets under Section 702 of the FISA Act. Using it to spy on American citizens, especially political rivals, is a remarkably severe federal felony, enough to trigger impeachment proceedings and land you in federal prison for life. Dr. Kessler turns to look at you, his fingers trembling slightly as they hover over the keyboard. Mr. President Titan, I have established the secure direct link from Fort Meade, but I must reiterate a critical legal warning. Your request for direct access to the unencrypted communications of U.S. citizens. It is a severe violation of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. If the Senate Intelligence Committee discovers we do not have a FISA court warrant. FISA, you interrupt, your tone calm and clear but dripping with lethal intent. You step closer, placing a hand on Kessler's tense shoulder, squeezing it with a dominance-asserting grip. Dr. Kessler, who signed the executive order appointing you to this chair when the entire Senate wanted to investigate your family's tax evasion scandal in Delaware. Who holds that file in the drawer of the Resolute desk. The FISA court exists because I allow them to exist. And you exist in Washington because you are useful to me. Do not lecture me on the law. Kessler swallows hard, his face ashen in the blue light of the monitors. He doesn't dare utter another word. He understands that you don't view the national security apparatus as a shield to protect the country. You view it as a personal toy. A kaleidoscope for a lord to look down upon the ants crawling in the dirt. Unmask the identity of the first target for me, you order, your eyes locked on the screen. Kessler types. Target 1, Vice President Jack Sterling. Instantly, the center screen transforms. The PRISM interface fractures into thousands of cascading data streams. It is the entirety of Sterling's most private life, laid bare before your eyes. You see the encrypted iMessages Sterling sent to his mistress, a woman 30 years his junior, in a luxury condo in Atlanta. You read the transaction histories of his hidden offshore accounts in the Caymans, accounts not even the FBI had managed to find. But most importantly, you see the direct audio recording of a phone call made at 10:00 p.m. last night between Sterling and the chairman of the National Committee of your party. Sterling's voice echoes through the SCIF specialized speakers, so clear you can hear his conspiratorial panting. Adrian is crossing the line. That cabinet purge this morning is proof he has delusions of grandeur. We need to start gathering signatures from the secretaries. If he continues to push the Alaska executive order without running it by us, we will invoke Section 4 of the 25th Amendment to remove him before the year is out. You stand in silence, listening to the recording. Your chest doesn't tighten with panic at the discovery of your vice president's constitutional coup plot. On the contrary, a supreme euphoria explodes in your mind. The feeling of absolute victory overwrites every other thought. You smirk dismissively. You think to yourself, Jack, you think you are a wily old fox pulling strings in the dark. But you don't know that even your breathing when you lie next to your mistress, even your filthiest text messages, are entirely under my control. You are just a puppet dancing in the palm of my hand. Any fear of abusing power completely vanishes from your mind. The defense mechanism of dehumanizing your opponents works flawlessly. You convince yourself that abusing PRISM is not a crime. It is proactive national defense. America needs the stability of the Titan dynasty, and to protect that stability, exposing traitors like Sterling is an entirely justified action. Target 2, you command next. Billionaire Herald Aegis Financial Corporation. The screen sweeps again. This time, it is the entire communications network of the energy tycoon in the Hamptons, the man who signed the $2 billion contract with you years ago. On the screen appears a highly classified email sent from Herald's private server to your opponent, Governor Kessler, just 5 days before the election, promising to pump an additional $200 million into his campaign if you faltered. The billionaire had played both sides behind your back. You look at those words, your dark eyes narrowing dangerously. The rage of a betrayed man doesn't erupt into impulsive action. It is compressed, transforming into a cold, calculated plan for annihilation in your mind. You have found Herald's jugular. With a flick of your wrist, you can use PRISM to leak his insider trading transaction records to the SEC, collapsing the $10 billion Aegis Corporation overnight. Dr. Kessler, you say, your voice terrifyingly dry. Download all transaction data for Sterling and Herald's tax files onto an independent encrypted hard drive. Give it to me, and wipe all access logs for tonight's session from the NSA's central servers. Kessler trembles as he hits the keys to execute the command. He unplugs a small black hard drive from the port and respectfully places it into your open, waiting palm. You hold the cold hard drive in your hand. You watch the invisible eye icon of PRISM slowly fade from the massive screen as the system powers down. You realize the ultimate brutal truth of Washington. Power does not reside in a Secret Service agent's gun, nor does it reside in the nuclear football. True power lies in the asymmetry of information. When you are the only one who sees the deepest secrets of the entire country, while everyone else thinks they are safe in the dark, you are God. You slip the hard drive into your suit pocket, turn your back, and walk out of the SCIF. The heavy steel door slams shut behind you, locking the darkest secret of the Titan dynasty deep underground. You walk down the dark corridor of the West Wing, your heart filled with an insane pride, ready to use this all-seeing eye to grind all enemies to dust and turn all of Washington into obedient puppets under your absolute rule. That hard drive containing the darkest secrets remains tucked safely in your pocket, adding fuel to the intoxication of power as you return to the Oval Office at 2 in the morning. The executives storm 2 in the morning. The freezing downpour of the Washington winter hammers relentlessly against the 5-layer bulletproof glass of the Oval Office, creating a steady, heavy thudding sound. Outside the window, the south lawn is submerged in thick darkness, illuminated only by the faint streaks of light from the security system casting shadows on the leafless trees. Inside, the classic brass desk lamp radiates a warm, solitary halo over the resolute desk. Around you, The dark corners of the room seem utterly silent, elevating the imposing presence of the presidential chair. Stacked neatly in 3 towering piles on the ancient oak desk are navy blue leather binders embossed with the gold bald eagle. Each binder contains a draft of an executive order, penned in the shadows by a team of your most fiercely loyal lawyers, completely isolated from any congressional or media oversight. You sit back in the leather chair, twirling the cool barrel of the solid gold-nibbed Mont Blanc fountain pen slowly between your fingers. An extreme, ice-cold thrill runs along the muscles in your body. It is the unilateral hunger for power demanding to be fed. You look at the massive stacks of binders. You tell yourself, why spend months negotiating, haggling, and compromising with 535 selfish, corrupt politicians on Capitol Hill just to pass a butchered piece of legislation? Why beg for their consent when the Constitution handed the president the ultimate weapon, known as the unitary executive theory? You recall the humiliating defeat of your healthcare bill years ago. That night, the Senate elite used cumbersome legislative procedures to crush you. But tonight, the wind has shifted. You are no longer a senator begging for votes. You are the president, and the fountain pen in your hand is the sword that can sever all chains of the separation of powers. You will use it to reshape America in a single night. You open the first binder. Executive Order 14,081, Restructuring and Exploitation of National Energy Resources in Alaskan Preserves. This is the first payment installment to billionaire Harold in the Hamptons. You don't need Congress to pass a law opening Alaska. You just need to use executive authority to direct the Department of the Interior to redefine wild preserves as emergency energy security zones, nullifying all environmental protection regulations for oil drilling projects. You put pen to paper. The nib scratches smoothly across the thick cotton paper, leaving your sharp signature, Titan. An extreme satisfaction instantly floods your chest. You feel a ruthless euphoria. With a single stroke of ink, you just kicked open the gates of North America's largest wilderness for Harold's oil rigs, creating a permanent alteration on the National Geographic map without a single debate in the Senate. You open the second binder, Executive Order 14,082, adjusting merger procedures and antitrust oversight for core tech conglomerates. The pen glides. You order the Federal Trade Commission to loosen all monopoly controls, paving the way for the $10 billion merger of the tech billionaire, another one of your filthy allies. Third binder, Executive Order 14,083, Reallocation of National Defense Military Resources for Domestic Border Security. You unilaterally slash $15 billion from the defense budget, money already appropriated by Congress for foreign military alliances, and redirect it straight into the construction of a southern border surveillance wall, a lucrative project desperately craved by the defense contractors funding you. You are using a fountain pen to personally break Congress's control of the purse strings, the sturdiest defensive wall of American democracy. Mr. President, Frank, the White House counsel, enters the room. His face is pale in the dim light of the desk lamp, the legal briefs in his hands trembling slightly. You cannot sign all of these in one night, Frank says, his voice a whisper but fraught with sheer terror. Bypassing Congress on this scale, it is a naked violation of the Constitution. The Speaker of the House is preparing to hold an emergency press conference to declare a constitutional crisis. The Supreme Court will issue an immediate injunction against the Alaska order. You stop writing, you look up at Frank. Your eyes are empty, flat, and terrifyingly cold. The arrogance of the God complex has now mutated you into an entity entirely immune to legal warnings. Frank, you say, your tone sharp. They will take me to court, is that right? Absolutely, sir. The attorneys general of the opposing states will file lawsuits by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And a lawsuit at the Supreme Court. How long will it take to reach a final ruling? You ask, the corner of your mouth lifting in a sneer. At least 6 to 9 months, Mr. President. 6 to 9 months, you repeat, your tone dripping with supreme cruelty. Frank, you still think like a defense attorney. In politics, facts on the ground always outpace the law. In the 6 months the courts are arguing, Harold's drills will already be plunged deep into the Alaskan earth. In 6 months, the tech merger will be finalized, and $15 billion will have been spent on the border. When the ruling comes down, reality will have permanently changed. I don't need them to agree, I just need them to be slow. Frank stands frozen. He realizes you aren't crazy. You are calculating with the cold precision of an expert who knows every loophole in the system. You are using the sluggishness of the judicial system itself to break the U.S. Constitution. Go send all of these signed orders to the Federal Register to be published at 6 a.m. sharp, you command, your tone brokering no delay. Let America wake up under this storm. Frank bows his head, gathers the signed binders, and hurries out into the dark hallway. It is now 4 in the morning. The rain outside the window has eased, leaving trails of water weeping down the bulletproof glass of the Oval Office like tears. You sit alone, placing the Mont Blanc pen down on the resolute desk. Your chest swells with absolute self-satisfaction. You have signed a total of 17 executive orders in 4 hours. You have unilaterally reshaped the economy, energy, and defense of the most powerful nation on the planet, without the intervention of a single one of the 535 politicians on Capitol Hill. You look at your hands. They don't need guns or armies to rule. They only need a gold-plated nib and boundless ambition. You tell yourself, Congress is just a parlor trick from the 18th century, and me, I am the only one truly running this country. You stand up, step toward the bay windows, and look out at the south lawn slowly illuminating in the pale dawn, ready to face the political hurricane about to sweep through Washington. Right in the middle of that frenzied storm of executive orders, your mind did not forget your personal blood debts. Silent vengeance. In the dim space of the Oval Office, a soft beep-beep from the specialized encrypted tablet provided by the NSA resting on the resolute desk breaks the silence. You do not look out at the south lawn, where the final raindrops of the executive storm are evaporating into a hazy mist. Your eyes are locked onto a thin, pale blue folder bearing the classified seals of the Department of Transportation and the Federal Maritime Commission. Printed on the cover is the name of a private conglomerate, Coal Logistics and Maritime Corporation. This is not a standard business. It is the financial lifeblood, the dynastic empire that has survived 3 generations of Senator Gregory Cole's family, the former Senate Majority Leader, the old fox who sat in Washington for 3 decades. You lean back slightly in the presidential leather chair, letting the shadows envelop your face. The memory of the first day when your passion project was abruptly killed rushes back into your mind like a scorching, cruel electrical current. You clearly remember the heavy stench of Cohiba smoke in Cole's dark office that night. You clearly remember the condescending, pitying look the old man gave you when your healthcare bill died. You remember his flat, merciless tone. "You are just a pawn, Adrian, they are the board." That night, Cole crushed your dignity beneath his heel. He thought he held the permanent house edge in Washington. He thought the Cole dynasty, with its maritime empire dominating the major ports in the Great Lakes and the East Coast, was untouchable. But the old man was wrong. He forgot one thing. The pawn from yesterday now holds the supreme executive fountain pen of the United States. Your nervous system registers no explosive anger. On the contrary, it is a chilling, terrifying calm. You feel no guilt using national power to settle a naked, personal vendetta. You tell yourself with an insane pride, "Gregory, you taught me that power is the only thing that never betrays. Tonight, I will show you the cost of daring to treat me like a pawn." You open the folder. Inside is a special executive directive addressed to Customs and Border Protection and the United States Coast Guard. Your move of vengeance is designed with the absolute sophistication of a legal expert. You don't need to take Cole to court, nor do you need congressional approval. You use the PRISM surveillance tool you just acquired to find a microscopic loophole. 3 cargo ships belonging to Cole Maritime had inadvertently docked near a port linked to a shipping company on the Treasury Department's sanctions list in the Mediterranean 2 years ago. Under normal circumstances, this would merely be a minor administrative error resolvable by a fine of a few tens of thousands of dollars. But under the hand of Titan, that administrative error is elevated to an immediate national security threat to the domestic maritime supply chain. You set the Mont Blanc pen to the paper. The black ink glides smoothly, coldly signing the directive, Titan. A dark surge of pleasure shoots up your spine to your brain. It is the triumphant rush of a sovereign drawing a line in the sand and deciding to erase an entire bloodline. With a single signature, you just ordered the permanent revocation of domestic shipping licenses for Cole Maritime's entire 40-ship fleet. The freezing of all the corporation's international payment accounts at U.S. banks pending a terrorism financing investigation. The unilateral termination of all defense logistics contracts, worth $500 million between Cole Maritime and the Pentagon. This is a naked, lethal blow. You aren't just cutting off the conglomerate's blood supply, you are choking off their airway in a single second. You pick up the NSA's encrypted tablet, activating the PRISM wiretap portal. You want to fully savor the result of the knife you just twisted. Exactly 4:15 a.m. Cole Maritime's red alert system triggers as agents from the Department of Homeland Security simultaneously appear at ports in New York and Chicago, ordering the total lockdown of all Cole cargo ships right before unloading. On the tablet screen, the audio recording of the emergency phone call between Gregory Cole and his youngest son, the corporation's CEO, emits a characteristic crackle. The son's voice trembles with utter panic. "Dad, we've lost everything. The Coast Guard just boarded the ships at Port Newark. They revoked the licenses, locked all the corporate accounts at J.P. Morgan. The Wall Street banks are calling in margin on our $300 million loan. If we don't have cash by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we have to file for bankruptcy. Dad, who is doing this to us?" A 5-second silence stretches across the tapped line. You clearly hear Gregory Cole's heavy, wheezing breath through the speaker. And then the voice of the formerly arrogant old man speaks, but the smugness of the majority leader is gone. It is raspy, broken, and filled with absolute, abject horror as he realizes the truth. "It's him, it's that kid, Adrian. He's killing us, son. He's using the presidency to wipe out our entire family." You turn off the tablet. You lean back in the chair, looking at the ashes of your predecessor's letter still resting in the porcelain ashtray nearby. There is no loud laughter, no outburst of gloating. Only a cold, terrifying stillness blankets the Oval Office. You feel a profound, ultimate satisfaction of a man who has officially rewritten the rules of Washington. You tell yourself, "Gregory, you were right. I am a pawn, but tonight I just flipped your entire board. From now on, anyone in this town who dares look at me with contempt will have to look at the ashes of the Cole family to know their true place." You stand up, step toward the bay windows, your heart filled with the insane superiority of a tyrant using the supreme power of the nation as a personal weapon to purge all enemies in the dark. That ruthlessness did not stop at political vendettas. As the night receded, supreme power continued to be utilized by you with even greater sophistication on the financial playing field. The fairway of lies 10 in the morning, Saturday, the golf course at Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland. The lush, vibrant bentgrass fairways stretch endlessly beneath the pale gray autumn sky of the American East Coast, rolling like massive swaths of velvet ribbon. A light breeze blows in from the Potomac River, carrying the scent of damp earth and pure decaying pine needles. From the outside, this looks like a typical relaxing Saturday morning for an American president after a stressful week of work. But in reality, the security isolation surrounding you creates a perfect information vacuum. Dozens of Secret Service agents holding the codename Titan, clad in warm black Carhartt windbreakers, drive specialized golf carts on continuous patrol, establishing a strict lockdown perimeter within a 500-yard radius around you. Reporters and press camera lenses are kept at such a distance, they can only see faint black dots moving across the green. You stroll leisurely down the fairway of the 9th hole. Walking right beside you, carrying your custom-fit Callaway golf bag, is Carter Hayes, your best friend, partner of 20 years, and the independently appointed manager of your blind trust prior to inauguration. According to strict guidelines from the Office of Government Ethics, a sitting president is absolutely prohibited from any form of communication or exchange of information regarding assets or investment strategies with their blind trust manager. A single phone call or email between you and Carter would be recorded and could become evidence of insider trading before a federal grand jury. But American law always has loopholes custom-tailored for the elite. And today, that loophole is the size of an 18-hole golf course. No recording devices, no White House staff, only the wind whistling through the pines and the dry thwack of a driver hitting a golf ball. You stop at your lie. You select a 7-iron, bending over to adjust your stance. The weather in the Middle East looks like it's going to be very hot for the oil rigs next week. Carter, you say offhandedly, your tone as natural and soft as if you were discussing the climate for a vacation. Carter doesn't look at you. He pretends to intensely study a divot on the grass 10 feet away, gently wiping dirt from his putter head. I've heard the same, Carter replies nonchalantly, his tone steady without a hint of rush. Many analysts believe if there's a sudden supply disruption from OPEC nations, WTI light sweet crude will experience a massive breakout, around 20%. This coming Monday at 9 in the morning, you twist your torso, executing a flawless swing. The white ball sails into the air, carving a beautiful arc against the gray sky. The Department of Energy will release an emergency report regarding tightening environmental standards on crude imported from unfriendly nations. And I will add a few personal thoughts on social media. Carter doesn't say another word. He just gives a slight nod, shoulders the golf bag, and continues walking toward the 9th hole. That was the entire transaction. No paperwork, no specific numbers, not a single word of buy or sell was uttered. But the brains of two opportunists operated in perfect synchronization. Carter understood the implicit order perfectly. He had exactly 48 hours over the weekend to use the hundreds of millions of dollars in your blind trust, routing them through offshore derivative accounts in Singapore and Zurich, to scoop up tens of thousands of call options on WTI crude and shares in Harold's Aegis Energy Corporation. You walk back toward the Andrews clubhouse. After a shower and changing into a warm topcoat, you sit in the VIP cabin of the armored limousine, the Beast, idling in the parking lot. You pull the secure smartphone issued by the White House Communications Agency from your pocket. You open the Twitter app. You don't need permission from the State Department, nor do you notify the National Security Council. Your index finger flies across the touchscreen, typing a brief 28-word tweet. We are reviewing agreements for heavy crude imports from hostile nations. A 25% punitive tariff is on my desk. America must be energy independent. You hit post. A cruel, gloating hunger explodes in your chest. You watch the phone screen flash continuously as the retweet count skyrockets to hundreds of thousands in just 5 seconds. You feel no guilt for manipulating the global financial markets. On the contrary, you feel the ultimate power of a monetary god. You delude yourself with a cold rationalization. I am not breaking the law. I am simply fulfilling a campaign promise about energy independence. The fact that Carter Hayes bought energy stocks is just the lucky coincidence of a sharp fund manager. The naked reality of the financial market instantly reacts to your tweet on Monday morning, 9:05 a.m. The New York futures market opens in a state of absolute panic. The U.S. president's tweet about oil tariffs detonates a frenzied net buying wave from hedge funds. WTI crude prices spike from $65 to $81 a barrel. A massive 25% leap in just 90 minutes. Simultaneously, Aegis Energy stock hits an 18% ceiling. While the whole world scrambles in fear of a new energy crisis, in the shadows, your machine finishes the harvest. Carter Hayes exercises all the call options accumulated over the weekend, dumping them all when the price peaks at 11:00 a.m. The internal financial report receipt, encrypted and sent directly to you late that night, displays a cold, hard net figure, $51,240,000. $51 million in net profit pocketed straight into your accounts from a single tweet, typed with your thumb in the back of the Beast. And the best part? It is completely legal in the eyes of the Office of Government Ethics. On paper, your blind trust operated independently, brilliantly, and cleanly. You set the phone down, sipping your 18-year-old scotch at the Resolute desk. A profound contempt for the American democratic system permeates your mind. You realize the so-called blind trust and federal ethics rules are just children's toys, stage plays written to demagogue and pacify the impoverished masses of voters out there. Being president is not a job in public service. It is the most hyper-profitable business transaction on the planet, where you can use your own political statements to personally inflate your massive hidden wealth. But money is only one aspect of rule. What inflates your God complex beyond control is gaining access to the concealed truths of humanity. Touching faith, a freezing winter afternoon, the Fort Knox military base in Kentucky. Marine One lands on a makeshift helipad in a valley surrounded by multiple layers of razor wire, armed watchtowers with heavy machine guns sweeping back and forth, and an air defense radar system operating at full capacity. Walking ahead of you are the director of the United States Mint and the base commander. Secret Service agents flank you closely, their breath turning to wisps of thin white smoke in the negative 10-degree Kentucky air. Before you stands the most heavily fortified granite and reinforced concrete fortress on the planet, the United States Bullion Depository at Fort Knox. This location holds over 4,500 metric tons of pure gold, accounting for more than half of the U.S. government's gold reserves. You navigate a maze of narrow, freezing corridors, descending deep underground, piercing through the rigid bedrock via a specialized armored elevator. The iron chains screech dryly as the elevator halts at the deepest subterranean level. Before your eyes is the massive 21-ton vault door, forged from a drill-resistant alloy capable of withstanding any nuclear blast. This door requires the coordinated entry of independent codes held by several different government officials to open. You stand silently, watching the steel door slowly shift, emitting heavy mechanical groans that echo throughout the underground vault space. Inside the vault, a soft, hazy golden light radiates from tens of thousands of pure gold bars stacked neatly like massive, endless walls. The air reeks of cold metal, dry and absolutely still. You step closer to a wall of gold. You remove your black leather glove, slowly reaching out your bare hand to press your palm directly against a cool gold bar. A sense of awe, an electrifying jolt shoots from your fingertips straight into your mind. You don't view this gold as luxury jewelry. You look at it through the eyes of a supreme political strategist. You realize a grand truth. This isn't just gold. This is the physical faith of the entire global financial system. These yellow metal bars possess no biological value themselves. You cannot eat them to survive. You cannot burn them for warmth. But humanity has collectively deluded itself and agreed to grant it absolute faith. Every currency circulating in the world, every skyscraper in New York, every factory in Shanghai, all operate based on the phantom value anchored inside this stone vault. When you touch this, you feel you are holding the handle of the lever that can lift the faith of humanity itself. But your trip to Fort Knox wasn't just to touch gold. It was a stepping stone for you to access a more ultimate power, national secrets. In a hidden corner of the gold vault, behind a smaller steel door bearing the red embossed seal of the National Archives, is the Red File Storage Room, the highest top-secret classification in the United States. Kept here are files that have never been, and will never be, declassified for the public. Documents that not even senators or members of the intelligence committees possess the need-to-know clearance to access. The base commander opens a wall safe using the president's biometric code, extracts a black leather briefcase secured with a lead seal, and places it on a small wooden table in front of you. He and the Mint director bow formally, then hurry out, slamming the door shut to leave you entirely alone with the true history of the world. You personally unlock the leather briefcase. Inside are 3 paper files, yellowed with age, smelling of the dust of time and century-old ink. The first file, the unredacted Warren Commission report on the JFK assassination. You flip through the pages. You see black and white close-up photos of the crime scene, agent testimonies, and John F. Kennedy's autopsy report without a single streak of CIA black ink blocking the text. You read the naked truth. Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone. The report exposes a sophisticated, coordinated plot by a faction of Pentagon generals and shadow intelligence officials who decided to eliminate Kennedy when he moved to cut military funding in Vietnam. The second file, Project Blue Book, recovered debris at Roswell, 1947. You turn to the most sensitive pages. Black and white photos of strange crystalline engine components. Physical analyses by military engineers confirming the materials do not belong to Earth's periodic table of elements. And logs detailing the recovery of 3 biological entities lacking human DNA structures. A shiver runs down your nervous system. A suffocating intellectual arrogance seizes your mind. You realize a cruel truth. All the history books, all the science programs that 8 billion people out there study and believe every day are just fake fairy tales written by the system to demagogue, to keep the flock of sheep from panicking. You are one of less than 10 people on this planet who knows the naked truth about this world. You sit at the absolute apex of the information pyramid. Your intoxication with power has now reached absolute mass. You no longer view yourself as an administrative president. You feel you are a god standing behind the curtain of a massive theater, looking down at the stupid crowd of voters, crying and laughing at the plays you and your system have staged for them. You close the files, carefully locking the black briefcase back up. You walk out of the secret archive, down the stone corridors of Fort Knox to return to Marine One idling on the tarmac. The cold Kentucky wind slaps against your flat, soulless face. You tell yourself, the truth is only for the ruler, and my job is to keep this grand lie operating perfectly to rule them. You board the aircraft, your heart brimming with insane superiority. And having held the greatest underground secrets in your hand, you begin to crave displaying your authority high up in the air. The toys of God 40,000 feet in the air, the airspace over the Appalachian Mountains. The deep, steady roar of the 4 General Electric CF-6 engines from the VC-25A aircraft, known to the world as Air Force One, only reaches the cabin as a harmless whisper, muffled by acoustic insulation lined with expensive Alcantara leather. The air inside the presidential suite is sterile, dry, and smells of freshly polished mahogany, mixed with the potent aroma of the 30-year-old Macallan whiskey fizzing softly over a round ice cube in a Baccarat crystal glass resting on your desk. You are leaning back in the armored leather swivel chair, one leg crossed, looking out the double-pane, bulletproof acrylic window. Through the glass, the twilight sky at 40,000 feet is no longer a standard blue. It transitions into a dark, nearly pitch-black hue bordering on space, glowing with a burnt orange halo on the distant horizon. From this vantage point, the world below, the small towns of West Virginia, the rivers winding like silver threads, and the lives of the 330 million people you rule, is just a faint, anonymous, meaningless still life painting. You reach out, pick up the whiskey, and take a small sip, letting the spicy peat smoke dry your throat. A solitary, ice-cold, supreme arrogance spreads through your mind. You tell yourself, I'm standing above all of them, literally and figuratively. Their laws, their protests on the ground, how can they reach me at this altitude? There is a soft, definitive knock on the door. Colonel Bradley Miller, the president's military aide who always carries the nuclear football, steps into the room. He stands at attention with military bearing, holding a ruggedized tactical military tablet. President Titan, Miller reports, his tone formal and precise. We have just entered Virginia airspace. For high-level protective protocols, an escort element of 2 F-35A Lightning II stealth fighters from the 94th Fighter Squadron out of Langley Air Force Base has launched and is flying formation off the port wing of Air Force One. You give a slight nod, your eyes shifting to the left window. Just as Miller said, less than 100 feet off the wingtip of your aircraft, the gray, angular silhouette of an F-35A appears like a massive mechanical beast floating in a sea of clouds. The radar-absorbent coating makes the $100 million jet look almost unreal. It is hazy, cold. You can clearly see the pilot's $400,000 smart helmet reflecting the fiery sunset, and the vertical stabilizers shifting slightly to adjust the immense thrust from the Pratt & Whitney F-135 engine. You set the whiskey down on the desk. An extreme boredom, the boredom of a man who has acquired all administrative power, suddenly rises, bringing with it a bizarre, sadistic desire to play. You don't look at the F-35 as a state-of-the-art national defense weapon of the U.S. military. You look at it as a toy, a pixel displayed on a screen for your entertainment during a tedious flight. Colonel Miller, you say, your tone aloof, issuing an order. Link the desk's tactical console with the escort element's Link 16 internal comms. Miller hesitates for a quarter of a second. His face shows a hint of confusion. Sir, the Link 16 system is a highly secure military tactical data network, normally only used to. You say nothing. You just look up, staring straight at Miller with the dark, freezing eyes of Titan. The eyes of the man who fired Richard Harris right in the middle of his first cabinet meeting. Miller instantly swallows hard, bowing his head hurriedly. I understand, Mr. President. Establishing connection now. Miller types rapidly on the military tablet. Immediately, the touch screen built into your desk lights up, displaying a real-time, three-dimensional tactical radar map. Two green dots blink with the call signs, F-35 Eagle 1 and F-35 Eagle 2. Below them is complex telemetry data. Speed Mach 0.85, altitude 40,000 feet, fuel reserves, and even the heart rates of the two pilots flying alongside. Everything appears so visually intuitive, so perfect. It looks exactly like the interface of a flight simulator video game you played in college. You pick up the receiver of the secure red VHF-UHF communications phone resting on the edge of the desk, pressing it to your ear. Eagle 1, this is Titan. Do you read me? You speak into the receiver, your tone flat, cold as ice. Through the leather-wrapped earpiece, you hear the characteristic static of high-altitude radio waves, followed by the voice of the lead pilot. A veteran lieutenant colonel with a sterile, rigid tone that instantly chokes with surprise upon recognizing the commander-in-chief's voice. Eagle 1 reads you loud and clear, President Titan. It is an honor to escort your aircraft, sir. Eagle 1, you lean back in your chair, casually swiping a finger across the telemetry screen, amused to watch his heart rate spike on the biometric chart. I want to see a little show. Execute a supersonic barrel roll off the port wing of Air Force One, then pop a full spread of defensive flares. A 3-second silence stretches over the radio feed. The heavy breathing of the Eagle 1 pilot is clearly audible. Mr. President Titan, the pilot's voice returns, brimming with confusion and fear. Secret Service and Air Force Command safety protocols strictly prohibit any acrobatic maneuvers or supersonic flight within a 5-mile radius of Air Force One. Popping flares at this altitude could also disrupt the aircraft's radar. You close your eyes briefly, letting out a sigh full of fake disappointment. You do not argue about safety protocols. You just growl, hissing each word to chill him to the bone. Eagle 1. The man speaking to you is the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces. That was not a suggestion for a technical debate. That is a direct order from Titan. Execute it immediately, or you will have your wings pulled and face a court-martial before your jet even touches the tarmac at Langley tonight. Execute. Miller stands beside you, cold sweat beginning to bead at his temples. He knows this is insane, a violation of every military flight safety rule designed to protect the president. But after the bloodbath in the cabinet room, no one in the West Wing or on this aircraft dares breathe a word against the wrath of Titan. Through the bay window, the F-35A off the port wing suddenly alters its posture. You see its tail section snap hard. The terrifying roar of the Pratt & Whitney F-135 engine as the pilot engages the afterburners tears through the space at 40,000 feet. A brilliant orange plume of fire shoots from the jet's exhaust. Boom, the supersonic boom at extremely close range, rattles the massive fuselage of Air Force One. The whiskey in the glass on your desk sloshes slightly, leaving wet rings on the mahogany surface. The $100 million jet flips onto its back, carving a perfect spiral, tearing through the clouds right before your eyes. At the exact apex of the roll, the pilot hits the thermal decoy deploy button. Dozens of flares ignite a brilliant red, shooting out from both sides of the F-35 like a massive meteor shower, illuminating the darkening twilight sky with a blinding, breathtakingly radiant phosphorus glare. The light from the flares reflects shimmering in your dark, cold, empty eyes through the armored acrylic glass. A massive, sick thrill explodes in your chest. You laugh out loud, a soft chuckle, full of the supreme pride and arrogance of a god playing with the toys of God. You tell yourself, look at this. This is the pinnacle of human warfare technology. The most powerful stealth fighter on the planet, the most brilliant pilots trained with tens of millions of taxpayer dollars. They are all just puppets, pixels dancing to my passing whim. Their lives, the safety of this aircraft, it's all just tools for my entertainment. Your arrogance has now transcended all boundaries of a normal human being. You no longer see yourself as an administrative president elected to serve the nation. You feel an absolute, limitless power of a being who can force the very sky to hold its breath and dance to the rhythm of his fingers. You place the red phone receiver back on the desk, pick up the whiskey, and take a large gulp. You watch the F-35A, having completed its role, slowly drop back to its original escort position, the pilot keeping a safe distance, not daring to make another extraneous movement. You don't bother to look back a second time. You casually swipe the touchscreen to close the Link 16 interface, returning the room to its standard flight path map display. You lean back in the leather chair, staring out into the darkening space above. You know that, having played with a fighter squadron like a video game this afternoon, you have officially reached the absolute supreme state of the God complex. Returning from that arrogant flight, the intoxication of power follows you right into your bedroom, driving you to seek out the most dangerous toy humanity has ever created, the Doomsday Doll. 2 in the morning, the treaty room on the second floor of the White House executive residence. The stillness of the late night envelops the expansive space, leaving only the steady crackle and pop of pine logs burning brightly in the antique marble fireplace. The warm orange firelight dances against the dark, silk-papered walls, casting long, flickering shadows against the mahogany bookshelves holding America's historical treaties. On your private desk, resting neatly beneath the solitary yellow halo of the desk lamp, is a Zero Halliburton aluminum briefcase wrapped in a thick, rigid black leather jacket. A small black metal antenna protrudes from the side of the jacket. It is what the whole world obsessively refers to as the nuclear football. Normally, this 45-pound briefcase must always be chained to the wrist of a presidential military aide, who is not allowed to be more than 10 feet away from you for a single second of your life. But tonight, the supreme arrogance of the God complex on this afternoon's flight has pushed you to break the Pentagon's strictest security protocol. You growled an order at Colonel Bradley Miller to unchain the briefcase, place it on your desk, and step out into the hall, pulling the 2 thick wooden doors shut. Miller had gone pale, standing there trembling as he cited the Defense Department's highest-level national security regulations. But under the flat, cold, threatening glare of Titan, he was forced to bow his head in submission. He knew the man sitting in this chair no longer adhered to any human protocol. Now you are entirely alone in the room with humanity's ultimate tool of destruction. You step closer to the desk. You don't look at the briefcase with awe or a sense of guilt regarding the burden of 8 billion lives. On the contrary, your eyes burn with a carefree, almost childlike curiosity upon seeing a novel, expensive toy freshly unboxed. You use both hands to pop the 2 metal latches on the sides of the briefcase. Clack, clack. The mechanical snap echoes dryly and sharply in the quiet treaty room. You push the cool aluminum lid up. Inside, there is no computer screen with a red button like in cheap Hollywood movies. It contains only a plastic frame protecting super-frequency satellite communication devices and 4 thick manuals printed on ultra-durable, waterproof, fireproof paper. You reach inside, pulling out a thin, rigid plastic card encased in a clear polymer sleeve with a red tamper-evident seal. This is the biscuit, the plastic card containing the gold codes, the top-secret authentication codes identifying the U.S. president to authorize a global nuclear strike. You tear open the polymer seal with utmost indifference. You pick up the plastic card, the size of a credit card, between 2 fingertips. You twirl it slightly, letting the firelight reflect off the gold-plated plastic. A sick, carefree excitement rises within you. You start playing with the biscuit. You pinch it between your index and middle fingers, spinning it like a poker chip or a lucky coin used by high rollers in Vegas. SCCRRCCCHH. You drag the plastic card lightly across the polished mahogany surface of the desk, making a faint, dull screech. You pretend to swipe a credit card to pay for a luxury item in a shopping mall. You laugh to yourself, a soft, chillingly innocent laugh. You tell yourself, this is ridiculous. A tiny, feather-light piece of plastic like this can trigger a firestorm that destroys the entire human civilization. This world is so fragile and stupid to entrust its fate to a piece of plastic, I could easily snap in half with one finger. You place the biscuit down on the desk, then reach for a 75-page, red leather-bound document titled, The Black Book Nuclear Retaliatory Options. You flip through the pages. This document details pre-planned nuclear strike scenarios established by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, major attack options, selected attack options, and limited attack options. You read through the lists of coded targets, next to which are estimated casualty figures calculated in units of millions. Moscow, 12 million civilian deaths in the first 30 minutes. Beijing, 21 million civilian deaths. Pyongyang, 4 million. You read those numbers with absolute apathy. Your empathy has been so completely frozen over that you don't picture the faces. The screams of the children, the families that will be incinerated into ash beneath massive mushroom clouds. To you, those lives are just abstract numbers printed on a nice piece of paper. You begin turning the pages of the Black Book leisurely, carelessly, like a tourist flipping through a menu at a five-star restaurant or a summer vacation catalog. You trace your finger down the list of selected nuclear strike options, muttering to yourself in a sweet, almost joking tone. Which option should we choose today? The major attack aimed at all enemy naval bases, or a limited attack on the missile silos in the Gobi Desert? They all look so tempting. Your detachment from consequences has now reached the peak of pathological delusion. You are completely disconnected from the brutal reality of physics. You pick up the receiver of the red super-frequency phone that connects directly to the National Military Command Center at the Pentagon. You press the receiver to your ear, pretending to make a childhood prank phone call. "Hello, Command Center, is that you?" you say into the mouthpiece with a sarcastic, chipper tone. "This is Titan. I'd like to place an order for global annihilation delivered in 15 minutes or less. Major attack option number 1, extra fire and ash, please." You put the receiver down, laughing out loud with genuine amusement. The extreme contrast between the doomsday instrument open on the desk and your carefree, condescending play-acting paints the most macabre, insane picture of tyrannical power. You have no malicious desire to destroy the world for a political ideology or grand vengeance. You play with it simply because you can, because you want to feel the sensation of being a supreme deity holding the remote control of the planet's life and death. You slip the biscuit card into the pocket of your white dress shirt, patting your chest lightly, imagining what would happen if you just went to sleep and forgot it in your pocket when doing laundry tomorrow. Your gloating lasts until the logs in the fireplace collapse, emitting a loud crack and dimming the red firelight. You flinch slightly. The intoxication of the doomsday game begins to subside, leaving a cold, empty feeling in your gut. You pull the plastic card from your pocket, dropping it back into the briefcase's polymer slot. You close the black book, putting it back in its place, and use both hands to shut the lid of the black leather Zero Halliburton briefcase. Clack, clack. The two mechanical latches click shut, locking the world-ending monster back into the darkness. You lean back in the leather chair, looking at the briefcase resting silently on the mahogany desk under the dim light of the lamp. You know that, by playing with the nuclear football like a doomsday doll tonight, you have officially crossed the final boundary of power-induced delusion. But you have no idea that the absolute Lord illusion you were just playing with is about to face a brutal splash of cold water from the entities truly standing in the shadows of Washington when the sun comes up. The deep state slap 9 in the morning, Monday. The Oval Office is flooded with brilliant winter sunlight, illuminating the motes of dust suspended in the sterile air and casting a pale golden halo on Abraham Lincoln's portrait. You are sitting behind the resolute desk, using a silver spoon to lightly tap the edge of a bone china coffee cup. The delicate, steady clink rings out in the room, bouncing off the soundproof walls before vanishing. Your mind is still vibrating with the echoes of ultimate satisfaction from last night. The feeling of personally twirling the biscuit, looking at the nuclear football open on the desk, and directly controlling the stealth fighter squadron like a video game is still warming your massive ego. You feel you are a supreme god, an untouchable titan holding all the vital arteries of the United States. There is a soft but definitive knock on the door. The ceiling-high oak doors open. Alden Thorne, director of the Central Intelligence Agency, walks in. Thorne is the perfect embodiment of the deep state, the permanent administrative elite of Washington. He is 65, has served under 5 presidential administrations, possesses a square granite face devoid of any expression, short steel-gray military-style hair, and wears a minimalist ash-gray flannel suit. Thorne didn't bring a noisy entourage of aides. He carries only a black leather briefcase with a combination lock, walking slowly but firmly, bringing the scent of freezing frost and old leather into your coffee-scented room. Thorne stands formally before the resolute desk, offering a mechanical, polite bow that completely lacks any reverence. President Titan, here is the President's daily brief, compiled and highly secured. Thorne opens the leather briefcase, placing a dark blue folder on your desk. You don't bother to open the folder. You use your fingertip to push it slightly to the side. Looking straight into Thorne's cold, murky gray eyes like frozen lake water. I don't want to read this compiled, sanitized summary anymore, Alden, you say, your voice raspy, freezing as ice, brimming with the arrogance of a supreme ruler. You lean back in the leather chair, interlacing your fingers over your chest. I want to see the real files. I want absolute access to the black budget dossiers of unacknowledged special access programs. I want the list of covert intelligence operations, the CIA's off-the-books financial funds linked to private defense tech contractors, and all research files on reverse-engineered technology recovered from unidentified flying objects at Area 51, a fraction of which I saw at Fort Knox. You tap your finger on the desk. Bring it here to me this morning. The room drops into a horrifying silence. The steady ticking of the grandfather clock suddenly becomes unusually loud, tapping against the eardrums like a countdown. Alden Thorne does not betray the slightest expression of panic or confusion. He doesn't sweat, he doesn't swallow hard. He stands towering like an ancient stone statue before your desk. He slowly closes the lid of his black leather briefcase, the combination lock clicking dryly, then looks straight into your eyes with an indifferent gaze, containing an ultimate pity. The look of a university professor watching a child try to explain the theory of relativity using Lego blocks. Mr. President, Thorne begins, his tone deep, sterile, and entirely unwavering. I cannot provide you with those documents, and I advise you to retract this request. A surge of hot air suddenly rises from your chest, burning the skin of your neck under your perfectly pressed white collar. Your massive ego, the God complex you have nurtured all week, is instantly and violently triggered by a subordinate's outright refusal. You slam your hand down on the resolute desk. Bam! The loud noise makes the bone china cup jump slightly, splashing a few drops of black coffee onto the ancient oak surface. You lean forward, eyes wide, snarling every word like gunshots in the dead of night. Alden Thorne, have you forgotten who sits in this chair? I am the President of the United States. I am the Commander-in-Chief of the military. I am Titan. Every intelligence agency, every department in this government operates under my direction. You work for me. I have supreme access to every secret in this nation. Thorne does not take a single step back. He takes a step forward, right up to the edge of the resolute desk. His stone-carved face pushes in toward yours. And then, in an incredibly low, warm, but ironclad tone that chills to the bone, Thorne delivers the most brutal psychological slap of your life. Titan is just a radio call sign on the Secret Service walkie-talkies, sir, Thorne says, his words hissing with cold extortion. You are just a tenant renting this room for 4 years, maybe 8 if you get lucky. Do you think this chair grants you absolute power? Do you think because you signed a few executive orders bypassing Congress, or because we let you play with the nuclear football on Air Force One, that you are actually running this country? Thorne smirks slightly, a faint smile full of supreme contempt. This system was designed 50 years ago to keep the nation's true secrets out of the hands of temporary politicians, men who always have to worry about the next election and the tabloids. The special access programs you just asked about belong to the permanent security infrastructure of the United States. They operate on a need-to-know basis, and you, Mr. President, You do not have a need to know for these things. Your power is purely administrative power for the public. Please do not cross the line. You stand rooted to the spot. The hot blood in your body abruptly drains, leaving an icy sensation in your fingertips. Thorne's words aren't a punch. They are a razor-sharp cut, tearing right through the illusion of lordship you have hallucinated for the past week. You realize a humiliating truth. You thought you controlled the system, but in reality, you are just a high-end puppet the system permits to play with expensive toys to keep you busy and out of the way of the true darkness running the world. Thorne picks up his black leather briefcase, bowing politely, coldly. "Have a productive day, Mr. President. The briefing is on your desk." He turns and walks out, the oak doors slamming shut behind him with a heavy thud, completely shutting off the cold draft carrying the scent of freezing frost. You collapse back into the presidential leather chair. The intoxication of power vanishes entirely and instantly, digging a pitch-black, empty, and freezing hole in your chest. You look at the dark blue briefing folder resting silently on the resolute desk next to the cooling black coffee stain. You look at the red phone, at the bald eagle rug beneath your feet. All those massive symbols of power suddenly become meaningless, fake, and laughably absurd. You stand at the absolute peak of the world, but in reality, you are standing on a stage suspended by the invisible chains of the elite. You are nothing but a high-end prisoner trapped in a gold-plated jail cell called the Oval Office. You pick up the cold cup of coffee yourself, taking a bitter sip. You know that the slap this morning has officially shattered your intoxication with power, paving the way for the coming days, where you will have to face the suffocation, confinement, and the cruel service invoice of a true national hostage. Chapter 3, The Gilded Cage, the $18,000 invoice. 1 in the morning. The executive residence on the second floor of the White House is submerged in the stillness of the late night. The space, decorated in soft cream and pastel blue, is completely isolated from the imposing, freezing authority of the West Wing or the Oval Office below. It is designed to look like a warm, upper-class apartment, but that warmth is entirely artificial. You sit in a premium linen armchair, your feet propped up on a small ottoman, wearing gray sweatpants and an old, faded t-shirt, some of the rare garments you own that don't bear a politician's branding. You have just survived an exhausting week of tense standoffs at the Pentagon and the contemptuous glares of CIA Director Alden Thorne. You thought that by returning to these private quarters, you would find a modicum of peace, a space where you didn't have to calculate or keep your guard up. There is a soft, rhythmic, and incredibly polite knock outside the door of the small family study. "Come in," you say, your voice hoarse from exhaustion. The door opens. It isn't a Secret Service agent or a national security advisor carrying a red classified folder. It is Gary, the White House chief usher, a 50-year-old man who carries the demeanor of a classic British aristocrat, wearing a flawlessly pressed tuxedo and maintaining a professional, discreet smile. Gary betrays no micro-expression of tension. He steps lightly across the thick wool carpet, carrying a small silver tray. On the tray is not a glass of whiskey, but a dark blue envelope bearing the embossed seal of the White House chief usher's office. "President Titan," Gary gives a slight bow, his voice deep and sterile. "I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. But per the White House spending regulations, this is the itemized summary of your family's personal living expenses for your first month in office. We need your signature of approval to proceed with the direct deduction from your personal bank account." You raise an eyebrow. You take the envelope from Gary and casually pull out the itemized invoice. You think to yourself, personal living expenses, I am the President of the United States. I live in a national mansion. What is there to charge me for? But as your eyes scan down to the total figure at the bottom of the page, you freeze. A jolt of ice cold air shoots down your spine. 18,254.3. The black numbers printed sharply against the fine white paper feel like a direct slap to your arrogance. Your throat instantly goes bone dry. The composure you normally maintain during political crises shatters. Your chest involuntarily tightens, your breathing growing shallow. You look back up at the itemized breakdown. You cannot believe what your eyes are reading. Family groceries and personal dining, private breakfasts, dinners, $4,250. Dry cleaning, pressing of personal wardrobe and private bed linens, $1,120. Bottled water, sodas, and snacks for residents' living areas, $850. Premium toothpaste, soap, shampoo, and toilet paper, private family quarters, $640. Overtime pay for private chef and service staff, meals requested after 10:00 p.m., $3,100. Specialized cleaning services for private quarters, $2,800. Preparation and service of tea, coffee for private guests, non-official diplomatic visitors, $1,500. You grip the invoice tightly, your fingertips trembling slightly with a mix of sheer rage and shock. You look up at Gary, hissing through your teeth. Gary, what kind of joke is this? Why am I paying for toilet paper, toothpaste, and bottled water in this mansion? I am the President of the United States. The taxpayers fund the White House. Gary maintains his polite smile, entirely unbothered. He has witnessed this exact reaction from 5 of your predecessors. Everyone who steps into this building brings with them a romanticized illusion of royal subsidy. Mr. President, Gary explains gently, his tone as even as someone reading a law textbook. The taxpayers only fund the maintenance of the building, official diplomatic state functions, and your official executive duties. Your personal life and your family's, from the apple you eat in your bedroom, the roll of toilet paper you use in your private bathroom, to the dry cleaning of your bespoke suits, are all considered personal expenses. By federal law, the president must pay out of pocket for all daily living necessities. Gary leans in slightly, delivering a clinical follow-up. Furthermore, sir, the White House chefs are world-class culinary professionals. When you request a chicken sandwich at 1 in the morning after a long day, we must mobilize a chef and a server on the night shift. Their overtime is billed at the rate of a 5-star hotel, and that is charged directly to your account. You stand rooted to the spot. Your sharp, pragmatic brain instantly performs the most brutal and rapid economic calculation of your life. The official salary of the U.S. president, mandated by Congress, is $400,000 a year. It sounds massive to a normal working-class citizen, but after deducting federal taxes, Washington, D.C. state taxes, insurance, and Social Security, your actual net take-home pay is roughly $22,000 a month. And now, the personal living invoice for your very first month has swallowed over $18,000 of it. You are left with less than $4,000 to cover your old debts, your daughter's insurance policies, and other personal expenses outside the White House. You realize a humiliating, abject truth. You are living in the most luxurious 6-star hotel on the planet, but you are being forced to pay exorbitant room service rates out of your own pocket. You are not the master of this house. You are just a remarkably expensive tenant, nickel and dimed down to the last roll of toilet paper. A chilling helplessness creeps into your chest, completely extinguishing the illusion of your supreme dominance. You ask yourself, why would the system design such an absurdly punishing financial rule for the leader of the free world? And the answer instantly materializes in your mind with brutal clarity. This is the trap. The system intentionally keeps the president's salary middle class compared to the astronomical cost of living in the White House to generate a permanent state of financial pressure. It forces you, the most powerful man in the world, to constantly feel material scarcity. And that exact scarcity is what pushes presidents into compromise, finding loopholes to use their blind trusts, selling their souls to billionaire donors in the Hamptons to secure their post-presidency debts, or relying on the promise of multi-million-dollar book deals and speaking fees once they leave office. Your integrity is strangled by the system, starting with your most basic biological needs. Gary politely offers you his Mont Blanc fountain pen. You simply need to sign the authorization here, Mr. President. We will handle the rest. You snatch the pen. The nib scratches violently across the cotton paper, leaving your Titan's signature deeply indented into the page in sheer anger. You toss the invoice and the pen back onto Gary's silver tray. I've signed it, get out, you snarl through your teeth. Thank you, Mr. President. Have a restful night. Gary bows, pivoting and walking out into the dark hall with soundless steps, clicking the oak door shut behind him. You sit alone in the dim living room. You look up at the high ceiling, at the expensive silk-papered walls. You take a deep breath, but your lungs only pull in the sterile, dry air of the HVAC system. The $18,000 invoice just dragged you down from the peak of your God complex and slammed you face first into the concrete floor of financial reality. You realize your crown isn't just forged by treachery. It is maintained by the system's own financial extortion. The gold-plated iron cage of the Titan dynasty has truly locked around your neck. The confiscated gift and the self-bought suit. The feeling of financial confinement from the night before clings to your mind, straight into the afternoon of the next day. 4 o'clock, the treaty room. The gray twilight of the Washington winter casts weak streaks of light through the 5-layer bulletproof glass, throwing pale shadows across the mahogany desk. You are standing in front of a blue velvet-lined oak box sitting dead center on the desk. Inside the box rests a solid white gold Patek Philippe Grand Complications watch, its deep blue dial shimmering under the lamp. It is a gift from a Middle Eastern royal, accompanied by a handwritten letter praising the grand vision of the new American president. The watch retails for $150,000. When you hold it against your wrist, the physical weight of the solid gold and the intricate mechanical gears provide a sweet sensation of authority. You think at least this chair comes with some well-deserved perks. There is a dry knock on the door. The door opens. It isn't a foreign diplomat who walks in, but Michael, the chief ethics counsel for the White House. He is 45, with a gaunt face, exhausted eyes behind thick lenses, and the emotionless demeanor of a bureaucrat who worships the rulebook. Michael isn't carrying a classified defense dossier. He is carrying a cheap gray plastic bin, the kind you use for groceries at a supermarket, and a metal clipboard. Michael steps up to the desk. He doesn't look at the watch with admiration. His eyes scan it like an item to be cataloged in a warehouse. President Titan, Michael begins, his tone so dry and sterile it's obnoxious. I am here to execute the Diplomatic Gift Inventory Protocol per the Foreign Gifts and Decorations Act. You frown slightly, your hand still resting on the Patek Philippe. This is a personal gift for me, Michael. The royal sent it directly to the private residence. Michael adjusts his glasses and pushes the clipboard toward you. Per the current regulations of the Act, the maximum limit for a personal gift that a sitting president is legally allowed to keep is $525. Anything exceeding that amount automatically becomes the property of the federal government of the United States. This timepiece is appraised at $150,000. Therefore, by law, it must be transferred immediately to the National Archives. Your chest tightens with a surge of irritation. You growl, "What if I want to keep it?" Michael looks at you, his eyes devoid of a single ripple of emotion. You have the absolute right to purchase it back from the government, sir. You simply need to write a personal check to the Department of the Treasury for $150,000, matching its fair market value. Then, you will legally own it. You stand frozen. A wave of bone-chilling irony shoots down your spine. The $18,000 invoice from last night just cleaned out your checking account. Where on earth are you going to get $150,000 in liquid cash to buy a gift that was given to you? You watch as Michael casually slips on a blue nitrile glove, picks up the $15,000 Patek Philippe, drops it into a clear plastic Ziploc bag, slaps a red tamper-evident seal on it, and carelessly tosses it into the cheap gray plastic bin. The clatter of metal against plastic echoes with absurd indignity. Your supreme power, the nuclear launch codes in your pocket. None of it means a damn thing against a self-righteous bureaucrat carrying a plastic tub. You realize you are nothing but a glorified custodian for the nation. You own nothing. You are a hostage put on display in a museum heavily guarded by federal law. I understand. Take it away, you say, your voice dropping, laced with absolute coldness. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. President. Michael bows, lifting the cheap plastic bin containing the luxury watch and walking out. You turn toward the clothing rack in the corner of the room. Hanging there are 3 brand new Bespoke Brioni suits your chief of staff, just brought in to prepare you for your upcoming address to a joint session of Congress next week. It is the biggest event of the year, where 60 million Americans and the entire political elite will be watching you. You have to look the part of a flawless titan. You touch the premium wool of the suit and glance at your aide. The White House wardrobe budget is covering these three correct. The room instantly drops into an awkward silence. The aide swallows hard, looking down to avoid your gaze. Sir, Mr. President, there is no wardrobe budget for the President or the First Lady. To prevent media scandals regarding taxpayer money being spent on personal luxury items, Congress strictly prohibits the use of any public funds for the First Family's personal clothing. Even the attire you wear during official state ceremonies must be paid for out of your own pocket. You stand rigid in front of the clothing rack. One bespoke Brioni suit costs $10,000. 3 suits mean $30,000. You look at the personal credit card reader the aide timidly places on the desk. You realize a sickening truth, the massive hypocrisy of American politics. The system demands that you appear before the public with the aura of a billionaire, representing a $25 trillion economy, but it forces you to pay for that costume yourself, using a middle-class salary that is being eaten alive every day by White House service invoices. The humiliation scorches your pride. You are forced to pull out your personal credit card and place it on the reader. Beep, the dry chirp of the machine signals that $30,000 has just been drained from your personal accounts. You have just pushed yourself into new personal debt, just to earn the right to wear a decent suit to speak to the nation. You hang the self-bought suit back in the closet, your heart overflowing with absolute contempt for the so-called federal ethics laws. You realize these rules weren't written to protect the integrity of the government. They were designed to control, to humiliate, and to keep the commander-in-chief in a perpetual state of financial insecurity. The system turns you into a man who has to borrow money just to maintain the facade of power. You tighten your tie in the mirror. Your eyes stare back at you, cold, flat, and empty. The artificial fishbowl, the sense of financial imprisonment, quickly gives way to actual physical suffocation as you return to work. 3 in the afternoon. The Oval Office is drowning in an invisible claustrophobia. The weak late winter sun casts pale, sickly yellow streaks of light across the eagle rug. You sit behind the resolute desk, staring at a stack of legislative files, but your mind is completely blank. Your chest feels tight. Your trachea is dry, burning as if you've just inhaled ash. Your entire body is tense, reacting to an incredibly obnoxious background noise, the high-frequency hum of the positive pressure HVAC system. To prevent chemical or aerosolized biological weapons attacks, the air in the West Wing is continuously cycled through 12 layers of HEPA and carbon filters, and constantly pressurized to ensure the room's air pressure is always higher than outside. That air is absolutely sterile. It is so clean it has no smell, no humidity, and it is draining the last drop of vitality from your body. You crave a normal breath of air. A breeze carrying the damp earth smell of the rose garden, the scent of decaying pine needles from the south lawn, or even the thick exhaust fumes from Pennsylvania Avenue. Just a little bit, just so you know you are still alive. You stand up from the presidential leather chair and walk slowly toward the 3 massive bay windows facing south. You reach out your bare hand, touching the heavy brass latch on the oak window frame. You intend to turn the latch, just to pop the frame open an inch and let in a breath of natural air. But the brass latch is rigid, ice cold. It doesn't budge a single millimeter. The oak frame is permanently dead-bolted shut with reinforced steel screws. You press your face close to the glass. It is 5 inches thick, a complex structure of multiple layers of tempered ballistic glass compressed under massive pressure, designed to stop a heavy sniper round from a mile away. Because of its extreme thickness and multi-layered structure, the glass has a distinct, faint green tint. When you look through it, the entire outside world of the rose garden is slightly refracted and distorted. The vibrant red roses look pale. The lush green grass of the south lawn turns gray and cold, like old archival footage. The real world, viewed through ballistic glass, looks like a high-resolution photograph pasted onto a concrete wall. It is still distant and terrifyingly artificial. There is the sound of incredibly light, almost soundless footsteps from the corner of the room. Agent Donald, the shift leader of the Presidential Protective Division, steps out from the shadows near the hallway door. He wears a crisp black suit, a coiled earpiece tucked behind his neck, his hands professionally clasped in front of him. "President Titan," Donald says, his tone rigid and emotionless but conveying an absolute blockade. "Please step away from the glass. The windows in the West Wing cannot be opened, and they are not permitted to be opened under any circumstances. That is a Level 1 Secret Service security protocol." You don't turn around, your hand still resting on the cold brass latch. You look at your reflection in the green-tinted glass, hazy like a trapped ghost. "Donald, the wind is blowing out there, isn't it?" you ask, your voice hardening, chillingly cold. "Humidity is at 20%. Wind is out of the northeast at 10 miles per hour, sir," Donald reports mechanically. "But I can't hear the wind," you say, tapping your finger against the 5-inch glass. The sound it makes isn't the sharp clink of normal glass, but a heavy, dead thud, like knocking on a reinforced concrete wall. "I can't hear anything. The world out there is completely silent." Donald doesn't answer. He stands as still as a wooden statue. He is used to the psychological crises of presidents when they first begin to realize the truth about this house. You press your forehead against the freezing glass. You look out into the distance, where the 10-foot iron fence of the White House separates the south lawn from the ellipse. Through the refracted green glass, you see tiny black dots moving along the Constitution Avenue sidewalk. They are ordinary civilians, American tourists holding up smartphones, trying to get on their tiptoes to snap a photo of the Oval Office. They look at this room with absolute awe and overwhelming desire. They think the man sitting behind that resolute desk is the freest man in the world, a man who can command fleets and alter history with the wave of a hand. But they don't know that, from your perspective, they are the ones who are free. They can randomly walk into a coffee shop, freely breathe the smoggy air of Washington, and walk under the sun without the crosshairs of rifles pointed at their heads. And you are sitting in an artificial fishbowl made of 5 inches of glass. Every gesture you make, the furrow of your brow reading a brief, your sigh of exhaustion, even pouring yourself a glass of water, is being watched. You look up at the roof of the Eisenhower Executive Office Building and the Treasury Building next door. Under the pale afternoon sun, you can spot the extremely slow, dark silhouettes of Secret Service counter-sniper teams. Their massive binoculars and rifle scopes aren't just pointed outward looking for threats. They are constantly sweeping across the 3 bay windows of the Oval Office to monitor every movement of Titan. You take a step back, letting go of the brass latch. The arrogant God complex has entirely collapsed, replaced by a feeling of ultimate suffocation and isolation. You realize a cruel truth: the White House is not a palace of dominance. It is the most perfectly designed gilded prison on the planet, where you are stripped of all natural senses in exchange for the title of president. You cannot smell, hear, or touch the reality of the country you rule. You are merely a rare specimen kept in captivity behind bulletproof glass for the system to observe and operate around. You let out a long breath. The warmth from your breath hits the freezing glass, creating a small, foggy patch of condensation that obscures the tourists outside. But within 2 seconds, the room's dry positive pressure HVAC system instantly sucks the moisture away, returning the glass to a state of chilling, sterile, and absolutely silent transparency. You turn your back on the outside world and walk slowly back to the resolute desk. A life sentence without a steering wheel. The claustrophobia of the Oval Office follows you up to your bedroom, lasting deep into the night. 2:15 in the morning. The second-floor hallway of the executive residence is bathed in a dim, pale light emanating from classic brass wall sconces. The steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner echoes dryly, sounding exactly like a slow, rhythmic countdown of your imprisonment. You are wearing baggy gray sweatpants and a frayed hoodie, the most mundane clothing possible, completely shedding the glittering Titan persona of the day. Your chest is tight with gnawing stress. The suffocation of the 5-inch glass fishbowl in the Oval Office, the humiliation of the massive invoices, and the crushing pressure of the deep state's classified briefings have strangled your ability to sleep. Your stomach cramps empty. You crave something real, rough, and ordinary to soothe your frazzled nerves. A greasy burger drenched in mayo, with hot fries from a late-night diner exactly 3 blocks away from the White House. You want to go get it yourself. No Secret Service, no 40-car motorcade, just you, a set of car keys, and the quiet night streets of D.C. You creep down the hallway, stepping down the mahogany stairs leading to the rear exit toward the West Wing. You know that in the internal parking lot below, there are always a few logistics staff vehicles with keys left in the ignition. You just need to start the engine, hit the gas, and drive yourself 3 blocks. But the moment your foot touches the marble threshold leading to the rear emergency exit, 4 dark silhouettes suddenly step out from the shadows of the hallway. Clack, the mechanical snap of their carbines shifting against their tactical belts echoes sharply, strangling the silence of the night. 4 agents from the Presidential Protective Division, wearing black tactical gear, coiled earpieces, and night vision goggles resting on their helmets, form a horizontal wall, entirely blocking your only exit. Agent Miller, the night shift leader, steps forward. His face is ice cold and emotionless under the dim light, his sharp, alert eyes locked onto you. President Titan, Miller speaks, his tone firm without a ripple of hesitation, projecting absolute containment. Where are you going at this hour? You shove your hands into the pockets of your hoodie, trying to maintain the calm, authoritative tone of a man holding supreme power. I'm hungry, Miller. I'm going to take that car outside and drive to get a burger from the diner 3 blocks away. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Stand aside. Miller doesn't budge an inch. He looks at you, the corner of his eye twitching slightly, a micro-expression of apprehension mixed with profound pity. Sir, I cannot let you do that, Miller says gently, his voice as solid as a concrete wall. Per the former president's act and Secret Service regulations, sitting and former presidents are permanently prohibited from driving on any public road. You will never be allowed to sit behind the wheel of a car on an open street again, even after your term ends and you leave the White House. It is a life sentence without a steering wheel for national security. An ultimate sense of embarrassment and humiliation washes over your body. You are the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military in human history. You hold the biscuit in your pocket, capable of authorizing a nuclear strike to wipe out an entire continent. You just signed 17 executive orders, unilaterally altering the national economy in a single night. And yet, here you are, standing in old pajamas, blocked by 4 men with guns simply because you wanted to turn a steering wheel to buy a $5 sandwich. Your supreme power is, in reality, a massive joke. You don't even have control over the muscles in your own arms to move yourself from point A to point B. Miller, I am ordering you to stand aside, you snarl, biting off each word. I am the president. Miller looks you dead in the eye, lowering his voice, each word ringing with freezing finality. You are the president, sir. And because you are the president, for you to go buy a $5 burger, we require a minimum of 2 hours of preparation. We must mobilize a 40-car motorcade, 3 escort helicopters, deploy counter-sniper teams to the rooftops within a 5-block radius, and have DC Metro Police lock down every intersection, establishing localized martial law around that diner. You cannot move independently. Every movement of Titan is a national-level military operation. Miller points toward the black internal phone on the wall. If you are hungry, we can wake the on-call White House chef to prepare a similar burger for you. Though their overtime costs will be billed directly to your personal account, or you can return to your bedroom. You stand frozen in the darkness of the executive hallway. The massive ego of Titan, the arrogant god complex, all of it has just been strangled and completely crushed beneath the heel of that emotionless security protocol. You look at your hands, they are clean but they are empty. You realize the most brutal and profound truth of your life. The presidency is not the pinnacle of freedom. It is a life sentence disguised by velvet, silk, and diplomatic pageantry. The Secret Service isn't protecting you from your enemies. They are guarding you. They are the most professional prison wardens in the world. paid to ensure that you, the nation's most expensive asset, are never allowed to make a single personal decision outside the control of the system. You let out a long sigh, the exhausted, helpless breath of a predator whose fangs have been completely broken. "I'm not hungry anymore," you say, your voice raspy, empty as a vacuum. You turn around, slowly walking back up the mahogany stairs toward your private quarters. Behind you, the soft footsteps of the 4 Secret Service agents shift, retreating back into the shadows of the hallway to resume their permanent, inescapable surveillance. The crippled phone. Returning to your room, you find yourself sinking deeper into an inescapable psychological prison. 3 in the morning, the president's private bedroom. The space is submerged in thick, freezing darkness, illuminated only by the pale, sharp blue halo radiating from the screen of the mobile phone resting on the satin bedsheets. You lie on your back, one arm draped over your forehead, the other holding the mobile device custom-built for the president by the White House Communications Agency in coordination with the NSA. This phone is unlike any commercial device on the market. It is heavy, thick, and bulky, like a block of military-grade metal wrapped in impact-resistant rubber. In terms of technical security, it is an impenetrable fortress against any cyber attack. But in terms of personal experience, it is a completely crippled piece of hardware. It has no camera. The lenses were physically removed at the factory to prevent any risk of spyware covertly taking photos. It has no GPS chip, ensuring Titan's real-time location cannot be tracked by enemy military satellites. It has no app store, no web browser, and no standard social media applications. You cannot download a simple video game to pass the time, nor can you scroll to see how life is happening in the real world. Its interface is comically minimalist, a contact list containing exactly 15 encrypted numbers of core National Security Council members and a highly secure internal messaging app. You lift the heavy block of metal to eye level. The suffocation of the day, from the absurd invoices to the guns blocking you from buying a burger, is pressing down on your chest like a boulder. You are lonely. It is the ultimate isolation of a man standing at the absolute peak, lacking a single soul to share his truest thoughts with. You open the messaging app. You select the number of your wife, the First Lady, who is sleeping in the suite across the hall to avoid the constant ringing of your emergency phone. Your marriage has been deeply fractured since election night. You place your thumb on the touchscreen keypad, typing very slowly, letter by letter. "I'm so exhausted. Can you come stay with me?" It is the most ordinary message from an exhausted man seeking a sliver of warmth from his partner to survive the stormy Washington night. But the moment your finger hovers over the send button, a chill violently freezes your joints. You remember the brutal briefing from the White House Counsel during your first week regarding the Presidential Records Act. Under this federal law, every communication, every phone call, every text message, even every keystroke you make on any government device is the permanent property of the American people. It can never be deleted. The servers at the National Archives and Records Administration, NARA, are constantly recording your keystrokes in real time. Your text, "I'm so exhausted. Can you come stay with me?" will reside permanently in the National Historical Archives. 50 years from now, long after you are buried in the ground, historians, graduate students, and journalists of the future will have the right to declassify and read every single word. They will print it in political biographies, dissecting it as proof of President Titan's weakness and mental instability under the pressure of the office. Future political rivals will use it to mock your bloodline. A feeling of ultimate embarrassment and humiliation overtakes your mind. You are the man who can order security agencies to wiretap the private lives of others. You hold the nation's supreme secrets. You are the man standing at the absolute apex of the global intelligence system. But you do not even possess the basic privacy to send a moment of vulnerability to your own wife without it being logged by a cold government archiving machine. All your most private thoughts and emotions are transformed into public property, laid bare for the world to see like a specimen in a glass jar. Your thumb trembles slightly. You move it over the backspace key. Delete, delete, delete. You erase the message character by character, as if you are personally strangling the last shred of human warmth left in your chest. The screen of the crippled phone returns to an empty, pale blue, soulless state. You set the rubber-wrapped block of metal down on the satin sheets. The sound it makes is a heavy, dead thud, like the locking of a prison cell door. The silence of the White House night swallows you whole once again. You lie there, eyes wide open, staring at the pitch-black ceiling, listening to the steady hum of the positive pressure HVAC system in the hall. Every stream of information in the world flows through this building, yet you exist in a state of absolute information isolation. You cannot speak the truth to anyone, you cannot send a private text, and you are permanently imprisoned within a sterile, information-controlled bubble. Romance at gunpoint. The invisible fracture from the phone that night slowly morphs into a freezing boundary, right in your own bed in the nights that follow. 11 o'clock at night, the presidential master bedroom. The massive 19th century classically styled room is bathed in a melancholic, dim atmosphere. The fire in the hearth has almost completely died out, leaving only faint, glowing red embers blinking in the ash, casting distorted, flickering shadows against the silk-papered walls. You lie on your side on the expensive mattress, the cool, royal blue striped silk sheets clinging to your skin. Less than an arm's length away, your wife, the First Lady, codenamed Olympus, lies with her back turned to you. Beneath her thin silk nightgown, her shoulders are slightly hunched, rigid and cold as a plaster statue. In the silence of the night, your mind is once again tortured by the sounds of the surveillance closing in around you. It is the sound of the specialized rubber-soled shoes of two Secret Service agents, gently and rhythmically pacing the antique oak floorboards in the hallway. Through the thick wooden door of the bedroom, you can hear the faint crackle of encrypted radio frequencies leaking from their coiled earpieces, and the metallic clatter of holstered sidearms whenever they shift their stance on guard. On the high ceiling, a microscopic red dot from a motion-detecting infrared sensor blinks steadily every 3 seconds. This device isn't just for fire detection. It transmits a real-time signal back to the security command center in the basement to ensure that Titan and Olympus are exactly where they are supposed to be. You reach out your bare arm, slowly placing your hand on your wife's shoulder. You want to pull her close, seeking a bit of physical warmth, the most primal empathy a man needs to soothe the suffocation that has been gnawing at his soul for the past month. But the moment your fingers brush the thin silk on her shoulder, her body flinches, shrinking away in fear. She gently but firmly pushes your hand away. She doesn't turn to look at you. She just lets out a soft sigh, her voice as quiet as a whisper, choked with tears but overflowing with absolute exhaustion. "I can't, Adrian, please don't do this." Your hand freezes in midair, your chest tightens. "We are husband and wife," you say, trying to suppress your voice, but it carries an endless helplessness. Only then does your wife slowly turn around. Under the dim light of the embers, her face is pale, her eyes hollow from insomnia, and her lips tremble slightly. She points a finger toward the bedroom door and the blinking red infrared dot on the ceiling. "Husband and wife? Adrian, are we truly husband and wife when, less than 6 feet from this bed, there are 2 men with guns standing guard, hearing every time we toss and turn, hearing every heavy breath we take? They know exactly when we wake up, exactly when we go to sleep. Every private, sacred moment of our marriage is being reported to their command center." She chokes back a sob. "I feel like a pet kept in a cage on display. I cannot be intimate with you knowing that if a sudden security alarm goes off out there, this unlocked bedroom door will be kicked open in 3 seconds, and 2 armed agents will rush the bed to cover us without caring if we are dressed or not. I can't." You fall silent. The hot blood in your veins suddenly runs cold. You realize her words expose the most cruel and humiliating reality of this gilded cage. Under the Secret Service's strictest security protocols to protect the president, Titan's bedroom door is never permitted to be locked from the inside. The Secret Service holds the master key and has the supreme right to breach your bedroom at any given second if the system detects a threat. The most basic privacy of a normal human being, the right to lock a bedroom door to be with your spouse, has been entirely stripped away in exchange for the title of president. The helplessness scorches your pride. You are the man who can deploy aircraft carrier strike groups, the man who decides the fate of millions of Americans. But you do not possess the power to give your own wife a truly safe, private space that a husband should provide. The aura of Titan's power is not a weapon. It is a poison that is silently hacking away at and murdering your marriage. Your wife turns her back to you once again. The empty space between you on the massive bed suddenly stretches out, cold and distant as an uncrossable ocean. The two of you are merely lead actors performing in a play called The Perfect First Family for the daytime TV cameras, only to return at night as two isolated hostages slowly dying in the most heavily guarded iron cage in the world. You lie flat on your back, staring at the pitch-black ceiling. The sound of the agent's rubber-soled shoes in the hall continues to squeak softly, steadily against the antique oak floor. The rhythm of their footsteps echoes deep and emotionless, like the countdown of a life sentence slowly strangling your soul and your love. The isolation of youth. The pain doesn't stop at the bedroom door. It bleeds out, poisoning the lives of the most innocent people around you. 5 in the afternoon, the family living room in the residence. The gray Washington twilight pierces through the 5-inch ballistic glass, casting a bleak, washed-out hue over your daughter's toys and middle school textbooks. The room is so quiet you can hear the steady hum of the positive pressure air purifier in the hall. Bang, the heavy oak door of the residence is violently shoved open, hitting the wall with a deafening crash that shatters the sterile silence. Your 14-year-old daughter storms into the room. Her face is flushed, tears streaming down her cheeks, smearing her teenage blush, her hair windblown from the blizzard outside. She violently hurls her backpack onto the floor. Thud. The heavy backpack full of books hits the wool carpet, its metal zippers clanking dryly against the leg of the coffee table. She doesn't look at you. She stands trembling in the middle of the room, her shoulders heaving violently beneath her uniform jacket. You stand up from the armchair, reaching your hands out, taking a step forward. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Did someone bully you at school?" "Stay away from me," she screams, the cracked, piercing shriek of a 14-year-old girl pushed to the absolute limit of her frustration. She steps back, dodging your hand as if avoiding a toxic pathogen. "I hate you. I hate this house. I hate everything about your presidency." You freeze in the middle of the room. Your chest tightens. You try to suppress your panic, keeping your tone steady and calm. "Calm down, tell me what happened." Your wife steps out of the master bedroom, her face pale with worry. Your daughter wipes the tears from her cheeks with her sleeve, her choked sobs echoing in the sterile room. Today is Maya's birthday. Maya was hosting a sleepover at her house. I bought a gift I asked Mom for permission a week ago. But today, Maya called me, crying hysterically, telling me not to come. She said her parents banned her from ever hanging out with me again. She looks you dead in the eye, her gaze overflowing with absolute resentment and bitterness. Do you know why? Because 2 days ago, FBI and Secret Service agents showed up at Maya's house. They knocked on the door at 8 at night, running background checks on her parents going back 3 generations. They audited their bank accounts. They combed through every social media post her entire family has made for the last 10 years just to make sure they weren't anti-government sympathizers, and met the security clearance for me to visit. She chokes back a sob, burying her face in her hands. Maya's parents felt violated. They were terrified, treated like terrorists under federal investigation. They banned Maya from seeing me because they don't want their peaceful lives destroyed by your insane security machine. At school, no one dares to sit with me at lunch anymore. Whenever I walk by, they scatter like I'm a plague. You wanted to be president so you could rule the world, but why do I have to be locked in this lonely prison? The room falls into a deathly silence. You stand rooted to the spot. The blood in your veins turns to ice. The pride of Titan, the arrogant ego that made you feel like a god, all of it has just been strangled and utterly crushed by your daughter's tears. You realize a deeply profound and cruel truth. Your aura of power isn't just a cage holding you and your wife. It is radioactive fallout, silently spreading, destroying and stripping away the normal lives of the innocent loved ones around you. To protect the safety of Titan, the national security apparatus will gladly trample on the privacy of any child who wants to get close to your daughter. They have turned your 14-year-old into an anomaly, someone completely isolated from the normal world. Your daughter committed no crime, but she is serving a sentence of collateral isolation simply for the ambition of her father's throne. You want to step forward and hug her, you want to apologize, you want to tell her that you did all of this for her future. But you know that every politician's excuse right now would just be an absurd joke in the face of a child's genuine pain. You stand in silence, your arms hanging limply at your sides, entirely powerless against the collapse of your family. Your daughter snatches her backpack from the floor, turning her back and running straight toward her bedroom. Slam, the heavy oak door shuts, the iron chain lock sliding into place with a dry screech, completely cutting you off from your daughter's world. You stand alone in the dim family living room of the White House residence. Out in the hallway, the steady, emotionless footsteps of the two patrolling Secret Service agents continue to thud heavily against the antique oak floor. You know that you have officially lost the love and respect of your only child. The price of the presidential crown isn't $2 billion in dark money. The true price is the invisible knives slashing away at the souls and lives of the people you love most. Chapter 4, The Weight of the Crown, the 5:30 a.m. nightmare, 5:15 in the morning. Outside the dead-bolted bay windows of the executive residence, the Washington, D.C. sky is still a pitch-black, freezing void of winter. Snow begins to fall sparsely, clinging to the bare branches on the south lawn, hazy under the pale yellow security lights. Inside the master bedroom, a thick, freezing darkness envelops everything, save for a faint glowing streak from the digital alarm clock resting on the mahogany nightstand. 5:29. Your body doesn't wait for the LED numbers to change. It automatically jolts awake a full minute before the alarm can even ring. This isn't the natural alertness of a fresh, energetic morning. It is a brutal biological reflex, a faulty defense mechanism of a nervous system that has been pushed far beyond its breaking point for months. A split second before your conscious mind can even register your surroundings, a wave of panic-induced tension shoots through your body. The natural waking process, which should gently bring a human into consciousness, has mutated into a toxic chemical storm within you. You sit bolt upright in the massive king-size bed, the cool royal blue striped satin sheets slipping off your shoulders. Your chest seizes violently, as if someone is pulling a rope tight around your ribcage. You gasp, desperately trying to pull in a deep breath, but your lungs only receive the sterile, dry, odorless air continuously pumped by the positive pressure HVAC system in the hall. Your trachea burns, your stomach knots, churning up a visceral biological nausea. The metallic, bitter taste of gastric acid coats the back of your throat, forcing you to swallow hard to suppress the urge to vomit. Your heart pounds at 110 beats per minute, the heavy thudding echoing directly against your eardrums like the frantic war drums of an impending battle. Your temples throb relentlessly, carrying a dull, agonizing ache from deep within your cerebral cortex. You bring your hands up to cover your face. Your fingertips are ice cold and trembling slightly, the result of peripheral vasoconstriction, a byproduct of a body permanently stuck in fight-or-flight mode. An involuntary shiver courses through you. Absolute, chronic physical exhaustion is gnawing at every cell. 4 years of campaigning and the initial months sitting in the Oval Office have extracted a toll far greater than any dark money or filthy compromise could ever repay. Every night, sleep lasts a maximum of 3 to 4 hours. Fitful, exhausted, and constantly interrupted by encrypted phone calls or nameless nightmares about the political corpses you trampled on to get here. Your bare feet slowly pivot, stepping down onto the antique oak floorboards. Click, the clock strikes exactly 5:30. The lead light of the crippled secure phone on the nightstand flashes once, signaling that another workday for Titan has officially begun. Your knees tremble slightly under the weight of your own body as you stand. Your back aches, your joints popping with dry, exhausted cracks. You tiptoe across the thick wool carpet, entering the president's private bathroom. You flick the switch. The warm, soft light from the custom-designed vanity mirror instantly illuminates the space. As you step up to the freezing Italian marble sink, resting both hands on the edge, you look up at your reflection. The arrogant intoxication of power from your first days in office is completely gone. The entity staring back at you is a ghost. You just crossed 45, but the face in the mirror looks like it belongs to a man pushing 60. The skin is ashen, pale, stripped entirely of the vibrant sheen of the charismatic senator you once were. Dark, bruised circles hang heavily under your eyes like two emotionless black holes, carrying the accumulated fatigue of hundreds of sleepless nights. The crow's feet at the corners of your eyes have deepened, carving into the flesh like scars of time. And most terrifyingly, at both temples, the gray hair has aggressively spread, forming two stark white streaks that contrast violently with your naturally dark hair. A trembling hand reaches up, gently touching the gray streak on the left temple. The physical devastation of the presidency is occurring at warp speed, exposed nakedly on every muscle fiber, every wrinkle. The feeling of being a god playing with F-35 fighters or the Fort Knox gold vault is gone. The truth laid bare is that you are just a flesh and blood organism being squeezed dry by this massive executive machine, hour by hour, day by day. Every cell is degenerating under the horrifying weight of the crown you traded your soul for. You bow your head, turning the faucet. Freezing water babbles through your fingers. You cup a large handful and splash it violently against your face. Splash. The physical shock of the cold instantly assaults your senses, forcing your mind to accept a wave of artificial alertness. As you look back up, cold drops run down your ashen cheeks, gathering at your chin before falling back into the marble sink with a rhythmic patter. You open the small, mirrored medicine cabinet. Inside, lined up in neat rows, are prescription bottles customized by the White House physician. Beta blockers to keep your redlining heart rate and blood pressure from triggering a stroke, anti-anxiety medication, and high-dose multivitamins to force your body to keep running when the muscles have given out. You pop a white pill, tossing it into your mouth and swallowing it dry without water. The bitter chemical taste dissolves instantly on your tongue, activating a cold, artificial focus that races through your veins. You pull a pristine white towel from the rack, slowly patting your face dry. The physical exhaustion is still there, hovering like a boulder strapped to the back of your neck, but your logical brain has initiated a familiar dissociation protocol. It begins freezing all personal emotions, forcing your nervous system into a state of clinical apathy to prepare for the insane 18-hour sprint ahead. Today, you face a barrage of dark intelligence in the 7:00 a.m. PDB, a tense inflation meeting with the Treasury and ruthless haggling with Congress. You do not have the right to be tired. You are not allowed to panic. You hang the towel back up and step out of the bathroom. From the closet, you pull out a bespoke navy blue Brioni suit, the $10,000 costume you must pay for out of pocket under strict White House ethics rules. You slowly push your arms into the crisp white dress shirt. Every gold-plated cufflink is fastened with mechanical precision. When the red power tie is pulled tight against your throat, the mask of Titan is once again grafted onto your flesh and bone. You glance back at the empty bed, the silk sheet still bearing the deep indentation of your exhausted body. Your wife is still sleeping in the room across the hall, separated by the guns of the Secret Service and an irreparable fracture. You straighten your back, pull a deep breath of the West Wing's sterile air into your lungs, snatch the crippled phone from the nightstand, and walk out the door. The moment this oak door opens, the theater of a powerful god, an undefeated leader before 300 million Americans, begins, concealing the slow, agonizing death of the soul hidden beneath that expensive suit. This brutal preparation is mandatory because in exactly an hour and a half you must face the first ritual of the day. The Doomsday Briefing, PDB, 7 o'clock sharp. In the solemn expanse of the Oval Office, the pale winter dawn of Washington struggles to pierce the 5-inch ballistic glass, leaving only washed-out gray streaks on the eagle rug. The resolute desk is freezing. Your hand gently traces the hot porcelain of a cup filled with pitch-black, sugarless, brutally bitter coffee. This toxic caffeine is the only thing forcing your neurons to fire, desperately trying to fill the void left by sleep deprivation. A soft, definitive knock echoes. The door opens. Sarah Holt, a veteran CIA analyst, steps in. She is responsible for delivering the president's daily brief, PDB. Wearing a minimalist ash-gray suit, her hair pulled tight at the nape, her face is as stoic and emotionless as a block of polymer. Sarah has served 3 administrations. To her, delivering information capable of annihilating a nation is just a daily administrative task. The secure black leather briefcase is placed on the desk. The combination lock clicks, clack, clack, and a thick navy blue leather binder embossed with a gold bald eagle is pulled out. "Good morning, President Titan," Sarah begins, her tone even and sterile. "This morning's PDB has been finalized and secured at the highest classification. There are 4 critical targets requiring your immediate attention." The first page is turned. Your eyes scan the bold, blood-red text, "Top secret EYES only." Item 1, Strategic Adversary Movement. Sarah points to a high-resolution, 10-centimeter multispectral satellite image provided by the National Reconnaissance Office, NRO. Imagery captured at 200 hours over the Kamchatka Peninsula indicates Russia has moved 6 RS-24 Yars intercontinental ballistic missile launchers out of their subterranean bunkers and into mobile combat-ready status. SIGINT detects a massive spike in encrypted radio frequencies within their strategic nuclear forces over the past 48 hours. You take a quick sip of the bitter coffee to keep your chest from tightening. Your eyes lock onto the tiny white streaks denoting the missile launchers on the satellite feed. Every single one of those white dots carries the payload to erase 10 million lives in 30 minutes. Item 2, Domestic Cybersecurity. Sarah flips the page, displaying schematics of the national power grid. The NSA just discovered a malicious payload bearing the digital signature of the state-sponsored Apt-28 hacking group. It has been sitting dormant inside the SCADA control systems of the East Coast grid for the past 3 months. They are currently testing simulated ping commands. If fully executed, 60% of the grid from Boston to Washington will collapse within 6 hours. Estimated economic damage is $10 billion a day, not factoring in the risk of mass rioting. A chill shoots down your spine. Just a few months ago, when you were a senator, legislative bills or budget battles felt like the greatest threats in the world. Now, the civilization of the most powerful nation on Earth suddenly feels terrifyingly fragile. It is separated from total collapse by just a few lines of digital code, typed from a windowless office in Moscow or Beijing. Item 3, International Biosecurity. Sarah's voice remains flat mechanical. The World Health Organization is facing an information blackout, but our human sources in the DRC confirm a new hemorrhagic fever variant, designated Lassa 26, has broken out at a cobalt mining facility. It transmits via airborne respiratory droplets, has a 14-day incubation period, and carries an estimated 15% mortality rate. 2 infected miners boarded a commercial flight to Brussels yesterday afternoon. We have 12 hours before they land to decide whether to issue a blanket flight ban over Central Africa. The cost of a flight ban materializes instantly in your mind. It will detonate a massive diplomatic crisis, freeze the global tech supply chain, and cause Wall Street to hemorrhage hundreds of points at the opening bell. But if you don't ban it, and the virus reaches US soil, you will be the criminal directly responsible for the deaths of millions of Americans. You are trapped between 2 abysmal choices, where neither option is right, only less cruel. Final item, Domestic Terrorism. Sarah turns to the last page, displaying mugshots of 3 average-looking white men in Idaho. The FBI just unmasked an extremist cell, calling themselves the Sons of Liberty. Through PRISM wiretaps, we discovered they successfully procured 20 gallons of methylphosphenyl difluoride, the primary chemical precursor for sarin nerve gas. Their target is to detonate an aerosol dispersal device in the New York subway system next week to protest your immigration policies. The blue leather binder is closed shut. The heavy paper slaps down with a dry thud, extinguishing the blue light of the digital schematics. Sarah stands straight, her hands clasped in front of her, awaiting orders with absolute apathy. A suffocating silence blankets the Oval Office. You set the porcelain cup down on the resolute desk. The skin on your fingertips is pale, beating with cold sweat. The PDB rests silently in front of you like a Pandora's box holding the doom of humanity. The fear and psychological pressure weigh on your shoulders like a massive granite boulder. A question echoes in your mind. How can a normal human being survive and make rational decisions every day when their morning always starts with a menu of apocalyptic disasters like this? The atmosphere out there, where 330 million Americans are waking up, getting their kids ready for school, rushing to the office, and worrying about electric bills or weekend football games, suddenly feels incredibly distant and luxurious. They are allowed the sweet privilege of ignorance because someone is sitting right here, volunteering to shoulder the entire terror of the world every single morning. Top secret knowledge isn't power. It is a solitary life sentence, gnawing away at your humanity day by day. Leave the brief here, Sarah. Your voice rasps, freezing cold, devoid of a single ripple of emotion. Get the FBI director and the Secretary of Homeland Security into the Situation Room for an intelligence briefing at 8:15. Yes, Mr. President. Sarah bows politely, pivoting and walking out, the oak doors slamming shut behind her. You are left alone with the pale winter sunlight slowly crawling across the antique wooden desk. You know the ritual of accepting the crown's burden for today is complete, ready to drag you into a grueling 18-hour descent into hell, where the relentless gears of the world's supreme executive machine will grind down and shred every limit of your endurance. 18 hours in hell, 8:15 in the morning, the heavy wooden doors of the Situation Room slam shut. The first eye of the storm officially begins. 15 people sit around the oval table, loudly arguing over the flight from Brussels carrying the Lassa 26 pathogen. The CDC director pounds the table demanding a flight ban, while the Secretary of Commerce warns it will freeze billions in the medical supply chain. Sitting at the head of the table, resting your head on hands, massaging violently throbbing temples, your brain has no time to weigh a perfect solution. The only option is calculating minimum damage. Sign the executive order for a field medical lockdown at JFK and dulls upon landing. No blanket flight ban, but mandatory quarantine for all passengers. The order is issued, sharp and emotionless. Before the cabinet can respond, the chief of staff gently touches your shoulder, whispering in your ear, "Mr. President, you have 3 minutes to move to the Oval. The French ambassador is waiting." 9 o'clock sharp. The camera flashes from the press pool explode constantly, blindingly bright. Sitting in the leather armchair opposite the French ambassador, your facial muscles automatically relax, and a warm, calm smile appears on your lips. The elegant, hollow diplomatic language about eternal friendship and strategic cooperation flows steadily, while your brain is crunching the numbers on the sarin plot in New York, calculating if the FBI can raid the extremist bunker in Idaho before the weekend. Your jaw aches from holding the fake smile for the cameras. Click, click, click. The press is escorted out. The smile vanishes instantly the moment the doors close. You hastily gulp down a cup of cold tea, its bitter astringency clinging to your tongue. 11:30, the podium in the White House press briefing room. 60 million voters are staring directly at you through live feeds. You open your mouth to announce the inflation index has hit 9%, the worst figure in 40 years. The teleprompter scrolls relentlessly. You must modulate your tone to be deep, resonant, promising a solid economic foundation and American resilience. But below the podium, the skeptical eyes and furiously typing fingers of the press corps are waiting for any slip-up. Your body must brace itself to hide any micro-expression of insecurity. The intense concentration required to control every facial muscle for a 30-minute press conference burns more energy than extreme physical labor. 1:15 in the afternoon, the deafening roar of Marine One's engines tears through the south lawn. The massive lift of the rotors vibrates the entire armored cabin, making your teeth chatter. Sitting in the VIP seat, your hand holds a cold, dry turkey sandwich wrapped in cling film, a $15 lunch that will be deducted straight from your personal bank account when the invoice arrives at the end of the month. As you chew mechanically, you flip through a 50-page briefing on agricultural subsidies in the battleground state of Ohio, where you are about to deliver a speech. The physical turbulence of the flight combined with the extreme information overload causes your stomach to cramp, sending burning gastric acid up your throat. 3:30, the entourage steps off the aircraft at a defense manufacturing plant in Pennsylvania. The heavy stench of machine oil, the deafening clangs of pneumatic hammers, and the searing heat radiating from the foundries assault you from all sides. Under the pale afternoon sun, you are drenched in sweat beneath your expensive wool suit. Hundreds of handshakes occur in rapid succession. Rough, grease-stained hands grab yours. Your body must lean down to hug children. Your eyes must lock onto the workers as you repeat fake promises about jobs. To them, your figure represents immense hope. But in your mind at that moment, they are just numbers, pixels representing a drastically plummeting approval rating on the campaign's data monitors. 6 o'clock in the evening. Marine One returns the principal to the West Wing, but there is no retreat to the residence. The doors to a closed-door meeting swing open, shoving you straight into negotiations with the House Majority Leader and the chairman of the Budget Committee. This is a political black market in its purest form. They want a tax exemption clause for oil conglomerates attached to the defense bill. Otherwise, they will freeze the entire government operating budget next month. They haggle, threaten, and smirk. Your ruthless tactical brain must operate at maximum capacity to barter for every vote, trading filthy political favors in the dark, accepting the betrayal of the very environmental pledges you were screaming about on the podium 3 hours ago. 9 o'clock at night. The ballroom of a 5-star hotel in DC is ablaze with light. The air reeks of expensive perfume, premium cigars, and suffocating hypocrisy. A champagne flute in hand, you must navigate from table to table, nodding and smiling at the mundane stories of hedge fund billionaires. Every handshake tonight is worth $1 million in dark money for the party. On the outside, you must project respect for the very people you internally despise, obediently wearing the gold chain of the oligarchs. 11:45 at night. The space returns to the private family study on the second floor of the residence. The White House is now completely silent, save for the steady, patrolling footsteps of the Secret Service in the hall. The expensive Brioni suit is discarded. Your exhausted body collapses into the armchair in old sweatpants. But the workday isn't over. Resting on the table is the red bag, stuffed with administrative documents, personnel appointments, and classified executive orders requiring the president's signature before 6 in the morning. The Mont Blanc fountain pen is lifted by a hand, trembling slightly from exhaustion. Your eyes scan each page mechanically. The pen glides, signing Titan endlessly onto documents that dictate the fates of thousands of people you have never met. Your mind is a void, completely numb to emotion. This isn't standard fatigue. It is the feeling of having every neuron scraped raw by ruthless steel wool. This exhaustion has ground down the last remaining moral boundaries, turning this body into a biological machine operating purely on political survival instinct. The presidential crown reveals its true nature. It is not the pinnacle of domination, but a massive chopping block, and the person wearing it has volunteered to lie on it to be butchered by the system for 18 hours a day. The pen drops as the clock strikes 1:30 in the morning. The files are still unfinished, but your nervous system must brace itself for a brutal moral calculus, where life or death decisions will strike right in the midst of this absolute mental collapse. The trolley problem, 2:15 in the morning. Sleep had just arrived 30 minutes ago when the frantic, harsh ringing of the secure red phone on the nightstand violently yanks everything back to cruel reality. 5 minutes later, the door to the small room 180A in the Situation Room down in the West Wing basement opens. The air in the room is freezing, reeking of static from the high-capacity servers and the steady hum of cooling fans. You sit at the head of the table, shoulders slumping slightly in your frayed gray hoodie. Sitting opposite you are General Bradley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the director of the CIA. Their faces are taut, ashen, and grave under the cold blue light emanating from the massive flat screen mounted on the wall. On the screen is a real-time infrared camera feed, transmitted directly from an MQ-9 Reaper drone hovering at 15,000 feet above a barren, rocky valley on the Afghan border. The scene is rendered in the black and gray tones of a thermal map. Dead center in the green crosshairs of the camera is a mud brick compound surrounded by a defensive wall. The CIA director points to a large, heat-emitting white dot moving in the compound's courtyard. President Titan, Our human sources on the ground confirm this thermal signature is al-Masri, the mastermind behind the sarin plot targeting New York. He just stepped into the courtyard preparing to move into a reinforced concrete subterranean bunker. If he gets inside, our Hellfire missiles will be completely useless. This is our only window in 6 months. Your eyes lock onto the large white dot on the screen. He is the monster preparing to claim the lives of tens of thousands of American citizens. But just as your finger is about to tap the table to order the strike, the drone's camera suddenly zooms in on the right corner of the courtyard. A much smaller thermal dot appears. It is a child, a girl about 7 or 8 years old, al-Masri's youngest daughter. Through the infrared imaging, she is carefree, innocently jumping rope right next to her father's pickup truck. She has no idea a $100,000 weapon of mass destruction is pointed directly at her head from the stratosphere. General Bradley steps forward, his voice emotionless and cold as a scanner. The AGM-114 Hellfire missile has achieved target lock. Flight time is 4 seconds. Estimated collateral damage, 1 non-combatant. The girl is well within the 15-meter lethal blast radius of the high-explosive warhead. Mr. President, the target is moving toward the bunker entrance. We have exactly 45 seconds before we lose him permanently. We need a decision from the Commander-in-Chief. A glowing red digital countdown clock appears in the corner of the screen, ticking backward. 45, 44, 43. In that exact second, your nervous system endures the most violent, brutal conflict since you took office. The classic trolley problem from ethics textbooks is now manifesting naked and blood-soaked before your eyes in infrared thermal imaging. You are the man standing at the switch. If you order the strike, al-Masri is eliminated, the chemical threat to New York is extinguished, and tens of thousands of innocent Americans are saved. But in exchange, the decision to murder an innocent 7-year-old girl, who had no choice but to be born to a terrorist, will bear your signature. The court of your conscience will permanently sentence you as a literal child killer. Conversely, if you hold fire to protect the child, al-Masri enters the bunker and escapes cleanly. His sarin bomb will detonate in New York next week, and thousands of other American children will die in agonizing pain from nerve gas. 30, 29, 28. Your heart pounds violently, your chest tightening to the point of suffocation. Cold sweat runs down your temples, coating your palms as they grip the edge of the wooden table. The generals and national security advisors in the room are absolutely silent. Their cold, apathetic eyes lock onto you, waiting for a single word from Titan's mouth. The absolute isolation of supreme power strangles the room. You cannot share this decision with anyone. You cannot blame the system. Whichever path you choose, the stain of a murderer will never wash away. Your pragmatic brain, molded by the ruthlessness of the past months, begins to execute a cold mathematical calculus. The 12 lives of a commando squad, tens of thousands of civilians in New York. Their lives cannot outweigh the life of one child in Afghanistan. This isn't personal cruelty. This is the mathematics of survival. 15, 14, 13. You swallow hard, the bitter taste of gastric acid burning your throat. You close your eyes for a quarter of a second to erase the image of the girl jumping rope on the infrared screen. When you open them, they are dead still, empty, and cold as ice. Fire, the word is crisp, incredibly quiet, but rings out like a gunshot in the dead of night. The drone operator types rapidly on his keyboard. Missile away. On the infrared screen, a tiny white streak shoots away from the MQ-9, plunging toward the Earth at Mach 1.3. 4 seconds stretch out like a century. 1, 2, 3, 4. A massive, blindingly bright white halo erupts on the thermal screen, completely swallowing the mud brick house, the pickup truck, and both the large and small thermal dots in the courtyard. The shockwave of the blast tears through the rocky valley. 10 seconds later, the dust settles. On the infrared screen, there is only a gray crater, indicating the temperature has cooled, with flickering fragments of residual heat scattered around. No thermal dots are moving. Both human beings have vanished completely into the void. Target has been neutralized. No signs of survivors, the CIA director reports in a razor-sharp tone. Congratulations, Mr. President. The sarin threat has been resolved. The generals begin gathering their files, whispering congratulations to each other before walking out of the room. They breathe a sigh of relief because America is safe. The pale blue light of the tactical radar screen powers down, casting a glow on a solitary figure remaining in the chair. The moral agony from moments ago suddenly vanishes, leaving an empty, freezing, and absolutely silent void in your chest. You look down at your hands. They are completely clean without a single scratch. But deep within your nervous system, an irreversible fracture has occurred. The ultimate moral boundary of a normal human being has just been crossed. You personally ordered the death of an innocent child to optimize the systemic math of the greater good. Slow footsteps carry you down the dark corridor of the West Wing back to your private quarters, clutching that ruthless apathy as you prepare to face the political vultures waiting on Capitol Hill tomorrow morning. The storm on Capitol Hill, 10 in the morning. Your eyes are bloodshot, caked with dry lines from sleep deprivation. In your head, the echo of the infrared blast from the drone strike hasn't even settled. Your skin still carries the artificial ozone stench of the Situation Room, but the ruthless gears of Washington spare not a single minute for penance. A meeting with the two most powerful foxes on Capitol Hill is taking place right in the Oval Office. Evelyn Burke, Speaker of the House, and Senator Bob Holt, Senate Majority Leader. Evelyn wears a burgundy tweed suit and a chunky pearl necklace. She slowly pushes a 2,000-page document forward. The paper rustles dryly against the resolute desk. It is the omnibus budget bill, the lifeblood of the entire government for the coming year. President Titan, Evelyn begins, her tone sharp, brimming with the smugness of someone holding absolute leverage. We are 48 hours away from a government shutdown. The House is ready to vote. But 30 of my core members will not push the yay button unless you agree to strip Section 402 entirely from the bill. Section 402 was your biggest campaign promise from day one, capping the price of specialized cancer drugs to save millions of working-class patients. Your chest tightens, anger flares, forcing your right hand to grip the edge of the resolute desk. Strip 402? Evelyn, that is a lifeline for the people. You want me to betray the millions of voters who put me in this room. Senator Bob Holt takes a sip of tea, flashing a pale, contemptuous smile. Voters don't fund the $100 million ad campaigns for our members come election season, Mr. President. But the massive pharmaceutical conglomerates on K Street do. They called us this morning. They were very clear. If Section 402 survives, they will sever the party's entire financial blood supply. Evelyn and I cannot risk losing our congressional majorities for your so-called ideals. Bob Holt leans forward, delivering a brutal follow-up. Furthermore, the oil donors in Houston demand you sign off on the drilling permits for the Atlantic Wildlife Refuge, which is quietly tucked into Section 8 of this bill. If you don't sign, we will let the government shut down. When that happens, the financial markets will panic. Your 11% approval rating will drop into the negatives, and you will go down as the most incompetent president in history. Your feet are rooted to the spot. A profound, humiliating helplessness scorches your ego. The title of Titan, the nuclear codes in your pocket, the power to end a life halfway across the globe with a single word. It all becomes meaningless. Right inside your own office, the truth is laid bare. You are just a high-end puppet being strung along by two politicians and the corporate oligarchs behind them. The system's gold chain tightens around your neck once again, agonizing and suffocating. Presidential power is merely an illusion put on display for the public. True power lies in the dark money of K Street and the bargaining chips on Capitol Hill. Your proud instinct urges you to throw the binder in their faces, to declare you will accept a shutdown to protect the people. But then, the most brutally pragmatic part of your brain instantly charts an exit route to rationalize your morality. It whispers the most sophisticated fallacies to protect your self-esteem from collapse. Survival is the priority. If the government shuts down, millions of federal workers go unpaid, social safety nets paralyze, and the country falls into chaos. Sacrificing the drug price promise today keeps the country running. Once you survive this crisis and consolidate power, you will punish them later. This compromise is just a strategic investment for survival. It is a despicable lie, but you greedily absorb it to extinguish the guilt in your chest. Your heart rate stabilizes at 70 beats per minute. Your eyes return to being cold and empty. You pick up the Mont Blanc fountain pen. You don't even bother to look at the 2,000 pages containing thousands of dirty pork barrel spending items and oligarch perks. The pen slashes across the page, signing your consent to strip section 402 and legalized drilling for Bob Holt's donors. Scratch. The sharp Titan signature appears on the paper like a permanent stain smearing every moral promise from your early campaign. Evelyn Burke and Bob Holt share a brief glance, flashing satisfied smiles. They stand up, bowing politely, but with the utter contempt of tamers who have just successfully broken a wild beast. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. President. The budget bill will pass tonight. Have a productive day, Evelyn says as she and Bob Holt walk out of the West Wing. In the cavernous Oval Office, smelling of oak and bitter coffee, a solitary figure stares blankly at the fountain pen in his hand. The shield meant to protect the poor who trusted and voted for you was just shredded by your own hands, reducing you to a literal henchman for the special interest groups lurking in Washington's shadows. You stand at the pinnacle of the world, but in reality, you are standing on a pedestal suspended by the invisible chains of Capitol Hill, ready to step into another hidden battlefield where the shadow war between national intelligence agencies continues to surround and manipulate you. The War of Ghosts. 4:30 in the afternoon, the treaty room on the second floor of the residence. The room is suffocatingly silent. On the antique mahogany desk sit two thin dossiers side by side, one dark blue, bearing the seal of the Central Intelligence Agency, the other dark green, emblazoned with the crest of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You lean back in the leather chair, your fingers interlaced beneath your chin. The exhaustion from the humiliating haggling with Congress this morning hasn't even cooled. And now, the bloodless war between the ghosts of the intelligence community begins. The oak door opens. Alden Thorne, director of the CIA, enters first. He still bears his granite-chiseled face, his minimalist ash-gray suit, and the cold demeanor of a man who has survived 5 presidencies. He doesn't sit down. He stands formally before the desk and points at the dark blue dossier. President Titan, I have top-secret SIGINT evidence from Fort Meade. The entire stockpile of sarin precursors belonging to the extremist cell in Idaho, which the FBI just reported, was actually funded and transported directly by the intelligence service of a hostile Middle Eastern state via diplomatic pouch. This is a state-sponsored asymmetric warfare attack. Thorne pushes a draft executive order forward. FBI Director Mark Sullivan is trying to domesticate this investigation because he wants to leverage Congress for a larger domestic surveillance budget for the Bureau. But this is a Tier 1 diplomatic security issue. You must sign this order immediately to authorize the CIA to execute a black op to purge their supply network in the port of Hamburg tonight. Your eyes linger on Thorne's document. The financial tracking charts look flawless, airtight. But before you can set pen to paper, Thorne bows and exits through the rear door to avoid crossing paths with the next visitor. 4:45 sharp. Mark Sullivan, director of the FBI, enters through the main door. Sullivan is a 50-year-old man with the sharp eyes of a federal prosecutor and a perfectly tailored Navy suit. He sets his briefcase on the desk, flashing a faint but highly dangerous smile. Mr. President, I know Alden Thorne was just here, and I know what he advised you. But I strongly advise you to be extremely cautious with the CIA's selectively curated intelligence. Sullivan opens the green dossier, displaying interrogation transcripts and field photographs. That sarin precursor was manufactured at an illegal fertilizer plant in Ohio. No diplomatic pouches involved. The financial broker is actually a covert human asset sponsored by the CIA in Europe. Thorne wants to trigger a black op in Hamburg to tie up loose ends and destroy evidence before the FBI can serve federal subpoenas. Because if the truth gets out, the CIA will answer to the Senate Intelligence Committee for inadvertently funding a terrorist attack on U.S. soil. Sullivan pushes another directive forward. I need you to sign an order authorizing the FBI to expand warrantless wiretaps on all political organizations linked to this extremist group domestically, including your opponent's campaign staff. It is the only way to protect homeland security. Your feet are rooted to the floor. Your eyes are glued to the 2 contradictory dossiers lying on the desk. A chilling paranoia seeps into every cell. A brutal truth about this gilded cage slowly strangles you. Even as the president overseeing the 16 most powerful intelligence agencies on the planet, you are completely blind. You have no eyes of your own. The world only exists through the keyholes the CIA and FBI intentionally open for you. They aren't reporting information to help you make rational decisions. They are weaponizing curated, distorted intel as psychological warfare to manipulate and extort your signature on orders that expand their own administrative power and budgets. You aren't controlling the ghosts. The man in this chair is their prey. If you sign for the CIA, you risk igniting an international diplomatic crisis based on a lie. If you sign for the FBI, you authorize an unconstitutional domestic police state that will destroy your political honor. But the most terrifying part is that you cannot say no to either of them. Before walking out, Sullivan pauses, tilting his head slightly, his eyes turning cold. "Mr. President, we just want to ensure that those files regarding the covert asset in Hamburg don't accidentally leak to the New York Times before Election Day." It is a naked extortion threat wrapped in the polite veneer of an FBI director. They know every dirty secret from your early campaign days. If you don't play ball, they will detonate a media bomb that will bury your career. Your nervous system paralyses under the crushing pressure of dual manipulation. A bitter realization floods in. So this is the deep state. You sold your soul to the oligarchs for this chair, only to realize you are just a man standing between the hidden guns of your own subordinate agencies. You pick up the fountain pen, your hand trembling slightly. You must make the worst possible compromise, signing limited approvals for both orders, plunging your hands even deeper into illegal muck to buy their silence. You close both dossiers, your heart overflowing with ultimate contempt for this rotting system under the ruthless tyranny of Titan. However, before the external storms can even subside, the hounds you raised internally begin baring their fangs to threaten the throne. The rise of the hounds, 8 o'clock at night. The Oval Office is submerged in a cold, melancholic silence. The fire in the hearth has almost died out, leaving only faint glowing embers casting long, flickering shadows against the mahogany bookshelves. The rear door of the office clicks open. There is no polite knock from a secretary, no announcement from the Secret Service detail. Just a man stepping into the shadows of the room, Jack Sterling. The vice president. He wears a crisp, classic three-piece suit, his silver hair slicked back perfectly under the dim light. Sterling doesn't sit in the guest armchair. He slowly paces around the room, running his fingertips lightly over the wood of the resolute desk, then stops in front of Andrew Jackson's portrait. He looks at the painting, flashing a faint, incredibly arrogant smile. "You look exhausted, Adrian, truly exhausted," Sterling speaks first, his signature southern drawl slow, warm, but dripping with sarcasm. "This chair seems to be grinding you down faster than I anticipated. The night terrors, the frantic executive orders. You're carrying far too much on your own." Your chest tightens. A surge of heat rises from your throat, but your face remains a stoic, emotionless marble slab. You lean back in your leather chair, your voice icy. "Jack, it is 8:00 p.m. I don't have time for social pleasantries. Get straight to the point." Sterling stops, pivoting to look you dead in the eye. The old fox's narrowed eyes burn with the ultimate satisfaction of a predator who has cornered his prey. He pulls a pale yellow envelope from his suit pocket, gently places it on the oak desk, and pushes it forward. "Carter Hayes, the best friend managing your blind trust, had a very interesting sit-down with SEC investigators last week," Sterling states casually, his words hitting like a death sentence. "And my friends at the FBI? They just recovered some archived files from a server in Arlington from the night of October 14th last year. The deepfake video of Vance. The $50 million insider trading deal on the golf course." Sterling leans forward, planting both hands on the desk, pushing his artificially tanned face closer. "I have the entire dossier, Adrian. With one flick of my wrist, I can hand these papers over to the House Judiciary Committee. Articles of impeachment will be drafted by Monday morning." The blood drains entirely from your body, leaving your fingertips ice cold. You sit rigid in the presidential leather chair. The contemptuous smile you wore on election night when you chose Sterling as your running mate flashes through your mind. That night, you swore to marginalize this old man, to lock him in a closet-sized office as a figurehead. but your arrogance carried a price. This old fox didn't survive 3 decades of Washington hurricanes by sheer luck. While you were drunk on the God complex during your first days in the White House, spinning out of control from constant crises, Sterling was quietly setting a flawless trap, gathering your filthiest vulnerabilities to execute a spectacular coup. "What do you want, Jack?" you snarl through your teeth. Sterling sneers, standing up straight with absolute dominance. "I had a very cozy breakfast with the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, and the new Attorney General. They are also highly concerned about your deteriorating mental stability following your recent panic attacks. Are you familiar with the 25th Amendment, Section 4, Adrian?" Sterling drops his voice to a whisper, but it strikes like a hammer. "If I and a majority of the cabinet sign a declaration stating that you are unable to discharge the powers and duties of the office, your power is immediately stripped and transferred to me. No impeachment trial, no congressional approval needed for the first 30 days. I become the acting president." Sterling taps the yellow folder lightly. "I don't want to destroy you, Adrian. I want a deal. Starting tomorrow, all personnel appointments at the Department of Justice and the Department of Energy must be cleared through my office. You will still stand in front of the TV cameras. You will still give your flowery speeches. You are the storefront. But the actual power, that belongs to me and my faction. Don't force me to invoke the 25th Amendment and drag you out of this room in disgrace." Without waiting for a response, Sterling turns his back and walks out into the dark hall. His arrogant footsteps echo dryly against the mahogany floor, fading away as the door clicks shut. Absolute humiliation and rage strangle your chest. Your eyes are glued to the yellow folder sitting isolated under the dim light of the desk lamp. The aura of Titan, the arrogance of the man who played with the nuclear football, all of it was just humiliatingly shattered by the man you despised the most. Your absolute dominance in this house is gone. You are now a hostage, extorted from within by the very hounds you raised. The faint whistling of the wind outside the dead-bolted ballistic glass blends with the endless chill of knowing the sword of treason has been pressed against your throat by Sterling in the shadows of the West Wing. However, the daggers in the dark are still not as terrifying as the wrath erupting in broad daylight. The screams at the gates, 5 in the afternoon. The moment twilight dyes the Washington sky a deep, bruised purple mottled like a crushed vein. You stand alone at the balcony railing of the yellow oval room on the 2nd floor of the residence. Your hands are shoved deep into the pockets of your frayed gray sweatpants, your forehead pressed against the cool, 5-inch, green-tinted ballistic glass. From this elevation, looking past the perfectly manicured green swath of the South Lawn, straight toward the ellipse and the 10-foot iron fence of the White House, the most brutal reality of your reign is exposed. A massive sea of humanity, an estimated 30,000 voters, has besieged every street surrounding the executive mansion. The 5-layer Lexan glass of the White House has completely neutralized the high-frequency sounds of the crowd. The specific screams, the wailing of handheld bullhorns are entirely silenced. But what the glass cannot stop are the low-frequency physical vibrations of sheer rage. The deep, rumbling acoustic wave from the synchronized chanting of 30,000 people travels through the damp Washington soil, travels up the reinforced concrete foundation of the building, shoots straight through your shoes, and lightly vibrates your ribcage. It is a steady, relentless, and suffocating rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. It is the heartbeat of hatred. Under the fading twilight, Lafayette Square looks like a blazing cauldron. Torches and bright red emergency flares have been lit by the protesters, sending thick gray smoke billowing over the iron gates. Thousands of signs are held high, but they no longer read Adrian man of the working class like they used to. Instead, they bear ragged black block letters, traitor puppet of K Street, Adrian sold out the poor. An effigy of a scarecrow, dressed in a fake frayed flannel shirt, is being set ablaze by the crowd right in front of the main gates. The fiery red glow reflects vividly in your dark, dry, empty eyes through the green-tinted glass. The roaring fire out there burns deep into your mind. A freezing, suffocating isolation envelops every sense. The memory of the trip to Ohio 2 years ago rushes back. The embrace of the elderly widow, the genuine tears of the miners who believed in their one and only savior. That night, An arrogant smirk bloomed in your chest because you had manipulated their faith with a $19 distressed shirt. And now those exact same people, or their children, are standing out there in the freezing sleet cursing your name. They figured out the truth. They know the decision to strip the drug price cap this morning was to buy your political survival. They know the environment was sold to the oil cartels to pass the budget. The populist mask has been brutally ripped off. A cruel contrast plays out in your nervous system. Inside this room, the air is sterile, absolutely quiet, and reeks of expensive floor wax. Out there, the air is thick with coal smoke, real sweat, and the genuine outrage of everyday life. You have the 16 intelligence agencies protecting you, the most powerful military in history ready for your orders, but you don't have a single true friend in this entire city. Your wife and daughter have fled to other rooms, refusing to look at you. Your cabinet secretaries are quietly plotting a coup with Sterling. The very people who once worshipped you now crave to see you fall. You stand at the absolute apex of the global pyramid of power, but in reality, you are the most isolated, abandoned organism on the planet. There are incredibly light footsteps behind you. Agent Donald steps close, bowing his head slightly. President Titan, per Secret Service security recommendations, we advise you to step back into the shadows. Extremist factions are attempting to breach the north fence. Commando counter-sniper teams are in position, but we need you away from the glass to ensure absolute safety. Without answering, without even turning your head, you take slow steps backward, letting the shadows of the room swallow your exhausted body. The image of the enraged sea of humanity blurs behind the green glass, leaving only the warmth of your breath on the pane, which the dry, positive pressure HVAC system instantly vacuums away in seconds. A profound truth crystallizes clearly. Power does not forge connections. It enforces absolute isolation. A king without subjects, a high-end prisoner forced to listen to the curses of his own people echoing from behind the gold-plated iron gates of the White House under the ruthless tyranny of Titan. As night falls, that isolation grows denser, swallowing everything until a death knell tears through the space. The 3 a.m. call, 3 o'clock sharp in the morning. The silence of the private bedroom in the residence feels like a thick sheet of ice, freezing the very movement of time. Your body lies on its side, eyes shut tight, but your cerebral cortex continues to spin in a hazy, exhausted state. The nightmare of the infrared thermal dot of the child in the Afghan valley is still quietly clawing at the last remaining folds of your mind. Ring, ring, ring. The bell shrieks violently, piercingly from the secure red phone resting on the mahogany nightstand. This is not a standard ringtone. It is a specialized, high-frequency, jarring alarm designed exclusively to shatter the deepest sleep of the president. Your heart instantly jolts, adrenaline pumping straight into your bloodstream, making your body snap up like a coiled spring. Your chest tightens, your mouth goes bitter. You snatch the red receiver, pressing it to your ear. No pleasantries, just a growl, "Titan." The voice on the other end doesn't belong to an aide or a politician. It is the dry, soulless voice, brimming with maximally suppressed panic, of Admiral Hansen, commander of U.S. Strategic Command, SDRATCOM at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. President Titan, we have a DEFCON 1 red situation. Our infrared early warning satellite constellation just detected 4 massive thermal blooms indicating intercontinental ballistic missile launches from mobile silos in southern Siberia. Trajectories are locked on the U.S. East Coast. Estimated time to impact for the first warhead, 16 minutes. A physical shock violently strikes the top of your skull, shooting all the way down to your toes. The hot blood in your veins instantly runs ice cold. Verify intel reliability, you demand, your tone robotic and steady, even as your knuckles turn bone-white, gripping the receiver. NORAD is cross-referencing long-range radar telemetry from BMEWS stations in Alaska and Greenland. Admiral Hansen reports rapidly, the frantic clattering of keyboards and blaring sirens clearly audible in the background. Current confidence level is 80%. Mr. President, per the launch on warning protocol, you have exactly 9 minutes to decide whether to authorize a full-scale retaliatory nuclear strike. If you wait past 9 minutes, enemy warheads will vaporize our command centers and ground silos. The officer with the football is moving to your quarters now. Clack. The bedroom door flies open. Colonel Bradley Miller rushes in with two Secret Service agents, their sidearms drawn and safeties off. Bradley drops to one knee beside the mahogany coffee table, slams the black leather-bound football onto it, and pops the combination locks. The black book containing retaliatory strike options and the plastic card bearing the gold codes are laid out under the dim yellow glow of the nightstand lamp. Bradley, trembling, extends the super-frequency radio receiver connected directly to the Pentagon and Strategic Response Forces. Your left hand holds the red receiver. Your right hand rests lightly on the freezing plastic card. It is exactly 3:13 a.m. 60 million Americans and 8 billion people worldwide are sleeping soundly, completely unaware that human civilization is a pen stroke or a single word away from total annihilation in the next 5 minutes. Your cerebral cortex is now operating at the maximum capacity of a mechanical calculator. The most brutally pragmatic, coldly utilitarian mathematical equation in human history is being drafted right in the sharpest center of your mind. You ask yourself, if this intel is accurate, 300 million Americans will die in the next 15 minutes. There is no saving them. If I order a full retaliatory strike on enemy cities, at least 600 million more on the other side will die instantly, and the ensuing nuclear winter will erase the entire human species from the planet. Your eyes rest on the tiny plastic card on the table. The calculation continues. A retaliatory launch saves 0 American lives. It cannot reverse the deaths of 300 million of my people. It is merely an act of meaningless vengeance, a brutal punishment to ensure the enemy dies with us. But in terms of optimizing the net survival of the species, the loss of one nation is still infinitely better than the total extinction of the entire human race tomorrow morning. Retaliation yields 0 utility. Extinction is infinite loss. For the first time in your life, the ultimate limit of utilitarian philosophy manifests. Am I willing to let my country be entirely annihilated without firing back, just to preserve the final chance of survival for the human species? Mr. President, we have 3 minutes. Admiral Hansen's voice groans through the red receiver. NORAD just detected 2 more thermal blooms. We need you to read the authentication codes to authorize the strategic retaliatory response. You must make a decision. Your fingers tighten slightly over the card. Cold sweat traces down your spine. You look dead into Colonel Bradley's eyes, then speak into the receiver, your tone terrifyingly flat and soulless. NORAD still hasn't achieved 100% confidence from ground-based radar. I refuse to authenticate a retaliatory strike at this time. We will wait. Sir, if we wait, we lose our entire land-based nuclear deterrent, Hansen screams through the phone. I said wait, you growl. A single word, but packed with such cold, absolute authority that it crushes the 4-star admiral's panic. 2 minutes pass, feeling like 10 centuries. Bradley's frantic breathing, the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. It all echoes perfectly clear, like the parting requiem of Earth. You close your eyes, counting down the seconds, mentally bracing for the blinding nuclear mushroom cloud that will erupt outside the 5-layer glass of the White House at any moment. Exactly 3:17 a.m. The static of the radio frequency shifts abruptly. Admiral Hansen's voice returns, but the panic is gone. It is hoarse, exhausted, and overflowing with sheer, absolute shock. PR President Titan, NORAD just updated the telemetry. Ground radars confirm there are no inbound warheads. The massive thermal signatures from the satellites were actually a bizarre temperature refraction anomaly caused by a massive solar flare corrupting the legacy infrared sensors on the satellites. It is a false alarm. I repeat, it is a false alarm. Bradley Miller drops to the floor, trembling, the briefcase holding the nuclear codes nearly slipping from his sweaty hands. The 2 Secret Service agents let out long, heavy breaths, re-engaging the safeties on their sidearms. You slowly place the red receiver back on its cradle. Your body begins to shake slightly, not from fear, but from the shock of adrenaline suddenly draining from your blood. You lean back in the armchair, staring blankly at the pitch-black ceiling, where the infrared sensor blinks steadily every 3 seconds. A horrifying truth engulfs your mind. The survival of the entire human race tonight did not hinge on international treaties, the UN, or morality. It hinged on a cold, reluctant, mathematical calculus made by a man named Titan, sitting completely alone in the White House bedroom at 3 in the morning. The world was just saved by his willingness to accept the death of his own country. You wave your hand, signaling Bradley and the agents to pack up the football and leave. The door closes, returning the room to the permanent, deathly silence of the late night. Lying on your back, staring into the dark, listening to the steady hum of the positive pressure HVAC system, reality crystallizes. The razor's edge of human extinction was just crossed, and absolutely no one out there will ever know about it under the ruthless, tyrannical reign of Titan. The aftershocks of the false nuclear alarm at 3 in the morning had passed, but they left a smoldering exhaustion in your body. Your endurance, already wrung dry over the past few months, now felt paralyzed against normal stimuli. You sit motionless behind the resolute desk, staring blankly at the dark, silk-papered walls of the Oval Office. Outside the 5-layer ballistic bay windows, the freezing winter rain of Washington is pouring down, turning the south lawn into a bleak gray expanse. Inside the room, the only existing sound is the steady hum of the positive pressure HVAC system and the patter of raindrops striking the thick bulletproof glass. The dry, sterile air reeks of expensive floor wax and the cold coffee clinging to the inside of a bone china cup. Lying right in front of you, next to the coffee that has formed a pale gray film on top, is a dark green leather binder bearing the red seals of the Department of Labor and the Department of Energy. You reach out your bare hand, fingertips trembling slightly from the room's artificial cold, and gently open the first page. Your eyes scan the steep downward bar charts and the dry, sharp black statistics printed on thick cotton paper. A bitter, stinging sensation shoots straight into your chest. 3 months ago, to fulfill the environmental protection and green energy transition promises you screamed from the podium to tens of thousands of Rust Belt voters, you signed Executive Order 14,092. This order directed the Department of the Interior and the EPA to tighten emission standards, effectively forcing the immediate closure of old coal mines and 3 massive coal-fired power plants in the Ohio Valley and West Virginia. That night when you put pen to paper, you felt an ultimate, arrogant pride. You thought you were committing a grand act of goodwill. You thought you were saving the planet's atmosphere, fulfilling your moral commitment to the educated middle-class voters. The left-leaning media canonized you for a week straight with headlines praising the president of the future. But the global economy doesn't run on moral speeches. It is a massive, complex, and suffocatingly ruthless mechanical machine. When you closed the coal mines, the raw fuel supply for regional power plants was instantly severed. These plants could not pivot to natural gas or solar energy within 90 days. As a result, the power supply for the entire Midwestern central grid plummeted severely. To fill the void, wholesale electricity prices in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky spiked by 312% overnight. This sudden surge in electricity costs acted like a high-voltage current running backward, violently shocking the already gasping heavy industries of the Rust Belt. 3 massive steel mills owned by Alliance Steel in Ohio, employing tens of thousands of union mechanics, could not shoulder tens of millions of dollars in added monthly operational costs. They had no choice but to extinguish their blast furnaces and declare technical bankruptcy. 52,140 steelworkers and miners were laid off in less than 90 days. You read the number, 52,140. Your Machiavellian mind automatically translates that number into 52,000 families losing their sole source of income, 52,000 wooden houses facing bank foreclosure, and tens of thousands of children who won't have enough food or heat this freezing winter. Lying right beneath the statistical report is a cheap, slightly crumpled white envelope, bearing a streak of dried gray mud on the bottom corner. This envelope did not go through the standard White House mail sorting protocol. It was secretly placed on your desk by a loyal aide after receiving it directly from a victim's relative. You open the envelope. Inside is a piece of lined paper torn from a student notebook. The blue ballpoint pen handwriting is scrawled, trembling, and smudged in several places by dried tears. The letter was written by Mark Miller, an Iraq War veteran, 34 years old, father of 2, and a former maintenance worker at the Lordstown Steel Mill. He was one of the 5,000 people who stood in the blizzard, cheering your name when you wore that frayed flannel shirt. He lost his job 2 months ago. His wife had to work the night shift at a convenience store, but it wasn't enough to cover the mortgage and the insulin for their youngest daughter, who had type 1 diabetes. Yesterday morning, after receiving the foreclosure notice from the bank, Mark walked into his old Chevy Silverado, started the engine, and locked the doors inside his garage. The final line of the suicide note hits you right in the eye, like a knife slashing open your mask. "Thank you, Mr. President, for saving the planet and killing my family." Your chest seizes violently. A wave of nausea churns in your throat, forcing you to swallow hard to suppress the bitter gastric acid rising up. Your fingertips grip the edge of the resolute desk so tightly that your knuckles turn bone white and freezing cold. You realize your own pathological naivety and arrogance. When you sit at the apex of the pyramid of power, in this warm, sterile Oval Office, every wave of your hand, every signature from your gold-nibbed Montblanc pen feels like a grand moral action. But when that unilateral will travels down to the ground, through the layers of the administrative and economic apparatus, it accumulates kinetic energy and transforms into a ruthless bullwhip, shredding the lives of tens of thousands of the poor people you swore to protect. You remember your own radiant smile in that frayed flannel shirt. You remember the sweet promises of a fair American dream. All of it now manifests as a despicable farce, cheap demagoguery, wrapped in the noble guise of environmental protection. You used the blood, the life of Mark Miller and those 50,000 workers as raw material to polish your image as a green god in the eyes of the New York elite. There is a soft knock on the door behind you. You don't turn around. You quickly shove Mark Miller's suicide note into the deepest drawer of the desk, locking it tight as if trying to bury evidence of a crime. "Come in," you say, your voice hoarse, dry, and completely empty. The oak door opens. The press secretary enters, holding a tablet displaying social media feeds flooded with hashtags calling for protests against your energy policies in Ohio. "Mr. President, we need to prep the messaging for this afternoon's press briefing," the secretary says with a worried tone. You lean back in the leather chair, your dark eyes looking out at the gray rain through the bay windows. The mask of Titan once again grafts itself onto your flesh and bone, freezing any pangs of conscience that had just begun to spark within you. Tell them the closure of the coal mines is a difficult but necessary strategic transition to ensure America's long-term climate security, you order, your tone icy, sharp, and definitive. We will announce a $20 million job retraining assistance package for the region. Focus the media narrative strictly on that assistance figure. The secretary bows and backs out of the room. You know full well that $20 million in job retraining is just a meaningless sedative, a political pie in the sky meant to temporarily pacify public outrage. It cannot give Mark Miller his old job back. It cannot return his life, and it cannot save the 50,000 families currently being shredded by the bullwhip of your power this freezing winter. You sit alone in the darkness, slowly enveloping the Oval Office, listening to the steady hum of the HVAC system, wondering how many more lives will have to lay down under the heel of the so-called greater good calculus of the Titan dynasty. A few hours after the bleak shadow in the Oval Office, the grim reality continues to track you right into your private quarters. The number 23%, 11 o'clock at night. The treaty room on the second floor of the executive residence is submerged in a pale, freezing blue light emanating from a wall mounted with 3 massive flat screens. Outside, the heavy winter rain continues to batter the 5-inch ballistic glass, creating blurry streaks of water that completely obscure the faint security lights of Pennsylvania Avenue. But inside this sterile room, a suffocating, dense psychological pressure is strangling your every breath. Your body is enduring a dull, crushing constriction. The invisible weight presses down, making your chest tighten slightly, your trachea dry as if filled with sand. You exhale sharply, every heartbeat in your chest shallow and rapid. You sit slumped in the premium linen armchair, hands clasped tightly under your chin, eyes locked onto the ticker tapes running continuously across the bottom of the screens from America's 3 largest networks, CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News. They are all muted, but the glowing red numbers displayed on the screens need no sound to scream their cruelty. GALLUP and Pew Research Flash Poll. President Titan's approval rating hits historic low, 23%. The white, 23%, against the red background of the graphic ticker, looks like a political death sentence being read live to the entire nation. You lower your eyes to the mahogany coffee table beside you. There, the acting chief of staff has just left a stack of print newspapers hot off the press for tomorrow's edition. You reach out your bare hand, fingertips freezing and beating with a thin layer of sweat, and pick up the Washington Post. The front page of the paper that once hailed you as the star of hope for the working class now bears a massive, apathetic headline over a close-up photo of your ashen, exhausted face from a recent press conference. The illusion collapses. The incompetence of the Titan administration plunges the Midwest into darkness. Flipping to the New York Times, the editorial board writes bluntly, President Titan has not only betrayed his environmental commitments through his Alaska executive orders, but he has also proven himself entirely incapable of macroeconomic management. The 50,000 unemployed in Ohio are a testament to the hubris of a dictator out of his depth. The media's betrayal is unfolding with a speed and ruthlessness that defies all your pragmatic calculations. Just a few months ago, these very networks used warm color filters, editing the most flattering footage of your frayed flannel shirt to paint the picture of a savior for America. But now, when the fallout from closing the coal mines triggered an electricity crisis and mass unemployment, those exact same cameras executed a 180-degree pivot. They zoom in on the white hairs at your temples, dissect every exhausted furrow of your brow, and analyze every heavy breath you take on the podium to prove to 60 million voters that you are mentally unstable, a megalomaniac actively destroying the country. The gloating, superior aura of the god Titan from Inauguration Day has vanished without a trace. You realize a chilling truth. The love of the public and the media is the cheapest, most fickle, and most volatile commodity in the world. They canonize you solely to wait for the moment they can drag you down from the pedestal and tear you to pieces for their Saturday night ratings. But media isolation is nothing compared to the freezing shoulder from your political allies. You pick up the thick, military-grade, rubber-wrapped, secure mobile phone. You open the contacts, finding the number for Senator Bob Mitchell, the Senate Majority Leader, the old fox who bowed and compromised with you previously to pass the budget. You hit call, ring, rings, ring. The prolonged radio ringtone echoes dryly in the silent reading room. By the sixth ring, the call automatically forwards to voicemail. Hello, this is Bob Mitchell. I am currently busy campaigning in my home state. You hang up. You know damn well he isn't busy. He is sitting in his office on Capitol Hill, looking at his phone displaying a call from the White House and bluntly hitting reject. You proceed to call the chairman of the National Committee, the man who accepted hundreds of millions of dollars in dark money from your super PACs during the early days of the campaign. This time the call connects, but the person answering isn't him. It's a young female assistant with a monotone, emotionless voice like an answering machine. President Titan, the chairman is in a closed-door meeting with the Finance Committee. He has a message for you. With the midterm elections only 10 months away, our Senate candidates in battleground states are having to scrub photos of you from their campaign flyers just to save their own lives. The party cannot continue to share a stage with a president sitting at a 23% approval rating. Please understand our difficult position. Click, the call is disconnected from the other end. You sit rigid in the chair. The crippled phone slips from your hand, falling onto the thick wool carpet without a sound. Humiliation and indignity scorch your pride. 4 years ago, they knelt at your feet begging for donor money. They called you the future of the party, handing you the presidential ticket like a grand blessing. But now, when you've become political poison, they immediately quarantine you like the bubonic plague. To protect their seats on Capitol Hill, the very people who swore loyalty are ready to kick you deep into the mud to prove their purity to the voters. This perfect isolation turns the White House into a literal prison. Every upcoming cabinet meeting will be nothing but emotionless faces, evasive glances, and the guarded silence of subordinate secretaries. People you know perfectly well are secretly coordinating with the Vice President's office to prepare a 25th Amendment coup scenario. You stand at the apex of the global pyramid of power, holding the nuclear codes capable of destroying the planet. Yet you cannot get a single ally to answer your phone call in the middle of the night. You stand up from the armchair, slowly walking toward the south-facing bay windows. You press your forehead against the freezing, pale green-tinted ballistic glass. Through the distorted, refracted glass, the empty south lawn is submerged in a hazy fog. You look at your reflection on the glass pane. A man nearing 50, but with a face deeply carved by the scars of time, eyes sunken into dark, emotionless black holes, and two stark white streaks of hair at the temples glowing under the blue light of the TVs behind you. A freezing helplessness creeps into your chest, completely extinguishing the final shreds of pride in the name Titan. You realize the blood-soaked crown you stole is now tightening like a noose around your own neck, turning you into the most isolated, most abandoned hostage on the planet right inside your own tyrannical empire. The storm outside continues to howl, and you know that, bearing this humiliating 23%, you are being pushed to the very edge of the abyss of collapse, where the next loop of betrayal is waiting to swallow you whole. As the night deepens, the isolation grows more suffocating. When the clock strikes 2 in the morning, the storm still refuses to let up. The death of the light bill. The Oval Office is submerged in a deathly, melancholic silence. The fire in the hearth has almost died out, leaving only faint, glowing red embers blinking in the ash, casting long, distorted, flickering shadows against the silk-papered walls. You sit behind the resolute desk, both hands resting on the antique oak surface, your head bowed low. Your throat is bitterly choked, dry as if someone just rubbed salt in it. Your heart beats slowly, heavily, each thud striking your eardrums like a hammer nailing a coffin. The physical exhaustion and the humiliation from yesterday's 23% approval rating haven't even cooled. And now, the most brutal reality of power has once again placed a life-or-death choice on your desk. Resting dead center on the desk, under the solitary, pale yellow halo of the brass desk lamp, is a dossier over 500 pages thick, bound in a dark blue hardcover bearing the gold-embossed seals of the Senate and the House. The Comprehensive Child Health Care Bill, often referred to by you with immense pride as the Light Bill. This is the lifeblood, the soul, the most priceless legacy you have dedicated 2 full years of your life to designing and pushing forward. It was born to rectify the humiliating defeat of 2 years ago. That rainy night at the Capitol, when your veterans' health care bill was crushed by the majority leader, you swore to the darkness that you would climb to this chair at any cost, seizing the ultimate chain of power so no one in this city could ever veto your dream again. You wanted to use the light bill to save millions of impoverished children, to prove to the world that the Adrian of the early days was still alive, that your grand purpose had ultimately washed clean all the despicable methods of your beginnings. But you were wrong. The political system of Washington never lets you play the hero that easily. Frank, the White House counsel, is standing silently in the dark corner of the room. His face is pale, his exhausted eyes behind thick lenses clearly showing apprehension mixed with an ultimate pity. He looks at you, then at the gold-nibbed Montblanc fountain pen lying solitary next to the dossier. "Mr. President," Frank speaks up, his voice soft, hoarse, but ironclad as a verdict. "I have reviewed the final amended version that Congress just passed this afternoon. It is no longer your bill. The pharmaceutical interest groups and Senator Bob Mitchell's oil donors used your current weak position, while you are threatened with impeachment and sitting at a 23% approval rating, to perform a ruthless surgical operation on the legislative text." Frank steps closer to the desk, flipping to the final pages of the thick dossier, pointing his finger at the supplemental clauses printed in fine text. Section 104's criteria for capping specialized drug prices have been completely removed. Instead, they inserted a new regulation into Section 207, banning the government from importing cheap pharmaceuticals from Europe, while simultaneously subsidizing $120 billion in federal funds directly to the massive K Street pharma conglomerates under the guise of research and development. If you sign this bill into law, it will not save a single poor child. It will mutate into a legalized extortion machine, tripling drug prices and draining the last tax dollars from the working class to line the pockets of Bob Mitchell's donors and the tech billionaire backing Arthur. Frank pauses, his voice trembling slightly. If you sign it, you will betray every citizen who trusted and voted for you. But if you use your veto power, you will personally execute the greatest bill of your life, and Congress will use that to declare you an incompetent president, entirely impotent in legislation. You are tying a noose around your own neck. You stand rooted to the spot. A freezing, ultimate irony shoots down your spine, completely extinguishing the last sliver of human warmth remaining in your chest. The brutal loop of fate has just officially closed, strangling you with the most toxic joke of creation. 2 years ago, you stood in the rain watching others kill your bill because you were a powerless pawn. You sold yourself to the devil, got your hands dirty, betrayed your mentor Thomas to secure the presidency, all to gain absolute power. And now, sitting in the Oval Office, standing at the absolute peak of the world, you are being forced to personally hold your pen to murder your own brainchild. Your supreme power is, in reality, just a massive illusion. You thought you were the one holding the cards, but in truth, you are merely a high-end executioner hired by the system to personally execute your own dreams. You reach out, picking up the Mont Blanc fountain pen. The weight of the gold-plated metal in your hand now feels as heavy as a massive granite boulder. You flip to the final page of the light bill, where the pre-printed text reads, "Presidential approval." Next to it is a small blank box reserved for your Titan's signature. Directly below that blank box is another signature box bearing the text, "Presidential veto." Your fingers tremble violently. Cold sweat runs down your spine, soaking through your expensive white dress shirt. You move the nib closer to the approval signature box. Your pragmatic, cowardly brain begins to whisper familiar fallacies, begging for political survival. Just sign it, Adrian. If you sign, Mitchell will retract the impeachment threat. You will keep this chair for 3 more years. When power stabilizes, you can amend it later. Survival is paramount. But as you look at the title, The Light Bill, the gentle face of your mentor Thomas, lying comatose in the hospital, suddenly flashes in your mind. His sad, disappointed eyes stare right through you as if asking, "Adrian, what kind of thing have you turned into?" If you sign, there will permanently be no path back. You will become a complete monster, a despicable henchman selling out even impoverished children to keep your gold-plated chair. A freezing, ruthless decisiveness flares up, overwhelming all thoughts. You move the fountain pen down to the bottom signature box. Scratch, scratch. The nib shrieks dryly and sharply across the thick cotton paper, leaving the handwritten text in crisp black ink. Vetoed, Titan. The stroke presses deep into the paper below like a bleeding cut. You throw the fountain pen onto the desk, the metal striking the oak surface amidst a solitary, absurd clack. You slam the dossier shut. The dry thud extinguishes all remaining blue light in the room. You push the document toward Frank, your voice even, empty, and cold as ice. "Take it away, Frank. Return it to the Senate. Tell Bob Mitchell I have vetoed my own bill. This battle, I didn't lose to him. I ended it myself." Frank stands silently, looking at the word vetoed bearing your signature. He bows his head slightly, picks up the thick document, and steps out into the dark hall with soundless steps, closing the oak door behind him. The Oval Office is left with only you and the cold ashes in the hearth. A freezing emptiness envelops all your senses. The perfect tear from the hospital days of old no longer falls. Your tear ducts have completely fossilized. You realize you have just personally slammed shut the final door leading back to the light of humanity. You killed your own legacy, simply to stop the system from weaponizing it into a toxic tool. You stand alone in the dark, hands shoved deep into your pockets, listening to the steady hum of the HVAC, accepting the cruel truth that the gilded iron cage of the Titan dynasty has truly tightened permanently around your neck. 4.5 hours after that suicidal veto decision, the dawn fails to bring even a sliver of warmth, the departure of a friend. 6:30 in the morning. The night rain has stopped, giving way to the gray, freezing dawn of the Washington winter slowly creeping through the ballistic bay windows, casting weak, washed-out streaks of light onto the eagle rug of the Oval Office. The space is so silent you can hear the dry, steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner hall, echoing like a countdown to absolute isolation. You remain sitting in the presidential leather chair, the frayed gray sweatpants from the night still unchanged. Your face is ashen, dark circles hanging heavily under your eyes like two emotionless black holes after a sleepless night spent personally signing the death warrant of your own brainchild. Your throat is bitter with the taste of cold decaf coffee and the burning of gastric acid reflux. There is a soft but incredibly familiar knock on the door. The door opens. Stepping in is not an agent carrying a classified brief, but Jonathan, your White House Chief of Staff. Jonathan is 45, your exact age, wearing a simple ash-gray suit. But unlike the energetic, passionate young man of 15 years ago who stayed up all night eating boxed pizza with you in that rundown campaign office in Ohio, Jonathan today walks slowly, his shoulders slumping under the weight of an ultimate disappointment. His eyes, which had always looked at you with absolute respect and trust, now hold only an empty void, cold as ash. Jonathan steps up to the resolute desk. He isn't carrying an armored leather briefcase, holding the daily schedule as usual. In his hand, he holds only a pristine, flat piece of white A4 paper without a single crease. Jonathan slowly sets the paper down on the antique oak surface, right next to the gold-nibbed Montblanc fountain pen, the murder weapon you just used to execute the light bill 3 hours ago. You glance at the paper. The sharp, bold headline hits your eyes like a bucket of ice water dumped straight onto your tense nervous system. Letter of resignation, White House Chief of Staff. Your chest instantly seizes violently. The sudden shock chokes your breath. You lean forward, planting both hands on the desk, trying to keep your tone even and firm, but failing to hide the slight tremor beneath. Jonathan, what kind of joke is this? Are you kidding me at 6 in the morning? We have a meeting with the budget committee today. I need you there. Jonathan is completely unfazed by your anger. He looks you dead in the eye, his gaze terrifyingly still, perfectly reflecting the image of an increasingly corrupted narcissist sitting behind the resolute desk. I'm not joking, Adrian, Jonathan speaks, his voice soft, warm, but ironclad as a final verdict. The resignation is effective immediately. I have already packed up my personal belongings in the adjacent office. I will leave the West Wing before the press arrives at 8 o'clock. Why, you snarl through your teeth, anger mixed with panic rising in your throat. Because I vetoed the light bill? You have to understand. That bill was gutted by Bob Mitchell and the pharmaceutical industry. If I signed it, it would exploit the people. I did it for the greater good, for the survival of this administration. Jonathan smirks slightly, a faint smile brimming with ultimate contempt and profound pain. You're using the phrase greater good as an excuse again, Adrian. You always delude yourself with those sweet lies. You didn't veto it to save the people. You vetoed it because you were terrified. You were terrified of that 23% approval rating. You were terrified of Bob Mitchell's impeachment threats. You killed our brainchild just to keep your presidential chair from shaking for one more day. Jonathan takes a step closer, planting both hands on the desk, pushing his exhausted face toward yours. I stayed silent when you sold yourself to the tech billionaire in the Hamptons for $2 billion. I pretended to be blind when you used the PRISM spy system to wiretap your opponents. I even personally covered up the smear campaign against your mentor Thomas because I believed in your promise. Just this once, when I become president, I will use power to do good. But I was wrong, Adrian. Power isn't your tool, it is your master. Jonathan chokes back a sob, his eyes reddening under the gray dawn. I no longer recognize the best friend who swore in the Ohio rain with me 15 years ago. The entity sitting behind this resolute desk is a monster fed by lies, treachery, and boundless greed for power. You personally murdered your own legacy, sold out every last loyal ally, and now you are completely alone. I cannot continue to share this stage and dirty my hands to protect your madness any longer. Goodbye, Mr. President. Having spoken his piece, Jonathan doesn't wait for your response, doesn't glance back at the resignation letter on the desk. He turns decisively and walks briskly toward the ceiling-high oak doors. Jonathan, stop, I order you to stop. You scream, a cracked, completely uncontrolled shriek of a tyrant watching his world collapse. But Jonathan doesn't break his stride. The sound of his leather soles mires softly, steadily on the mahogany floor, echoing dryly before fading away. Slam, the oak door slams shut. The mechanical lock clicks, emitting a deep, stifling sound like the door of a prison cell slamming shut forever, severing the final tether between you and the world of decency. The cavernous oval office suddenly plunges into a horrifyingly silent vacuum. You stand rooted to the spot behind the massive, resolute desk. The gray dawn of Washington illuminates the pristine white resignation letter, resting beside the cold, gold-nibbed Montblanc pen. You cast your eyes around the empty room. 15 empty chairs around the meeting table, the expensive silk-papered walls, and the bald eagle emblem beneath your feet. A freezing helplessness invades your mind. The final circle of trust around you has just been utterly shattered by your own corruption. You used despicable schemes to climb to the peak of the world, but the price of that blood-soaked crown is that you had to personally exile your spouse, your daughter, and now your best friend from your life. You stand there, isolated, barren, and completely torn apart inside your expensive suit, preparing to step forward into the darkness of the next filthy pacts, just to survive under the ruthless, tyrannical reign of Titan. Jonathan's departure leaves a void that cannot be filled. By midnight, with no one left to trust, you have only one way out. Crawling toward the dark, a black Chevrolet Suburban SUV, bearing no diplomatic plates or presidential flags, glides stealthily through the freezing winter rain of Washington, turning down a narrow alley hidden behind the historic red brick houses of Georgetown. You sit in the backseat, a black baseball cap pulled low over your forehead, the collar of your wool coat turned up to conceal the face recognized by 60 million citizens. To execute this meeting, you had to invoke your power as Commander-in-Chief to force a small detail of loyal Secret Service agents to maintain absolute secrecy, scrubbing all logs of your movements for the day. You are going to meet a ghost. You are going to beg for survival from the man you once swore to destroy after achieving your grand purpose. The vehicle stops in front of a 19th century estate. 2 Secret Service agents quietly open the door, shielding you with umbrellas as you step down the moss-covered, damp stone steps, leading straight into a narrow passage deep into an underground wine cellar. The suffocating air instantly assaults your sinuses. The smell of rotting oak, the damp must of ancient brick walls, the scent of slow-burning wax candles, and the heavy, sweet astringency of premium vintage wine fermented for decades. The only light in the cellar comes from 3 large wax candles set on a rough-hewn oak table in the center of the room, casting distorted, dancing shadows on the brick walls with every cold draft that slips through the door crack. Sitting behind the table, leaning back in a worn leather armchair, is Arthur. Washington's king of lobbyists still carries the supremely elegant, ice-cold demeanor of a man standing at the absolute pinnacle of political darkness. He wears a simple olive-green cashmere sweater, his hand slowly swirling a crystal glass containing a dark red, blood-like liquid. Arthur doesn't stand up when you enter. He doesn't bow, doesn't offer the respectful Mr. President greeting like the sycophants out there. Arthur looks at you through narrowed eyes, brimming with cold mockery and pity, the gaze of a wise investor looking at an asset that is crashing in value and about to be liquidated. "You look ragged, Adrian," Arthur speaks first, his tone drawn out, resonant, and emotionless as a block of cold metal. A 23% approval rating. Your most loyal chief of staff walks out. Your wife and kid pack up for Delaware. And on Capitol Hill, the House Judiciary Committee has gathered enough signatures to initiate impeachment proceedings against you by next Monday morning. You are exactly 1 footstep away from the abyss of total humiliation. An ultimate humiliation rises, scorching your viscera. Your chest tightens breathlessly, your hands shoved deep in your coat pockets, clenching so hard your nails dig into your bleeding palms. You are the President of the United States, the leader of the free world, the man who can wipe out a continent with the nuclear football. But right now, you stand here in a damp wine cellar at midnight, enduring the naked insults of an unofficial lobbyist. You have to lower your massive ego, trample on every shred of pride associated with the name Titan, to crawl toward the dark, begging for salvation from the very man you once despised. Arthur, you speak, your voice raspy, trying to maintain clarity but interwoven with a slight, undeniable tremor. You step closer to the wooden table, planting both hands on the damp wood, leaning toward him. I need you to stop this. You control the super PACs, you control the opposition senators. You can break that impeachment procedure in 24 hours. Save my chair. Arthur takes a sip of wine, letting the bitter astringency coat his tongue, then slowly sets the glass down on the table with a dry clack. Save you? Why should I save a failing investment, Adrian? You walked into the White House. You hallucinated that you were a god. You personally signed executive orders closing the coal mines in Ohio to pander to middle-class voters, only to trigger an electricity crisis that devastated our factories. You personally vetoed the light bill, the bill we spent hundreds of millions of dollars amending to benefit the pharmaceutical industry. You betrayed us first, and now you come here to beg. Arthur stands up, stepping closer to you. He isn't taller than you, but the invisible authority radiating from the darkness behind him completely crushes your artificial aura. In this city of Washington, Adrian, you are just a puppet we hired to sit in that room for 4 years. When the puppet starts pulling its own strings, dreaming of playing the good guy, we cut the chains and throw it into the trash can of history. Your vice president, Jack Sterling, is proving to be much more obedient than you. He is ready to sign everything we demand the second you are impeached and removed. Your knees tremble slightly under the suffocating pressure of political extortion. You realize a cruel reality. The initial $2 billion contract wasn't a launchpad to heaven. It is the permanent shackle locking your soul in hell. I will sign. You hiss through your teeth, each word ringing ice cold, carrying the unconditional surrender of your self-esteem. Whatever you want me to sign, Arthur, appoint your people, approve your monopoly projects. I will do it all, just keep me in the Oval Office. Arthur stares at you for 5 seconds of dead silence. Then the corners of his mouth slowly curl into a satisfied smile, the smile of an animal tamer who sees his prey completely prostrate at his feet. Excellent, Adrian. Arthur pats you lightly on the shoulder, his freezing grip squeezing your tense muscles. I like this look on you much better. Filthy, desperate, and ready to do anything to survive. Sit down. It's time we sign our second contract. You collapse into the chair opposite him under the flickering candlelight. You know that, by kneeling and begging tonight, you have officially erased every last remnant of the decent man you once were, completing the transition into a broken tyrant, ready to hand the country over to the devil just to buy the selfish existence of the throne under the Titan dynasty. The moment you accept submission, Arthur doesn't waste a single second. The second contract. The wax candles in the Georgetown wine cellar have burned halfway down, leaving streams of opaque yellow wax to overflow and harden on the rough oak table. The silence here is freezing, broken only by your shallow, rapid breathing and the steady, hopeless rain falling on the dirt above. Arthur slowly sets his crystal glass down and pulls a thin, 3-page document from his black leather briefcase. Printed sharply in bold, a motionless black ink at the top of the page is Special Administrative Directive. This is our second contract, Adrian. Arthur pushes the dossier toward you, his index finger tapping lightly on the crisp paper. To completely kill the impeachment on Capitol Hill and pacify Bob Mitchell's opposition faction, my super PACs need flesh and blood collateral. Tomorrow morning, exactly at 6 o'clock, you must issue the order to fire Attorney General Charles Harrison. Your chest instantly tightens, as if an iron chain were forcefully wrapping around your ribcage. You gasp, pulling in a deep breath of the cellar's musty air, but your throat is choked, the bitter taste of betrayal rising to your ears. Charles Harrison. He is not just the Attorney General serving under you. He is a legend in American law, a man over 60 with stark white hair and stern eyes brimming with integrity. Charles has been your sturdiest shield, the only man who used his entire personal reputation to cover and protect you from dozens of ruthless Senate investigations over the past 3 years. On your historic election night, while you stood isolated amidst the fake smiles of the political elite, Charles gripped your hand and said, Adrian, I will use the law to protect you as long as you keep fighting for the poor. And currently, Charles is dedicating all the resources of the Justice Department to finalize criminal antitrust indictments against Aegis Financial, the conglomerate owned by the tech billionaire, the biggest donor backing Arthur. Fire Charles, you growl, each word grinding through trembling teeth. Impossible, Arthur. Charles has protected me for 3 years. He is the symbol of integrity in this administration. If I fire him, the public will know I'm covering up Aegis's filthy deals. Arthur smirks slightly, a faint smile overflowing with ultimate contempt. He taps his hand hard on the dossier. Are you still dreaming, Adrian? Charles Harrison's integrity is a blade at the throat of my donors. If he continues that antitrust investigation, Aegis will lose $20 billion in market value, and our political funding contract will turn to scrap paper. Do you want to keep Charles's integrity only to be impeached and thrown out of the White House in disgrace next Friday? Or do you want to sell him out to keep your presidency? Arthur pushes his gold-nibbed Montblanc fountain pen toward you, delivering a brutal follow-up. Charles's replacement is already prepped, William Ross, the chief counsel for Aegis. As soon as Ross assumes the role of acting attorney general, he will sign the order suspending the antitrust investigation and approve the $10 billion tech merger. In return, Mitchell and the right wing in the Senate will declare your impeachment investigation closed due to lack of evidence. Sign it, Adrian, selling out a protector to save your own life. That is the most basic lesson of survival. You stare at the gold-plated nib, glinting under the flickering candlelight. Your heart pounds frantically. The palms of your hands gripping the oak table break out in a freezing cold sweat. The moral agony thrashes desperately in your mind, only to be quickly crushed entirely by the phantom of total political defeat. You are terrified of leaving the White House as a sinner cursed by the entire nation. You crave survival with a mad desperation. You pick up the fountain pen. The nib glides across the thick cotton paper, leaving the sharp signature, Titan. The glossy black ink appears on the paper like a permanent stain, smearing your last remaining loyalty. Arthur smiles with satisfaction. He retrieves the dossier and pushes a black flip phone, a disposable burner, toward you. Do it now, Adrian. Don't wait until tomorrow morning. End it in the dark. You pick up the freezing phone with a slightly trembling hand. You dial Charles Harrison's personal number. Ring, ring, ring. It is currently 3:15 a.m. On the other end, Charles's voice answers after the third ring, hoarse from lack of sleep, but immediately overflowing with concern and protectiveness upon recognizing your number. Mr. President, is it an emergency, Adrian? Don't worry, my legal team at the Justice Department, and I just pulled an all-nighter to prepare the rebuttal brief for the House articles of impeachment being sent to you tomorrow morning. We will protect your seat. The warm, fiercely loyal voice of the sexagenarian runs like a freezing electric shock down your spine, strangling your vocal cords. You swallow hard, your throat bitterly choked, but you force your facial muscles to freeze completely, emitting an ice-cold, terrifyingly apathetic tone of a tyrant. Charles, thank you for your efforts, but I need you to submit your resignation for health reasons before 6 o'clock this morning. The phone line abruptly drops into a deathly silence. The stillness stretches so long, you can clearly hear the crackle of burning wood in the distant hearth, and Charles's choked gasps through the speaker. On the other end of the line, Charles Harrison stands rooted to the spot in his office, his entire body trembling as he realizes the cruelest truth of his life. Adrian, Charles's voice trembles, brimming with the ultimate pain and humiliation of a father just stabbed in the back by his adopted son. You made a deal with Arthur, didn't you? You sold out the antitrust investigation against Aegis in exchange for Bob Mitchell's silence. You don't answer. You sit in silence under the flickering candlelight, your face as cold as flawless marble. I have protected you for 3 years, Adrian. Charles chokes out, his voice cracking with indignation. I used my 40-year reputation to cover for your mistakes. I believed you were doing it to gain the power to help the poor. But now you are personally handing the entire Justice Department over to the oligarchs. You have become a true monster, Adrian. Thank you for your service to the nation, Charles. You say, your tone as soulless as a pre-programmed machine. Please submit your resignation before 6 a.m. Goodbye. Click, you decisively snap the burner phone shut, completely extinguishing the choked gasps of the last loyal ally in your life. You throw the phone onto the wooden table, bowing your head and squeezing your eyes shut. Arthur stands up, taking the phone and the signed dossier, flashing a faint smile that holds the ultimate contempt of a man who has just successfully tamed a tyrant. "A very wise decision, Mr. President," Arthur says, his ironclad voice echoing in the dark cellar. "The impeachment will vanish from Capitol Hill before Friday. Have a restful night." Arthur's arrogant footsteps fade and disappear behind the heavy cellar door, returning the room to the freezing silence of the late night. You sit alone under the dying candlelight, your heart filled with the empty, soulless void of a man who just personally strangled his last loyalty, simply to buy the humiliating existence of the Titan crown in the shadows of Washington. A few hours later, in the SCIF room deep beneath the West Wing, the conspiracy against you gradually reveals itself. The conspiracy in the dark room. The space inside the SCIF is suffocatingly silent, leaving only the steady, headache-inducing hum of the high-capacity server cooling system bouncing off the copper-lined, anti-eavesdropping walls. You sit alone before the central console, the freezing blue light from the flat screen illuminating your pale face, slick with cold sweat. Jonathan's departure and the firing of Charles Harrison have turned you into a supreme pariah of paranoia. You no longer trust anyone in this mansion. To protect yourself, you secretly ordered Dr. Raymond Kessler, deputy director of the NSA, to use the PRISM superspy system to establish a 24/7 surveillance dragnet aimed directly at every call, text, and meeting of one man, Vice President Jack Sterling. You plug the encrypted black hard drive into the port. After a few seconds of decryption, an audio file of a call made at 10 o'clock last night appears on the screen. You put on the specialized leather headphones and hit play. The characteristic static of high-altitude radio waves crackles, and then the deep, drawn-out southern drawl of Jack Sterling enters your eardrums. "We cannot let that madman drag the party and the country down into the abyss any longer. Firing Charles Harrison this morning was the final straw. The public is revolting, Capitol Hill is boiling over, and he himself is in a state of extreme mental panic. I know for a fact he just had to take high-dose beta blockers to stop a neurological breakdown. The hot blood in your body suddenly runs cold, draining from your 10 fingertips. You sit rigid in the armored leather chair, breathing shallowly and rapidly. The next voice on the recording doesn't belong to an opposition politician, but to the Secretary of Defense, the man you just shielded and bestowed budget favors upon recently. "Jack, I agree, but the House impeachment procedure will take at least 3 months of litigation. In that time, the financial markets will crash. We need a faster solution to stabilize the situation." Sterling chuckles, a triumphant, deeply sinister laugh striking straight into your ear. "The 25th Amendment, Section 4. The constitutional procedure to oust the president immediately without going through Congress in the first 30 days. All it takes is for me and a majority of the cabinet, that's 8 out of 15 secretaries, to simultaneously sign a declaration stating that Adrian is no longer capable of discharging the powers and duties of the presidential office. As soon as that declaration is submitted to the Speaker of the House, his power will immediately be stripped and transferred to me. I will be the acting president." The Secretary of Defense hesitates a beat. "Do you have enough signatures, Jack?" "I have yours, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of the Treasury, and the Secretary of Labor," Sterling replies casually, each word striking like a hammer nailing your political coffin shut. "William Ross, the new Attorney General that naive fool Adrian just appointed at Arthur's behest, has also secretly agreed to sign tomorrow night. We only need 2 more signatures for a bare majority. I will trigger the 25th Amendment next Monday morning." Beep, the recording ends, returning the SCIF to the soulless hum of machinery. You tear the headphones off, slamming them onto the console. Your chest seizes violently, your stomach knotting, bringing on the most vicious wave of nausea of your life. A naked, humiliating, two-way betrayal scorches your ego. You realize the tech billionaire and Arthur, who just shook hands on a deal with you last night, treated you as nothing more than a disposable pawn. They forced you to sign the executive order approving the Aegis merger, forced you to fire Charles Harrison to kill the antitrust investigation. And the second your usefulness expired, and you became a liability, they secretly ordered William Ross and Jack Sterling to trigger the 25th Amendment to throw you out of the White House in ultimate disgrace. The aura of Titan's power, the arrogance of the man who played with the nuclear football the day he entered the Oval Office. All of it has just been humiliatingly broken by the very hounds you raised in the dark. But you are not prey that accepts death easily. The extreme rage of a betrayed narcissist begins to awaken the ultimate survival instinct within you. You type rapidly on the keyboard, accessing PRISM's top-secret espionage database containing the deepest black files on every cabinet member, the hidden tax evasion records, the insider trading audio logs of the Treasury Secretary, the sex scandals of the Secretary of State. You look at the list of 15 secretaries displayed on the freezing blue screen. Jack, you think you can use the 25th Amendment to steal my throne? You whisper in the dark, the corners of your mouth curving into a terrifyingly cold, soulless smile. I will use the hellish chains of PRISM to break every single signature of the secretaries under your command. If you people want to drag me down, I will personally detonate this information bomb and burn this whole town down with me. You unplug the hard drive containing Sterling's treasonous files and shove it deep into your coat pocket. You step out of the SCIF, your footsteps echoing dryly down the dark corridor of the West Wing, preparing for the most brutal bloodbath right inside the inner circle of the tyrannical Titan dynasty. Calculations for revenge boiled through the night. When the clock strikes 8 in the morning, you act immediately. The two-way betrayal. The private dining room adjacent to the Oval Office is flooded with natural light from the Rose Garden, but the atmosphere inside is as cold as a morgue. A perfectly prepared White House breakfast of poached eggs, toast, and fresh orange juice sits untouched on the mahogany table, omitting not a wisp of steam. You sit at the head of the table, sipping your 4th black coffee of the morning. Your eyes are bloodshot after a sleepless night wrestling with Vice President Sterling's treasonous audio tape. You just summoned Elias, your former campaign CFO, one of the rare people capable of tracking dark money trails without leaving a digital fingerprint. You want to use finances to strangle Sterling's coup. You ordered Elias to trace the funds pumping into the vice president's lobby groups to freeze them. The dining room door opens slightly. Elias enters, a thick financial dossier tucked under his arm. But instead of bearing the triumphant look of a man who just found an enemy's weak spot, Elias' face is ashen, his forehead beaded with sweat. He steps closer, locks the door, and slowly pushes a bank statement printed from a secure printer toward you. Mr. President, Elias speaks, his voice trembling and dry. I tracked the shell company network in the Cayman Islands. Just as you suspected, the dark money funding Vice President Sterling's 25th Amendment coup campaign stems from the Aegis Corporation. Harold, the billionaire in the Hamptons, poured $50 million to buy the secretary's signatures. You smirk slightly, a sinister smile appearing on your exhausted face. Excellent. So that bastard Harold has officially stabbed me in the back right after I signed off on his merger. Prep the files for the FBI. I am freezing all assets of... You haven't looked at the 3rd page, Mr. President, Elias hastily interrupts, pointing a shaking finger at the stack of paper. $50 million for Vice President Sterling is just pocket change. You raise an eyebrow, flipping to the 3rd page. A complex cash flow diagram appears, with bright red arrows pointing from Aegis's hidden trust funds directly into a super PAC named American Dawn. Transfer amount, $150 million, 3 times the amount used to fund Sterling's coup. American Dawn, you frown, trying to search your memory. Whose PAC is this on our side? Elias looks at you, his eyes brimming with ultimate despair and humiliation. It's not on our side, Adrian. That is the primary funding vehicle for Governor Harris, the opposition party's frontrunner for next year's election. The hand holding your statement freezes in midair. Like the universe's most cruel and perfect mockery, the wall-mounted TV in the dining room is broadcasting CNN's Morning News Live. On the screen, opposition Governor Harris stands before tens of thousands of voters, slamming his hand on the podium, screaming in outrage. The Titan administration is a corrupt and dictatorial empire. We must sweep people like him out of Washington to return a clean democracy to the American people. Below the stage, the frantic crowd applauds wildly. And here in this quiet dining room, you are holding the bank statement proving that. The megaphones, the billboards, and the glittering stage the man cursing you stands upon were all bought with the exact same money from the billionaire Harold, the man who forced you to sell your soul last night. In that exact moment, a horrifying fracture tears through your mind. The tyrannical rage, the thirst for revenge against Sterling or Harold suddenly evaporates into the void. In its place is a freezing, ruthless philosophical enlightenment that entirely smashes your massive ego. You used to think you were the predator. When you started selling your soul to Arthur and Harold for $2 billion, you deluded yourself into thinking you were using them to ascend the throne. You thought you were a god pulling the strings of America. But this bank statement just delivered a brutal reality check. This democracy isn't a battlefield of ideals. It is a massive casino, and the billionaire Harold in the Hamptons is the house. The house never cares who is gambling. They only care about the margin. Harold bet $50 million on red and $150 million on blue. Whether you are ousted by Sterling next week or defeated by Governor Harris next year, the ultimate winner is always Harold. Whoever becomes president will have to kneel and sign the tax cuts and protect Aegis Corporation's monopoly, because their chair was bought with his money. The pride of Titan collapses completely into humiliating shards. You realize you are not the king. You are not the devil. You are just a high-end temp worker on a 4-year contract. When you perform well, they let you wear nice suits and sit on Air Force One. When your approval rating drops and you become difficult to manage, they calmly pour money into new employees to replace you. You and the enemy screaming on TV are actually just two roosters tearing each other apart in a pit for the amusement of the oligarchs in the stands. What do we do, Mr. President? Elias asks, trembling, cutting through your freezing thoughts. Indict Harold. You let the bank statement flutter down onto the table. You look at Elias with empty, soulless eyes, the eyes of a man who has had the last drops of vitality drained by the system. Indict Harold. If you do that, he will release the evidence of you taking dark money in the early days, and you will go to prison before he does. You are completely ensnared in a massive spiderweb with no way out. Do nothing, Elias, you say, your voice a whisper light as a ghost. Pack up these papers and burn them. You slowly stand up, adjusting the button on your suit jacket. The high of power has now turned into a poison ravaging your body. You feel disgusted with yourself, disgusted by the glamorous Oval Office out there, and disgusted by the fake political system you represent. You turn your back and walk toward the door. Outside, the national network camera lenses are waiting for your live broadcast to defend the oligarchs' monopoly policy. You will have to walk out there, strap on a mask of lies, and finish performing the final act as the most expensive puppet on the planet, knowing full well that the strings are being pulled by the people laughing at you in the dark. Just 2 hours after that shock, you have no time to lick your wounds. The television lenses are waiting. The mask of lies on live TV. 10 o'clock in the morning. The Oval Office has been transformed into a miniature television studio. 4 high-resolution cameras from CBS, NBC, and ABC are arranged in a semicircle, pointing their dark, sharp lenses straight at the resolute desk. Intense artificial light from reflectors bounces up, completely washing out the natural light from the rose garden, erasing every exhausted wrinkle and dark circle on your face with professional concealer. Only 5 minutes until airtime. You sit silently in the presidential leather chair, your hands resting lightly on the oak surface. Unlike the self-satisfaction and excitement of previous speeches, your chest now bears a physical weight as if crushed by a freezing concrete block. The echo of the financial statement from earlier, the piece of paper proving you are just a cheap puppet being played by the billionaire Harold, is still scorching every neuron in your brain. Today, you must appear on national television not to announce a defense victory or a humanitarian law. You must sit here to officially issue the executive order approving the multi-billion-dollar tech merger for Aegis Corporation, the soul-selling contract you just signed with the billionaire last night to kill the impeachment. Going live in 10 seconds, the technical director counts down, his dry voice ringing out from behind the camera rig. 5, 4, 3, 2. The glowing red tally light blinks on the center lens. Tens of millions of Americans are now glued to their screens, waiting for the message from their president. Following political survival instincts forged over many years, a mask automatically drops over your face. Your empty, soulless eyes instantly widen, gleaming with a fake, steadfast confidence. The corners of your mouth lift into a warm smile, perfect to a terrifying degree. Your pragmatic brain activates autopilot, extracting the words pre-written by your speechwriting team. My fellow Americans, you speak, your tone resonant, deep, and brimming with persuasion. Today, we stand on the threshold of history. I have just signed the executive order, proving the National Digital Infrastructure Consolidation Project. This is not just an economic decision. It is a leap forward, a firm commitment that America will continue to lead the world in the new technological era. You look straight into the camera's red dot, unblinking. But while your mouth smoothly spouts flowery words about technological leaps, a prosperous future, and job opportunities, a horrifying internal war is screaming and tearing through your mind. Your mind sharply dissects the reality unfolding. You know exactly the truth behind those glittering words. This merger is actually the most ruthless monopoly trap in history. Aegis will gain absolute control over the national data distribution network. They will strangle thousands of small businesses, doubling telecommunications and internet rates. Millions of poor working families in the Midwest, the people who trusted and voted for you back then, will be the direct victims, shouldering exorbitant living costs just to shove more blood-soaked money into the billionaire Harold's fortune. This consolidation, you continue your speech, your jaw muscles tensing slightly, will ensure absolute security for the data of every citizen, protecting us from increasingly complex cyberspace threats. A wave of nausea churns from your stomach, the bitter taste rising in your throat. You feel disgusted by every single syllable issuing from your own mouth. You are using the supreme prestige of the presidency to deceive tens of millions of innocent people. You are a traitor selling out the country's future just to buy political survival for yourself, dodging a humiliating impeachment from the very people manipulating you. You are the perfect embodiment of absolute corruption. You try to maintain your steadfast gaze, but for a fraction of a tenth of a second, your eyes accidentally flick to the monitor screen placed next to the camera. You see your reflection on the screen, a man wearing a premium Brioni suit, sitting behind the historic desk, bearing the smile of a saint, but with eyes that are empty, soulless, and dark as a black hole. The feeling of self-disgust rises so intensely that you almost falter. You want to scream, want to smash the camera, want to yell into the lens, "Don't believe me. This is a scam. I'm just a puppet selling you out." But your lips obediently continue to move, completing the final line of the speech smoothly, mechanically. America's future has always resided in innovation and boldness, and this administration is committed to always making the toughest decisions for the benefit of all the people. May God bless America. You hold the smile, bowing your head slightly. The red tally lights on the camera lenses turn off. "Cut. Excellent, Mr. President," the technical director calls out, signaling the crew to begin packing up the equipment. As soon as the blinding glare of the studio lights dims, the mask on your face shatters instantly. The radiant smile vanishes without a trace, replaced by an ashen, exhausted, and utterly defeated look. You say nothing to the TV crew, standing up decisively from the chair, turning your back and walking quickly toward the side door leading to your private restroom. You throw open the door to the president's private washroom, stepping in and locking it tight. You slump over the marble sink, cranking the cold water faucet to the maximum, splashing handful after handful of freezing water hard against your face, trying to wash away the makeup, to scrub off the filth and hypocrisy that had just settled on your skin. You look up, staring into your own bloodshot, empty eyes in the large mirror. Drops of cold water run down your ashen cheeks. You realize a tragic truth. The man standing in the mirror right now is no longer the Adrian carrying the messianic ideals of 2 years ago. That man is dead forever. You have officially become a soulless mouthpiece for the oligarchs, the most despicable bastard on the planet personally murdering the future of his own people. You traded everything for power, but in the end you only kept a glamorous shell, while your soul has rotted away and reeks of disgust even to yourself. With that wretched feeling clinging to your flesh, you trudge out of the West Wing, hoping to find a sliver of peace on the home front. The collapse of the home front. You step out of the restroom, wiping away the remaining cold water on your face. The concealer has washed off, revealing the actual ashen, ragged face of a man who just personally executed a grand deception on live television. You walk slowly up the mahogany stairs, leading to the 3rd floor of the executive residence. You crave a little warmth, a private space without camera lenses, without armed Secret Service agents standing guard, where you can shed the $10,000 Brioni suit and bury your head in your wife's shoulder to find a remnant of the man named Adrian from the old days. But just as your foot touches the 3rd floor hallway, a sharp, dry sound echoes from the master bedroom, striking your eardrums like a gunshot in the dead of winter. ZZZZP, ZZZZP, the sound of metal zippers on suitcases dragging across the oak floor. You freeze, your heart rate suddenly spiking to 95 beats per minute. Your chest seizes slightly. You step hurriedly, throwing open the oak door to the master bedroom. The sight before you freezes your entire body. The massive mahogany wardrobes that once held the First Lady's glittering evening gowns are now thrown wide open, chillingly empty. On the sprawling king-size bed covered in royal blue silk sheets, 3 large Samsonite suitcases lie open, packed full of clothes, books, and neatly arranged personal items. Claire, your wife, the First Lady with the codename Olympus, stands by the bed. She wears a simple gray wool outfit, her hair tied in a neat bun. Her face is pale, her eyes deeply sunken from insomnia, but motionless, as cold as a frozen lake. She is finishing packing a family photo frame of the 3 of you back in Ohio into the corner of a suitcase. Standing with her back against the 5-layer ballistic window, facing the south lawn, is your 14-year-old daughter. She wears a thick puffer jacket, her arms clutching her school backpack tight to her chest. Her face is flushed, tear streaks dried on her cheeks, and she looks at you with a gaze filled with ultimate resentment and alienation. She doesn't call you Dad. She looks at you as if looking at a stranger, a filthy ghost that just entered the room. Claire, you speak, your voice trembling and hoarse. You step closer, meaning to reach out and touch her shoulder. What? What are you doing? Why are you packing your bags at this hour? Claire gently but firmly dodges your hand. She pulls the zipper on the last suitcase closed, emitting a cold, rustling sound, then turns to look you straight in the eye. Her gaze holds no anger, no tears of frustration. It holds only an eternal coldness and ultimate contempt. I just watched your live speech on TV, Adrian, Claire says, her voice soft but sharp as a scalpel. And I also just received a sobbing phone call from Helen, Charles Harrison's wife. You fired Charles. You sold out the man who used 40 years of his honor to shelter you, just to trade for a filthy monopoly executive order for the billionaire Harold. Claire, don't you understand? You scream, the sheer panic causing you to lose control, your voice cracking across the large room. I did it for us, for the survival of this family. If I didn't compromise with Arthur, the Judiciary Committee would impeach me next Monday. I would be ousted, we would be thrown out of here in disgrace. I have to keep this chair to protect. Protect what, Adrian? Claire cuts you off, her voice ironclad, freezing all your excuses. Protect the family by turning your 14-year-old daughter into a freak, alienated by her friends because of your insane security apparatus. Protect the family by locking us in this gun-filled golden prison, where even our marital intimacy is listened to by the Secret Service. Claire points toward the wide-open bedroom door, where 2 Secret Service agents holding sidearms stand with their heads bowed, avoiding their eyes. I used to love a man named Adrian, a man who carried the ideal of changing this country to help the poor. But the entity standing before me right now is a power-crazed monster, a broken tyrant willing to betray his mentor Thomas, sell out Charles Harrison, and lie to 60 million of his fellow citizens just to keep that gold-plated chair from shaking for one more day. You do it for your own selfishness and cowardice, Adrian. Don't drag me and my daughter into your filthy mud. Claire decisively lifts the suitcase off the bed. She turns and takes your daughter's hand. I am taking her back to our old house in Delaware. My lawyer will send the divorce papers to your office next week. From now on, you stay here alone with your presidential chair. Claire, don't go, I'm begging you. You lunge forward, intending to embrace her, intending to drop to the floor to beg for forgiveness. The arrogant ego of Titan collapses completely. You realize the last defensive wall protecting your sanity is about to vanish. But your daughter suddenly steps up, blocking the path between you and her mother. She looks straight into your eyes, her trembling lips uttering words that chill you to the bone. Stay away from my mom, I hate you. I wish you were never president. The words of your only daughter hit like a high-voltage shock, freezing your entire body on the spot. You stand dead still, arms hanging limply at your sides, completely helpless against the collapse of your final refuge. Claire drags her suitcase out the door. Your daughter trudges silently behind her. The sound of their shoe soles wiping lightly against the mahogany floor fades and disappears entirely around the bend of the administrative hallway. Outside on the south lawn, the engine of the Secret Service SUV starts up, taking them away from the White House grounds amidst the gray winter rain. The president's cavernous bedroom suddenly drops into a deathly silence. The faint scent of lavender from Claire's hair still lingers in the sterile air of the positive pressure HVAC system, only to be quickly vacuumed away, returning an absolute, freezing silence. You stand isolated in the middle of the half-empty room, surrounded by wide-open closet doors. You have all the nuclear codes. You have the supreme power of a $25 trillion nation. But right now you cannot hold onto a hug from your spouse or the love of your only daughter. You have officially become the most isolated, pathetic creature on the planet under the tyrannical reign of Titan. Their departure is the final straw. The oak door closes, pushing you into a bottomless abyss. The panic attack. The oak door of the master bedroom shuts behind you with a deep thud, extinguishing the last warmth of family. You trudge down the stairs leading back to the West Wing. The grand hallway of the White House is now terrifyingly empty and silent, as if all life has been sucked out of the building, leaving only the soulless corpse of the Titan dynasty. You step into the Oval Office. The silence here brings you no peace. It is a brutal torture on a nervous system pulled taut as a bowstring. The ultra-high-frequency hum of the positive pressure ventilation system in the hall suddenly hits your eardrums like the screech of a mechanical beast. The steady, dry ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner abruptly grows unnaturally loud, echoing clearly like the countdown of the Grim Reaper. Thump, thump, thump. An icy draft suddenly shoots up from the soles of your feet, racing up your spine and freezing every thought in your head. Your endurance, after days of being ground down by extreme pressure, now entirely shatters, letting absolute terror swallow your body whole. The panic attack hits like the most ruthless storm of your life. Your chest seizes violently, your heart hammering wildly as if it's going to burst. It beats frantically like a caged bird battering its wings in a suicidal frenzy against your ribcage. Your chest constricts fiercely, completely breathless, as if a concrete block weighing tons or a massive steel hand is crushing your trachea. You gasp, trying to pull in a deep breath, but your lungs are completely paralyzed. The sterile, dry air of the HVAC blowing into your throat is burning hollow, without a drop of oxygen. Your bronchi spasm hard. You stumble backward a step, your hands tearing at the collar of your expensive white dress shirt, ripping the red power tie from your throat in a desperate search for life. Thud, your knees completely give out, not a single muscle fiber left with the strength to support your body weight. You pitch forward from the presidential leather chair, collapsing onto the floor. Your exhausted body lies, curled up on the massive wool rug of the Oval Office. Ironically, your ashen face, drenched in cold sweat, is pressed directly against the dead center of the woven bald eagle emblem, the supreme symbol of the power of the President of the United States. Your vision narrows terrifyingly. The entire surrounding space darkens, blurring as if covered by a black mist, leaving only the pale yellow halo from the resolute desk lamp blinking incessantly. Your 10 fingertips and toes are freezing, completely numb. You lie there, one cheek pressed hard against the rough wool fibers of the rug. You claw your 10 fingertips into the eagle woven into the rug, your nails digging deep into the fibers until they bleed. The olive branches and the arrows of war beneath the eagle's talons appear right before your eyes like a freezing mockery. You can command entire aircraft carrier strike groups. You can destroy the planet with the nuclear football. But right now, you don't even have control over the muscles in your own body to pull a breath of oxygen into your lungs. A primal, naked fear of death invades your mind. You think you are having a massive heart attack. You think you're going to die alone, right here on the floor of the most powerful room in the world. You extend a trembling arm, trying to crawl toward the resolute desk. You know that in the right-hand drawer sit the beta blockers and bronchodilators custom prescribed by the White House physician. It is less than 6 feet away. But just as your fingers brush the leg of the oak desk, you suddenly freeze. A ruthlessly paranoid thought flashes through your near-death mind. The Secret Service is always standing guard right outside that oak door. If you make a small noise, if you hit the red panic button under the desk, armed agents will kick the door in and rush the room. They will see you, the great President Titan, lying convulsing, ragged, and whimpering like a mangy dog on the floor. The report of the president's acute mental breakdown will immediately be sent to the Security Command Center. Jack Sterling and William Ross are waiting out there. They will use this medical record as perfect evidence to prove to the cabinet that the president is completely incapacitated. The 25th Amendment coup will be triggered instantly within 24 hours, and no one will be able to stop it. You are not allowed to make a sound. You are not allowed to call for help. Political survival forces you to personally execute your own humanity in absolute and most ruthless silence. You must endure this simulated heart attack, endure the feeling of death slowly strangling your trachea, completely alone in the darkness of the West Wing. You squeeze your eyes shut. You clutch your frantically beating chest, your nails digging deep into your flesh through the thin shirt. Drops of cold sweat run down your ashen cheeks, mixing with the fine dust clinging to the rug. You moan through trembling teeth, each wheezing, choked breath escaping hopelessly. No, I can't die. I can't lose this chair. 20 minutes pass, feeling like 20 centuries in hell. Gradually, as the terror begins to subside, your body shudders violently. Your chest relaxes slightly, welcoming the first sterile draft of air deep into your bronchi. You gasp, pulling in a long breath, your lungs expanding with a burning sensation as if you just inhaled hot ash. Your heart slowly cools down, the palpitations ease, and then it beats steadily once again. The panic attack passes, leaving behind an utterly exhausted, ragged shell inside the premium suit. You use your last remaining shred of strength, gripping the leg of the resolute desk to pull your battered body up. Your knees crack dryly, exhausted. You slump into the presidential leather chair, your head falling back, staring blankly up at the high ceiling, where the infrared sensor blinks steadily every 3 seconds. Your face right now is completely blank, soulless, and cold as marble. The horrifying storm just now has personally scraped away the last remaining fragments of humanity, love, and weakness inside your chest. The psychological rock bottom has been reached, and from the filthy mud of this moral collapse, an entirely new entity has just been reborn. A cold biological machine, devoid of emotion, devoid of conscience, operating solely on a single instinct, the most brutal political survival. You open the desk drawer, take out a white pill, toss it into your mouth, and swallow it dry without water. The bitter taste of the chemical dissolves quickly on your tongue, completely extinguishing the final tremor in your muscles. You adjust your shirt collar, pick up the red tie, and set it neatly on the desk. You are ready to step into a new phase with even more ruthless calculations, where you will use these cold hands to dictate the lives of millions of people under the tyrannical reign of Titan. Chapter 6, The Ruthless Calculus. Sirens in the night. 3:15 in the morning. In the private bedroom of the executive residence, A thick, freezing darkness envelops the space. The fire in the hearth died out long ago, leaving only a few faint gray streaks on the ceiling. The silence of the late night seems to freeze the very movement of time, only to be abruptly torn apart by a sharp, agonizing sound. Ring, ring, ring. The red secure phone resting on the mahogany nightstand shrieks violently. This specific audio frequency was engineered for one purpose: to instantly trigger a code red state of alert for the commander-in-chief. Your body automatically jolts upright like a coiled spring. Your breath abruptly catches, your chest hammering out shallow, rapid, frantic beats. Your throat is bitterly choked by the burning reflux of gastric acid. Your trachea spasms, forcing you to swallow hard just to find a breath of oxygen. You thrust your bare arm out from under the freezing silk sheets, snatching the red receiver and pressing it to your ear. Tighten, you say, forcing your tone to remain calm and emotionless, even as your fingertips tremble slightly. The voice on the other end doesn't belong to an aide or a close political ally. It is the hoarse, rapid, yet tightly suppressed voice of Admiral Hansen, commander of U.S. Strategic Command. Mr. President, we have a DEFCON 1 situation. A coordinated cyber attack of unprecedented scale just took down 3 major grids on the East Coast. Everything from Boston down through New York to Washington, D.C. has suffered a total blackout. Simultaneously, long-range radar has detected a fleet of unmarked submarines and cruisers closing in on our exclusive economic zone in the Pacific. We need you in the Situation Room immediately. Click, the line goes dead. You throw the receiver onto the cradle and leap out of bed. There is no time to change out of your frayed gray sweatpants. No time to fix your disheveled hair or splash cold water on your face. You simply throw a thick black wool coat over your shoulders, slide your feet into leather loafers, and shove open the heavy oak doors of the bedroom. Out in the hallway, the dim, classic glow of the brass sconces is gone. In its place is the glaring, rhythmic strobe of the red emergency security lights, running off an independent backup generator. 4 Secret Service agents from the Presidential Protective Division, clad in black tactical body armor and gripping carbines with the safeties already off, step out from the shadows of the corridor, forming a horizontal shield around you. Move, move. Agent Donald, the shift leader, barks quietly into his radio. Your footsteps, synchronized with the agents, hammer rapidly against the antique oak floor, leading straight down the narrow stairwell plunging deep underground beneath the West Wing. The rubber soles of their tactical boots slap dryly against the marble steps, tearing through the sterile silence of the historic mansion. After passing through 3 layers of thick steel vault doors verified by passcodes and retinal biometric scans, the heavy door of the Situation Room shrieks dryly and slowly swings open. A blast of freezing air, generated by the high-capacity servers and the steady hum of cooling fans, instantly hits your face. Inside the room, the 15 people sitting around the massive oval table. The 4-star generals of the Pentagon, CIA Director Alden Thorne, and the National Security Advisors stand up in unison. Their faces are ashen, drawn taut under the freezing, pale blue light radiating from the massive flat screen mounted on the center wall. You step up to the table, bypassing the tall leather chair at the head. You plant both hands on the surface, your eyes locked onto the map of the United States displayed on the screen. It is a staggering sight. The entire eastern seaboard, the most densely populated financial and political hub on the planet, home to over 40 million people, is submerged in a swath of dead gray, indicating a total, widespread blackout. Blinking red lines run continuously along the transmission networks, signaling the cascading collapse of intermediary substations. Detailed report, you order, your tone sharp, devoid of a single ounce of personal hesitation. The director of the NSA steps forward, pointing a trembling finger at a chart displaying a continuous cascade of digital code. Mr. President, this is not a standard technical failure. A highly sophisticated malicious payload has been sitting dormant in the SCADA control systems of the national grid for months. At exactly 3:00 a.m., it triggered a simulated ping command, overwrote all fail-safes, and initiated a self-destruct sequence on the primary transformers. 60% of the backup generator systems for hospitals and public facilities were also remotely disabled. The outside temperature in New York right now is -5 degrees Celsius. If we do not restore power within the next 12 hours, thousands will freeze to death. Before you can fully digest the sheer cruelty of the intel, Admiral Hansen types rapidly on his keyboard, shifting the screen to a tactical radar map of the Pacific. The military threat is even more severe. A fleet of 6 high-speed attack submarines and 4 cruisers belonging to a hostile nation has crossed the safety perimeter, closing in on our exclusive economic zone just 100 miles off the coast of Oregon. They have activated active radar locks targeting our naval ports. This is a perfectly coordinated, multi-domain attack designed to paralyze America's ability to respond. The Situation Room plunges into a deathly silence, so suffocating you can clearly hear the Secretary of Defense swallow hard across the table. The arrogant intoxication of power you felt when playing with national decisions just days ago has vanished without a trace. You realize your presidency has just been pushed to the absolute brink of a global crisis, where a single wrong decision or a moment's hesitation in the next 5 minutes could detonate World War III and reduce human civilization to ash. You look at the gray voids on the map. Look at the red dots indicating enemy warships edging closer to the territorial waters of the country you rule. You pull in a deep breath of the freezing, sterile, electronic-scented air of the subterranean bunker. Your pragmatic, ruthless brain begins to freeze over all personal fear, forcing your body into the clinical, apathetic state of a calculating machine. The global crisis has officially detonated, and you know that to survive this dark night, you will have to use your own cold hands to execute the most brutal mathematical equations regarding the lives of millions of people. That machine does not grant you time to hesitate. Just 30 minutes later, the pressure from the gray voids on the map pushes the system's endurance to a code red limit, forcing you to make your first choice. The energy equation. 3:45 in the morning. The light from the LED screens casts a freezing, sterile blue hue over the Situation Room. On the 3-meter-thick reinforced concrete walls, 6 digital clocks displaying global financial hub time zones continue to tick dryly. Your trachea burns. The atmosphere in the room has grown suffocating, with 15 people holding their breath in tension, mingled with the heat radiating from overworked electronics and the stale smell of cold coffee forming a film in paper cups. Karen Holt, the Secretary of Energy, stands up trembling from the far end of the table. She wipes a streak of oily sweat from her forehead, her pale face exposing her sheer panic under the blue light. She pushes a complex power load distribution chart onto the center screen. "Mr. President," Karen begins, her voice hoarse and broken. "The emergency backup transmission system, secondary loop 6, can only handle a maximum load of 30% of standard capacity before the primary transformers melt down completely from current overload. We cannot power the entire northeast corridor. The system is standing on the brink of total physical collapse." She hits a key, splitting the screen into 2 starkly contrasting, glowing red sectors. "We only have one of 2 choices. Either we route the entirety of this 30% backup power to Manhattan Zone 1, which houses the primary clearinghouse servers for Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, and the Federal Reserve backup servers in New Jersey. Or we divert the grid to the 6 largest general hospitals in the Northeast, including New York Presbyterian, Boston Children's, and the DC General Trauma System." You stand in silence, your eyes glued to the illuminated and dark sectors on the map. The Secretary of the Treasury, a man in his 50s wearing thin gold-rimmed glasses, slams his hand on the table. His face contorts violently. "There is no choice here, Mr. President. Manhattan Zone 1 must be preserved at all costs. If the clearinghouse servers and the Fed's wire transfer systems lose power, the entire global interbank trading network will freeze the second the London markets open in 5 hours. The US dollar will lose 50% of its value in a single morning. Banks will default, citizens won't be able to withdraw cash from ATMs, and the national food and fuel supply chains will paralyze entirely within 48 hours. That is a scenario for civilizational collapse. Widespread rioting will claim the lives of millions. But do you know what you are asking for? The humanitarian advisor, a young woman with eyes red from indignation, cuts the Treasury Secretary off. She points a finger at the list of 6 hospitals on the screen. Those 6 hospitals are issuing critical alerts that their diesel backup generators are running out of fuel because supply routes are frozen solid in the blizzard. Over 800 patients are currently in ICUs, including premature infants in incubators and open-heart surgery patients, relying entirely on the grid to sustain their lives. If we cut their power to prioritize the stock exchange, 600 to 800 people will die in less than 3 hours. That is a massacre. The room abruptly falls into a deathly silence. All the tense eyes, all the ashen faces of the generals and secretaries snap toward you. They await the decision from the man holding the presidency of the United States. A wave of human agony rises, strangling your chest. Memories of the early campaign days rush back into your mind with a freezing irony. Back then, you screamed from podiums, promising tens of thousands of poor citizens that you would use your own life to protect their healthcare rights, that no child would have to die simply because the system didn't care. You used to call those Wall Street oligarchs parasitic leeches draining the working class. And now, destiny has forced you into this exact chair, forcing you to personally make the choice. Turn off the incubators of premature infants to keep the oligarchs' cash flow from freezing. Your body endures a violent internal conflict. Your chest is tight, the rushing of blood drumming agonizing, hammering beats against your eardrums. Your hands gripping the edge of the oak desk break out in a layer of freezing cold sweat. The ego of the decent man from the past begs you to route the power to the hospitals, to be the moral hero in front of the TV cameras. But the ruthless rationality, sharpened by political vendettas over the recent months, instantly slaps away those weak tears. It begins to execute the pragmatic calculus of survival for the greater good. If you save 600 people in the hospital tonight, you will get a beautiful photo on tomorrow's front pages. But by 9:00 a.m., the financial system collapses. Millions of other working-class citizens will plunge into starvation, looting, and anarchy. The death toll from the ensuing riots and the collapse of the social supply chain won't stop at hundreds. It will be tens of thousands, millions. To save the macro system, you must allow the microcells to self-destruct. This is not personal cruelty. This is the mathematics of optimizing the survival of a nation. Cut power to the civilian medical sector, your voice rings out. It is quiet, raspy, but as ironclad and freezing as a perfectly still sheet of ice. The humanitarian advisor covers her mouth, choking back a sob, and turns her face away. The military generals bow their heads, avoiding your gaze. Route the entirety of Loop 6 to Manhattan Zone 1 and the New Jersey clearinghouses. You continue the order, your dark eyes staring blankly at the power grid diagram on the screen. Karen, notify the emergency management system to dispatch all remaining backup diesel fuel from nearby military installations to those hospitals. But absolutely do not divert the grid power. Wall Street must be lit before the markets open. Yes, Mr. President, Karen Holt answers faintly, her trembling fingers hitting the keys to finalize the command. On the massive digital map, the blue light signifying Manhattan Zone 1 and the New Jersey server farms instantly blazes to life, indicating a stable current has been established. Meanwhile, the 6 dots representing the major medical centers in Boston, New York, and Washington, D.C. slowly fade to a dead gray, falling silent and plunging into darkness. You step back, releasing your grip on the edge of the desk. There are no cheers of victory, no gloating of power. There is only the steady hum of the positive pressure HVAC system out in the hall and the rapid, heavy breathing of the people sitting in the copper-lined bunker. You look down at your palms under the freezing blue light of the LED screen. They are entirely clean, without a single scratch, without a drop of blood. But deep in your soul, you know you just personally pulled the plug on 600 innocent people to protect the stable operation of the massive financial machine of Wall Street. Supreme power has once again been plastered with the filthy mud of compromise, dragging you down into the next ruthless crossroads. The moment the lights on the Wall Street map illuminate, another dark void threatens to swallow the continent from the West Coast. Honor versus annihilation. 4:15 in the morning. The tension in the Situation Room does not cool down after the brutal energy equation. Instead, the pressure shifts to the West Wall, where the 3D tactical map of the Pacific is flashing red signals of conflict. A close-up satellite feed locks onto the Eastern Pacific, exactly 120 miles off the coast of Oregon. The USS Ronald Reagan Carrier Strike Group, the pride and mobile symbol of America's absolute deterrent power, is surrounded by a flawless ambush perimeter. 6 red dots representing attack submarines and 4 enemy cruisers have fanned out, forming a pincer movement choking off every escape route for the fleet. The static crackle of encrypted radio frequencies leaking from the Navy's satellite comms sounds sharp and frantic. "Mr. President," Admiral Hansen steps forward, his face flushed red with rage, the muscles in his jaw twitching violently under the cold blue light. He holds out the radio receiver toward you. The early warning systems on the Reagan are screaming. Enemy active radar has locked onto the carrier's bridge and bomb bays. Our window for a counterstrike is down to seconds. The captain of the Reagan is urgently requesting authorization to fire the Aegis defense system and launch a preemptive spread of Harpoon missiles to break the pincer. We must act. Hansen emphasizes every word, his voice trembling with the pride of a 4-star admiral. If we do not fire first to defend ourselves, we could lose an aircraft carrier and 5,000 American sailors tonight. The honor of the United States Navy does not allow us to kneel before this naked threat. The whole world is watching us. But the enemy is waiting for us to fire first. The National Security Advisor immediately fires back, his voice hoarse with terror. He pushes a stack of satellite intelligence files in front of you. SIGINT detects that their land-based DF-26 intermediate-range hypersonic missile batteries have been fueled, erected, and are aimed directly at the U.S. West Coast. If the Reagan launches a single harpoon, the enemy will trigger their automated counterstrike protocol. There will be at least 30 hypersonic warheads dropping on San Francisco and Seattle within the next 12 minutes. Our missile defense systems cannot intercept a saturation attack at this close range. Firing a shot means triggering World War III. 90 seconds for the Commander-in-Chief's decision. The Navy communications officer yells, the collision warning alarms from the radar blaring frantically beep, beep, beep through the speakers. You stand rooted to the spot, pressing both hands hard against the freezing mahogany table. An ultimate, humiliating indignity shoots down your spine, strangling your trachea. Memories of the days submerged in the intoxication of invincible power rush back like a knife, slashing your pride. Just a few months ago, you arrogantly treated F-35 stealth fighters like toys, forcing pilots to execute dangerous barrel rolls just to satisfy your massive ego. You thought no power on the planet dared challenge your will. But now, the ruthless geopolitical reality has stripped away that armor of pride, forcing you to face the most agonizing castration of power of your life. If you order to open fire to protect the honor of the fleet, to prove America is invincible, you will be hailed by the right-wing media as a brave hero. But the price of that bravery is that millions of American lives in Seattle and San Francisco will be incinerated to ash by hypersonic warheads in the next 15 minutes. Nuclear fire will swallow the planet just because of your arrogance. Conversely, if you order a retreat, you will personally extinguish the aura of America's superpower status. You will be cursed by Congress, by the media, and by the very troops under your command as a coward, an incompetent president who sold out national honor on the global chessboard. You will have to swallow this humiliation whole in front of 60 million voters. The absolute isolation of the presidential chair once again tightens around your throat. No one in this room will shoulder this decision for you. 40 seconds, the Navy comm officer groans through the speaker. You squeeze your eyes shut for a quarter of a second. In the darkness of your mind, images of flaming nuclear rubble appear. entirely crushing the last shred of personal pride remaining in your bloodstream. When you open your eyes, they are completely empty and cold as ice. Order the Ronald Reagan strike group to power down all emergency missile launchers. You speak, your voice soft but resonant, crushing all the warning alarms in the room. Admiral Hanson's jaw drops, his entire body freezing. Mr. President, I order, power down the launchers, turn off the Aegis active radar system, and alter course 50 degrees south. Retreat from the contested waters immediately. You growl through your teeth, every word razor-sharp. This is a direct order from the Commander-in-Chief. Relay this message to the captain of the Reagan. The comm officer tremblingly types the command. On the tactical screen, the blue dot representing the USS Ronald Reagan fleet slowly alters its trajectory, pivoting its bow to move backward toward the south, retreating from the enemy's encirclement. The red dots of the hostile warships also slowly disengage their active target locks, returning to a standard patrol posture. The red alerts on the radars vanish. The threat of World War III is extinguished in the final 30 seconds. But the atmosphere in the Situation Room at this moment is freezing and suffocatingly contemptuous. Admiral Hanson slowly places the receiver down on the table, emitting a dry clack. He looks at you with a blank stare, brimming with ultimate disappointment and utter disdain, the look reserved for a coward who just personally broke the sword of the nation's honor. The other generals simultaneously avoid your gaze, bowing their heads to gather their files in an awkward silence. You stand alone at the head of the table, shoving both hands deep into the pockets of your wool coat. You know that tomorrow morning, news of the U.S. fleet's humiliating retreat in the face of enemy provocation will flood every front page in the world. You will become the epicenter of national disgrace. But you look at the map of Oregon and the West Coast, still safely sitting in the dark, and you let out a soft sigh of relief. You traded your personal honor and the honor of a superpower to buy the chance of survival for millions of your citizens. The weight of the crown grinds down on your exhausted shoulders, signaling that the long night has not yet let you go. However, before the humiliating echoes of that retreat command can even settle, another attack strikes straight into the central nervous system of the command center. The hacker's ransom. 4:45 in the morning. The liaison officers move quietly, no one speaking a word to one another, avoiding eye contact with your sharp, freezing gaze at the head of the table. National honor has just been broken, and the entire room is suffering from the smoldering feeling of defeat. Click, click, click. A series of high-frequency, monotonous alarm tones suddenly blare from the NSA's central control console. On the main screen, the heat map of the East Coast grid vanishes, replaced by a classic pitch-black command line interface. Dead center on the screen, a pale green cursor blinks steadily, slowly, like the heartbeat of a digital ghost. A few seconds later, unaccented text, written in perfect English, begins to auto-populate on the screen without bypassing any firewall censorship portal. Good morning, Titan. We hope you enjoyed the cold snap on the East Coast and the Reagan fleet's stroll in the Pacific. To prove that we still hold the lifeblood of your nation, please look up at the ceiling. Zip, the entire blue lighting system in the Situation Room abruptly shuts off, plunging the 15 people into a pitch-black void for exactly 2 seconds, before the system automatically kicks the backup power back on. Soft screams of panic echo out. The Secret Service agents instantly draw their sidearms, closing in to shield you, but they don't know where to point their muzzles. Your enemy does not have flesh and bone. It is an invisible entity slithering through the underground fiber-optic cables beneath the concrete foundation of the West Wing. The text on the screen continues to spool. Our control over the Chicago Central Water Filtration Plant is complete. We have instituted an override command on the hydraulic valve system. If your nation does not meet the following terms before 5:30 a.m., the command to release 10,000 gallons of cyanide-laced industrial waste directly into the clean water network of 3 million Chicago residents will execute automatically. Demands: 1. Immediate freedom for Vector, the cryptography expert currently held in a top-secret federal black site. 2. Transfer $10 billion in untraceable digital assets to the attached secure wallet. 3. The sitting president must announce the repeal of all technology embargo executive orders signed earlier this year. We do not negotiate on the terms. Have a good morning. The screen goes dark, returning to the tactical radar map, but the green cursor remains dormant in the bottom corner like a cruel reminder of the countdown clock. 45 minutes. FBI Director Mark Sullivan steps up, his face ashen, his sharp eyes betraying an ultimate helplessness. Mr. President, it is the unbreakable policy of the federal government to never negotiate with terrorists. If you release Vector and transfer the money, we will personally destroy the legal framework of this nation. It will set an unprecedented, dangerous precedent. Any hacker group can take American cities hostage to demand ransoms. But we do not have time to decrypt the valve system of the Chicago filtration plant. The director of the NSA slams his hand on the table, his voice trembling with impotence. Their firewall is secured with a multi-tier quantum algorithm. If we attempt physical intervention at the plant without their decryption keys, the system will auto-trigger the toxin release valves instantly. 3 million lives in Chicago are lying on the chopping block. The ultimate contrast of power once again strangles your chest. You are the man holding the briefcase to trigger a nuclear strike that could wipe out a continent. You have the most powerful military in human history ready to obey. But in the face of a blinking green cursor from a faceless, borderless enemy with no diplomatic address, your entire trillion-dollar arsenal is completely useless. You have to make a choice: uphold the rigid principles of the system, refuse to negotiate to maintain national honor, and accept the risk that 3 million Chicagoans could be poisoned tomorrow morning. Or swallow your pride, open a comms channel, and negotiate with a ghost to buy temporary safety. Your pragmatic brain, after enduring the grueling hours just past, begins to operate with maximum coldness. You know the rules of the extortion game. The blackmailer always wants to optimize their return, and they only fear when the prey has nothing left to lose. You reach out your bare hand, your fingers slick with a thin layer of sweat, gently pulling the secure keyboard of the central control station toward you. Open a proxy connection port via Swiss server. You order, your tone firm, light as a ghost. Mr. President, the FBI director moves to object. Open the port. You repeat the order, your razor-sharp gaze locking onto Sullivan. We are not negotiating to surrender. We are negotiating to buy time. The black screen reappears. The green cursor blinks more rapidly, as if waiting. You place your fingers on the keyboard. The clatter of keystrokes echoes dryly, sharply in the silent situation room. You begin typing characters, sending them out into the unknown void, initiating your first direct confrontation with the faceless demon holding the lifeblood of the country you rule. I am the president. I have received your demands. $10 billion takes time to liquidate through the central banks. Extend the deadline to 6:00 a.m. and we will transfer 50% of the initial escrow. The blinking cursor pauses for 3 seconds before a new line of text appears. You are learning to adapt very quickly, Mr. President. We agree. 6:00 a.m. Do not be late. You take your hands off the keyboard. The blue light of the screen illuminates your dark, still, and empty eyes. You just accepted lowering yourself to negotiate with an unknown enemy, accepting another humiliation to buy every ticking minute. Time has been extended by 30 minutes, and in the darkness of the West Wing, your ruthless tactical brain has already begun crunching the next equations to prepare for the most insane, cold-blooded move to stop the catastrophe. The time bought through concession is not much. The blinking cursor on the screen acts like a metronome of death, forcing you to act before the final limit is breached. The lockdown. 5:10 in the morning. The time on the red digital clock in the situation room is ticking backward, second by second, completely apathetic. 50 minutes until the 6:00 a.m. deadline, the moment you must transfer the first $5 billion in escrow to the anonymous hackers to stop them from releasing cyanide into the water supply of 3 million Chicago residents. You stand straight behind the control console, arms crossed over your chest, the fabric of your thick wool coat still holding the chill of the night mist. Your mind is operating at the extreme frequency of an analytical engine. You do not trust the hacker's promises. Even if you wire the money and release the cryptographer, there is no guarantee they won't hit the button to trigger the toxin valves just to prove their dominance, or to extort you a second or third time. If the toxin is released, the true catastrophe won't just be the number of direct fatalities in the first few hours. The far more horrifying catastrophe is the biological chaos and panic. 3 million Chicagoans will trample over each other to flee the city. They will carry contaminated water, traveling by car, train, and plane spreading across the entire Midwest, polluting nearby major river basins and paralyzing the entire national food and medical supply chain. America will collapse from the inside out due to sheer terror. To protect the greater good, you must isolate the outbreak zone before it can erupt. You must turn Chicago into an impenetrable glass cage. Establish a secure, encrypted video link with the governor of Illinois and the mayor of Chicago. You order, your tone precise, cold, and definitive. Connected, Mr. President, the comms officer replies. On the secondary screen to the left, 2 video windows pop up. The governor of Illinois appears in a frantic office, his tie askew, hair a mess, and face ashen from lack of sleep. Beside him, on the other feed, is the female mayor of Chicago, standing in the middle of the city's emergency operations center, surrounded by blaring sirens and the chaos of her subordinates. Mr. President, the governor of Illinois speaks first, his voice trembling through the secure speaker. We just received reports of a pressure anomaly at the central water filtration plant. What is going on? Are we under attack? You stare straight into the 2 faces on the screen. You do not offer a polite smile. Your facial muscles remain flat as a slab of marble. Chicago is being held hostage by a state-level cyber attack group. The cyanide release valve system at the central water filtration plant has been hijacked. We have 40 minutes before their extortion deadline expires. The mayor of Chicago instantly turns pale. She grips the edges of her command table, screaming into the screen. Cyanide? Oh my God, my 3 million people. We have to evacuate them immediately. I will order the emergency sirens to sound and open all outbound expressways to the suburbs. There will be no evacuation, Mayor. You cut her off decisively. You drop your voice, projecting a crushing authority that entirely flattens her panic. What? The governor of Illinois' eyes go wide. What do you mean by that? If the toxin is released, we cannot leave the citizens there to die slowly. If you order the evacuation of 3 million people in a state of panic, the expressways will be gridlocked in 15 minutes. People will abandon their cars, flee on foot, and carry the pathogen and the toxin out across the entire Midwest. We do not have the resources to control a biological exodus of that magnitude. You lean forward, your eyes locking onto the governor. I just signed a special executive directive. I am declaring localized martial law and an emergency medical lockdown over the entire city limits of Chicago, effective immediately. The Situation Room drops into a chilling silence. The governor of Illinois takes a step back, his face shifting from pale to flush red with outrage. Martial law? A lockdown? Are you asking me to use the National Guard to trap 3 million American citizens inside a city about to be poisoned? This is unconstitutional. This is a crime against humanity, Adrian. You do not blink at his accusation. Your cold-blooded instinct has frozen all moral torment. You tell yourself, they have the right to be outraged because they are not the one standing in your position, the one forced to execute the survival calculus for an entire nation. If Chicago is locked down, the casualties will be contained within the city limits. We can focus all medical resources and emergency reserves to treat it locally. You state clearly, every word ringing out as ironclad as a verdict. But if we let the panic spread the entire Midwest, 30 million people will collapse. I choose to protect the remaining 27 million. Governor, if you refuse to cooperate, I will sign the order federalizing the Illinois National Guard and strip you of your command within the next 30 seconds. Do not force me to do that. The governor of Illinois stands rooted to the spot, his lips trembling but unable to utter another word of defiance. He sees in your eyes the ultimate coldness of a tyrant stripped of all moral limits. You turn to General Bradley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, standing rigidly nearby. General, execute the directive. Order the National Guard to establish military barricades. completely sealing off all entry and exit points to the city of Chicago on all major expressways. Permanently ground all commercial flights at O'Hare and Midway airports. Halt all trains heading into the city. Any vehicle attempting to breach the perimeter without federal authorization is cleared to be met with maximum lethal force to stop it. Yes, Mr. President, Bradley bows decisively, turning and walking swiftly toward the military console to relay the order. You pick up your fountain pen and sign the executive directive placed on the makeshift desk in the Situation Room. Scratch, scratch. The signature appears on the thick paper, leaving a sharp black streak of ink like a descending blade, entirely severing 3 million people in Chicago from the rest of the free world. On the live satellite feed, the image of Chicago under the gray blizzard begins to change. Convoys of armored Humvees and military transports from the National Guard begin to move, setting up razor wire and concrete barriers at the expressway exits heading to the suburbs. The red and blue security lights of police cruisers sweep across the heavy falling snow. O'Hare Airport, one of the busiest aviation hubs on the planet, suddenly powers down its runway lighting systems. Flights preparing for takeoff are ordered back to the gates amidst the utter confusion and panic of tens of thousands of passengers. The glass cage is sealed. Chicago has been officially isolated in the absolute silence of the federal security apparatus. You set the fountain pen down on the table. The metal clatter rings out solitary and absurd amidst the silence of the Situation Room. You stare straight at the screen displaying Chicago slowly sinking into a steel siege, your heart filled with a freezing emptiness. You just personally turned 3 million of your own citizens into test subjects in a ruthless macroeconomic equation, accepting the role of a tyrant to maintain the survival of an entire nation. Every escape route at home has been sealed shut, but halfway across the globe, the lives of American soldiers are being torn apart in the blizzard. The 40 left behind. 5:25 in the morning. The infrared light from the military reconnaissance satellite screen casts a dull, hazy green glow over the oval table in the Situation Room. On the screen is a 3D rendering of a snow-covered valley in the demilitarized border zone of Eastern Europe, the most geopolitically sensitive buffer zone in the world, where the U.S. military and the forces of a hostile nuclear nation stare each other down over every inch of dirt. Dead center in the satellite's green crosshairs, the field outpost codenamed Nomad appears as a tiny, desolate speck in the middle of a barren, rocky basin. Surrounding the outpost, over 200 glowing white heat signatures of heavy enemy infantry are tightening the noose. The staccato rattle of heavy machine gun fire, the shrieking roar of mortar shells tearing through the air, and the howling blizzard outside the outpost bounce straight into the subterranean room via the ultra-high-frequency encrypted audio feed. President, this is Nomad Leader. We are taking extreme heavy fire from 3 sides. The voice of Lieutenant Ramirez, the outpost commander, rings out through the speaker. His voice is young, hoarse from gunsmoke, broken, and overflowing with the ultimate panic of a man staring death in the face. 20 of my men are critically wounded. Ammo reserves are down to less than 1 combat load. The heating system is offline. We need immediate close, air support, and medevac choppers now. Repeat, immediate. General Bradley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, lunges toward the control podium, his trembling hands pointing at the air defense radar screen. Mr. President, we have 2 rescue choppers and a flight of F-16 fighters fueled and idling on the tarmac at the Allied Air Base 15 miles away. It's a 12-minute flight to Nomad's coordinates. Those are 40 of our elite Marines. They have fought bravely for the last 6 hours. We cannot leave them to be massacred on live feed. Stand down, General. CIA Director Alden Thorne raises a hand to intervene, his voice remaining flat and emotionless like a law textbook. He pushes another tactical radar analysis chart onto the screen. The scan shows the enemy has deployed S-400 SAM systems and man-portable heat-seeking missiles around the valley. If we send choppers and fighters into that airspace, they will undoubtedly be shot down before they can reach the outpost. More critically, if an American fighter is shot down over their territory, the enemy will declare it a direct act of aggression. Their military alliance will instantly invoke the collective defense article. We will plunge into a full-scale war with a nuclear superpower in the next 15 minutes. There is no turning back after that shot is fired. But if we don't save them, those 40 soldiers will die, Bradley screams, his eyes red with suppressed rage. You want us to stand by and watch them be slaughtered. Your chest seizes violently. A blast of freezing air races down your spine, congealing the blood in your veins. You step closer to the mic, connecting directly to Lieutenant Ramirez in the field. You look at the 40 tiny dots of light, representing 40 young lives, moving desperately in the snow-filled valley on the infrared feed. They are soldiers who swore an oath to protect the homeland. They are sons, fathers waiting for orders from their supreme commander-in-chief. And now, you must execute the most brutal mathematical equation in military history. If you send rescue to protect the honor of the military and the lives of those 40 soldiers, you will be a merciful president in the eyes of their families. But the price of that mercy is pushing 300 million Americans and all of humanity into an apocalyptic nuclear war. A $30 million rescue chopper could be the spark that incinerates the entire civilization of Earth. Conversely, if you refuse the rescue, you will personally sign the death warrants of the 40 soldiers under your command. You will have to force them to surrender or die in silence, forbidden from firing a single shot in return to avoid detonating the war. You will be the traitor despised by the military, cursed by their families for eternity. The math of survival once again entirely crushes your humanity. Your mind is cold as a block of marble. You pick up the black receiver of the comms system, pressing it to your ear. Lieutenant Ramirez, this is the President, you speak, your tone steady and completely devoid of emotion, like a pre-programmed machine. President, are the choppers coming, sir? Ramirez's voice lights up with a faint sliver of hope through the hail of gunfire. There is no rescue coming, Lieutenant, you say, every word ringing out freezing cold like the snow of Eastern Europe. I repeat, there is no close air support and no medevac. You are inside a saturated enemy air defense zone. We cannot authorize a rescue operation. A deathly silence stretches for 3 seconds over the radio feed, leaving only the crackling hiss of the wind. President, what are you talking about? Ramirez's voice trembles, broken, on the verge of tears. We are surrounded. They are swarming the trenches. What do we do? I am ordering you, cease fire immediately. You growl, your hand gripping the mic so tightly your knuckles turn bone white. Lay down your weapons and accept capture as prisoners of war. Do not return fire. Any shot fired from your position into their territory right now will be considered a violation of military discipline of the highest order. Preserve your lives by surrendering. Surrender, Ramirez's scream breaks, cracking with indignation and ultimate agony through the speaker. We are United States Marines. You are ordering us to hand this outpost over to them without a fight. You are abandoning us, Adrian. You do not answer his question. You cannot explain the risk of global nuclear war to a soldier waiting to die. You gently but decisively press the button to sever the radio connection. Click, the line is cut. The Situation Room drops abruptly into a terrifying silence, leaving only the soulless hum of the high-capacity servers. On the infrared screen, you clearly see the fate of Outpost Nomad. After receiving the ceasefire order, the tiny specks of light inside the outpost slowly stop moving. The red dots of the enemy forces swarm in, disarming and escorting the surviving American soldiers out of the trenches into the gray blizzard. Not another shot is fired. The threat of World War III has been completely extinguished. General Bradley drops to his knees beside the control podium, his face buried in his hands, his shoulders heaving violently in ultimate helplessness and humiliation. He and all the officers in the room look at you with a silent gaze, bearing a permanent contempt for a man who just personally broke the honor of the most loyal soldiers merely to trade for the existence of the throne. You stand in silence under the cold blue light, your heart overflowing with a hollow emptiness. You have personally trampled on the oath of a commander-in-chief, betraying the 40 soldiers who trusted you, all just to ensure that 300 million Americans will continue to wake up under the sun tomorrow. The verdict of conscience has been read, and you know that, bearing the stain of a coward who abandoned his men tonight, your soul has completely fossilized beneath your expensive suit, buried by the very seat of power you once coveted. The silence of Outpost Nomad leaves a gaping void in your mind. A void no amount of power can fill as darkness continues to besiege the White House. The mother's phone call. 1 in the morning the following night. The treaty room on the second floor of the executive residence. The space plunges into a thick, suffocatingly quiet darkness. The fire in the hearth died out completely long ago, leaving only a few faint streaks of cold gray ash lying dormant in the ruins. The only light source in the room emanates from the pale, weak yellow halo of the antique brass desk lamp, casting a solitary patch of light onto the mahogany desk. You slump in the presidential leather chair, your back slumping slightly under the physical weight and ultimate mental exhaustion. You are still wearing the gray sweatpants and frayed hoodie, the most mundane clothing of an ordinary human being, completely stripping away the glamorous titles of the day. The panic from the decision to lock down Chicago and abandon 40 soldiers at Outpost Nomad a few hours ago is still silently ravaging you. Your stomach is knotted, empty, and a burning sensation of nausea rises in your throat. Ring, ring. The personal secure phone resting on the mahogany desk rings abruptly. The sharp, dry sound echoes directly into your eardrums like a gunshot in the dead of winter. You flinch slightly, your freezing fingertips trembling involuntarily. You look at the phone's screen. It isn't an emergency call from the Situation Room or the Pentagon. It is a call forwarded from the White House Office of Military Family Liaison. Normally, any condolence calls or communications with the relatives of fallen soldiers are sorted, filtered, and processed by a team of professional logistics staff to shield the president psychologically. But tonight, you personally ordered the night secretary. If there is a call from the families of the 40 soldiers at Outpost Nomad, forward it directly to my private study. Do not filter it. You reach out a trembling arm, pick up the receiver, and press it to your ear. You swallow hard, your throat bitterly choked. I'm listening. The phone line remains silent for 2 seconds. From the other end, there is only the characteristic crackle of high-altitude radio waves and the faint whistle of the wind. And then, a voice speaks. It is the voice of a woman in her 50s. Her voice is hoarse, ragged, shattered, and overflowing with such ultimate agony it barely sounds human. She doesn't address you with the respectful title of Mr. President. She uses your first name directly, stripping away the entire armor of power you are clinging to. Adrian, is that you, Adrian? You freeze, your chest seizes violently, as if someone is using iron chains to crush your ribcage. You recognize this voice. She is Mary Miller, the mother of Corporal Thomas Miller, one of the 20 critically wounded soldiers who took their last breath, bleeding out and freezing at Outpost Nomad before enemy forces swarmed in to take over. Her family lives in a small town in Ohio, right next to the steel mill where you once wore the frayed flannel shirt to give a speech. Ms. Mary, I'm here, you whisper, your voice hoarse, bitter with the taste of gastric acid. My son, my boy Thomas, he's dead, Adrian, Mary Miller says, her voice suddenly dropping, whimpering like a child enduring a beating. They just called me at midnight. They said he died bleeding out in the snow. They said the rescue choppers had already spun up at the forward base, only 12 miles from my son's outpost. They said the pilots were ready to fly. She chokes back a sob, the ragged cry bouncing straight into the earpiece, making your body shudder violently. Why did you ground them, Adrian? Why did you force my son to lie there freezing to death in the snow without being allowed to fire back? He was only 19. He volunteered to enlist because he believed in your speeches in Ohio. He kept the photo he took with you in his combat jacket pocket. He said you were the hero who would change the country, who would protect poor people like us. And yet you stood there in your warm mansion, and you personally signed the order to abandon my son. Cold sweat runs down your temples, coating the palm of your hand, gripping the freezing receiver. You sit in silence in the dark, your head bowed low. You cannot open your mouth to explain to her the macro-survival calculus of the nation, the risk of global nuclear war erupting, the math of saving 300 million Americans by sacrificing 40 soldiers at Nomad. All the strategic theories, all the system optimization jargon the generals lectured you on in the Situation Room now seem like a despicable farce, a filthy and cowardly rationalization in the face of the very real agony of a mother who just lost her only son. I am so deeply sorry, Ms. Mary. You utter the words mechanically, hopelessly. I don't need your lying apologies, Mary Miller suddenly screams, a shriek cracking with the ultimate primal indignation and hatred. Can your apology bring my boy Thomas back to me? Can it warm my son's freezing corpse in the snow? She grits her teeth, every word slicing out sharp and freezing cold like knives plunging straight into your soul. I curse you, Adrian. I pray to God every night that you will never have a single moment of peace in that room. I pray that the blood of my son permanently stains your filthy hands. Every time you look in the mirror, you will see the faces of the 40 soldiers you abandoned. You are a lying demon, a cold-blooded murderer. Click, the call is abruptly disconnected from the other end. The steady, soulless static of the disconnected line echoes dryly in the silent reading room. You slowly place the receiver back down on the brass cradle. Your body shudders slightly. You lean your head back against the leather chair, eyes wide open, staring at the pitch-black ceiling where the infrared security sensor blinks steadily every 3 seconds. Mary Miller's curse is still echoing, striking directly into your cerebral cortex, mincing the last remaining shreds of your self-esteem. You hold the nuclear codes, you can command aircraft carrier fleets, but you do not even have the power to soothe the pain of a poor mother back home. You deluded yourself into thinking you were a messiah, only to realize now that you are the most isolated, most abandoned murderer on the planet right inside your own temple of power. The White House night once again swallows you whole in absolute silence, paving the way for the next filthy compromises. That curse tracks you right into the following evening, when the television cameras once again point directly at you, demanding an explanation. Facing the devil, 9 o'clock at night. A makeshift studio set up right inside the East Room of the White House. A suffocating heat blankets the room from the high-capacity studio lighting rigs. The blinding white glare hits you squarely in the face, washing out the shadows in the room, leaving only an isolated space where you and the host sit facing each other. The smell of hairspray, the chemical scent of makeup hurriedly applied to hide your deep, sunken dark circles and ashen skin, mixes with the musty odor of the heavy velvet drapes. In front of you, camera one of the National Broadcast Network has its red, live light on. 60 million Americans are sitting in front of their screens, waiting for answers from the president they now view as their butcher. Sitting opposite you is Diane Sawyer, the veteran journalist with eyes as sharp and cold as a scalpel. She does not wear a polite smile. The dossier in her hands contains the detailed list of deaths at the blacked-out hospitals in Boston, images of the razor-wire blockade of Chicago, and the video footage of 40 Marines dropping their weapons and surrendering in the freezing snow at Outpost Nomad. Mr. President, Diane looks straight into your eyes, her voice deep, ironclad, and emotionless through her lapel mic. In the last 48 hours, you have made 3 consecutive decisions that have shocked the public. Cutting power to the medical system to prioritize Wall Street, locking down Chicago, and ordering 40 American soldiers to surrender to the enemy without permission to fire in self-defense. Many are calling you a monster, a leader who has completely lost his humanity. Do you have any explanation for these accusations? The entire studio drops into a deathly silence. The technicians behind the cameras hold their breath. You are perfectly calm, betraying not a single flinch. You have no intention of dodging, denying, or offering the usual flowery political spin. You know the crowd out there is outraged, but you also know that the truth of the greater good cannot be comprehended through normal emotional sentiment. You lean back in your chair, interlocking your fingers. You look straight into the camera lens, entirely stripping away the mask of a decent politician. I have no explanation to pacify the public, Diane, because what the public sees is the truth. I made those decisions, and I admit that they were ruthless decisions. Diane Sawyer raises an eyebrow slightly, a bit taken aback by your direct admission. She immediately presses the attack. You admit you are ruthless. Do you know that hundreds of patients died due to the power cuts? Do you know that the families of those 40 soldiers are suffering the humiliation of watching their sons and daughters surrender? I know the exact numbers, Diane, you answer, your tone as even and cold as a mathematical equation. But let me give you and the 60 million voters watching this program the other numbers that you do not have to face. If I hadn't prioritized power for the Wall Street server farms, the entire international clearinghouse cash flow would have frozen. A financial market collapse would have triggered a total economic depression. Starvation, looting, and anarchy would have erupted the very next day. The death toll then would not have stopped at hundreds in hospitals. It would be tens of thousands of people across the country. If I hadn't ordered the 40 soldiers at Outpost Nomad to cease fire and surrender, a direct air combat engagement would have triggered the enemy's nuclear counterstrike protocol. 30 hypersonic missiles would have rained down on the West Coast in 12 minutes. The death warrants of those 40 soldiers were the mandatory price to keep 300 million Americans from being incinerated into ash by nuclear war. You lean forward, your eyes locking onto Diane, every word carrying the crushing weight of brutal reality. A leader standing in my position does not have the privilege of keeping his hands clean. When facing apocalyptic scenarios, my sole duty is to minimize the total damage to the nation. When choosing between a localized tragedy and total annihilation, my ruthlessness is the only tool keeping the survival structure of this country intact. I accept being cursed. I accept being called a demon, as long as 300 million Americans are still alive to curse me tomorrow. Diane Sawyer is silent for 3 seconds. You're naked, traditionally immoral, yet supremely logical bluntness has stripped her of her debate weapons. On the monitor next to the camera, you see your reflection, a leader wearing an expensive suit, bearing dark, empty, and soulless eyes, without a shred of trembling or moral agony. You know all of America will be shaken by this answer. They may continue to hate you, but they are forced to admit that there is a cold biological machine sitting behind the highest desk to shoulder the life-or-death decisions that no one else dares to touch. You have personally stamped your own moral death warrant for history, but in the mathematics of the greater good, America has earned another day to exist. Cut, the television director signals the end of the broadcast. The studio lighting system shuts off, returning the room to the dim darkness of the late night. You stand up, not waiting to exchange pleasantries with Diane Sawyer, decisively turning and walking quickly toward the dark corridor leading back to the Oval Office. However, the price of that existence does not stop at human lives or curses. It demands the most bitter concessions in the shadows. Shadow diplomacy. 2:15 in the morning. The subterranean room located in the deepest basement of the West Wing office building is a massive, copper-lined Faraday cage, entirely immune to eavesdropping. The air here is always maintained at 16 degrees Celsius, bone dry, reeking of ozone from the continuously running industrial filters. There are no national seals, no portraits of founding fathers. This is the absolute terminus of the administrative world, where the filthiest pacts of supreme power are executed in total darkness. You sit alone before the freezing steel control console. On the sole flat screen, a multi-tier encrypted radio link displays an active direct connection. The characteristic static of high-altitude radio waves echoes through the copper-lined ceiling speakers. A few seconds later, the face of Chairman Volkov, the leader of the hostile nation possessing the second-largest nuclear arsenal on the planet, appears on the screen. He is over 60, possessing cold gray eyes without a ripple of emotion. The eyes of a man who has survived 4 decades of political purges, wearing a minimalist, unwrinkled ash-gray suit. He does not look at you with anger or hostility. He looks at you with a faint smile, overflowing with the recognition reserved for a partner who fully understands the rules of the shadows. "Good evening, Mr. President," Volkov opens with a deep, articulate voice transmitted through the automated translation system. "I just watched your live television interview. A very mature, very pragmatic display of logic. You saved 3 million citizens in Chicago and prevented an unintended incident in the Pacific through very courageous decisions." You place both hands on the steel desk, fingers interlaced. You try to keep your facial muscles as rigid as a flawless block of marble, projecting a cold tone. "Volkov, do not waste time on hollow praises. We have routed 50% of the escrow funds through the Swiss banks, and Chicago has been completely locked down. I want the decryption keys for the malware currently in our grid. Withdraw your fleet from Oregon." Volkov slowly raises a porcelain teacup and takes a sip, letting a thin wisp of steam obscure part of his face. $5 billion and the silence of the Reagan fleet. That is merely the cover charge for us to sit at this table, Adrian. Your East Coast grid is far too lucrative a target for us to abandon so easily. To secure the permanent decryption keys and a full withdrawal commitment from our military forces, you must sign a special memorandum. He pushes a digitally encrypted file over to your receiving port. The document appears on the secondary screen. It is a top-secret memorandum titled Eastern Buffer Zone Regulations. You scan the neat English text. Your chest instantly tightens as if crushed by a steel hand. Volkov isn't asking for money. He is demanding macro-strategic pieces on the global chessboard. The US must quietly withdraw its entire ballistic missile defense systems from Poland and Romania within 90 days. The US must sign a shadow commitment to indefinitely suspend all freedom of navigation patrols in the Tsushima Strait and the disputed East Asian sectors, tacitly acknowledging their nation's control over the strategic coastal reefs. Transfer all mineral and oil drilling rights on the submerged slopes of the Arctic continental shelf to their state-owned energy conglomerate. This is a naked betrayal of our allies, Volkov. You growl through your teeth, every word hissing with suppressed outrage. If I sign these terms, I will personally strip away the security shield of Eastern Europe and East Asia. I am handing the Arctic continental shelf over to you. Volkov smirks slightly, a smile of ultimate contempt flashing in his gray eyes. Allies? Allies are just pawns on the outer rim for superpowers to trade when necessary, Adrian. Do you want to protect the honor of Poland, or do you want to protect the power grid of the United States? If you refuse to sign at 6:00 a.m., Phase 2 of the malware will trigger automatically. The remaining 60% of the US grid, including Washington, Chicago, and Texas, will collapse permanently. Your country will sink into a new stone age. At that point, your presidential chair will be nothing but a pile of kindling. He pushes the gold-plated digital stylus on his desk toward his screen. Sign it, Adrian. Trade the interests of those far away to buy temporary survival for your own country. That is the most basic lesson of the survivor. You stare at the digital signature screen, blinking the awaiting signature prompt. Your heart beats in slow, heavy rhythms. Your palms grip the freezing steel desk. The moral torment thrashes hopelessly in your cerebral cortex, only to be quickly crushed entirely by the phantom of macro defeat. You know, if you sign this protocol, you are a naked traitor to the history of alliances. You have sold out the trust of nations that signed security treaties with the United States. But in your pragmatic calculus, the collapse of a diplomatic alliance cannot outweigh the physical destruction of the US power grid itself. You delude yourself with a cold rationalization. Peace today buys the time to restructure forces for tomorrow. I must survive first. You extend your index finger, placing it on the secure biometric fingerprint sensor. Beep, a soft chime sounds, indicating the digital signature has been encrypted and transmitted. The shadow pact has been established. Volkov's face relaxes into a smile of absolute satisfaction. He offers a slight, arrogant bow. A very wise decision, Mr. President. The grid decryption keys are being transferred to your NSA. I wish you a restful night. The screen goes dark, returning the room to the dim glow of the emergency wall lights. You sit alone in the freezing, copper-lined Faraday cage. The steady hum of the server cooling fans bounces off your eardrums, sounding hollow and soulless. You saved America from the darkness of the Stone Age, trading it for temporary global peace. But the price you just paid is honor, treaty oaths, and the trust of millions around the world. You stand up, trudging out of the underground bunker, preparing to face the next political vulture waiting to snatch your tattered crown in the shadows of the West Wing. And that vulture is not far away. He is waiting right outside the door of the Oval Office. Crushing the coup, 3:30 in the morning. The Roosevelt Room, located directly across from the Oval Office, is submerged in a chilling, melancholic silence. The pale, freezing winter moon of Washington pierces through the 5-inch ballistic glass, casting long, distorted, flickering shadows onto the polished mahogany conference table. There is no electric light, no Secret Service presence, no communications aids. The room is empty, suffused with the scent of classic leather and pine wood from the long-dead fireplace. You sit silently in the dark at the head of the table, hands shoved deep into the pockets of your wool coat. Your face is ashen, emotionless as a flawless block of marble, your dark, empty eyes staring at the empty chair at the far end of the table. Click, the oak door of the conference room opens slightly. Vice President Jack Sterling enters. He is still wearing his perfectly tailored navy blue three-piece suit. his silver hair slicked back, gleaming under the dim moonlight. Sterling doesn't carry the exhaustion or panic of a man who just survived a night of national grid crisis. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth are slightly curled into a faint smile, overflowing with the absolute pride and smugness of a predator who has cornered his prey. Sterling steps closer slowly, not sitting down. He places a dark blue folder onto the mahogany table, gently sliding it toward you. "You look ragged, Adrian," Sterling opens, his signature drawn-out southern drawl warm but dripping with sarcasm. An 11% approval rating, the deaths at the Boston hospitals, the Reagan fleet's humiliating retreat, and that insane martial law order in Chicago. You have completely lost your mental capacity under the pressure of this chair. You are dragging the party and this country down into the abyss. He taps his index finger lightly on the folder. This is the official declaration sent to the Speaker of the House and the President pro tempore of the Senate. 8 out of 15 cabinet members, including the Secretaries of Defense, State, and your new Attorney General, have signed this. Section 4 of the 25th Amendment has been invoked. As soon as this declaration is submitted at 8 o'clock this morning, your power will immediately be stripped and transferred to me. I will be the acting president. Sterling leans forward, his eyes narrowing with supreme arrogance. "Resign quietly, Adrian. Don't force me to drag you out of this room in front of the entire National Press Corps." You look at the dark blue folder on the table. Your mind is absolutely still and cold as ice. You feel not a shred of panic at the vice president's constitutional coup plot. The ultimate collapse of your circle of trust over the past few days has molded you into an entity entirely immune to betrayal. You prepared a noose for Sterling long ago, using the NSA's PRISM spy system from your very first days in the White House. You slowly pull a black, encrypted hard drive, no bigger than a matchbox, from the pocket of your coat. You gently place it on the oak table and slide it toward him. "Jack, do you really think you have 8 signatures?" You say, your tone aloof, razor-sharp, and entirely unapologetic. Sterling raises an eyebrow, sneering slightly. "What do you mean?" 5 minutes before calling you in here, I sent some interesting files from this hard drive to the personal emails of the Secretaries of Defense, State, and Treasury. You lean back in your chair, the corners of your mouth lifting into a soulless smile. Those are bank statements from hidden Cayman accounts displaying the $50 million in dark money the billionaire Herald pumped into your coup campaign. It also contains the tax evasion records of the Secretary of State's family, and evidence of bribery from military contractors involving the Secretary of Defense. You tap your finger lightly on the mahogany table, making dry thud sounds. I attached a brief ultimatum for them. If they do not withdraw their signatures from your declaration before 6 o'clock this morning, all of these black files will be sent directly to the FBI and the New York Times. They won't be stepping into the Oval Office to take the oath of office with you, Jack. They will have to pack their bags for federal black site prisons. Jack Sterling's artificial tan face instantly shifts from smugness to an ashen, sickly pale hue under the freezing moonlight. His eyes bulge wide, his hands gripping the edge of the mahogany table, trembling slightly. You dare use the NSA to wiretap and blackmail your own cabinet members. That is a federal-level felony. You will be impeached permanently. Who is going to impeach me, Jack? You snarl, every word ringing freezing cold like Eastern European snow. Who in this town do you think dares to stand as a witness when they themselves are caught in my noose? I told you, I am not afraid of being destroyed. If you people want to drag me down, I will personally detonate this information bomb and burn this whole town down with me. And you, Jack, you will be the first one to burn. You stand up, stepping closer to him. The supreme arrogance utterly crushes the last remaining shred of momentum from the aging vice president. Leave the signed paper on the table and get the hell out of this room. From now on, you will sit quietly in your closet-sized office and be my lapdog for votes. Do not ever let me catch you thinking about stepping foot into the Oval Office again. Jack Sterling stands frozen under the dim moonlight. The ultimate humiliation and terror scorch his ego. The corner of his eye twitches violently. He looks at the black hard drive on the table as if looking at a venomous snake ready to strike. Finally, he reaches out a trembling hand, picks up the dark blue folder containing the cabinet signatures, and turns to walk quickly out the door of the empty conference room with unsteady steps. The oak door closes, emitting a deep thud. You sit alone in the dim Roosevelt room. You look at the fragments of darkness reflected in the ballistic glass. You crushed the coup, securing your seat of power against the 25th Amendment, but you feel not a shred of joy. You realize you just personally turned your entire subordinate cabinet into enemies, forced to obey through fear and extortion. You stand alone at the pinnacle of your own ruthless ambition. But darkness must eventually give way to dawn, even if it is a gray dawn filled with deceit. The Great Lie. 8 o'clock sharp in the morning. The Oval Office. The winter dawn of Washington casts sharp, freezing streaks of light through the 3 5-inch ballistic bay windows, scattering the fine dust motes suspended in the air across the antique desk. The atmosphere in the room is terrifyingly silent, save for the minute murmurs of the television network technical crew finishing the final preparations for a global emergency broadcast. You sit behind the desk, your back perfectly straight. The thick layer of professional foundation hurriedly applied to your forehead is beginning to crack slightly under the heat of the 2 studio spotlights, trying to conceal your ashen, haggard skin and bloodshot eyes after a sleepless night of choking the life out of 40 soldiers and brokering a shadow deal with Volkov. A communications aide creeps closer, placing a tablet on the oak desk displaying the emergency flash poll results. Approval rating, 11%. The bright red, 11%, displayed on the freezing blue screen acts like a hammer nailing shut the coffin of your career. You have become the most despised, hated president in the history of the United States, labeled a cowardly butcher after abandoning 40 Marines and ordering a ruthless martial law lockdown in Chicago. You gently slide the tablet aside. Your face betrays not a single ripple of emotion. You know the supreme law of survival for the greater good. Your personal reputation is entirely expendable as long as the national system remains stable. Going live in 5 seconds, the broadcast director holds up his fingers counting down. 4, 3, 2. The red tally light on the center camera lens flashes on. The entire world holds its breath, watching your image. A mask automatically drops over your face. Your dark, empty eyes instantly widen, radiating a calm, confident, and perfect steadiness that is terrifying. You lean forward, your voice rising warm and resonant, echoing through the room, broadcasting a message of reassurance to 330 million American voters and all of humanity. My fellow Americans and citizens of the world, I stand before you this morning to announce that the greatest technical and security storm of the past year has officially been brought fully under control under the direction of the federal government. The East Coast power grid has been restored to 100% stability. The recent blackout was entirely due to an internal technical software glitch during a legacy system upgrade, and we have completely isolated the issue to ensure it never happens again. A bitter swallow of gastric acid rises in your throat, but your facial muscles do not flinch a single millimeter. You continue reading the scrolling text on the teleprompter with a smooth, mechanical tone. The USS Ronald Reagan Carrier Strike Group has flawlessly completed its scheduled exercises and is navigating back to its secure base in the Pacific. In Eastern Europe, Outpost Nomad has been peacefully and safely redeployed in the exact spirit of the new buffer zone demarcation protocol between us and our neighboring nations. Our 40 outstanding Marines are currently safely secured and will soon return to their families. You look straight into the camera, raising your tone with fake pride. In Chicago, the temporary martial law order was merely a large-scale civil defense drill designed to test the city's rapid response capabilities against biological threats. The city's clean water supply is absolutely safe, and no hazard occurred. America has triumphed over this test with resilience and supreme pride. The magnificent, sweet lies flow from your mouth smoothly, flawlessly. Your cold-blooded instinct convinces you that this lie is not a crime. It is the final shield protecting the fragile peace of humanity. If the public knew the naked truth, that America almost sank into the Stone Age because of malware, that the U.S. fleet had to swallow its pride and retreat, that 40 soldiers were abandoned as POWs, and that Poland and the Arctic continental shelf were sold out to Volkov, a global panic would erupt, completely destroying the social fabric. You accept turning yourself into an incompetent, a coward cursed by the entire nation with an 11% approval rating, as long as 300 million people can continue to live in their sweet ignorance. You have personally buried your own historical honor to buy the temporary stability of this soulless machine of power. May God bless America, you conclude the speech with a solemn bow. The red light on the camera turns off. Cut! Flawless broadcast, Mr. President. The director breathes a sigh of relief, signaling the technicians to begin tearing down the equipment. The moment the blinding glare of the studio lights dims, the confident mask on your face shatters into pieces. You slump back into the presidential leather chair, your thin shoulders heaving violently under the expensive suit. You say not a word to the television crew, decisively turning and walking quickly toward the dark corridor leading back to your private bedroom. The cavernous Oval Office slowly brightens under the gray Washington dawn, illuminating the cold black coffee forming a film on the desk. A brutal chapter of the life-or-death war has closed. You kept the chair, you kept America running, but you have permanently lost your soul, your honor, and the trust of everyone around you. You stand there, isolated, haggard, and barren inside your gilded iron cage, ready to step into a new, ruthless game where you will have to find a scapegoat to pass on this blood-soaked crown. Chapter 7, The Game of Succession. The Medical Verdict and the Abdication. 4:30 in the morning. The small reading room in the west corner of the family residence. The space is submerged in the dim, ashen light of the winter Washington dawn, lazily crawling through the 5-layer, dead-bolted ballistic window. The ultra-high-frequency hum of the positive pressure HVAC system in the hall seems quieter than usual, giving way to the dry rustling of EKG papers and biochemical test results being turned over slowly. You sit in a premium linen armchair, your back slumping slightly in a frayed gray hoodie. Opposite you, across the mahogany coffee table, sits Dr. Jeffrey, the president's personal physician and head of the White House Medical Unit. He is over 60, possessing a kindly face that is now completely overshadowed by a cold, exhausted severity. Jeffrey isn't wearing his usual white coat. He wears a dark gray wool cardigan, his hands clasped tightly together resting on his knees, his eyes locked onto the glowing red bar charts in your medical file. "Jeffrey, give it to me straight," you say, your voice hoarse, abrasive, and broken after a sleepless night spent snuffing out the lives of 40 soldiers at Outpost Nomad. "I don't have time for the sugar-coated preamble of a doctor." Jeffrey lets out a soft sigh, a heavy breath carrying the impotence of a man who has watched 5 presidents be drained of their vitality in this building. He pushes the thin, blue leather-bound file toward you. "These are the results of your emergency MRI and blood work from last week's physical, Adrian. I personally cross-referenced this data with the National Heart Institute to ensure there were no errors." Jeffrey points a finger at a chart displaying severe physiological depletion and stress hormone levels. That severe panic attack on the floor of the Oval Office last month was not an isolated psychological incident. It is a code-red biological warning. The concentration of stress hormones in your blood has consistently remained at 4 times the normal limit for a middle-aged male for the past 2 years. Your adrenal glands are completely exhausted. He flips to the next page, showing a cross-sectional scan of a coronary artery. Your heart rate fluctuates erratically, and massive atherosclerotic plaques have formed in your coronary arteries due to chronic stress. You are at an extremely high risk of suffering a hemorrhagic stroke or an acute myocardial infarction in the next 6 months. Your physical body is no longer a self-regulating system, Adrian. It is a ticking biological time bomb. Jeffrey looks up, staring straight into your dark, emotionless eyes. As your personal physician, and as a friend who watched you climb into this chair, I am forced to issue an official medical recommendation. You must stop. An 18-month re-election campaign with cross-country rallies, heated debates, and horrific public pressure will directly kill you. You will not survive to walk into your second inauguration. You sit in silence, your hands shoved deep into the pockets of your hoodie clenching tightly. Your fingertips are ice cold, beating with a thin layer of sweat. The freezing draft from the window glass seems to pierce through the thick fabric, congealing your spine. You do not feel panic or anger at Jeffrey's biological verdict. On the contrary, your rationality immediately activates its familiar, ruthless reality dissociation protocol. You direct your gaze out the window, where the desolate South Lawn is submerged in the hazy mist of the new day. Jeffrey's health verdict is, in reality, just the final nail in the coffin of your already tattered re-election ambitions. Your Machiavellian tactical brain begins running the practical economic and political numbers with maximum coldness. Your approval rating right now is a mere 11%. The public curses you as a cowardly butcher. Congress is waiting for a single misstep to trigger impeachment proceedings. Vice President Jack Sterling and Attorney General William Ross are lurking out there with a 25th Amendment declaration of removal ready to go. If you stubbornly push into a re-election campaign, you will face public humiliation, the most brutal media massacre in history. You will be abandoned by your own party, trampled into the mud by the voters, and ultimately, your decaying body will collapse right on the debate podium to the mockery of your opponents. You will lose everything, your honor, the seat of power, and your very life. But you refuse to leave in total defeat and humiliation. Your pride demands a more optimal exit strategy. You cannot let the system oust you. You must be the one to personally make the decision to abdicate to retain ultimate control over the Washington chessboard. A proactive withdrawal is not a surrender. It is a strategic step backward, shifting your center of gravity from a brightly lit pawn to a puppet master in the shadows. You will not run for re-election, but you will personally select and mold your successor, a new vessel of ideals to continue protecting your legacy. You reach out a freezing bare hand, slowly pulling a pristine piece of white A4 paper sitting next to the tea tray toward you. You pick up the gold-nibbed Montblanc fountain pen. The nib shrieks dryly and sharply across the thick cotton paper in the quiet space of the reading room. To the National Committee of my party and my fellow Americans. After 4 years of dedicating all my mind and energy to steering this country through historic crises, I have realized the need to prioritize my personal health and the long-term stability of our nation. I write this letter to officially announce I will not seek and I will not accept my party's nomination for a second term as president. Jeffrey sits quietly watching every stroke of the fountain pen. On the aging doctor's face, astonishment mixes with a profound, melancholic sorrow. He understands that, right in this dim room, a ruthless ruler has just officially stamped his own end to make way for a new, far bloodier game of succession about to begin. You sign tighten at the bottom of the page, setting the fountain pen down on the silver tray with a solitary, absurd clack. You push the paper toward Jeffrey, your voice even, empty, and cold as ice. Send this statement to the press secretary's office for release at 6 o'clock this morning, Jeffrey. Your health verdict I accepted. Now, set up a closed-door meeting for me with young Senator Marcus Cole. Jeffrey bows his head, gathers the medical file and the abdication statement, and steps out into the dark hall, the oak door closing softly without a sound. You sit alone in the dim reading room, taking a sip of the cold, bitter tea. The Washington dawn begins to break outside the ballistic window, but the room remains submerged in a permanent, silent darkness. You know you just personally slammed shut the door to your own future, accepting the role of the puppet master, ready to clear the path for a new vessel of ideals to ascend to the peak. Searching for the perfect vessel after the abdication message is dispatched, you lock yourself in the thick darkness of the family theater room on the second floor of the residence. The space is absolutely silent, save for the low hum of the high-capacity projector's cooling system and the pale blue light radiating from the massive screen, illuminating your ragged, ashen face. On the small coffee table beside you, a cup of chamomile tea has gone completely cold, forming a hazy, opaque film on top. You lean back in the chair, fingers interlaced under your chin, your bloodshot eyes watching archive footage playing continuously. You are searching for a successor, to protect the remaining shreds of your legacy, to prevent Jack Sterling and the Capitol Hill factions from tearing the country apart after you leave office. You need a perfect pawn. You use the pragmatic brain of a political mathematician to filter through the list of the party's potential candidates. The screen cycles through the faces of veteran senators and ambitious governors. You look at them and shake your head in contempt. Some are too greedy, leaving trails of dark money transactions far too exposed. Others are too stupid, thinking they can rule a superpower with nothing but hollow editorials. Others are too weak, easily broken by pressure from K Street interest groups. They are not warriors, they are just civil servants thirsty for fame. Then the screen pauses on a video shot at a makeshift town hall in Youngstown, Ohio. A young man stands on a rough wooden podium, no teleprompter, no complex studio lighting crew. He wears a simple blue dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, his black hair slightly messy from the snowstorm outside. His eyes are bright, burning with a pure, innocent ideal, yet packed with persuasive inner strength. He is talking about the abandoned steelworkers, about returning decency, and a fair American dream to impoverished families. We don't need promises from warm offices in Washington. The young man shouts into the handheld microphone, his voice trembling with a genuine, warm indignation that moves the thousands of people in the audience. We need people who dare to stand up, who dare to get their hands muddy to protect you. Your heart rate abruptly skips a beat, echoing with a choked thud in your chest. You sit rigid in the chair. You look at that man, young Senator Marcus Cole from Ohio. A freezing nostalgia, mingled with sheer shock, races down your spine. You reach out a trembling bare hand, gently touching the cold screen, where the image of Marcus is smiling warmly at an elderly widow. He is you from 15 years ago. From the gesture of rolling up his sleeves, the way he tilts his head to listen with absolute respect, to the choked, heavy breaths he takes when speaking about the injustice of the system. Marcus carries the exact youth, the pure ideals, and the innocent faith of the man named Adrian from the very beginning, the man you personally murdered in this building to trade for supreme power. You see in him the most perfect vessel for ideals, an entity untouched by dirty pacts with the oligarchs. Jeffrey, you speak into the secure radio on the table. Arrange for me to meet with Marcus Cole in the treaty room at 11 o'clock tonight. Keep it absolutely secret from the Secret Service and Sterling's office. Understood, Mr. President, Dr. Jeffrey's hoarse voice replies. 11:15 at night, the treaty room. The room is submerged in the silent atmosphere of the Washington night mist. Only a brass desk lamp casts a yellow, warm halo on the antique mahogany desk, leaving deep, profound shadows around the rest of the room. The pine logs crackling in the fireplace occasionally emit dry snaps. The rear door opens. Marcus Cole enters. He stands formally near the door, his simple ash-gray suit dusted with a few unmelted snowflakes. You clearly see the physical tension radiating from him, his chest heaving slightly under his shirt, his fingers gripping the handle of his old leather briefcase tightly. And his eyes wide, filled with respect mixed with a hint of defensiveness when facing a president cursed by the entire nation. You aren't wearing an expensive Brioni suit. You sit in the presidential leather chair wearing an old gray hoodie and baggy sweatpants, your ragged face deeply scarred by depletion, the two stark white streaks of hair at your temples glowing under the light. You look like a ghost of power, slowly decaying under the weight of the very crown you wear. Come closer, Marcus. Sit down, you say, your tone aloof, hoarse, and as sterile as the building's positive pressure HVAC system. Marcus steps slowly toward the chair opposite you, sets his leather briefcase on the floor, and sits down. He tries to keep his back straight, his hands tightly clasped on the table. Mr. President, I am honored to be called here by you, though I must admit I am surprised by a closed-door meeting at this hour. You gently push a glass of freezing cold water toward him, offering a faint smile completely devoid of warmth. You're surprised because I'm the one who personally vetoed your light bill last week, aren't you? You hate me, Marcus. You wrote an editorial calling me a traitor to the working class the very next morning. Marcus freezes slightly, the corner of his eye twitching, a micro-reflex of suppressed anger. He swallows hard, his voice remaining ironclad and resonant. I don't hate you, Mr. President. I am just disappointed. The light bill was the hope of millions of poor children. You used to be the man standing in the Ohio rain, promising fair health care. I just don't understand why, once you sat in this room, you used your veto power to kill it. You look deep into the bright, ideal-filled eyes of the man across from you. You hear your own heart beating slowly, heavily in your chest. A primal sorrow and a dark ambition simultaneously ignite inside your head. He is so beautiful, but he is so stupid. He thinks he can keep his coattails clean while fighting in this Washington swamp. Marcus, you say softly, your tone mechanical like a pre-programmed device. You lean forward, bringing your ashen face into the yellow halo of light. I didn't veto your bill because I wanted to. I vetoed it because Bob Mitchell's donors amended it into a monopoly tool for Big Pharma. If I signed it, the poor would pay triple for their medication. But if I vetoed it, I became the devil in the eyes of the public to keep the system from being exploited. You stand out there, you have the privilege of remaining pure to curse me. But I sit in here, I have to dirty these hands to carry the survival calculus for the whole nation. Marcus Cole stands completely rigid. His eyes go wide, holding utter shock as he hears the brutal truth behind the curtain of the system's power for the very first time. I didn't call you here to justify myself, Marcus. You lean back in your chair, letting the shadows once again cover your face. I called you here because I signed the order not to seek re-election this morning, and I choose you as my successor. You clearly see the panic and a slight tremor in Marcus's tightly clasped hands. You smirk slightly, a cold smile. The contract of succession has been placed on the table. You know that from this second on, you will begin leading him down the dirty path of your past, personally breaking his morality, stripping away his purity to mold a new ruler ruthless enough to survive. The eternal loop of the crown of thorns has officially begun its motion under your cold direction. The generational pact 2 weeks after that first meeting in the treaty room, as the winter rains of Washington begin to freeze into thin, biting sheets of ice on the bare branches of the South Lawn. You decide to execute the most critical step to bind your successor's fate to your own. 2:15 in the morning, you lead Marcus Cole deep underground beneath the West Wing, crossing narrow, freezing concrete corridors heavily guarded by 3 layers of heavily armed Secret Service agents. Marcus walks slowly behind you. He wears his familiar navy blue suit, but his shoulders hunch slightly under the sterile, freezing air of the subterranean bunker. He feels a physical, invisible pressure crushing his ribcage the deeper he descends into the earth. You stop in front of the thick, copper-lined steel door of SCIF-3, home to the absolute anti-eavesdropping isolation cage. You scan your fingerprint, your retina, and input the 12-digit security code. Clack, thud. The steel door shrieks dryly and slowly opens, returning the room to a deathly silence, tinged with a suffocating atmosphere and the steady, headache-inducing hum of the high-capacity server cooling system bouncing off the soundproof walls. Marcus steps into the room, his eyes scanning the freezing copper-lined walls and the central console glowing with a soulless blue light. He is used to sun-drenched Capitol Hill committee rooms under glittering crystal chandeliers, where men debate the Constitution with flowery language. To him, this sterile underground room feels like an operating theater or a state-of-the-art dungeon. Sit down, Marcus, you order, your tone somber and light as you sit in the armored leather chair before the central console. Marcus sits in the opposite chair, his hands resting on his thighs, trying to keep his tone steady even though his knuckles are trembling slightly. Mr. President, why must we meet down here? The Secret Service and my office are frantic over this unscheduled movement. You do not answer his question. You pull out the black encrypted hard drive, the physical evidence you once seized from the intelligence system, and plug it into the console's port. You type a few rapid commands. Instantly, the massive flat screen on the wall blazes to life with an icy blue light, displaying the interface of the NSA's super spy system. Below the screen, thousands of archive files display the names of the most powerful politicians in America. Jack Sterling, Bob Kessler, Evelyn Burke, and even governors from the opposing party. What is this, sir? Marcus frowns, leaning forward to look at the pyramid icon with the invisible eye rotating slowly. This is the reality of Washington, Marcus. You lean back in your chair, interlocking your fingers over your chest, looking straight into his young, clean face. You think America is run by the Constitution, by laws debated publicly on Capitol Hill. No, that system is just a play written to demagogue the masses, keeping the crowd out there believing in an illusion called democracy. You tap your finger lightly on the steel desk, emitting dry thud sounds. True power in this city operates on information asymmetry. Whoever holds the dirty secrets of others controls the board. Inside this hard drive are all the hidden tax records, illegal Cayman accounts, and private audio recordings of every single member of the House Judiciary Committee and the secretaries serving under Jack Sterling. This is the shield and the sword that helped me crush Sterling's 25th Amendment coup last week. Marcus turns pale under the blue light of the screen. He shakes his head in panic, his hands gripping the edge of the desk. Mr. President, you are using national security tools to wiretap and blackmail your own government officials. This is an unconstitutional act, a severe federal felony. If this is exposed, I go to prison for life, Marcus. You cut him off, your tone cold and definitive, freezing all moral resistance from your young protege. But because of this unconstitutional act, my chair stands firm, and you get to sit opposite me tonight to prepare for succession. Power isn't for those afraid to get their hands muddy. You open another file, displaying a diagram of dark money flowing from the Aegis Corporation of the tech billionaire, Harold. Our second pact was established last night. In order to get $300 million in dark money pumped into your political action fund for the upcoming campaign, I had to fire Charles Harrison and approve the Aegis monopoly merger. I am completely filthy before history, Marcus. I have turned myself into a scapegoat shield to absorb all the public's outrage so that your image remains perfectly clean and saintly before the voters. You push the small black hard drive toward Marcus Cole's trembling hand. Take it, Marcus. Inside it are all the cryptographic keys to connect with Arthur, the hidden Cayman drop boxes, and the list of Pentagon generals ready to serve our dynasty. This is the first shackle you must put around your neck if you want to sit behind the highest desk. Marcus Cole stares at the tiny black hard drive lying solitary under the cold blue light. His chest heaves violently. A horrifying internal war is raging inside his mind. The proud self-esteem of a decent man screaming at him to stand up, brush the hard drive aside, and walk out of the bunker. Yet the thirst for absolute power and the fear of being crushed by a ruthless system instantly strangle his rationality. He wants to save America, but he knows he needs the devil's master key to unlock the gates of heaven. Marcus's arm trembles slightly. He slowly reaches out, his fingertips touching the cool metal surface of the hard drive, then slowly clenches it tight in his palm. A profound embarrassment and humiliation are clearly visible in Marcus's sleep-deprived, sunken eyes. He has signed the generational pact. He has officially entered the underground power machine of Washington's shadows, accepting the sale of his last clean fragment of soul to prepare to don the blood-soaked coat of a ruler. You watch him slip the hard drive into his suit pocket, the corner of your mouth curving into a soulless, chilling smile. The first generational handover under the dark shadow of power is complete. Purging the primaries, the machine has been started, and those blocking the path must be cleared. 10:30 at night. The gray blizzard blowing in from the Potomac River whips freezing gusts of wind relentlessly against the 3 5-inch ballistic bay windows of the Oval Office. Inside, only the classic brass desk lamp casts a yellow, warm halo on the antique Resolute desk, leaving the dark, silk-papered walls submerged in cold, melancholic shadows. You sit silently behind the historic desk, hands shoved deep into the pockets of your frayed gray sweatpants. Opposite you, standing formally beside the guest leather armchair, is Mark Sullivan, director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Sullivan is over 50, bearing the gaunt face of a seasoned prosecutor and a perfectly tailored navy suit. He is removing his glasses, using a silk cloth to slowly wipe the frames, but the slight, continuous twitching of his facial muscles under the dim yellow light exposes his absolute terror. "Mr. President," Sullivan speaks up, his voice hoarse, quiet, but frantic. "Your request that the FBI open emergency financial investigations targeting Senator Bradley and Governor Warren right on the eve of the Iowa primaries. It severely violates the Department of Justice's neutrality regulations regarding federal campaigns. If the House Judiciary Committee discovers we are using the law enforcement apparatus to interfere in the party's primaries." "Sullivan, put your glasses back on," you interrupt, your tone soulless, dry, and cold as a pre-programmed machine. You pull a thin, dark green folder from the deepest drawer of your desk, the folder containing Sullivan's own dark secrets that you extracted from the PRISM spy system years ago. You place the folder lightly on the oak desk, using your index finger to slide it toward him. Are you lecturing me on the DOJ's neutrality regulations, Mark? Who signed the order approving the illegal wiretaps targeting my opponent's campaign 2 years ago to save your job? Who used an FBI slush fund to silence the investigators looking into your family's tax scandal in Delaware? I am not asking you to indict Bradley or Warren before a federal grand jury. I just need you to clean them up. Sullivan stands completely rigid. He tremblingly puts his glasses back on, looking at the dark green folder lying solitary under the dim desk lamp. The pride of an FBI director completely collapses beneath the heel of naked extortion. He swallows hard, straightens his posture, and gives a humiliating, slight bow. I understand, Mr. President. How would you like us to execute the procedure? You lean back in the leather chair, letting the shadows envelop your ragged, exhausted face. Bradley and Warren are leading Marcus Cole by 5% in the Iowa polls. Bradley has a shell account in the Caymans used to receive off-the-books funding from defense contractors. Warren has a son managing a shady investment fund linked to a crypto exchange under investigation for money laundering. Tonight at exactly 11 o'clock, have FBI agents pay a polite visit to their campaign managers. You hiss through your teeth, every word razor-sharp, ironclad as a verdict. No handcuffs, no sirens, no press. Just place this evidentiary file on their desks and quietly state that we want to cross-reference this data before it accidentally leaks to the IRS. Give them 24 hours to weigh continuing their campaigns against quietly withdrawing for health reasons to protect their families. You know how to handle that professionally, Sullivan. Sullivan bows his head, picks up the green folder on the desk, and says softly, I will personally direct the night shift to execute the order tonight, Mr. President. He pivots and walks briskly out of the Oval Office, his footsteps hurried as he closes the ceiling-high oak door. The room returns to a deathly silence. You sit quietly behind the massive desk, taking a sip of freezing cold, bitter chamomile tea. A bitterly ironic feeling creeps into your chest. Right now, on the wall-mounted TV, the nightly news broadcast from Iowa is playing live. On the screen, Marcus Cole stands in a warm, brightly lit hall, flashing a saintly smile that warms tens of thousands of poor working-class voters. He is screaming into the microphone about a clean future, about a fair democracy free from the shadows of dark compromises and administrative violence. The voters look at him as if looking at a flawlessly pure messiah. But they do not know, and Marcus himself does not want to know, that the brilliantly clean stage he is standing on to shine is being swept of garbage by your filthy hands, stained with blood and black ink in the darkness beneath this Washington basement. You are using the federal apparatus itself as a shadow executioner to chop off the head of any rival blocking his path. You look up at the pitch-black ceiling, listening to the steady hum of the HVAC, accepting the cruel truth that the price of the clean crown for Marcus Cole is that you must personally plunge your hands even deeper into the illegal mud beneath the massive shadow of power. Selling a soul for a protege cleaning up internal rivals is only the first step. The real war demands massive financial resources. 11:30 at night, a luxury penthouse on the 54th floor of a skyscraper next to Central Park, Manhattan, New York. Outside the floor-to-ceiling glass, a driving snowstorm sweeps across New York, washing out the bare trees of Central Park below in a bleak gray. The city lights flicker, blurry through the heavy falling snowflakes like the dying embers of an exhausted civilization. Inside the room, the warm, silent smells of slow-burning pine wood, premium leather from Italian armchairs, and the overwhelmingly sweet, astringent aroma of vintage Louis XIII cognac fermented for decades. You sit opposite Harold, the tech billionaire, chairman of Aegis Financial Corporation, the man who bought your soul with a $2 billion contract years ago. Harold wears a simple olive green cashmere sweater, his sharply angled, artificially tanned face displaying an arrogant, condescending self-satisfaction. He slowly swirls the crystal glass containing the amber liquid, looking at you with narrowed eyes full of mockery. Adrian, Are you crawling back to me to beg for $300 million for Marcus Cole? That little brat who stands on podiums in Ohio, every day cursing tech conglomerates as blood-sucking demons draining the poor. Your chest suddenly seizes slightly, like a cruel reminder from your failing heart. You take a sip of the warm cognac to suppress a burning cough in your throat, trying to keep your tones soft and emotionless. Marcus Cole needs a victory, Harold. And to win the general election against the opposition, he needs your media machine and your massive financial blood supply. He is just the clean storefront for the voters, but I am the one standing here to haggle. Harold smirks. He sets the crystal glass down on the table, emitting a dry clack. He pushes an encrypted tablet toward you, displaying the final draft of an executive order for your term. $300 million in dark money will flow into the shell accounts of Marcus Cole's American Dawn Super PAC within the next 24 hours. But the price is your signature right here, Adrian. Right before you leave the White House in January, you must sign the approval for Aegis's $10 billion digital merger and lift all sanctions against my subsidiaries in Europe. Your finger traces over the fine print of the legal clauses on the screen. You know exactly the brutal truth behind this executive order. The Aegis merger will officially establish the most tyrannical tech monopoly empire in history, directly strangling tens of thousands of small businesses and doubling internet and data service rates for millions of poor working families in the Midwest. The very voters who stood in the blizzard screaming their faith in Marcus Cole. The last instinct of honor of a politician struggles weakly in your conscience, only to be quickly suffocated by the brutal pragmatism of a survivor. You pick up the stylus. The electronic nib glides quickly across the glass screen, leaving your smooth, soulless signature, Titan. You have just personally sold out the future of millions of poor citizens to buy a gold-plated crown for your protege. Transaction complete, Adrian. Harold takes the tablet back, a satisfied smile clear on the old Wall Street fox's face. You really are a perfect partner, a filthy bastard who knows how to get big things done. You stand up, refasten the gold cufflink on your frayed dress shirt, not bothering to look back at Harold once. You walk down the dark hallway of the penthouse toward the private elevator. A freezing, ultimate irony shoots through your entire body. At this moment, the crippled phone in the pocket of your wool coat vibrates slightly, displaying a message from the campaign. Marcus Cole just wrapped up a brilliant rally in Pennsylvania, raising $100,000 from $5 and $10 bills scrounged by impoverished coal miners. He is proudly declaring to the press, "My campaign is built on the faith and voluntary contributions of honest working people, without a single dirty dime from the oligarchs." You squeeze your eyes shut in the elevator cabin, plunging rapidly toward the ground. He thinks he is clean. He thinks his voice echoes across America because of his grand ideals. But he doesn't know that the microphone he holds to scream about decency is plugged into an outlet powered by the very filthy dark money you just bought with the blood and tears of the voters tonight. You step out of the tower, welcoming the freezing New York snowstorm slapping hard against your ashen face. You are the scapegoat, the one standing in the mud so that Marcus Cole can shine brilliantly like a saint, permanently shouldering the filth of the predecessor in the closed, treacherous loop of destiny. Training the wolf the money is ready, but Marcus is still too naive to step into the death match. 3:15 in the morning. The private reading room on the second floor of the executive residence. The atmosphere inside the room is suffocatingly hot and hard to breathe. The classic brass fireplace continuously radiates a dry heat, reeking of old paper dust and stale coffee grounds, forming a pale gray film clinging to the heavy, dark Bordeaux velvet drapes. The only light comes from the massive portable projector screen pushed up against the wall, casting a blindingly white, glaring beam onto the piles of documents, investigative files, and photocopies spread across the oak coffee table. You sit in the worn leather armchair, one hand resting on your forehead, the other holding a red wooden pencil worn down to the nub. You stare intently at Marcus Cole standing 2 meters away from you. Marcus looks utterly exhausted and ragged. His ash-gray suit is wrinkled, his white shirt tail is untucked from his belt, and oily sweat beads his forehead, running down his pale cheeks. His voice is hoarse, trembling, and broken after 6 straight hours of debate prep under your ruthless supervision. And regarding Governor Harris's fiscal policy, we must focus on pointing out the flaws in his infrastructure budget allocation in the southern counties. Data from the Bipartisan Budget Committee shows. Smash, using all the remaining strength in your arm, you slam the pencil down hard on the oak table. The sharp, dry crack rings out ear-piercingly in the silent night, making Marcus jolt and freeze, his lips pressed tightly together, his chest heaving violently beneath his thin shirt. You stand up from the armchair, the joints in your knees pop, exhausted. Your heart skips a violent beat, a dull, aching throb at the base of your neck reminding you of Jeffrey's biological verdict, but you ruthlessly brush it aside. You step slowly toward Marcus, your dark, empty, and freezing eyes locking onto his young face. You stand so close he can smell the bitter black coffee and the pungent scent of beta blockers on your breath. "Marcus, what the hell are you doing?" You snarl through your teeth, your tone even but harboring an absolute threat. "Who permitted you to stand on this podium and lecture about budget allocation numbers? Do you think the 60 million voters sitting in front of their TVs next Saturday night are economics professors at Harvard?" Marcus bows his head, his hands gripping the edge of the wooden stool, his voice exposing his absolute impotence and frustration. "Mr. President, Harris is a governor with a stellar reputation for state management. I just want to use real policy to prove his economic plan is flawed. I want to beat him on the legislative front." "Stupid, utterly stupid," you shout, your hoarse yell bouncing off the soundproof walls. You snatch a dark blue folder sealed with an FBI classified stamp from the table and slam it hard against Marcus's chest. "Voters don't vote with their rational brains, Marcus. They vote with primal fear and programmed hatred. They don't want to watch a polite academic debate between two decent politicians. They are gladiators in Rome. They come to the arena to see blood. They want to see you use a scalpel to vivisect your opponent right on live television. You do not debate Harris's energy policy. You must destroy his human honor." You point your index finger straight at the portrait of Governor Harris pinned to the projector board. Inside this file is exclusive FBI investigative evidence that I just used my power to force them to hand over. 5 years ago, when Harris was acting as lead counsel for Midland Chemical, he secretly signed a confidential settlement, using $3 million to silence the families of victims of lead water contamination in Monroe County. He indirectly caused 27 children to suffer permanent brain damage just to protect his 10% commission fee. He always preaches that he's a defender of public health, but in reality, he is an executioner who murders children for cash. Marcus Cole looks at the photos of pediatric medical records and the settlement transcripts bearing Harris's signature projected on the screen. His face twists brutally under the white light. He shakes his head in panic, taking a step back. "Adrian, this is too cruel. This is a private matter, a civil settlement resolved by a court. I promised the young voters in Iowa that I would never wade into the mud of personal smears. I want to keep this campaign clean." You step forward, violently grabbing the collar of Marcus Cole's shirt, yanking the young man close to you. Your ragged face, covered in the deep scars of treachery, is less than 10 centimeters from his eyes. "Your purity is a joke, Marcus. Where do you think you're standing right now? Do you think my presidential chair was cast from the holy tears of voters? 15 years ago, I stood exactly where you are today. I brought a veterans' health care bill to the Senate with all my heart, and they crushed my honor under the heel of dark money. That night, the system taught me a lesson you must learn tonight. If you want to be a savior, first you have to become a monster." You tighten your grip on his collar until the veins on your hand bulge, pale and trembling slightly from exhaustion. "I used dirty tricks to break my mentor Thomas to get the nomination. I used a deepfake video to destroy Vance. I fired Charles Harrison to get $300 million from billionaire Harold pumped into your Super PAC account last night. I plunged my hands into black mud to clear the trash for you to stand on the podium of glory. And now you tell me you want to keep your purity." You shove Marcus hard. He stumbles backward, collapsing into the leather armchair, his chest heaving violently, his once bright eyes now filled with ultimate shock, pain, and humiliation. He looks at you, his mentor, the man he once admired, now revealing your true form as a tyrant fed on lies and administrative violence. You point a finger at the projector screen, hissing each word, ironclad as a hammer nailing shut the coffin of his morality. When Harris starts talking about his clean energy project at the 15-minute mark of the debate, you do not debate his numbers. You must look straight into camera 2, flash your warmest smile, and say, "Governor Harris, it's so easy for you to talk about a clean future for the American people when your very own hands signed the order to silence the mothers of lead-poisoned children in Monroe just to pocket $300,000 in blood money. Do you dare look into the eyes of those 27 disabled children and talk about decency?" You step closer, placing 2 freezing bare hands on Marcus's rigid shoulders, squeezing hard. "Say it, Marcus. Repeat that line for me. Let the darkest part of you step out." Marcus sits silently in the shadows of the armchair. Tears well up in his eyes, roll down his cheeks, and fall onto the rough fabric of his ash-gray suit. These are not tears of weakness. They are the tears of a young soul being forced to personally execute its last shred of humanity under the cold watch of its mentor. The cruel loop of destiny has officially closed. You stand there looking at him, seeing the perfect clone of yourself from 15 years ago slowly having his morality broken, his faith destroyed to make way for a new apex predator to emerge. Marcus swallows hard, his throat bitter. He looks up at you, his eyes devoid of the light of old ideals, leaving only an empty, emotionless void, cold as a sheet of ice. He parts his lips, his tone suddenly dropping an octave, decisive, razor-sharp, and terrifyingly ruthless. "Governor Harris, it's so easy for you to talk about a clean future when your very own hands signed the order to silence the lead-poisoned mothers in Monroe." You step backward into the shadows of the reading room, your hands shoved deep into the pockets of your sweatpants, the corner of your mouth curving into a soulless, freezing smile. The young wolf has officially been born, ready to shoulder the blood-soaked throne. The Sin Eater's shield cruelty has been implanted into Marcus's mind, but for him to shine, someone must bear the darkness. 7 o'clock in the evening, the Covelli Center multi-purpose arena in Youngstown, Ohio. Inside the massive bowl of the arena, the atmosphere is thick, suffocating, and blazing hot like a smelting furnace about to explode. The smell of the sweat of over 20,000 people mixes with the stench of cheap, greasy fried hot dogs, spilled beer on the damp concrete floor, and the biting chill from the melting snow clinging to the tens of thousands of winter coats of the working-class crowd. Massive halogen lights sweep down from the ceiling, illuminating a sea of furiously outraged humanity. The roars, boos, and angry whistling echo relentlessly like rising tidal waves, crashing against the reinforced concrete walls, creating a deep, suffocating acoustic frequency that causes your chest to seize violently. You stand behind the black velvet curtain in the stage wings. Your face is ashen beneath the professional makeup being smeared by cold sweat running down your temples. Your heart pounds frantically, constantly hammering against your eardrums with sharp, agonizing thuds. You grip the freezing iron railing with a trembling hand to keep your exhausted body from collapsing before the ceremony even begins. Right beside you, Marcus Cole is leaning against the wall. He wears a modest, frayed denim jacket, the working-class costume your team used years ago, now perfectly recreated. Both of Marcus's hands are clasped so tightly together his knuckles are bone white, and his face is completely drained of blood as he peeks through a slit in the curtain at the angry sea of people out there. "Adrian, we can't go out there," Marcus whispers, his voice trembling with sheer terror through his powered-off lapel mic. "They're going crazy. There are people burning effigies with your face on them out by the gates. If I step out with you right now, they'll see me as an accomplice to this administration, and my career will be buried in Youngstown tonight." You turn to look at Marcus. Your dark, emotionless, and empty eyes lock onto his panicked face. You let out a long breath of dry, static-laced air, then reach out a freezing bare hand and place it on his trembling shoulder, the grip light but ironclad. "You're right, Marcus. They came here looking for a scapegoat, and I will be the one to offer my head to them." You adjust the button on your self-bought Brioni suit jacket, your tone sharp and cold as a blade. "Listen to me, Marcus. If you walk out there right now, their fury will swallow you whole. I will walk out first alone. I will stand on that podium and absorb every brick, every curse, and all the hatred of these 20,000 people. I will let them unleash their absolute, ultimate rage upon this broken body of mine. When they are exhausted, when the fire of their hatred has burned away my filthy name, that is when you step out. You lean in close to his ear, whispering like a demon passing on an eternal curse. You will appear as an angel of salvation, a perfectly pure savior stepping out of my ashes. You will point your finger in my face in front of the cameras. You will promise them that you will fix all of Adrian's mistakes, that you will bring the jobs back and punish the corrupt. They will love you because you dared to stand up to me. Do you understand the rules of the game now? Marcus Cole's eyes bulge as he looks at you. An ultimate shock, humiliation, and contempt are clear in his sunken eyes. He realizes your sacrifice is not a noble act. It is a ruthless, blood-soaked mathematical equation of macro survival. You are actively turning yourself into a Sin Eater's shield to protect his fake purity in the eyes of the voters. I understand, Marcus Cole replies softly, his head bowing low into the shadows of the wings. You turn your back on him. You take a deep breath, forcing your exhausted back muscles straight, push open the black velvet curtain, and walk slowly toward the brightly lit podium in the center of the arena. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the figure of the sitting president appears under the lights, the entire Cavelli Center shakes violently with a terrifying wave of hatred never seen before. 20,000 people stand up in unison. The boos and the most vicious curses hit your face like a sandstorm. Traitor! Political butcher! Get out, Adrian! Thousands of red and black anti-war signs are held high, waving frantically. Thwack, thud. A plastic bottle full of damp water flies from the stands, slamming hard into the edge of the oak podium right at your feet, splashing freezing drops of water onto the hem of your expensive suit jacket. Next come crumpled pieces of paper and protest flyers, fluttering down like filthy snowflakes covering the stage. You stand rooted to the podium. Your hands grip the edges of the oak so tightly that your veins bulge blue, trembling slightly under the horrific physical pressure of the acoustic wave of hatred. Your heart skips beats continuously, your chest constricts breathlessly, and cold sweat runs down your ashen cheeks, washing away the concealer. You do not smile, you do not bow your head, you do not beg for forgiveness. You stand tall like an ancient stone monument amidst the storm of curses, your dark eyes staring sharply and coldly straight into the angry sea of humanity below. You let the booing and humiliation drag on for a full 3 minutes. You stand silently absorbing all the public stones, voluntarily offering your historical honor as kindling for the crowd's fury. You think to yourself in absolute apathy, keep screaming, pour all your resentment onto my head, because soon enough, you will all be on your knees at Marcus Cole's feet. When the booing begins to show signs of fatigue, you slowly raise the microphone, your tone even, hoarse, but echoing throughout the arena thanks to the high-capacity PA system. I hear your boos and I accept them. All the decisions to close the coal mines, the harsh executive orders of the past. They were all my decisions, and I alone bear the responsibility before history. I shouldered the darkness to keep this country surviving through crisis. I did not come here to beg for your forgiveness. You turn toward the stage wings, raising your trembling bare arm to point into the shadows behind you. But I came here to introduce to you the future of America. A man who has never compromised with Wall Street, who has never dirtied his hands in filthy pacts, a man who carries the blood of Ohio and will fight to return justice to you, Senator Marcus Cole. You step back into the shadows of the stage. The moment Marcus Cole steps out under the spotlights, wearing his modest frayed denim jacket, the entire bowl of the arena suddenly goes silent for a second, before erupting into a wave of boundless, fanatical cheering and applause. The extreme contrast between the ragged, dirty image of the sinner Adrian and the pure, saintly appearance of Marcus Cole, as an angel of salvation, creates a flawless psychological effect. The crowd of voters sobs, they hold up signs bearing Marcus's name, completely manipulated by the charade of the frayed shirt for the second time. Marcus steps closer to you. In front of dozens of live national broadcast lenses, he executes a polite, social hug, a hug full of political calculation to show succession, but also maintain a safe distance from a loser. You clearly feel Marcus's body tense and ice cold in your arms. He doesn't look you in the eye. You release him, slowly stepping back into the deep darkness of the black velvet curtain. You stand alone in the dark wings, watching your young protege shine brilliantly under thousands of camera flashes, receiving the adoring applause of 20,000 people who had just been cursing you minutes before. You take a sip of freezing cold water, bitter with the taste of beta blockers, your heart filled with a freezing apathy. You have just completed the act of turning yourself into the filthiest scapegoat shield on the planet, voluntarily staining yourself even deeper to buy a pure crown for Marcus Cole on this unforgiving chessboard. Violating the Espionage Act, the play in Youngstown was a success, but the final battle requires a weapon of mass destruction. 2:15 in the morning. The small reading room in the residence enters the most silent and freezing hours of the late night. The winter storm outside continues to howl, whipping freezing gusts of snow relentlessly against the 5-inch ballistic glass. Inside, the central heating radiates a dry warmth, smelling of static electricity and bitter coffee grounds that went cold long ago. The classic brass desk lamp casts a yellow, dim halo, only enough to illuminate a corner of the mahogany desk, leaving the rest of the room submerged in deep, distorted shadows. You sit silently in the presidential leather chair, one hand resting on your forehead, clearly feeling the slow, weak pulse at your temple. Resting dead center on the oak desk, beneath the solitary yellow halo, is a thin folder wrapped in a black leather jacket secured with a chrome-plated chain lock. Stamped on the cover of the folder are bright red, block-lettered seals denoting the highest security classification of the federal government. Top Secret SCI NOFORN ORCON. This is the NSA's Field Technical Surveillance Report, gathered through a top-secret signals intelligence operation targeting foreign trade representatives in Washington. The file contains verbatim transcripts of private conversations and shadow financial transactions of Governor Julian Harris, Marcus Cole's direct opponent in the general election. The documents prove Harris promised to concede tariff privileges at southern seaports to a Middle Eastern state investment fund in exchange for a massive $150 million political donation funneled into his super PAC. The rear door of the reading room opens softly. Marcus Cole enters. He is no longer wearing the working-class frayed denim jacket. He wears a perfectly tailored suit, his hair neatly combed in preparation for the final live debate tomorrow night. But as he steps near the desk, Marcus's eyes immediately lock onto the bright red seals on the black folder. His footsteps falter, his lips press tight, and his shoulders tremble slightly under the room's sterile air. "Mr. President, why did you call me here at this hour?" Marcus asks, his voice hoarse, trying to keep his tone calm even as his eyes overflow with absolute suspicion. You do not answer. You reach out your freezing bare hand, slowly turning the brass key to unlock the chain around the folder. The mechanical clash of the metal rings out with a dry, piercing clack in the quiet room. You flip open the first page, displaying the translated transcripts of Harris's encrypted calls. Harris is leading you by 3% in the polls, in the battleground states of Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, Marcus. Your battle in Youngstown last week was only enough to narrow the gap, not break him. Harris is still appearing before the public with the image of a decent patriot. But this is his jugular. You push the folder toward Marcus. The transcript of Harris's call with the Middle Eastern trade attaché. In here, it clearly shows the date, time, bank account numbers, and his commitments to sell out our seaport resources. Tomorrow night, during the national live debate, you just need to reveal this information to 70 million voters. Harris will be utterly destroyed. Marcus Cole stands rooted to the spot. He looks down at the red top-secret seals, his hands gripping the edge of the desk so tightly his fingernails turn white. He shakes his head tremblingly, taking a step back in sheer terror. "Adrian, you're insane. This is SCI compartmented intelligence from the NSA, under the Espionage Act of 1917, sharing or leaking top-secret national defense information to an unauthorized person is a severe federal felony. I am not the president yet. I do not have clearance for this document. If I announce this on live television, the FBI will arrest me the second I step off the debate stage." You smirk slightly, flashing a pale smile with zero warmth. You lean back in the leather chair, letting the shadows envelop your ragged, depleted face. Who will arrest you, Marcus? Mark Sullivan of the FBI? He is sitting in my noose. William Ross at DOJ? The guy who nodded his head to Harold to get the Attorney General's seat. Listen to me, Marcus. In this Washington, the law is just a tool for the strong to crush the weak. When you win the election, you will be the one appointing the new Attorney General. You will control the entire Department of Justice. There will be no investigation targeting you. But if you lose... You lean forward, bringing your ashen face close to his. If you lose, Harris will take power. He will use every national resource to expose your dark money transactions with Harold the other night, and both of us will receive life sentences in the ADX Florence Supermax prison. You do not have the privilege of making a moral choice right now. My signature on the Aegis executive order last night was the death warrant I shouldered for you. Now is the time for you to take this sword into your own hands. The room falls into a suffocating silence, leaving only the steady hum of the positive pressure HVAC system out in the hall. Marcus Cole stares at the black folder. You clearly see the brutal transformation in his eyes, the final battle between the proud self-esteem of a man who wants to be good and the cowardly survival instinct of someone who has already waded too deep into the mud. He knows that if he takes this folder, he will officially cross the most severe legal boundary in America, turning himself into a federal espionage criminal before he can even touch the throne. Marcus's arm trembles violently. He slowly reaches out, his palm gripping the rough leather flap of the top-secret folder, then decisively pulls it toward himself. I will send this document to a spokesperson to leak to the press as an anonymous source before the debate, Marcus Cole says, his tone suddenly dropping an octave, clear, indifferent, and cold as a sheet of ice. My signature will not be on any document. You take a step backward into the shadows of the reading room, your hands shoved deep into the pockets of your baggy sweatpants, watching the silhouette of your protege clutching the top-secret document and walking quickly out the rear door. You distinctly feel a freezing, soulless void gnawing at every corner of your mind. You have personally walked him past the point of no return, completing the molding of a new tyrant, just as dirty and ruthless as you, ready for the next Game of Thrones. The slap every calculation seemed perfect until the enemy's defense system countered. 4:15 in the morning, the Oval Office. The room is submerged in an atmosphere so stifling and tense that every breath feels as heavy as inhaling lead powder. The positive pressure HVAC system in the hall still hums steadily, but it cannot dispel the pungent smell of printer ink from the emergency press drafts resting on the resolute desk. The yellow, dim light of the brass desk lamp illuminates patches of sweat smeared across the antique mahogany surface. The side door leading to the West Wing corridor is suddenly shoved open violently. Marcus Cole bursts into the room. His face is ashen, completely drained of blood, his eyes wide and brimming with sheer terror and extreme outrage. His knuckles tremble so violently that the tablet in his hand nearly falls to the marble floor. He slams the tablet down hard on the oak desk, the metal clattering with an ear-piercing smash. "You set me up, Adrian. You set a trap for me," Marcus screams, his voice cracking with panic. "The newspapers just received a warning from the DOJ. FBI cryptography experts traced the digital footprint of that top-secret file. They didn't find an anonymous IP address. The trail leads straight back to the NSA storage server in Arlington. And worse, the decryption key used to extract that file belongs to the personal security account you gave me the night I walked into the SCIF bunker." Marcus leans forward, bracing both hands on the desk, pushing his face, slick with cold sweat, close to yours. "You knew this would happen. You intentionally used my decryption key to leak that document to the press, so that if anything went wrong, the entire Espionage Act investigation would drop right on my head, not yours. You wanted to use me as a sacrificial pawn for your ambition." You sit silently in the presidential leather chair, your back perfectly straight, your hands clasped together beneath your chin. Your heart beats in cold, emotionless rhythms like a slab of stone in a crypt. You look at Marcus screaming, watching the primal panic strip away his last shred of political composure. You do not feel the slightest bit of confusion or remorse. Your Machiavellian brain ran the survival calculus 10 minutes before you received the report from the NSA. You slowly stand up from the leather chair. You step closer to him, saying not a word. Smack, a devastating, ruthless, and dry slap rings out in the silent space of the Oval Office. The force of the blow is so strong that Marcus's face is whipped hard to the side. His body stumbles backward 2 steps, his back slamming into the edge of the armored leather armchair. The gold cufflink on the sleeve of your dress shirt grazes the corner of Marcus's mouth, leaving a small, bleeding cut on his pale skin. Marcus touches his swelling, red cheek, his eyes watering but brimming with ultimate contempt and shock. He stands frozen, staring at you, his breathing rapid and ragged. "Shut your mouth, Marcus, and stand up straight," you command, your voice even, razor-sharp, and cutting as a scalpel. You step closer to him, shoving both hands deep into the pockets of your baggy sweatpants, stepping on the small drop of blood that just fell onto the eagle rug. "You think I did this to protect myself? You think if the FBI walked into this room to arrest me tomorrow, your campaign would survive? If my name appears on a DOJ subpoena as the mastermind behind a classified leak, the entire party collapses. Billionaire Harold would instantly cut off your $300 million blood supply. Governor Harris of the opposition would take power, and the first thing he'd do is throw you in prison for complicity." You hiss each word, ironclad as a verdict nailed into his panicked mind. Tonight, you must step up and take full responsibility for this leak. You must declare to the press that you are the sole person who extracted and leaked that file. You did it out of patriotic duty, because you wanted to expose Harris's plot to sell out our seaports to a foreign power to protect national security. You are a brave hero, voluntarily sacrificing your career for the country. Marcus Cole shakes his head in despair, the bleeding corner of his mouth trembling violently. "No, Adrian. If I confess to federal espionage, I will be disqualified from running immediately. I will lose the presidency." "You will lose nothing, Marcus." You step closer, placing a freezing bare hand on his rigid shoulder, squeezing hard. "When you step up and confess, the voters in the South and the Midwest will revere you as a martyr. They will flock to the polls to vote for you in protest of the DOJ's investigation. And most importantly, I am still the sitting president of the United States until January 20th. At exactly 11:59 a.m. on that day, right before I step onto Marine One to leave, I will sign a full and unconditional presidential pardon for you." You lean in close to his ear, your voice soft but chilling to the bone. "The stain of espionage will be wiped completely clean legally before you even place your hand on the Bible to take the oath of office. You will walk into this room with the posture of an untouchable king, but to earn that salvation tonight, you must be my scapegoat." Marcus Cole stands frozen in the darkness of the room. The blood at the corner of his mouth has dried into a dark brown streak, contrasting violently with his pale skin. He realizes the most brutal truth of his life. You set a flawless trap from the very first day you brought him into the machine. You used this legal chain to bind his fate to your survival. He has no choice but to drop to his knees and carry the entire weight of the sin on his shoulders in exchange for the crown of power. Marcus Cole slowly bows his head, his shoulders slumping under the weight of his final moral surrender. He picks up the tablet on the desk, his tone suddenly dropping an octave, calm and cold as a sheet of ice. I will call Attorney General William Ross to prep the confession statement." You turn your back on him, walking back to the presidential leather chair behind the resolute desk, your heart filled with a freezing apathy. The closed loop of destiny has completed its most ruthless transition under your shadow. The bitter election night, the sacrifice and the sins finally bore fruit, but the sweet reward tasted bitterly astringent. 11:45 at night. The grand ballroom of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, Washington, D.C. The terrifying roar of over 5,000 people crammed below the stage hits your eardrums like a physical earthquake. The sound of trumpets, drums, and campaign music plays frantically, intermittently blasting through the ballroom's high-capacity PA system. On the center wall, the 3 massive LED screens of the national network simultaneously update the electoral vote count. Marcus Cole, 284 projected winner. Whoosh, tens of thousands of blue ribbons and glittering metallic confetti are fired from high-pressure air cannons on the ceiling, raining down like an artificial blizzard, clinging to shoulders, hair, and the polished wooden floor. The flashes from hundreds of international press cameras fire continuously, creating a blindingly bright white streak that scorches the air, smelling of champagne, gunpowder smoke from the confetti cannons, and the heat radiating from thousands of frenzied bodies. You stand in the dark corner behind the official podium, stepping back deep into the shadows of the massive lighting rigs. You wear a perfectly tailored, dark navy blue Brioni suit, trying to keep your back straight even as slight, uncontrollable shivers from your depleted body run continuously down your spine. Your face is ashen beneath the concealer, your dark, empty eyes staring fixedly at your protege. You came out here following standard party protocol, appearing beside the president-elect to signal the peaceful transfer of power and internal unity to the 70 million voters watching the live broadcast. Marcus Cole steps up to the podium amidst the bloodthirsty cheering of the crowd. He wears a flawless black suit, his hair neatly combed, reflecting the brilliant yellow lights. Marcus's face is radiant, overflowing with the aura of a saint, a savior who just achieved a historic miracle after you wiped clean all his legal stains on the night of the document leak. He spreads his arms wide to greet the voters, boldly reading a highly inspirational victory speech about a new, clean, and decent dawn for America. During the entire 20-minute speech, Marcus thanks his family, thanks the volunteers, thanks the impoverished coal miners who believed in him. But he does not mention your name a single time. Not one, President Adrian. Not one word of gratitude for the man who stood as the Senator's shield, absorbing all the rocks thrown in Youngstown to protect his purity. You are like an invisible ghost, a historical stain that Marcus's campaign is desperately trying to erase from the public eye. The speech concludes amidst a storm of deafening applause. Following the exact media script choreographed by the campaign team, you slowly step up the 3 stairs of the stage, approaching Marcus. A warm smile, mechanically adjusted by you, appears on your exhausted face. You proactively extend your freezing bare arm, your palm open to offer a congratulatory handshake and a historic embrace of transferring power in front of dozens of live broadcast lenses capturing the close-up. But right when your hand is just 10 centimeters from Marcus's jacket, a chill freezes your entire body on the spot. Marcus Cole slowly turns around. He sees your open hand. But Marcus's eyes hold absolutely no warmth, no gratitude or respect from the student of the past. His eyes are ashen, murky, and still as a frozen lake, the eyes of an apex predator who has finished learning every ruthless trick from his master. Marcus does not look at your hand. He breezes past you as if you are nothing but an invisible vacuum on the stage. He leans to his right, extending both arms to tightly embrace the Southern senator standing nearby, smiling brightly for CNN's Camera One. Your hand hangs suspended in midair under the blinding glare of the studio lights for exactly 2 seconds, long enough for 60 million television viewers to clearly see the humiliating rejection the sitting president is being subjected to. You slowly pull your empty hand back, shoving it deep into your suit pocket. Your facial muscles freeze beneath the makeup, refusing to allow yourself to expose any micro-reflex of embarrassment or ultimate indignation. A boundless coldness envelops your mind. The loop of power has closed itself in the most perfect and ruthless way. 15 years ago, you used this exact same cruelty to stab your mentor, Thomas, in the back to steal the nomination. And tonight, right at the victorious peak of the game of succession, the cold-blooded entity you personally molded using lies and administrative violence has turned around, plunging the first fatal knife into the back of his mentor to prove his fake purity to the world. Marcus Cole has graduated from your training course with flying colors. He has become a true, ruthless ruler, ready to trample the one who lifted him up in order to survive. You turn your back to the blinding stage lights, trudging alone into the deep darkness of the wings, leaving the frantic cheering behind you. You stand solitary in the dark corner, looking at the dried blood on the corner of Marcus's mouth glowing under the flashes, accepting the most bitter conclusion of your life. The final letter, everything is settled. The wheel of power prepares to welcome a new master. 11:30 in the morning, January 20th. Inauguration day for the new president. The Oval Office is empty, cold, and terrifyingly still. All personal belongings, books, and the portraits of Andrew Jackson and Abraham Lincoln that you brought in here on your first day have been cleared out since last night, leaving only darker patches on the dark, silk-papered walls, the invisible scars of a dynasty that has just receded into the shadows. The antique oak resolute desk stands solitary in the center of the room, its polished, scratch-free surface gathering a faint layer of fine dust under the pale winter dawn of Washington. You sit behind the historic desk one last time. You are wearing your most modest, dark navy blue suit, no gold cufflinks, no glittering presidential lapel pin on your jacket. Your chest seizes slightly, your heart beating slowly and laboriously. Your ragged, depleted body right now is like an hourglass that has run out of its final grains of vitality. You have exactly 30 minutes left before the supreme power of the American superpower is officially transferred to someone else. You reach out a trembling bare arm, pulling a piece of thick, embossed stationery bearing the gold seal of the office of the president. You pick up the gold-nibbed Montblanc fountain pen, the very murder weapon you used to sign 17 executive orders and veto Marcus's own light bill. You remember the first day you stepped into this room, when you casually set fire to the traditional letter from your predecessor preaching humility. You smirk slightly, a faint smile overflowing with a freezing self-awareness. You set the nib to the paper, the pen shrieking dryly, leaving your final, carefully handwritten words for Marcus Cole. Marcus, welcome to hell. This room is not a palace of dominance. It is the most fortified, gold-plated prison on the planet, where the system will strip away your wife and child, your freedom, and ultimately your last shred of a clean soul. Don't try to be a good man here. Just try to survive, Titan. You fold the paper, slipping it into a pristine white envelope, using your fingertip to press the seal shut. On the front of the envelope, you write in sharp black ink, to the incoming President of the United States. You place the envelope dead center on the empty, resolute desk, exactly the way your predecessor left it for you 4 years ago. You stand up, button your suit jacket, and walk slowly out of the Oval Office through the side door leading to the West Wing corridor. Down the silent marble hallway, the entire White House staff, administrative aides, and Secret Service agents of the Presidential Protective Division stand in 2 rows lining the path. They do not boo, they do not curse like the crowd outside. They stand in silence, giving you polite, measured, and sterile applause in perfect accordance with the diplomatic protocol reserved for a former president with an 11% approval rating. You walk past them, nodding slightly, your face cold as marble, betraying not a single micro-expression of emotion. You step out the rear door of the West Wing, welcoming the freezing Washington winter wind slapping hard against your stinging face. On the empty south lawn, the military helicopter bearing the tail number VH-3DC King, known to the world as Marine One, is idling, waiting. The deafening roar of the massive spinning rotors tears through the silent space, blowing dry pine needles and dirty snowflakes off the ground straight into the hem of your wool coat. The powerful lift from the engine makes your frail chest vibrate slightly. You step up the metal stairs of the aircraft. At the threshold of the helicopter, you stop for a second, turning to look back at the White House one last time. The 5-inch ballistic glass of the south-facing Oval Office reflects the weak, hazy winter sun like a ghost standing guard over the nation. You step into the armored cabin, sitting down on the familiar VIP leather chair. The door of the aircraft closes with a deep, heavy thud, shutting out all the freezing Washington air outside. The helicopter takes off, soaring into the gray sky of the Capitol. Through the small window of the aircraft, you look down. The snow-white White House gradually shrinks, becoming a nameless dot amidst the desolate lawn. A few blocks away, at the brightly lit Capitol building, you can see tens of thousands of tiny black dots. The crowd of voters gathering to prepare to watch Marcus Cole place his hand on the Bible to take the oath of office. You lean your head back against the leather chair, squeezing your eyes shut as the steady roar of the engine lifts you far away from the center of world power. Your most glorious and darkest chapter of life has officially closed in the freezing silence of history, returning you to the empty void of a man who sold his soul completely to buy a tattered crown. Chapter 8, The Dead Silence. The deafening silence. 5:29 in the morning. In the master bedroom of the classic oak cabin in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, a thick, freezing darkness envelops everything. The silence of the wild high mountains in the dead of winter is like a thick sheet of ice, freezing the very movement of time, letting no sound of everyday life seep through. You lie on your back on a standard mattress, a rough ash-gray wool blanket pulled up to your chest, your eyes wide open, glued to the natural wood grains on the dim ceiling. Your body doesn't wait for the digital alarm clock on the nightstand to change its numbers. It automatically jolts awake exactly 1 minute prior. This isn't the natural alertness of a fresh, energetic morning. It is a brutal biological reflex, a broken and glitching autonomous defense mechanism of a nervous system that was forced to run at absolute maximum capacity for 4 straight years. A split second before your conscious mind can even register the surrounding space, your body is instantly stimulated, pumping a rushing heat of tension into your bloodstream. The waking response rushes, stinging through your veins, but this time it finds no target or crisis to defuse. Your chest seizes violently, as if someone is pulling a rope tight around your ribcage. You gasp, trying to pull in a deep breath, but your lungs only receive the freezing air, reeking of dry pine wood and the frost clinging to the cracks in the wall. Your trachea burns. Your stomach knots, churning up a biological nausea, bitter with the taste of gastric acid. Your heart beats slowly but heavily at 55 beats per minute, each thud echoing directly against your eardrums like a hammer striking a coffin in an empty room. Out of a hard-to-break habit, you reach your trembling bare arm out from under the wool blanket, fumbling in the dark to find the red secure phone from the White House Communications Agency. But your fingers only touch the rough, freezing pine wood of the nightstand, coated in a fine layer of dust. There is no red phone here. There is no military officer holding the nuclear football waiting out in the hall. There is no daily intelligence brief packed with apocalyptic threats, satellite photos of missile silos in Siberia, or malicious code waiting to destroy the national grid. Everything around you is submerged in an absolute silence. It is a mechanical, profound, and suffocating silence that makes your eardrums ache. Your nervous system panics, frantically spinning to find a familiar sound to latch onto. You try to listen, but your hearing is completely blacked out. You crave the steady, emotionless, ultra-high-frequency hum of the positive pressure HVAC system in the West Wing. The sterile air that once drained your vitality is now what your instinct demands to re-establish a sense of security. There is no hum of machinery. There are no soft, definitive footsteps of 2 Secret Service agents patrolling the mahogany hallway. There is no microscopic crackle of encrypted radio frequencies leaking from their coiled earpieces, nor the wail of police escorts sirens out on Pennsylvania Avenue. There is only the low, solitary whistle of the winter wind sweeping through the wild pines outside, and the dry, cracking sound of the old cabin's oak wood under the pressure of the negative 15-degree cold. Slowly placing your 2 bare feet onto the pine floorboards, the freezing physical stimulation from the rough wood sends a violent shiver through your body. Your back aches, your joints popping with dry, exhausted cracks as you try to pull your depleted body up. You tiptoe across the thin wool rug, stepping into the cabin's private bathroom. You flick the light switch. The pale yellow light from the shaving mirror blazes to life, illuminating your ragged face. The entity staring back at you in the mirror is a broken ghost in every sense. The skin is ashen, pale, deeply scarred by time and chronic stress. Dark, bruised circles hang heavily under your eyes like 2 emotionless black holes, holding the accumulated fatigue of thousands of sleepless nights. And most terrifyingly, at both temples, the gray hair has aggressively spread, forming 2 stark white streaks that contrast violently with your naturally dark hair from the days when you wore a frayed flannel shirt to deliver demagogic speeches in Ohio. The physical devastation of the presidency is exposed nakedly on every facial muscle fiber, every wrinkle around the corners of your mouth. You turn the faucet, freezing water babbles through your fingers. You cup a large handful of water and splash it hard against your face, searching for a fake signal of alertness. But the cold drops running down your cheeks only make you feel more acutely the eternal coldness enveloping your life. Stepping out of the bathroom, you stagger down the narrow hallway leading to the ranch's living room. The expansive, classic Western mountain-style living room appears under the pale, gray dawn. There is no chief usher carrying a silver tray with the $18,000 service invoice for the first month. There is no butler, no White House chef ready to wake up at 1 in the morning to make you a 5-star chicken sandwich. Everything you want to eat or drink right now, you have to make yourself. Approaching the rough wooden kitchen table, you turn the tap to fill an electric kettle. The rush of water and the hum of the kettle coming to a boil are the only sounds breaking the silent pressure of the house. You personally scoop a few spoons of cheap ground coffee into a metal filter, watching the hot water drip through, rising in a thin wisp of steam smelling of damp coal smoke. You no longer have to pay the $18,000 invoice. Your personal account is no longer directly deducted by the White House Management Office. But the humiliation and indignity of obscurity are far more brutal than the system's financial extortion. You sit on a simple wooden chair, taking a sip of the bitter black coffee. The bitterness clings to your throat, making you realize you have been stripped of all the privileges. The luxurious diplomatic favors of a man standing at the pinnacle of power return to being a useless, lonely old man in this desolate cabin. You stand up, taking your coffee cup toward the large glass window facing the south lawn of the ranch. Unlike the thick, 5-layer bulletproof glass with its characteristic pale green tint in the West Wing, where the outside world was slightly refracted and distorted into a gray, soulless documentary film, the glass in this cabin is thin and absolutely transparent. You can clearly see every thick snowflake falling out there, see the wild stretch of grass buried under the white snow, and the rocky mountain ridges standing like massive tombstones amidst the hazy mist. The real world through this lens looks more vivid, but it is distant and terrifyingly silent. You don't hear the wind whistling through the pines, nor the thunderous roar of the high mountain blizzards. And worse than that, as your eyes scan past the wooden fence marking the property line, you see the dark silhouettes of 2 armored SUVs parked silently beneath the snow-covered pines, exactly 100 yards from your house. 2 Secret Service agents, wearing thick black windbreakers over soft body armor, holding massive binoculars, are continuously sweeping the house to monitor your every movement. By mandatory regulation, former presidents are permanently prohibited from refusing government protection. They are salaried agents ensuring that you, an asset, a historical relic holding the nation's highest secrets, are never allowed to make an independent movement outside the system's control. The sniper muzzles out there aren't just pointed outward looking for threats. They are constantly locked onto the 3 glass windows of the cabin to ensure you remain in your invisible glass cage. You have left the White House, but that gold-plated iron cage stretches for thousands of miles, expanding its borders all the way to the Wyoming wilderness to imprison your soul forever. Taking a step back, you set the cold coffee cup down on the table. A freezing, empty helplessness invades your mind. You realize you just personally completed the transition from an arrogant messiah ruling the sky to a pet kept in a wild nature preserve for the system to observe and protect. You stand there, isolated, haggard, and completely torn apart inside your old hoodie, listening to the electric kettle click off with a cold snap, returning the room to the deafening, absolutely emotionless silence of the first day living under the shadow of a lost golden era. The phantom ring syndrome. The emptiness of the morning dragged on endlessly, draining whatever fragile vitality remained until dusk threatened to fall. 3 in the afternoon. Sunset in Jackson Hole arrives early and as brutally as an axe chopping into the sky. The pale, yellow winter sun is quickly swallowed by leaden gray clouds, plunging the ranch's living room into a dim, melancholic atmosphere. The chill from the cracks in the wooden doors begins creeping deep into the room, clinging to the floorboards, extinguishing what little warmth remains from the unlit fireplace. You remain sitting motionless in the worn leather armchair, your hands shoved deep into the pockets of your gray hoodie. Suddenly, a sharp, high-frequency nerve impulse strikes directly into your eardrums. Ring, ring, ring. It is the violent, piercing shriek of the secure red phone. That special, needle-sharp audio frequency, the sound that used to yank you out of fitful sleep at 3 in the morning to face dangerous alerts, now rings out clearly, bouncing off the pine walls of the living room. Your body reacts with a terrifyingly perfect biological instinct. Your heart instantly jolts, skyrocketing from 60 to 130 beats per minute in less than 2 seconds. Your defense mechanism, which was dozing in a state of exhaustion, is immediately hyperactivated, pumping boiling hot blood into your veins. Your chest seizes violently. You hold your breath, your mouth tasting the bitter metallic tang of gastric reflux, your shoulders turning rigid as stone. Lunging forward, pulling your hands out of your pockets, you reach out into the empty space in front of you to snatch the red receiver. Your hand grabs onto a freezing, empty vacuum. Your fingers graze the dusty pine coffee table, knocking over an empty ceramic mug. The mug falls onto the rug with a dull, solitary thud. The ringing of the phone vanishes instantly, returning the room to a deathly, chilling silence. There was no ringing. There was no emergency call from command. It was merely a cruel auditory hallucination, the byproduct of a nervous system permanently damaged and reprogrammed after 4 years of constantly living in a state of extreme fight-or-flight survival. You sit rigid on the edge of the leather armchair, both arms still hovering in the dim void. A sudden, energy-draining shock rips through your body. The hot blood surging in your veins quickly runs cold, draining from your 10 fingertips and toes, leaving behind the most genuine physical sensation of freezing numbness. Cold sweat immediately breaks out, soaking your frayed hoodie and drenching the back of your thin shirt. An involuntary shiver courses through your entire body. Your hands, the hands that once signed executive orders reshaping the economy or crushing the opposition's coup, are now trembling violently, completely out of control like the muscles of a terminal neurodegenerative patient. You realize you are experiencing the true neurological necrosis of a withdrawal addict. For 4 years sitting in the seat of supreme power, your body was mutated into a biological machine running on stress. Every grueling 18-hour day in hell was an endless chain of high-dose chemical stimuli. The fear of impeachment, the thrill of manipulating the media, the suffocating pressure of life-or-death decisions in the situation room. Your body had to work in overdrive to constantly flood your blood with stress chemicals just to keep you alert, sharp, and clinically apathetic. And now, thrown back into the normal life of an isolated civilian in Wyoming, that supply of stimuli has been abruptly and entirely cut off. Your autonomic nervous system cannot adapt to this sudden shift. It falls into a state of panic. Your brain is screaming for a crisis, a threat, a grand lie, anything that can trigger the body to release stress hormones into your blood to sustain life. This chemical deficit ravages your flesh no differently than the withdrawal of a street-level junkie. Dull, agonizing aches deep in your marrow, a constant biological nausea, bouts of bronchial spasms that leave you gasping for air, and an utter exhaustion in every muscle fiber, every joint. Struggling to your feet to light the fireplace, you seek a bit of physical warmth to dispel the chill freezing your chest. You stagger toward the corner of the room, picking up a piece of dry pine wood and tossing it into the marble hearth. Pulling the familiar gold-plated lighter from your pocket, you try to spark a flame. Click, click, click. Your slightly trembling hands cannot hold the lighter steady. The metal wheel slips under your freezing thumb, unable to generate a single spark. The solid gold lighter slips from your grasp, hitting the marble floor with a piercing clack that echoes dryly in the silent room. You drop to your knees, pressing your hands against the cold stone. Bowing your head to look at the lighter lying dormant in the dim light, tears suddenly well up in your eyes, rolling down your ashen cheeks and falling onto the stone to create dark, wet stains. These are not tears of penance or grief for lost lives. They are the tears of absolute physical impotence. You, the man who once commanded carrier strike groups in the Pacific, who made the very sky hold its breath for a fighter jet's barrel roll, now kneel here, ragged and whimpering in the dark, lacking even the muscle control in your own arm to strike a flame to keep yourself warm. Supreme power didn't just take away your daughter's love or your best friend's respect. It permanently destroyed the biological structure of your body. It turned you into a crippled chain to a perpetual craving for stress. You pick up your fragile personal smartphone. Its screen is blank, pale blue, and absolutely silent. Staring at the screen, a dark, sick ambition surges in your gut. You crave a war to break out there. You crave a cyber attack to crash the Wall Street financial markets. You crave a new virus variant to erupt. You want the outside world to plunge into horrifying chaos, just so this phone will vibrate, just so Marcus Cole has to call begging for help, just so you can breathe again that sterile air coated in the familiar stress toxins of the past. The toxicity of power addiction reveals its true nature. It turns you into a demon craving the destruction of your own people simply to satisfy the chemical needs of a depleted nervous system. Throwing the phone onto the wool rug, you crawl closer to the worn leather armchair, pulling the rough wool blanket tightly over your head to hide from the darkness slowly swallowing the room. You lie curled up in your wooden cage, your entire body shivering in waves under the bone-chilling mountain cold, listening to your pulse hammering directly against your dry eardrums, completely powerless against the brutal withdrawal of a power addiction that is mincing your soul and flesh. Shadow diplomacy night falls, bringing a bone-chilling cold, but the physical torment has temporarily subsided. 11 o'clock at night. The private office on the second floor of the ranch is submerged in a silent, suffocating atmosphere. Unlike the rustic simplicity of the bedroom or living room below, this space has been secretly transformed by you into a miniature information command center. Under the cold, piercing blue light radiating from 3 massive flat-screen monitors, radio decryptors and specialized satellite routers, cleverly concealed behind oak bookshelves, are running continuously. The steady hum of server cooling fans bouncing off the thick wood-paneled walls sounds dry, exactly like the obnoxious background noise of the West Wing's HVAC system of years past. The physical panic from the afternoon has passed, giving way to a cold, tactical ambition rising strongly within your cerebral cortex. You refuse to accept being pushed to the margins of history. A deeply rooted pride will not allow you to sit idly by while that young upstart Marcus Cole, the protege you personally molded with lies, gets drunk on the aura of power and issues foreign policies in Eastern Europe and the Middle East that you deem naive and delusional. To relieve the thirst for power burning in your gut, you decide to start playing the most dangerous game for a former president, shadow interference. Reaching out your bare hand, your fingers having regained their cold stability after the spasms, you glide quickly over the keyboard of a secure computer connected to an encrypted communications network routed through proxy servers in Europe. This is a highly secure gray zone communications channel you secretly kept for yourself, completely off the grid from intelligence agencies or the State Department. You use it to maintain contact with the ghosts of international diplomacy, foreign ambassadors, global energy tycoons, and even veteran operatives of hostile nations with whom you once struck deals in the dark. Beep, the center screen displays a successful connection signal. The video call interface flashes a soulless dark gray band before the face of Ambassador Anatoly, a senior diplomat of the Volkov administration in Washington, appears under dim lighting. Anatoly is in his 50s, with the sharp, narrow eyes of an intelligence expert and a meticulously trimmed mustache. He isn't wearing formal diplomatic attire. He is sitting in a private, cigar-scented study, holding a crystal glass. When he sees your ashen face and stark white temples displayed on his screen, the corner of Anatoly's mouth curves into a faint smile, brimming with condescending mockery. Good evening, former President Adrian. I am very surprised to receive a signal from your Wyoming coordinates at this hour. I thought you were busy enjoying the pastoral life and horseback riding on the prairies. Leaning back into your old leather chair, hands clasped tightly under your chin, you are entirely unfazed by his sarcasm. You project the calm, fluid tone of a man who still believes he controls the board. Anatoly, skip the meaningless pleasantries. I called you because I know your Volkov administration is preparing to block Marcus Cole's gas pipeline project in the Baltic Sea next week. Anatoly takes a small sip of liquor, his eyes narrowing dangerously. The merger agreement you signed before leaving the White House left a massive legal void. Your sitting president is trying to use new economic sanctions to strangle our subsidiaries. We are simply protecting our interests. This is a matter for the current administration, Adrian. You no longer possess the legal standing to interfere in this game. You smirk, a dry chuckle filled with the illusion of power resurrecting fiercely within your chest. You lean forward, bringing your ashen face close to the webcam. Legal standing. Anatoly, you've been in Washington long enough to know that the law is just a tool for the naive fools on Capitol Hill. Marcus Cole is threatening you with sanctions, yes, but he is a moral paranoiac. He lacks the ruthlessness to sign emergency financial blockade orders targeting your central banks like I once did. I still control 30 votes from core senators through my faction's dark money pack. Tapping your index finger lightly on the oak desk, you continue. Tell Volkov, do not back down from Cole's public threats on television. Proceed with the field naval exercises in the Eastern Buffer Zone next Thursday to test his resolve. I will covertly direct my faction in the Senate to vote down Cole's military aid package for Eastern Europe on Friday. When that happens, Cole will be completely isolated and forced to sign the concession pact we established 2 years ago. Anatoly stares at you through the screen for 5 seconds of dead silence. Astonishment is clear in the gray eyes of the old diplomatic fox. He realizes you aren't crazy or senile from depression. You are committing the most naked act of treason in political history, directly violating federal law by covertly negotiating with a foreign government to sabotage the lawful foreign policy of a sitting president. But to you, the law is just a scrap of paper. You convince yourself with a cold, cunning rationalization. Marcus Cole is destroying the fragile peace of the world with his naive arrogance. My covert strings, re-establishing the balance of power with Volkov, are the only way to protect America from an apocalyptic war. A very bold move, Adrian, Anatoly says slowly, his voice dropping a register, full of respect laced with danger. I will relay this proposal directly to Chairman Volkov. If you keep your word regarding the senators, we will have a seat of honor prepared for you in the shadows of the new chessboard. Do not disappoint me, Anatoly, you say coldly, then decisively hit the disconnect button. The massive screen goes black, returning the office to the dim shadows cast by the moonlight shining through the thin glass window. A massive chemical high runs through your nervous system, warming a chest that had been freezing cold. Your heart beats rapidly at 85 beats per minute, bold and full of energy. Standing up, you walk to the window and look down at the desolate snow valley below. You no longer look at the dark silhouettes of the 2 cars out by the pines with helplessness or agony. You smirk, a cold smile. You think to yourself, Marcus, you think sitting in the Oval Office makes you king. You think you can steal my crown and banish me to the shadows. No. You are just a puppet dancing on the glittering stage I built. And I am the one pulling the strings of this entire world from right inside this desolate wooden cabin. The insane arrogance once again clings to your soul, blinding your reason. You have no idea that the dirty, treacherous game you just triggered tonight is leaving massive digital footprints all over the national intelligence servers, ready for a lightning-fast counterstrike from the sitting president. The leak scandal and the Proteges slap, but that illusion of control doesn't last long. 4 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Outside the private office window, the wild blizzard once again descends on Jackson Hole. Howling, freezing gusts whip frantically against the thin glass, blanketing the space in a white, blinding haze of frost and ice. Inside, the pale, sickly green light from the monitors still blinks soullessly, illuminating your tense, ashen face. Ring, ring. The ring of the personal phone on the mahogany desk abruptly goes off. The sharp, dry sound hits the quiet space, cutting through the steady hum of the server cooling fans. You jolt slightly, your heart rate instantly spiking to 80 beats per minute. Reaching out a freezing bare hand to pick up the phone, the screen displays no caller ID, only the emotionless block letters announcing a call from the White House switchboard. Pressing the phone to your ear, the characteristic static of an encrypted high-altitude radio link crackles, followed by the flat, soulless voice of the afternoon shift operator. Former President, we have a secure call patched directly from the Oval Office. Please hold. Click, the mechanical click cuts in. But on the other end of the line, there is no polite greeting using a respectful title. There is only shallow, rapid breathing full of rage, and a deathly silence that stretches for 3 seconds. And then Marcus Cole's voice speaks. It no longer carries the warm, ideal-filled tone of your former protege. Marcus's voice now is ironclad, sharp as broken glass, and devoid of a single trace of emotion. the clinical, apathetic tone of a true ruler who has achieved perfect assimilation with the seat of power. "Adrian, shut your mouth and listen to me," Marcus says, every word hissing through teeth trembling with rage. You freeze in the leather chair. Your chest seizes slightly, a sudden spike in blood pressure making your temples throb violently. The arrogance of the puppet master behind the curtain is doused with a bucket of ice water. You snarl, "Marcus, what tone are you using to speak to me? Have you forgotten who put you in that room, who cleaned up your garbage?" "I said, shut your mouth," Marcus shouts into the phone, a sharp roar carrying the absolute authority of the sitting U.S. president, completely crushing your words. You clearly hear a hand slam hard onto the oak desk on the other end, echoing straight into the speaker. The New York Times just published an exclusive draft for this Sunday's edition on their homepage 15 minutes ago. The entire hidden tax file, the secret bank statements from your shell packs, and the shadow executive orders you signed for the Billionaire Herald that night, it has all been permanently leaked. The hot blood in your body abruptly runs cold, draining from your 10 freezing fingertips. "Leaked? How is that possible?" You stammer, your tactical brain instantly plunging into utter panic as the worst-case scenarios render themselves. "Because you are a washed-up, paranoid old man, Adrian," Marcus sneers, a pale laugh brimming with ultimate contempt for his former mentor. "You thought you were the only one who knew how to use the all-seeing eye. My cybersecurity team detected your unauthorized access footprints in the system 2 weeks ago. Your entire diplomatic backchannel with Ambassador Anatoly in Switzerland last night was locked down and recorded in full." Marcus follows up with ruthless psychological punches, entirely shattering your self-esteem and massive ego. You violated federal law. You independently negotiated with a hostile nation to sabotage my administration's sanctions policy. You turned yourself into a literal traitor, but I am not letting you drag me down into the mud with you. I signed a special cooperation agreement with the Department of Justice this morning. The entire investigation will focus solely on one man, former President Adrian. I will release all your documents and tax records to the Judiciary Committee. You will be the sole scapegoat, bearing the responsibility for every stain of this dynasty before history. A profound, ultimate humiliation invades your mind. It feels exactly like a physical, thunderous slap across the face in the middle of a brightly lit room, leaving your face burning, your ears ringing, and your chest constricted. You realize the most brutal and perfect reality of the power loop. The young wolf you personally molded with lies and treachery has now grown enough fangs to turn around and rip its mentor's throat out to protect its own political survival. Marcus had memorized your lesson perfectly. Fire your allies and trample the one who lifted you up for macro survival. "Marcus, you can't do this," you rasp, the exhausted, impotent voice of a manipulator watching his world collapse. "If you destroy me, Harold will." "Harold signed an immunity agreement with me 2 hours ago, Adrian," Marcus cuts in, using the terrifyingly calm tone of the new master of the board. He chose to stand with the man holding the actual executive fountain pen, not a ragged former president in Wyoming. Marcus takes a deep breath, his next words ringing ice cold, officially reading the death warrant for your political career. "From this second forward, I'm officially cutting off all your remaining ties and influence over this administration. I have signed the order permanently revoking your right to receive emergency intelligence briefs. The Secret Service detail protecting you in Wyoming has been ordered to alter their security protocols. They are no longer protecting you. They are prison wardens who will monitor every call, every guest stepping into your ranch. Any call from your number to the White House switchboard will be permanently blocked. If you dare breathe a word to the press or Anatoly about the gas pipeline, I will sign the order for agents to arrest you for treason the very next day." Marcus drops his voice to a whisper, but it hits like a hammer nailing shut the coffin of your power. "Farewell, former president, your game is over." Click, the steady, soulless dial tone echoes back through the speaker of your personal phone. The line is completely severed. The private office at the ranch abruptly plunges into a deathly, permanently melancholic silence. You sit rigid on the old leather presidential chair, the arm holding the phone slowly dropping to your side. The phone slips from your hand, falling onto the wool rug without a sound. The humiliation and ultimate indignation strangle your chest, completely extinguishing the final sliver of human warmth left in your veins. Dropping to your knees with both hands on the pine desk, you bow your head beneath the cold blue light of the monitors slowly powering down remotely. The emotional wound from his cold shoulder on election night has now been gouged by Marcus Cole into a bleeding, permanent gash. You personally created a dirty, ruthless clone of yourself, only to receive its treacherous blade in absolute silence out in the wilderness. Stripped of power, the severing doesn't stop with a phone call. 8 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. The blizzard of the previous day has retreated, leaving a calm Jackson Hole Valley covered in a thick, pristine layer of snow, sparkling under the cold morning sun of the mountains. The sky is pale blue without a cloud, but the negative 10-degree cold still freezes all movements of nature. You sit in the old armchair on the wooden porch of the ranch, both hands shoved deep into the pockets of your frayed gray hoodie, staring blankly down the trail leading from the highway into the estate. By an unbending ritual established the day you left the White House, exactly at 8:00 a.m. every Thursday, an armored intelligence agency vehicle glides through the thick snow and parks before your porch. A special liaison officer steps out, carrying a secure leather briefcase locked with a lead chain. Inside that briefcase is the Emergency Intelligence Summary, a traditional privilege granted to all living former presidents to maintain connection with global strategic movements. It is the final biological chain tethering you to the aura of the past. It is the mild sedative helping you survive the deafening silence of Wyoming. Crunch, crunch. The sound of the familiar vehicle's chained tires grinding against the frozen snow echoes from afar, breaking the silence of the pine forest. The vehicle glides stealthily, turning into the ranch's driveway and stops right near the wooden steps. Your heart rate instantly spikes to 85 beats per minute. An intense, desperate thirst for information surges through your nervous system, drying your mouth. You lean forward, eyes locked onto the door of the armored car as it slowly opens. But stepping out is Holt, the special agent in charge of the field division, accompanied by 2 Secret Service agents in crisp suits. Holt's face is square, ashen like stone, his eyes cold and emotionless behind classic black aviators. He is not carrying the leather briefcase containing intelligence documents. Holt walks with steady steps onto the snow-covered wooden porch, stopping exactly 2 meters from your armchair. He doesn't bow, doesn't offer a respectful greeting. He stands straight with the sterile bearing of a federal bureaucrat, pulling a crisp, rigid white envelope from his coat pocket. "Good morning, Adrian," Holt says, his tone cold, naked, and emotionless as a freezing sheet of metal. He holds the envelope out toward you. "I am here to serve a special administrative directive from the National Security Council, approved and signed directly by President Marcus Cole at 5 o'clock this morning." Your chest instantly tightens as if crushed by an iron chain around your ribs. Gasping for a deep breath of the freezing morning air, you reach out a slightly trembling bare hand and snatch the envelope. Tearing it open, you pull out a White House certificate bearing a gold embossed seal. The crisp text printed on the thick paper hits your eyes like a knife, slashing away your final mask. Administrative Directive 14,109. Revocation of access and clearance to top-secret intelligence for former President Adrian. Pursuant to emergency technical surveillance reports regarding the risk of national security leaks and violations of the Surveillance Act. I, Marcus Cole, sitting President of the United States, officially order the permanent and unconditional revocation of the privilege to receive the President's daily brief, the weekly intelligence summaries, and all information access clearance for former President Adrian, effective immediately. You stand rooted to the spot. The thin piece of paper in your hand now feels as heavy as a massive boulder completely crushing your spine. The hot blood in your body abruptly runs cold, draining from your 10 freezing fingertips. Ultimate humiliation, indignity, and impotence scorch your chest, rising to your ears with a bitter taste. Your unauthorized covert communications with Ambassador Anatoly last night crossed the red line. Holt looks you dead in the eye, his tone showing no hesitation or fear. President Cole has decided. You are a Tier 1 threat. From this second forward, you are officially and permanently cut off from every access point to the nation's information systems. Tilting his head slightly, Holt delivers a brutal follow-up. Furthermore, sir, under the newly established security protocols, the 2 protective vehicles stationed out by the Pines have received new orders. They are no longer here to protect a respected former president. They are here to establish an information isolation perimeter. Any broadcasting devices, unauthorized satellite routers, or gray zone communication networks you set up in the basement will be confiscated and destroyed by a technical team at 12 noon today. Please prepare to cooperate. You look at Holt, looking at the 2 agents standing behind him with their sidearms ready at their hips. Your supreme power, the nuclear codes you once played with like a doll, the arrogance of forcing the whole world to kneel, all of it has vanished permanently into the void. You realize a deeply profound and sick truth about your life. The death of power doesn't happen with a resounding gunshot or a massive impeachment trial splashed across the front pages. It happens in the absolute, sterile silence of a thin administrative decision, bearing the signature of the very man who used to obediently obey you. Marcus Cole had personally extinguished the final light. He stripped you of your eyes and ears, turning you into a creature permanently blind, deaf, and mute to the movements of the world. You are no longer a player, you are no longer a pawn. You are just a harmless historical ruin locked inside an invisible glass cage, guarded more tightly than anywhere else on Earth. I understand. You may execute the order, you say, your tone calm, terrifyingly empty without a single tremor. Thank you for your cooperation, Adrian. Holt bows slightly, pivots, and walks briskly down the wooden steps, joining the 2 agents to board the black armored vehicle. The engine starts, the tires grinding hard against the snow with a dry crunch, and lurches away, disappearing behind the wild pines of the valley, returning the ranch to the permanent, deathly silence of a desolate morning. You sit alone on the old armchair. Your eyes are glued to the executive directive bearing Marcus Cole's signature, trembling slightly in your hand under the cold morning sun. You know the official end to all your luxurious privileges of power is complete, pushing you into the ultimate mental breakdown of a man completely stripped of his soul. The face in the mirror and the tearful withdrawal, the reality of being completely stripped bare weighed heavily on your mind throughout the long day, until night fell once more. 12 o'clock midnight. The historic oak cabin in Jackson Hole Valley is sinking deep into a dark, freezing, and absolutely silent vacuum. The wild blizzard outside ended long ago, leaving only biting gusts of wind sweeping through the pines, occasionally whipping against the tiled roof with a solitary rustle. In the detached bathroom at the end of the second-floor hallway, there is no glittering chandelier, no warm sterility from a high-end HVAC system. The only light comes from a large wax candle set on the edge of the Italian marble sink, casting dancing, distorted shadows on the polished wood walls with every gust of wind slipping through the cracks. You stand with your head bowed over the sink, your bare hands freezing, slick with cold sweat, gripping the cold marble edge to keep your ragged, exhausted body from collapsing onto the floor. 15 minutes ago, the technical team finished confiscating and destroying all the covert communication equipment in your basement, per Marcus Cole's administrative directive from this morning. They left as silently as security ghosts, locking the basement door and returning the ranch to its permanent, deafening silence. Information privileges are entirely gone. Your eyes and ears have been completely choked off. The chemical thirst that persisted for 4 years now has no outlet to cling to, triggering a wave of neurological necrosis, ravaging your body more violently than any day since leaving power. You slowly look up, staring straight into your reflection in the large mirror clouded with opaque steam. The flickering candlelight strikes your face, exposing a naked, humiliating, and utterly shattered reality. The entity looking back in the mirror is no longer the great leader, no longer the tyrant radiating an aura of power, capable of dictating the world with a pen's stroke. That entity is a useless, crippled old man over 50, whose face is carved with the bleeding, deep scars of time. Eyes sunk into dark, black holes, empty and soulless. The 2 stark white streaks of hair at the temples glow under the flickering candlelight like a curse nailed into your flesh. Reaching a slightly trembling hand toward the mirror, you use your palm to slowly wipe away the opaque steam clinging to the glass. The warm vapor dissipates, revealing your own bloodshot, red-streaked eyes. You stare directly into those eyes, the eyes that once watched your mentor fall without a flicker of hesitation years ago, the eyes that coldly ordered the abandonment of dozens of lives in Eastern Europe, the eyes that once slapped your protege to force him to take the blame. And in the exact second your gaze locks onto itself, an irreversible fracture within your nervous system is finally completed. Your chest instantly seizes violently. All the euphoria abruptly drains from your blood, leaving a hollow, freezing sensation running along your ribcage. You gasp for a deep breath, but your lungs are completely paralyzed, burning as if you just inhaled hot ash. Your stomach knots, churning up the most primal agony of human existence. A choked sob suddenly bursts from your throat, tearing through the apathetic silence of the late night. You can't hold it back anymore. The entire rigid mask, the arrogant delusion, the hubris of the puppet master, it all shatters into humiliating fragments beneath the heel of brutal reality. Tears pour out like torrential rain, burning and streaming down, smearing your ashen face. Dropping to your knees on the freezing marble floor, you grip the pedestal of the sink, burying your head in your slightly trembling bare hands. You sob uncontrollably. The choked, broken, and ragged cries of an apex predator completely stripped of its fangs echo dryly in the cramped space of the bathroom. These are not the perfect, fake tears staged for television cameras to win over voters. These are real tears, scalding and clinging to the humiliation, indignity, and ultimate frustration of a man who traded his family, betrayed his friends, and sold his soul entirely to the devil just for a gold-plated crown, only to realize now that he is the loneliest, most nameless, and pathetic creature on the planet. "You lost, Adrian," you moan through trembling teeth, each wheezing, choked breath escaping hopelessly into the empty room. "Your time is over. You are no longer the center of the world." That brutal truth slams into your brain like a hammer, nailing a political coffin shut. You kneel there, your shoulders heaving violently under the frayed old shirt, your fingertips digging into the stone floor until they bleed. Your entire physical structure shakes in a state of acute breakdown. You cry for the friends you betrayed, you cry for the soldiers abandoned in the blizzard, and you cry for the man carrying pure ideals 15 years ago, the man you personally murdered in that room. The emotional storm of rage, regret, and absolute helplessness sweeps through your soul for 30 continuous minutes, without a single pause. Your body writhes on the ground like a patient, enduring the most agonizing stage of spiritual detox. You have to personally scrape away every arrogant muscle fiber, every narcissistic wrinkle clinging to your flesh for years to learn how to accept the freezing truth. You are washed up. You have returned to being a nameless civilian, locked in this desolate cage under the permanent guard of the Secret Service. Gradually, as the scalding tears run dry, the choked sobs grow smaller, quieter, then fade completely, returning the bathroom to the steady, apathetic ticking of the grandfather clock out in the hall. Using your last remaining shred of strength, gripping the marble sink to pull your ragged body up, your knees tremble slightly, your back shooting with chronic pain. You look up, staring straight into your tear-streaked face in the mirror. The wax candle has burned halfway down, leaving opaque yellow streams of wax hardened on the stone. But your eyes in the mirror now, though bloodshot, red-streaked, and sunk into dark bruises, no longer hold the empty, arrogant delusion of a tyrannical ruler. They are somber still, and carry the genuine clarity of a man who has completely touched the psychological rock bottom of moral collapse and accepted his fate. The cruel chemical storm just now stripped away the fake makeup, returning the true physical form of an ordinary man bearing the permanent scars of history. Grabbing the white cotton towel off the rack, you slowly dry your face. You know you have survived the most painful mental trial of your life, ready to step into a new phase of your existence as a former president, where you will have to learn how to steer your own life down the desolate roads of Wyoming, now that all glory has truly faded into the past. The steering wheel on the prairie after a night of breaking down to accept the truth, the dawn brings an entirely different sensation. 8 o'clock in the morning the next day. The brilliant, crisp dawn of the snowy Wyoming mountains cuts through the pines, casting a warm, shimmering honey-gold light across the vast prairie of the ranch. The biting cold of the night has softened, giving way to a dry, crystal-clear atmosphere. You step off the wooden porch of the ranch, your slow footsteps crunching softly on the powdery snow. Heading toward the old pine barn tucked behind a stand of maples in the western corner of the estate. The smell of rotting wood, the pungent stench of industrial motor oil, and the musty scent of decades-old compacted hay instantly hit your nose as you slide the heavy wooden door open. In the dim shadows of the barn, hidden beneath a protective tarp caked in fine dust and cobwebs, sits a classic military green 1974 Ford Bronco off-roader. This is one of the rare personal assets you bought in your 30s, back when you were a proud young lawyer in Ohio, before getting sucked into the filthy mud of the Washington political swamp. You step closer, gripping the edge of the tarp with bare hands, and decisively yank it down to the dirt floor. Dust billows into the air. The rough, angular mass of iron and steel, entirely devoid of any computer components or electronic tracking chips, appears before your eyes. It is a pure mechanical machine from the last century. You reach out and touch the dusty windshield, then pull the freezing chrome door handle, yanking the heavy iron door open with a dry, squeaking mechanical screech. You climb into the driver's seat. The dark brown leather upholstery is cracked, smelling of old leather, and the scent of gasoline seeping into your skin through your gray sweatpants. Your mind undergoes a bizarre reflex. There is no moral torment, no stomach cramps from last night's neurological necrosis. There is only the calm, primal curiosity of an ordinary human rising in your veins. Pulling a small, worn brass key from your pocket, not a smart remote key fob or the sterile keycard of an armored vehicle. You insert the key into the mechanical ignition next to the worn oak steering wheel. You stomp your left foot hard on the heavy clutch pedal. The resistance of the stiff old steel spring demands genuine muscular force from your thigh, a true physical exertion that your body had been deprived of for years sitting in the plush passenger cabin. Using your right hand to grip the freezing metal gear shifter, you slide it into neutral. Clack, thunk, you turn the key. Chug, chug, chug. The massive engine of the Bronco groans, shuddering 3 ragged times under the dust-caked hood before erupting into a fierce, deafening roar. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Gray smoke spews from the tailpipe, reeking of raw gasoline and hot burning oil. The entire thick iron chassis shakes violently under the primal mechanical power of the engine. That intense physical vibration travels through the steel frame of the leather seat, running up your spine and striking your brain with the most genuine biological electrical stimulus. Your heart rate jolts up to 90 beats per minute, rhythmic and full of warm energy. You smile, the first genuine smile, devoid of a single calculating wrinkle since you ruled the world 4 years ago. Using your right hand, you shove the shifter into first gear, the metal gears grinding together amid a dry, ironclad clunk. You slowly lift your left foot off the clutch, while your right foot presses hard on the iron gas pedal. Whoosh. The Ford Bronco lunges out the wooden doors of the barn, its massive knobby tires crushing the thick, powdery snow on the prairie, kicking up plumes of white snow into the air behind it. You grip the worn oak steering wheel with both hands. No electronic power steering, no automated cruise control. Every dip in the wild terrain under the snow, every jolt of the wheels smashing through wild brush transmits directly through the metal linkage to your arms, forcing your shoulder muscles to tense, constantly steering to keep the vehicle on track. You are the driver of this movement. You decide the speed, the direction of this 2-ton block of iron without asking the Secret Service for permission, without going through a Level 1 national security protocol. Reaching out with your thumb, you hit the window crank on the driver's door, winding the thin glass all the way down. The freezing winter wind of the valley blasts into the cabin, slapping hard against your ashen face. The cold frost clings to the skin of your neck, enveloping your stinging cheeks. You open your mouth, parting your lips to personally receive and deeply inhale the natural, raw air, reeking of melting snow and decaying pine needles of Wyoming, deep into your bronchi. This free, wild air is so clean it burns your chest, but it reignites every cell that had been permanently withered by the sterile, positive-pressure HVAC system of the White House over the last 4 years. Flooring the gas pedal, the Bronco roars deafeningly, hurtling wildly across the endless expanse of the snow-white valley. You glance into the small chrome rearview mirror on the door. Through the thin, reflective glass, On the distant horizon outside the ranch's wooden fence, the black SUVs of the two guarding agents are still parked silently beneath the wild pines. They are holding up massive binoculars to monitor your every move. They are still there, the professional prison wardens of a former president's life. But right now, right here on the wild prairie of your personal estate, you are moving faster than they are. You are steering your own beat-up vehicle away from their crosshairs, even if it's just a localized loop inside the ranch's borders. They cannot block your path, they cannot hit the brakes for you, and they are forced to stand helplessly watching the former president turn a wooden steering wheel with his own hands to reclaim the smallest, simplest, and most sincere fragment of freedom in his life. Banking hard around a stand of wild pines, the hearty, booming laughter of a normal man echoes dryly across the snowy valley, entirely dispelling the deathly silence of yesterday. You know the invisible iron chains are still out there beyond the wooden fence, but right in this second, you have found your soul and your survival behind a worn steering wheel beneath the free skies of Wyoming. The $500,000 speech, that small fragment of freedom on the wild plains, was a brief, saving grace before the commercial reality of a former president's life came knocking. A few days later, 7:30 in the evening. The ultra-VIP lounge at the massive convention center of the Hotel d'Angleterre, Geneva, Switzerland. The air is thick with the pure scent of white lilies, the expensive aroma of sandalwood perfume, and the heavy, warm peat smoke rising from a glass of premium liquor on the glass coffee table. On the wall, adorned in elegant cream silk wallpaper, hangs a large, classic gold-rimmed mirror, reflecting your figure standing straight, hands lightly adjusting the knot of a dark navy silk tie. You are once again draped in a flawlessly tailored $10,000 suit, the familiar costume from your days in office. You look straight into your own pale gray eyes in the mirror, motionless and cold as ice. The thin layer of professional foundation makeup has cleanly hidden the bleeding scars of time and the dark bruises of exhaustion, restoring the rugged, authoritative, and calm demeanor of a global leader. But in this luxurious space, you feel not a single thrill of excitement. Your heart beats at a steady 70 beats per minute. The door opens softly. In steps Claire, the director of communications for a global financial conglomerate, one of the subsidiaries belonging to the Empire of Harold, the Hamptons billionaire from years ago. She is in her 30s, bearing the sharp, polished look of the Wall Street elite, clutching an armored leather tablet. She gives you a highly professional bow, but her eyes hold not a shred of reverence or submission for a former supreme leader. Former President Adrian, Claire begins, her tone even and emotionless as a pre-programmed machine. You will take the main stage at exactly 8 o'clock. Your speaking time on the teleprompter has been precisely calibrated to 45 minutes. The theme of the speech is macro leadership vision in an era of global volatility. She taps her finger lightly on the tablet screen. We would like to reiterate a legal reminder from the Compliance Department. Pursuant to national security non-disclosure agreements and State Department regulations, you are absolutely prohibited from mentioning any factual details regarding the past East Coast grid crisis or any ongoing sensitive foreign policies of sitting President Cole. Please keep the content of the speech abstract, macro-level, and inspiring. Leaning in slightly, she smiles politely, a smile brimming with commercial transaction. Following the conclusion of your speech, you have 15 minutes for a photo session with 50 of our Platinum-tier VIP clients in the banquet hall. The compensation check for $500,000 was wired directly into your personal blind trust account the moment you landed at Geneva Airport this afternoon. Have a wonderful evening. She bows and quickly exits to prepare for the internal broadcast. You stand rooted to the spot in the lounge. A freezing cognitive dissonance runs down your nervous system, burning your pride and trampling on every remaining shred of ego belonging to the man who once controlled the world. $500,000 for 45 minutes standing on a podium. This massive sum is larger than the official $400,000 annual salary the U.S. Congress paid you during your entire time shouldering the life-or-death responsibilities of humanity at the pinnacle of power. But right now, you realize a sickening, humiliating truth. They aren't paying you $500,000 to listen to your knowledge, your grand political strategies, or your supreme national secrets. They are spending money to buy you the same way someone rents an expensive supercar, a priceless piece of art, or rare jewelry to put on display, acting as a backdrop to polish their dirty financial brand in the eyes of investors. You are no longer a player. You are no longer the head of a superpower. You have been officially commercialized by the system into a luxury commodity, an expensive product labeled former president. The integrity and ideals of your early days have now been turned into expensive perfume, bottled and auctioned off publicly to the richest people on the planet. 8 o'clock sharp. The oak doors of the East Room swing open. You step onto the main stage amidst a storm of roaring, enthusiastic applause from 2,000 tycoons, tech CEOs, and hedge fund managers packing the auditorium. The massive halogen lights from the ceiling sweep across, casting a blinding white beam onto the podium bearing the club's gold-plated bald eagle seal. Stepping up to the podium, resting both hands lightly on the polished oak edge, your face relaxes. A warm, calm, and perfect smile automatically appears on your lips before dozens of camera lenses flashing continuously like lightning. Your brain activates autopilot, extracting the hollow, empty words that have been worn out over the years on the teleprompter scrolling continuously before your eyes. To all the distinguished business leaders and the global financial elite, today we stand here to discuss the future of a sustainable global economy. Macro leadership is not about issuing orders. It lies in the ability to adapt, the courage to accept difficult decisions to protect the stability of the system. You read those words smoothly, mechanically, your voice deep and resonant, brimming with a fake persuasiveness. The audience holds its breath to listen, a few nodding in agreement, typing furiously to record the wisdom of the former leader. But in your head right then, an ultimate contempt screams, clawing at your mind. You think to yourself, you pitiful fools. You are paying $500,000 to listen to a man who ordered the power cut to hospitals, who personally strangled the lives of his own soldiers, lecture you on courage and administrative morality. My wisdom was forged in real blood, in the genuine treachery of the real world in the darkness beneath the Washington basement. Things that not a single one of you has the guts to look straight at for even a second. The speech concludes after exactly 45 minutes. The entire auditorium leaps to its feet, applauding enthusiastically for 3 continuous minutes in a standing ovation. You step down from the podium, heading straight into the VIP banquet area to complete the photo op protocol. Standing with your back straight, maintaining that fake smile for 15 minutes as a barrage of camera lenses is pointed at your face. 50 wealthy individuals line up, taking turns standing next to you, putting an arm around your shoulder to capture perfect souvenir photos to post on their social media, proving to the world that they have close ties to power. You look into the eyes of every person taking a photo with you. They don't see you, the man carrying wounds of neurological necrosis and a shattered chest. They only see the shadow of the presidential title. When the meet and greet ends, you step into the armored vehicle idling in the parking lot to head back. The door closes softly with a deep thud, entirely shutting out all the camera flashes and the murmurs of the crowd behind you. Pulling the phone from your pocket, the screen displays a financial transaction notification from the bank, plus $500,000 USD. You let the phone drop onto the leather of the backseat, lean your head back, and look out through the thin, transparent glass at the gray winter rain of Geneva. You have acquired another massive sum of money to pay the ranch's bills, but your chest is completely empty. You know you have just completed the most humiliating transition in your life, from someone who dictated global life and death to a cheap commercial commodity of the financial elite. Your time is over, and you must learn how to smile while selling off the shadow of your own power, just to buy a selfish existence beneath the shadow of who you used to be. Chapter 9, The Prison of Freedom. The Invisible Chain. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Sunset in the Jackson Hole Valley of Wyoming falls swiftly and silently, like a massive ash-gray curtain dropping from the peaks of the Grand Tetons. The biting, bone-chilling cold of the high mountains in late winter quickly blankets the ranch's wild prairie, turning the puddles of melted snow into thin sheets of ice, sharp as glass. You walk slowly down the trail, covered in decaying pine needles and powdery snow clinging to the edges of the path. You are wearing baggy gray sweatpants and a worn black wool coat, the simple, rough attire of an ordinary citizen who has completely shed the fake, glittering aura of the crown of power from 2 years ago. You take a deep breath. The freezing air, smelling of damp earth and wild pine resin, travels deep into your trachea, drying your bronchi but delivering a genuine, raw sense of alertness. You no longer have to listen to the alarm of the red phone at 3 in the morning. You have escaped the ruthless macro equations of the Situation Room and the dirty pacts with the billionaires in the Hamptons. But as you stop in front of an ancient maple tree at the edge of the estate, a familiar sound, microscopic but razor-sharp, suddenly strikes your eardrums from behind. Crunch, crunch, the sound of specialized tactical soles lightly grinding against the powdery snow. You don't need to turn your head to look. Your mind automatically constructs the mirror image of reality. Exactly 15 meters behind you, hiding behind the wild pines, are 2 Secret Service agents from the former Presidential Protective Division. They wear black tactical windbreakers over soft body armor, black coiled earpieces snug behind their necks, hands professionally clasped in front of them. Their eyes, hidden behind dark sunglasses, remain permanently locked onto your every movement. They don't stand too close, avoiding infringing on your personal space, but they never stand far enough away to lose their target. When you walk, they move in perfect synchronization with your footsteps. When you stop, they instantly stand as still as stone statues amidst the pine forest. It is a flawless, mechanical, and emotionless dance of surveillance that has persisted for 2 full years since the day you left the White House. Under the former President's Act, permanently amended by the U.S. Congress, all living former presidents receive the strictest security protection from the Secret Service for the rest of their lives. You do not have the right to refuse it. You do not have the right to ask to be left alone. The new freedom you desperately craved during those sleepless, white nights in the White House turns out to be just another form of imprisonment. A massive glass cage without iron bars, but Vin VI letter 1EC5 and devoid of an exit. You lean your back against the freezing trunk of the maple tree, shoving your hands deep into the pockets of your wool coat, staring blankly at the 2 unmarked black Chevrolet Suburban SUVs parked silently in the clearing behind the ranch's wooden fence. You swallow a mouthful of saliva, bitter with a metallic tang, your chest tightening slightly in a smoldering, impotent frustration. You think to yourself, I left the West Wing. I am no longer the man commanding carrier fleets. But to this system, I will never, ever be allowed to return to being a normal human being. You are a former president. That means your head holds the supreme secrets of the most powerful superpower in human history, from the coordinates of the underground bunkers housing the nuclear football, to the identities of the CIA's double agents in Moscow, right down to the filthiest dossiers on the deep state you ever covertly got your hands on. Your brain itself is a highly sensitive national asset, a mobile security threat capable of detonating a global geopolitical crisis if you were to be kidnapped, blackmailed, or simply decided to independently contact a foreign power like you covertly did in the past. Therefore, those men with guns out there aren't really here to protect you from enemies. They are here to guard you. They are permanent prison wardens, salaried by the federal government to ensure that this historical relic named Adrian remains under the 24/7 control of the institutional machine. Every step you take, every guest who steps into your ranch, every personal phone call you make is logged, categorized, and transmitted in real time to the Security Command Center in Washington. You cannot spontaneously turn into a roadside coffee shop. You cannot decide to take a solo road trip wandering through other states without a 40-car armored motorcade clearing the route 2 hours in advance. The invisible chain of your former power locked around your neck the very day you placed your hand on the Bible to take the oath, and it will only be removed when you are lying deep underground. You let out a long breath. The warm vapor from your breath quickly dissipates into the freezing air of the valley, returning the space to a chilling clarity. You pivot, slowly walking back up the trail, leading toward the wooden cabin of the ranch. Behind you, the 2 dark silhouettes of the Secret Service agents shift slightly, stepping silently onto the powdery snow to maintain their eternal 15-meter distance. You look at your shadow stretching long across the snow, a solitary, gaunt, an exhausted shadow beneath the deep purple twilight slowly dying behind the peaks of the Grand Tetons. You know this prison of freedom will cling to you until the final moments of your life, ready to subject you to humiliating farces in the midst of everyday life. The Supermarket Farce. That prison doesn't just keep you under house arrest on an isolated ranch. At 10:30 the next morning, it follows you all the way to the Smith's supermarket in the town of Jackson. The atmosphere inside the massive shopping concourse is flooded with a blindingly white, sterile light radiating from hundreds of fluorescent bulbs, suspended K-letter 1ECBCH, TR letter 1EA7N. The space reeks of cheap industrial floor cleaner, the greasy smell of roasted chicken wafting from the deli counter, the scent of recycled plastic bags, and the steady, headache-inducing hum emitting from the massive freezer aisles holding milk and fresh produce. This is the normal life of average American citizens. You're pushing a metal shopping cart with a misaligned front wheel that occasionally emits a dry, irritating squeak against the polished tile floor. You are wearing a simple navy blue puffer jacket, the collar pulled high, and a black baseball cap pulled low over your forehead in a desperate attempt to conceal your ashen face, deeply scarred by neurological necrosis. You just wanted to perform the most mundane, simple task of a human being, buying a box of whole grain cereal, a bottle of fresh milk, and a few red apples for breakfast. You wanted to personally touch everyday reality to prove that the human part named Adrian still exists beneath the ruins of your era of peak power. But this so-called normal life instantly devolves into a cruel piece of theatrical farce under the emotionless operation of the security apparatus. Walking right beside you, maintaining an exact distance of 6 feet, is Agent Donald and 3 agents in tactical plainclothes. They aren't pushing shopping carts. Their ears are pressed against black coiled earpieces, their sharp eyes continuously sweeping the aisles as if searching for snipers or improvised explosive devices hidden behind boxes of laundry detergent and shelves of canned soup. Before you even step into an aisle, 2 other Secret Service agents have already moved ahead to execute emergency field security sweeps. They intercept a middle-aged woman holding her young child's hand, signaling her to back her cart into a dark corner to clear the path for the former president. Other shoppers stop in their tracks. They don't look at you with the reverence of citizens looking at a great man. They look at you with bewildered, panicked eyes mixed with an ultimate indignation, as their peaceful, simple lives are shattered by the insane security machine swarming around you. A freezing, choked frustration scorches your chest. You look down at your empty metal cart, your hands gripping the cold steel handle so tightly your fingernails turn bone white. You approach the dairy cooler. You reach a slightly trembling bare hand out of your jacket pocket and pick up a half-gallon carton of whole milk. The coldness of the carton condenses, freezing moisture against your palm. You cast your eyes down at the black numbers printed on the price tag beneath the shelf, $4.89. The tactical brain that once managed a $25 trillion economy suddenly drops into a state of total paralysis. You freeze. You realize you have absolutely no idea if $4.89 is expensive or cheap for a carton of milk. Throughout your 4 years sitting behind the resolute desk, you were completely disconnected from the daily material reality of the country you ruled. You signed executive orders bailing out Wall Street for hundreds of billions of dollars in the past, but you don't know the price of a roll of toilet paper or a box of cereal at the local supermarket. You have become an alien entity, an extraterrestrial completely out of place among your own people. You drop the milk into the cart and trudge toward the self-checkout terminal at the end of the aisle to avoid facing the eyes of a cashier. But the true farce is only just beginning. You stand before the self-checkout machine, its barcode scanner glowing with red laser light. You pick up the box of cereal, trying to swipe the side with the black bars across the scanner glass. Beep, the machine emits a dry sound, the touchscreen displaying the text, "Please place item in bagging area." You place the cereal box into the plastic bag next to it, but the weight sensor of the old machine glitches, and the screen immediately flashes a red warning text. "System error, please wait for assistance." You stand rooted to the spot in front of the scanner terminal, the hand holding the bottle of milk frozen in midair. You don't know which button to press on the touchscreen. You don't know which slot to insert your personal credit card into, or how to swipe it. For years, every financial transaction you made was processed automatically by aides and White House chefs through fake trust accounts. You have completely forgot how to execute the most mundane daily transaction of an average citizen. You stand there, ragged, impotent, and looking utterly stupid in front of a $200 automated scanner right in the middle of a supermarket. Around you, the silence is abruptly shattered by the murmurs and whispers of the crowd of shoppers gathering around. Look, is that Adrian? It's really him, the butcher who locked down Chicago and abandoned the soldiers at the outpost. Smartphones are instantly pulled from the pockets of the citizens around you. Tiny, dark camera lenses are pointed straight at your face from every angle. They don't ask permission to take a photo with you. They stand on their tiptoes, laughing and recording a video of a former US president looking fumbling and humiliated in front of an automated scanner, ready to post it on their social media. Camera flashes go off continuously, illuminating your bloodshot, empty, and soulless eyes beneath the brim of your pulled-down black baseball cap. Agent Donald immediately takes a step forward, spreading his broad shoulders to block the lens of a young man shoving his phone right into your face. Sir, step back. Please lower the phone for security reasons. This is a public place. I have the right to film an espionage criminal, the young man shouts indignantly, and the crowd begins to jeer, protesting the Secret Service's interference. An ultimate, profound humiliation scorches your viscera, making your face burn beneath the foundation makeup that has long since washed away. You are the man holding the supreme secrets of the nation, the man who could wipe out a continent with the nuclear football. But right now, under the cold fluorescent lights of a supermarket, you are nothing but cheap entertainment, a bizarre animal kept in the mobile glass cage of the security apparatus for the mob of commoners to film, mock, and publicly humiliate, with absolutely no one able to save you. You let the bottle of milk drop limply into the cart. You turn your back on the automated scanner, still flashing its error message, not bothering to retrieve your credit card resting on the glass. Donald, move us out of here. Right now, you say, your tone ice-cold, quiet, and completely devoid of emotion like a soulless corpse. Copy, sir. Emergency movement, Donald growls softly into his radio. The 4 Secret Service agents immediately form a horizontal line, using physical force to shove through the crowd of civilians filming you, clearing a path for you to walk briskly out the automatic glass doors of the supermarket amidst the jeers, curses, and contemptuous sneers of your own people. You step quickly into the idling black armored SUV waiting in the parking lot. The armored door closes with a deep thud, entirely shutting out all the fluorescent light and the camera lenses outside. You slump into the armored leather seat in the back, pulling your baseball cap low to hide your tear-streaked eyes in the sterile darkness of the vehicle. You realize your journey to reclaim a piece of civilian freedom just ended in the most humiliating media farce of your life. You can never, ever return to being a normal human being again, ready to be pushed into the dark isolation of those who once stood at the pinnacle of power. The Club of Ghosts, the humiliation of civilian life, forces you to seek out the only place that accepts people like you. 11 o'clock at night, in a private reading room at the Cosmos Club on Massachusetts Avenue, Washington, D.C. The space inside the century-old oak-paneled room is bathed in a sickly yellow, dim light radiating from a slow-burning wax candle and the flickering red embers of premium cigars. The air here is thick and suffocating. The classic leather scent of cracked armchairs, the parchment smell of rare, undeclassified books, the heavy peat aroma of aged whiskey, and the stench of decaying power. The thick oak door of the reading room is bolted shut, completely isolating the room from the murmurs of the outer lobby and the steady, patrolling footsteps of the Secret Service detail standing guard in the hall. In this enclosed room, there is an unbreakable rule. The Secret Service is not allowed to enter. This place is the only sanctuary on the planet reserved exclusively for the ghosts of history, the living former presidents of the United States. You sit leaning back in a leather armchair in the corner of the room, hands clasped tightly under your chin. Surrounding the antique, round mahogany table are 3 other men. They used to be each other's most bloodthirsty political rivals in the past. 10 years ago, they stood on national debate stages, using the dirtiest smear tactics, insulting each other's families, and mincing each other's honor in front of television cameras to steal the nomination. They used to command carrier fleets, hold the nuclear football to dictate the fate of all humanity, and viewed themselves as absolute gods. But tonight, having shed their power suits and their masks of public deceit, their true forms are revealed as silver-haired, pale, and haggard old men. Their pride has been wrung dry by the executive machine, leaving behind crippled shells of men gasping for life on beta blockers and chronic physical exhaustion. Former President Miller, your 47th predecessor, 70 years old with hair as white as snow and cloudy, exhausted eyes, slowly swirls his crystal glass of whiskey, letting the ice cubes chime against each other with a dry clink, clink. "Are you still waking up at 5:29 in the morning, Adrian?" Miller asks, his voice hoarse, drawn out, and filled with self-deprecating sarcasm. You give a slight nod, taking a sip of the bitter liquor. "I still automatically wake up a minute before the alarm rings, sir. My defense instincts refuse to obey the protocols for transferring power." Former President Hayes, your 45th predecessor, an old man in his 70s with the gaunt face of a fossilized scholar, takes a long drag of his cigar, blowing out a cloud of gray smoke that obscures the portrait of Woodrow Wilson on the wall. "That's the phantom ring syndrome, Adrian. All of us here are imprisoned by that insane biological reflex. I've been out of the White House for 8 years, but sometimes, when the winter wind whips against the windows of my ranch in Texas, I still jolt awake thinking I hear the ring of the red phone. I still reach into my pajama pocket, looking for the nuclear code card." Hayes points a finger at the men around the table. "We are a club of men who used to be gods, but are now forced back into being mortals. Do you know what they do with bald eagles after they stop flying? They don't release them back into the wild. They stuff their bellies with cotton, dry out their wings, and put them in a glass display case in a museum, so the crowds of tourists can bring their smartphones and tap on the glass to take souvenir photos. We are just the expensive, stuffed specimens of this superpower." You listen silently to the words of your predecessors. A freezing, profoundly deep empathy runs through your body. You remember the abject humiliation at the supermarket this morning, the moment you were filmed by the crowd, mocked in front of an automated scanner. You realize the men sitting around this table have all experienced similar moments of humiliation. They have all personally signed orders to close coal mines, abandon soldiers, or struck covert deals with the enemy in the shadows of the Situation Room. They all bear moral stains that can never be washed away, and are permanently imprisoned in the invisible iron chains of the Secret Service until the day they die. "You're sitting President Cole. How is he doing?" Miller takes a sip of his drink, his eyes meeting yours through the cigar smoke. "He just stripped me of all my intelligence access privileges this morning," you say, your tone even frighteningly empty. "He used the very surveillance system to wiretap me, and served me with an executive directive declaring me a Level 1 national security risk." All three former presidents abruptly pause, and then a synchronized sneer erupts in the reading room. The laughter grows louder, echoing dryly, melancholic, and bitter in the dim room of the Cosmos Club. It isn't the laughter of anger or hatred. It is the laughter of ghosts witnessing a familiar game of Succession close its ruthless loop. "Cole graduated with flying colors from your course, Adrian." Hayes shakes his head slightly, a faint smile clearly visible on his aged face. "When I left the White House, Miller blocked my phone number within the first week. When Miller left, the guy after him stripped his privileges too. The man who sits in that room is forced to destroy every shadow of his predecessor to protect his own political survival. You personally molded your own executioner, Adrian." You stand up from the worn leather armchair, placing your empty glass down on the mahogany table with a solitary clack. You feel no anger at their sarcasm. You realize a profound truth. This club of ghosts is the final destination of all power. In this land of Washington, no matter how ruthless, cunning, and brilliant you are, in the end, the system will grind you down, wring out your vitality, force you to sell your soul in exchange for a tattered crown. and then toss you into this desolate, dark corner to gnaw on your eternal loneliness alongside those who came before. You give a slight bow to the 3 former presidents, then turn your back and walk out of the dim reading room. The thick oak door closes behind you gently, completely shutting off the smell of cigar smoke and the warmth of the wax candle. You step out into the outer lobby corridor, where 4 Secret Service agents in black suits holding carbines stand formally, waiting to resume their permanent surveillance shift over your life. You walk slowly down the silent marble hallway, your heart filled with a freezing apathy. You have officially accepted your membership card to this historical club of ghosts, ready to step further into the darkness in search of the final salvation for your soul. A ray of light from Delaware. It is in the very depths of that isolation, when you think everything is permanently sealed off, that a ray of light manages to break through. 9 o'clock the following night. The living room of the Wyoming ranch is bathed in a warm, tranquil atmosphere. The fire from the dry pine logs in the marble hearth has died down, leaving only weak, glowing red embers flickering in the pale gray ash, casting long, distorted, dancing shadows on the oak walls. You sit leaning back in the worn leather armchair, a rough wool blanket draped across your lap. There are no cold blue security monitoring screens, no dirty opposition research dossiers on the coffee table. Only a classic philosophy book by Marcus Aurelius lying open on your knee, and a cup of chamomile tea that has gone completely cold, a thin opaque film clinging to the porcelain. Buzz, buzz, a soft, monotonous vibration from the personal smartphone resting on the glass coffee table unexpectedly echoes, breaking the silence of the room. You freeze slightly. After the ruthless, scolding call from your successor and the meeting with the lonely ghosts at the Cosmos Club, you were already used to this phone lying dormant, silent as a corpse. You slowly reach out your cold, bare hand to pick up the phone, your thumb swiping the lock screen to check the notification. A small line of text displaying the contact name at the top of the screen hits your eyes, making your breath instantly skip a beat. Emma. It is your daughter, the 14-year-old girl who once stood in the middle of the family living room, tears streaming down her face, screaming at you. I hate you, I hate this house, I wish you were never president, right before the day she and her mother packed their bags and left the White House. For years, you haven't had a single call, not a single text message, not a single photo taken with her. To protect the image of a perfect family for the media, your campaign team had to use old photoshopped images to post on social media and news sites. You thought you had permanently lost the love and respect of your only child. You open the message. The digital handwriting appears before your eyes, incredibly brief, dry, and lacking a single emoji. I'm debating between law and international relations for the fall semester at college. What do you think? Just a short question, with no greeting asking about your health or everyday warm sharing. But to you, this text message is like a tiny, fragile, yet brilliant ray of light, suddenly piercing through the reinforced concrete walls of this desolate, gold-plated prison. Your chest seizes. A primal, overwhelmingly warm emotion rises in your throat, making your eyes red, blurring your vision under the dying firelight. This is the first time after a long stretch of the dirtiest, most ruthless years of your life that you feel you are being treated like a flesh and blood father, rather than a former leader burdened with national secrets. You place your thumb over the touchscreen keyboard. The Machiavellian tactical brain of a seasoned politician immediately activates, attempting to draft a perfect strategic analysis, pointing out the pros and cons of law for running for office, the job opportunities of international relations at New York hedge funds. You type 3 lines of text, then your finger abruptly stops. You look at your reflection on the thin screen of the phone. You ask yourself, Adrian, are you going to use the deceitful, sophist language of a politician to talk to your daughter again? Are you going to teach her how to climb to the top of the pyramid using treachery like you did back then? A freezing decisiveness flares up from your core. You hit backspace. Delete, delete, delete. You erase all 3 lines of that dry, emotionless strategic analysis. You place your thumb over the keyboard, typing very slowly, word by word, filled with everything most genuine, painful, and humiliating that you have accumulated over the years behind the silk veils of power. Both require something I lost a long time ago, Emma, being honest with yourself before being honest with others. Whichever you choose, I will be proud. You stare at the message for 10 seconds, your chest heaving violently beneath your old hoodie. You swallow a bitter gulp tasting of chamomile tea, then decisively hit send. The blue bubble shoots across the screen, displaying the delivered status. You set the phone down on the glass table with a soft clack. You lean back in the worn leather chair, squeezing your eyes shut. You know your daughter won't reply immediately. She is far away in Delaware, living the normal life of a college freshman, and the emotional wounds inflicted by your security apparatus still need a lot of time to scar over. But the tiny ray of light tonight has proven a profound truth to you. Family and the love of those closest to you can never be completely strangled by the invisible iron chains of the system. You open your eyes, looking at the dead fire in the hearth, leaving only pale gray ash lying dormant in the dark. But the deathly silence of the Wyoming ranch right now is no longer as suffocating and freezing as it was yesterday. There is a tiny, genuine warmth slowly spreading in your shattered chest, paving the way for grand reconciliations within your soul. Rotors shattering the silence, but that tranquility doesn't last long. Power always knows how to find you, no matter where you hide. 5 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. The moment sunset dyes the Wyoming sky a deep, bruised purple, mottled like a crushed vein reflecting off the wild snowdrifts of the Jackson Hole Valley. The warm, peaceful silence from your daughter's text message last night still lingers in your chest like a small fire, warming your slowly recovering mind. You are standing on the wooden porch of the ranch, holding a ceramic mug filled with hot tea, eyes closed to enjoy the crisp, wild air of the mountains. Thwack, thwack, thwack! A low-frequency physical vibration abruptly travels through the damp earth, runs along the foundation of the wooden house, D letter 1ED9, ITH letter 1EB3NG through your leather slippers, and lightly vibrates your ribcage. Your chest instantly jolts, a wave of extreme hypervigilance surging according to the defensive habits ingrained deep in your marrow. You open your eyes, looking toward the southern horizon. From behind the wild pines, the deafening roar of the massive rotors of a heavy, unmarked military helicopter shrieks violently, tearing through the silent pressure of the valley. The glossy black helicopter glides through the freezing wind, drops altitude rapidly, and lands directly on the vast expanse of powdery snow right in the middle of your ranch's prairie. The shockwave from the rotor lift whips furiously, creating a massive artificial blizzard, kicking up dry pine needles and blinding white snow dust that engulfs your small wooden porch. The 4 Secret Service agents standing guard out by the pines immediately draw their weapons, establishing a field defensive perimeter. But they quickly lower their arms upon recognizing the radio cipher and supreme security protocols transmitted from the helicopter. The armored door of the aircraft slides open, emitting a deep thud. 2 agents armed with sidearms step down first to clear the path. And then, stepping down after them, is a man wearing a thick black topcoat, his shoulders somewhat slumping under the weight of an ultimate exhaustion. You stand rooted to the spot on the wooden porch, your hand still gripping the hot ceramic mug. Your eyes are glued to the silhouette walking slowly across the snow toward you. It is sitting President Marcus Cole. But the arrogant, sharp young man who once humiliated you and served you with the executive directive revoking your privileges has now completely vanished without a trace. The man walking toward you is a ragged leader, a literal walking corpse. Marcus has only been sitting in the Oval Office for 2 years, but he has been wrung dry by the executive machine at a terrifying speed. His black hair is now stark white at both temples, his face pale, B letter 1EC7, R letter 1EA1C, H letter 1EB1N sow the debilitating furrows of chronic stress. Dark, bruised circles hang heavily under his eyes like 2 emotionless black holes. His lips are dry and cracked from the cold, and his shoulders heave violently beneath his expensive wool coat. He trudges, exhausted, up the steps of the ranch's wooden porch, stopping exactly an arm's length away from you. The 2 men stand facing each other under the dark purple twilight, slowly dying behind the peaks of the Grand Tetons. The extreme contrast between the image of a man who was once at the top and has found peace in the shadows, and a sitting leader standing on the brink of physical collapse, creates a freezing, suffocating silence. Marcus Cole looks straight into your flat eyes. His glasses are clouded with an opaque layer of condensation. He doesn't have the smug smile he wore on television. His hands, shoved into the pockets of his coat, are trembling violently, a panic tremor you understand better than anyone else on this planet. Marcus slowly gives a slight bow of his head, a humiliating gesture of surrender of his proud ego before his former mentor. He speaks, his voice raspy, zozak, and broken from exhaustion. "Hello, mentor. I apologize for the cruel phone call and everything that happened in Washington, Adrian. I really need your help." You look deep into Marcus's sunken eyes, overflowing with panic and helplessness. The heartbeat in your chest remains slow, calm, and cold as a sheet of ice. You feel no gloating, you don't sneer, and you don't utter the phrase, "I told you so." The torment of the past time has washed away all the dirty arrogance inside you. You only see in Marcus the exact mirror image of yourself, the night you slept on the floor of the Oval Office. Another pathetic victim whose soul is being murdered day by the blood-soaked crown. You gently open the oak door of the ranch, stepping aside to make way, and offer a faint smile brimming with a freezing empathy. "Sit down, Marcus. This house is a bit cold. Let me make you a hot cup of chamomile tea myself first." Marcus lets out a long, exhausted breath. He trudges into the dim wooden house, dragging behind him the shadow of the helicopter still roaring soullessly out on the prairie. The eternal loop of fate opens once again, entirely extinguishing the brief peace of the Wyoming ranch, paving the way for the final dirty pacts in search of salvation in the shadows. The Successor's confession, 6 o'clock in the evening. Inside the living room of the classic oak cabin, the shadow of power gradually reveals its true form. A melancholic, dim atmosphere envelops the room. The glowing red fire from the hearth flickers and dances on the oak bookshelves, casting long, distorted, dancing shadows onto the two walls. The howling Wyoming blizzard outside the window continues to beat in heavy, muffled waves, contrasting entirely with the suffocating silence inside the room. You place 2 steaming cups of hot chamomile tea down on the rough pine coffee table. You sit across from Marcus Cole on 2 worn leather armchairs. Marcus reaches out a trembling bare hand to pick up his teacup, but his lack of physical muscle control causes the cup to clatter against the porcelain saucer with dry clink, clink sounds. A few drops of hot tea splash out, clinging to the cracked leather and soaking the cuff of the sitting president's expensive white dress shirt. He bows his head, setting the teacup down on the table, his shoulders heaving violently beneath his expensive topcoat. "Adrian, you were right." Marcus slowly raises his head, his voice raspy, zozak, completely collapsing any remaining pride of a new leader. I was too naive. I used to think I could use honesty and pure ideals to rule this country." You lean back in your old leather chair, interlocking your fingers over your chest, looking straight into the bloodshot, deeply bruised eyes of your former protege. Your face is as flat as a flawless block of marble. The torment of the past time has taught you how to calmly face any collapse. You speak softly, your tone clear as a pre-programmed machine. "Which pack did the system use to back you into a corner, Marcus?" Marcus Cole squeezes his eyes shut for a quarter of a second, a bead of cold sweat rolling down his temple. "Aegis Corporation, owned by the billionaire Herald. They played both sides behind my back, just like they did to you in the past. The $300 million dark money contract they funded when I was first elected wasn't a launch pad. It was the most flawless constitutional trap Harold and Arthur set up to bind me tight." He chokes back a sob, his hands gripping the edge of the pine table. Governor Harris from the opposition and FBI Director Mark Sullivan have joined forces. They hold the complete dossier of secret transactions, showing my personal decryption keys from the dirty leaks of the past. They threaten to submit this dossier to the House Judiciary Committee on Monday morning. I will be impeached permanently and thrown into federal prison for violating the Espionage Act the moment I leave office. You take a sip of the cold chamomile tea, feeling the bitter taste spread on your tongue. Your cold tactical instinct automatically runs a macro calculation. Harold and Arthur want to use this impeachment to force Marcus into absolute submission to their new monopoly demands. But that isn't the worst part, Adrian. Marcus Cole brings his face closer to yours, his voice trembling with ultimate panic. A massive hostage crisis just erupted in the Middle East. 12 field intelligence operatives have been taken hostage by an extremist armed group in an underground bunker on the Syrian border. CIA Director Alden Thorne and the Pentagon generals are forcing me to sign an executive order authorizing a massive, full-scale airstrike invasion military campaign to rescue the hostages. They say it's the only way to protect national honor. Marcus clutches your freezing hand, his eyes overflowing with a begging, pleading for salvation. But I know the truth, Adrian. That military campaign is actually a trap to cover up illegal slush funds linked to defense contractors. If I sign it, full-scale war breaks out. Tens of thousands will die, the economy will crash. But if I refuse to sign, Alden Thorne and Sullivan will immediately trigger the leak to utterly destroy my career in humiliation. They have locked me down from both sides. I have to choose between becoming a butcher who ignites a war to keep this chair, or being a good man who gets impeached and goes to prison for life. I have no way out, Adrian. You sit silently in the dim shadows of the living room. A freezing, profoundly deep irony runs down your spine, constricting your chest. The eternal loop of the crown of thorns has closed itself in the most perfect and ruthless way. A few years ago, when you sat behind the resolute desk, you had to make these exact same ruthless decisions while in office. Cutting power to hospitals, locking down Chicago, abandoning 40 soldiers at an outpost to optimize the macro equation of survival. At that time, Marcus Cole stood on the sidelines, keeping his coattails clean while cursing you as a power-crazed monster. He betrayed you, blocked your phone number after leaving the White House to prove his purity to the voters. And now, having ascended to the throne, he is the one forced to kneel at your feet, sobbing and begging for salvation from the very monster of his past. He has realized a brutal truth. The seat of supreme leadership does not permit the existence of kindness. The system always forces the leader to dirty their hands, to become a demon in order to maintain its emotionless operation. Adrian, you are the only one who has ever overcome these dark forces, Marcus Cole says, choking up, hot tears rolling down his pale face. I was wrong to betray you. Please use your gray zone connections, your covert compromises with the Volkov administration and Anatoly from the past to resolve this hostage situation quietly. Please save me, save those soldiers. I'm begging you. You look deep into Marcus's empty, soulless eyes. You feel no pride or gloating at his submission. You reach out your freezing bare hand, slowly patting the trembling shoulder of your former protege. The final contract of the vortex of power has been placed on the table. You know this is your only chance to find true redemption for your shattered soul. You aren't doing this for the gold-plated chair, nor for Harold's $300 million in dark money. You are doing this to save innocent lives in silence, using the very darkness of your past to light a small candle for Marcus Cole's world. Calm down, Marcus, you say, your tone deep, light, and overflowing with the boundless calm of a man who has weathered the storm. Pack up these documents. I will accept this envoy role of yours. Prepare a nameless flight for me to Geneva tonight. Marcus Cole looks at you with eyes full of ultimate gratitude. He gently wipes his tears, nodding hastily. Outside the window, the sound of the helicopter's rotors still roars deafeningly, tearing through the space of the Wyoming snow valley, clearing the path for the final, silent, decisive battle. Weaponizing the dark. To clean up your former protege's mess, you must once again don the coat of the manipulator. 2:15 in the morning, Atlantic airspace, altitude 40,000 feet. There is no stealth fighter squadron flying escort on your flank. There is no brilliant flare deployment tearing through the night sky. There is no black leather-bound nuclear football resting on the desk, and absolutely no gold-plated bald eagle seal mounted on the cabin bulkhead. You are sitting in the cabin of a civilian, jet bearing no markings or national flags. The roar of the two engines echoing into the cabin is reduced to a low, steady hum. The air here is dry, smelling of industrial leather, aviation fuel, and a chilling sterility. The only light emanates from a small reading lamp on the ceiling, illuminating the lapel of your ash-gray topcoat. Sitting 2 rows away from you are 2 of the most trusted Secret Service agents, wearing simple black suits, eyes closed but weapons always unholstered beneath their jackets. This time, they aren't tagging along to guard a prisoner like in Wyoming. They are tagging along to protect a ghost, executing a mission of political suicide. You rest your freezing bare hand on the walnut table. Nestled securely in your palm is a dull, black, encrypted hard drive, the final remnant of the intelligence surveillance system you copied and hid away before being stripped of your power. Your breathing is rhythmic, measured, and terrifyingly calm. You feel no paranoid, arrogant high, nor the moral torment of someone trying to be a good man. You are in the purest state of a political mathematician, cold, precise, and ready to use the most despicable methods to solve a life-or-death equation. You look down at the dark, dense clouds beneath the wings. You think to yourself, Marcus, you need to keep your hands clean to be a saint in front of the television cameras. As for me, I am already dirty. Let me use this very mud to save those 12 lives. 10 in the morning local time, Geneva, Switzerland. The European sky is ashen, dumping sharp, freezing sleet onto Lake Geneva. The unmarked armored SUV carries you stealthily into the parking garage of the Hotel Beau Rivage, a fortress for the financial elite of the old continent, where every secret is bought with absolute silence. You are led through an internal staff corridor, stepping into a private, windowless meeting room. Inside the room, the air is thick with cigar smoke and the smell of burn-toasted coffee. Sitting across the long glass table is Ambassador Anatoly, the old intelligence fox of the Volkov administration, the man pulling the strings behind the extremist armed group holding the 12 operatives in Syria. He wears a pinstripe suit, his cloudy gray eyes narrowing with a condescending arrogance when he sees you enter. Anatoly doesn't stand up. He gently swirls his crystal glass of sparkling water, the corner of his mouth lifting into a mocking smile. Former President Adrian, it is truly an honor that a civilian traveled 10 hours across the Atlantic just to have a cup of coffee with me. I hear your new president, Marcus Cole, is struggling to the point of tears because his 12 little friends are stuck in Syria. But I don't understand why he would send a historical relic who has lost all power like you here to negotiate. You pull out a leather chair and slowly sit down. You do not react to his insult. Your facial muscles are frozen solid, as emotionless as a plaster statue. You reach out, gently placing the black hard drive and a thin folder of A4 papers onto the glass table. I am not here as Marcus Cole's envoy, Anatoly. You begin, your voice sharp, clear, and ironclad as a verdict. Cole is bound by the Constitution, by the press, and by national honor. He cannot negotiate with terrorists, but me, I am a man cursed by all of America. I have no honor left to lose, and no laws preventing me from being ruthless. Anatoly frowns, the mocking smile on his lips faltering. What do you mean? You use your index finger to slide the folder toward Anatoly. Inside, there are encrypted printouts of transactions from 3 hidden accounts at banks in Zurich and Cyprus. These accounts are in the names of your brother-in-law and 2 of Volkov's commanding generals. The cash flow shows you have embezzled over $400 million from defense black budgets to buy real estate in London and launder money through casinos. I collected this via the spy system while I was still sitting in the Oval Office. You lean forward, your eyes locked onto Anatoly's gray eyes, which are slowly widening in terror. Chairman Volkov is a paranoid, bloodthirsty man. He would rather kill an innocent than let a guilty man go. If these documents, along with audio recordings of you calling him a senile old fool on a secure call last year, appear on the desk of Central Counterintelligence tomorrow morning, what do you think Volkov will do with you, Anatoly? A bullet to the back of the head or a cup of tea laced with polonium? Anatoly's complexion undergoes a brutal transformation. The tanned skin of the old intelligence fox turns ash-gray. Cold sweat breaks out, dotting his forehead and temples. His hand holding the crystal glass trembles violently. causing the ice cubes to clatter against the glass with weak, pathetic clink-clink sounds. You're blackmailing me? Anatoly stammers, his voice broken, entirely losing his arrogant, superior demeanor. This is illegal. You no longer have state power to protect yourself. Exactly, I no longer have state power. You cut him off, your voice dropping to a whisper but echoing throughout the sealed room. I am just a ghost in the shadows, but a ghost can deliver a fatal stab that no one sees coming. I don't need a federal court, I just need to hit send on an email. You lean back in your chair, legs crossed, the calm and utterly ruthless demeanor of a king returning, but this time not to destroy, but to redeem. I am giving you exactly 24 hours, Anatoly. Call the armed group in Syria. Order them to open the bunker and release the 12 operatives to a safe rendezvous point near the Jordanian border. No ransom, no prisoner exchange, absolutely no press releases about America having to bow its head. You tap your finger lightly on the black hard drive. If those 12 men safely board our military transport plane, I will personally destroy this hard drive in front of you. You get to keep your life and your $400 million fortune. America gets its people back. But if a single drop of blood is spilled, I swear to you, Anatoly, your entire bloodline will be wiped off the map by Volkov. Anatoly sits rooted to the spot. His breathing is rapid and ragged. He looks into your empty, freezing, abyssal eyes and realizes a horrifying truth. The man sitting across from him isn't a politician haggling. He is a demon who has been through hell, ready to drag the entire world down into the abyss with him if he doesn't get his way. The old intelligence fox slowly closes his eyes, a heavy, humiliating sigh of surrender escaping his chest. All right, Adrian, you win. I will signal the forces in Syria right now. They will be released. You don't smile, you offer no gloating gestures. You slowly gather up the thin folder and slip the hard drive into the pocket of your topcoat. You stand up, rebutton your suit jacket, your demeanor calm and absolutely emotionless. Have a good day, Ambassador. You give a slight nod, then pivot and walk swiftly out of the closed meeting room. As you walk down the thick carpeted corridor of the Hotel Beau Rivage to your car, a blast of crisp, freezing Swiss air slips through the glass doors, caressing your cheek. Your chest, which had been crushed beneath thousands of tons of guilt and torment, suddenly feels light. A bizarre sense of freedom and release spreads throughout your body. You just used your filthiest weapon, blackmail, invasion of privacy, dirty dossiers gathered during your darkest days in the White House, to snatch lives from the jaws of death, to save 12 innocent people without triggering a single war. You realize that to destroy a demon, you cannot use a Bible. You must use the very chains of hell. And by dirtying your hands one more time in silence, you have truly found the light of salvation for your soul, clearing the path for the final sunset, where eternal peace will also knock on your door. Sunset in Wyoming, and that peace finally arrives in the most silent way possible. 6 o'clock in the evening, 3 days after the nameless flight to Geneva. Sunset is falling over the Jackson Hole Valley, Wyoming. But unlike the deep purple, melancholic, and freezing winter afternoons of the past, the sky this evening is ablaze with a warm, burnt-orange hue mixed with bands of ruby-pink clouds drifting lazily across the peaks of the Grand Tetons. The thick layer of snow on the ranch's prairie is slowly melting beneath the last rays of the sun, reflecting light like millions of diamond dust particles scattered across the earth. You are sitting in the classic wooden armchair on the porch, a thin, striped wool blanket draped across your lap. Beside you, on a small pine table, is a steaming mug of hot tea and a philosophy book lying half-read. You aren't wearing a crisp, ironed suit, nor are you forcing yourself into the fake frayed shirt of the political theatricals of the past. You are wearing a simple, comfortable hand-knit sweater, letting every exhausted muscle fiber in your body relax. Beep, the personal smartphone on the table emits a short, monotonous vibration. You reach out and pick it up. The screen displays an encrypted text message sent from an unidentified number in Washington. Cargo has arrived safely at base. Thank you for your service. You stare at that brief line of text for 10 seconds. 12 operatives stepped off a military transport plane, returning safely to the arms of their families. Not a single drop of blood was shed. Not a single missile was fired. Marcus Cole secured a flawless political victory in the eyes of the public, without having to dirty his hands. And you use your thumb to decisively hit the delete button, erasing all traces of the existence of this triumph. You smile softly, a smile of pure relief, serenity, and the most genuine smile you've worn since the day you stepped into the Washington swamp 15 years ago. From the TV screen in the corner of the living room echoes the sound of the evening news broadcast. The reporter is praising the brilliant, bold, and silent diplomatic strategy of sitting President Marcus Cole. Your name is completely unmentioned. All of America, the whole world, will never, ever know that an outcast former president, labeled a cowardly butcher, walked into the darkness alone, using his filthiest sins to buy back the lives of his countrymen. But you feel no indignation or injustice. You don't need the cheers of the crowd, nor the thunderous applause of 60 million voters. Because you have realized a profoundly deep truth. Power doesn't lie in tens of thousands of people holding their breath waiting for you to speak, nor does it lie in holding a gold-plated fountain pen to dictate the fate of a conglomerate. True power, true freedom, is having the ability to do the right thing, the greatest thing, without needing anyone else in this world to know about it. You set the phone down on the table. You look out toward the wild pines. There, 15 meters away from the porch, the two dark silhouettes of the Secret Service agents are still standing guard formally, their eyes never leaving you. The invisible chain of the system will continue to follow you until the end of your life. But you no longer feel the suffocation, the frustration of a prisoner. You give them a slight nod, the nod of a man who understands and accepts the rules of the game of fate. You take a deep breath. The crisp, pure air of nature travels deep into your chest, filling every void left behind by power addiction and moral torment. You feel every calm heartbeat in your chest. The wrinkles on your ashen face seem to soften, relaxing beneath the burnt orange sunset. You have walked a perfect, closed circle, from a young man carrying naive ideals, ground down by the system and forced to mutate into a ruthless monster, ascending to the peak of arrogance, plunging to the abyss of collapse, isolation, and humiliation. And then finally, using the very darkness of that blood-soaked crown to rediscover the light of humanity for your soul. You close your eyes, feeling the warmth of the last sun rays caressing your skin. The wind whistling through the pines sounds like a quiet symphony, lulling the pains of the past to sleep. You are Adrian. You are no longer the man who holds everything in his hands. You are no longer the man who dictates the fate of the world. You are just a normal human being, bearing the unfading scars of history, sitting here quietly, enjoying the brilliant sunset and the eternal peace of your own soul. And that is the end of Adrian's reign. You have just experienced the entirety of a long, grueling journey, from the absolute peak of power down to the deepest isolation in the wilderness. Power is never free, and the ultimate price is always your own soul. Thank you for your patience, and for staying with me until the very last seconds of this story. If you found this immersive experience fascinating and want to explore more brutal, hidden corners of the world, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments. See you in the next story.